Chapter 721 The Spiritual Tree of Heaven and Earth. The Treasure in the Storage Ring. Have you been waiting for a long time? Luo Qingzhou looked at the figure in front of the window, his heart full of surprise. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a pause, he said, Sister Yu, Long-Air and I are both real bodies and real faces. Why did you only come with your spirit? The white figure of Yu turned around and looked at him quietly. After a while, Fawn said coldly, Is the flying sword broken? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. And then he reacted and quickly took out the two broken swords and said, It is indeed broken. The other party only used 2 fingers to pinch it. And it broke. Then he hurriedly explained, I'm not saying that the flying sword refined by Sister Yu is not good. But that old eunuch is too powerful. Probably a master. Long-Air was surprised and said behind, Young master is so powerful that he can escape from the hands of a master. The white figure of Yu stretched out her hand, and the 2 broken swords suddenly flew into her hand. She looked down for a moment and said indifferently, You have advanced to the middle stage of the spirit-severing realm, and you need a more powerful flying sword. Luo Qingzhou heard this, and his heart moved. And he said, Sister Yu means? The white moon figure looked up at him and said, I can help you refine it. But you need to find some materials yourself. If the refining is successful, the power of the flying sword will increase a lot. I will teach you another set of swordsmanship, and combined with your thunder and lightning, the effect will be very good. Luo Qingzhou was delighted, and more grateful, Sister Yu. Before he could say thank you, the white moon figure said indifferently, 3 of the materials may not be easy to find, and it will take some time. The quality of these 3 materials will directly affect the power of the flying sword, and the quality of future upgrades. At least medium quality ones must be found. Luo Qingzhou immediately asked, Which 3 are Sister Yu talking about? The white moon figure pondered for a moment and said, The stem of the earth fire spirit lotus is at least 1,000 years old. The nails of the ancient beast are at least 1,000 years old. The nails of the ancient beast are at least 1,000 years old. The nails of the ancient beast are at least 1,000 years old. The nails of the ancient beast are at least 1,000 years old. The nails of the ancient beast are at least 1,000 years old. The nails of the ancient beast are at least 1,000 years old. The nails of the ancient beast are at least 1,000 years old. The swordsmanship of the ancient beast is. The lifespan is at least more than 1,000 years. The last one is the most difficult and the simplest, which requires a branch of the heaven and earth spirit tree, which is about the same length as this flying sword. Luo Qingzhou heard it and wondered, Sister Yu, why is the last one the most difficult and the simplest? What is the heaven and earth spirit tree? Long-Air explained from behind, Sir, the heaven and earth spirit tree is a tree that grows naturally, but it has been absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth since childhood, and slowly has the consciousness of cultivation. The longer it grows, the more precious it is. Even if it is only a few hundred years old, it is full of treasures. The flying sword made of its wood is not only tough and agile, but also can carry a lot of energy without being damaged. At the same time, because it is a spiritual object itself, it will be more handy to control it with the soul. Luo Qingzhou heard it and was about to speak, but the white figure of Yu added a few more sentences. Some heaven and earth spirit trees are innate treasures. They are heaven and earth spirit treasures when they are born. They don't need to wait for hundreds of years to be precious. The flying sword made with it can be connected to the blood of the soul. When the soul is upgraded, it will also be upgraded. And each time it is upgraded, new skills may be awakened. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, So powerful? Then he hurriedly said, Long-Air, Sister Yu, do you know where there is such a heaven and earth spirit tree? Long-Air thought about it carefully, shook his head, and said, Sir, such rare treasures have long been snatched away by others. Even if others get them, they will not tell others. Luo Qingzhou looked to the side again. The white figure of Yu was silent for a while, and said, Xianyan Pavilion has an ordinary spiritual tree, which is only 100 years old. If you can't find any other, you can use it reluctantly. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, and suddenly thought of the Xiantian Jade Girl tree in Prince Duan's mansion, and asked hurriedly, Sister Yu, is the Xiantian Jade Girl tree a spiritual tree of heaven and earth? The white figure of Yu glanced at him and said, It is, but it is just the most ordinary spiritual tree, and it depends on its age. It will not work if it is less than 500 years old. Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly and asked, What about other materials? You? The white figure said lightly, Except for these 3. I have all the other materials here. Luo Qingzhou looked at her deeply, without saying any more words of gratitude. He sighed and said, I'd better practice other skills first. And I'll slowly look for these 3 materials later. The white figure turned around and continued to look at the scenery outside the window, saying, whatever. Long hurriedly said, Sir, Sister, let's have the reunion dinner first, and chat while eating. Sister can sit next to us and just watch us eat. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Although what this little dragon girl said was right. It was too. Sister, you come and sit. I still have some questions to ask you. Luo Qingzhou had to add another sentence. The white figure stood in front of the window for a while, turned around and looked at them, and said, You guys eat. I'll go see the body in the ice coffin. After that, he left coldly. Luo Qingzhou stared at her back in a daze. When he was hesitating whether to follow her, he saw Longer in front of the table and the dishes. He paused, walked to the table and sat down, saying, Longer, let's eat. Anyway, Sister Yu is only here in spirit and can't eat. There is no need to make her sit here awkwardly. Longer smiled and said, That's right. Longer quickly picked up the wine pot, poured a glass of wine for him, and poured a glass for herself. Then picked up the wine glass and said, Young master, Longer toasts you first. I wish you can find those sword-making materials as soon as possible. I wish you will always be safe and healthy. Luo Qingzhou also picked up the wine glass, clinked it with her, and said, Thank you. They drank it all in one gulp. Longer sat down next to him and gently helped him pick up the dishes. Luo Qingzhou ate a few bites and asked, Longer, do you know the other 2 materials? Longer thought for a while and said, I've heard that the earth fire spirit lotus seems to grow underground where there is earth fire. But it's not easy to find. It's said that there were many in ancient times. As for the nails of the ancient beast, Longer knows where there is one of those ancient beasts now. Luo Qingzhou said, Zhu Yan from Qingyan Temple? Longer said with surprise. So you knew it a long time ago. That Zhu Yan is said to have lived for many years. So it should be the most suitable. Luo Qingzhou fell into deep thought. Sir, let's eat fish. This fish was specially sent by Xiaoyi. Longer helped him pick up a large piece of snow-white fish meat. Luo Qingzhou picked it up and took a bite. The fish meat was tender and melted in the mouth. It not only had the aroma of cooking, but also its own sweetness. Even after swallowing it into the stomach, the fragrance still remained in the mouth for a long time. What kind of fish is this? He asked in surprise. Longer saw that he liked it, so he quickly picked up another piece for him and said, Longer doesn't know either. Next time, Longer will ask Xiaoyi. If you think it tastes good, Longer will ask him to deliver it every day in the future. Luo Qingzhou ate another piece and said, That's not necessary. This fish must be something else. There's no need to bother him again. Longer quickly said, It's not a problem. Not at all. Xiaoyi has always wanted to serve you, but you don't give him a chance. If you ask him to do something one day, he will definitely be happy to do it. Luo Qingzhou asked, Is he going to pass the tribulation soon? Longer thought for a while and said, It should be soon. I met him there the day before yesterday and found that he has grown up a lot. He is probably still worried whether you will help him when the time comes. Luo Qingzhou said, Since I promised him before, I will definitely help him. Let him. Just be at ease. Longer smiled and said, Well, Longer will tell him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, What about you? It's been a few months since the last tribulation. Right? Longer sighed and said, It will probably take another month. Longer originally tried the inner strength method left by his father, but he didn't feel it was suitable. But fortunately, Sister taught Longer a set of inner strength method last time. After Longer practiced it, he felt that the effect was very good. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, Sister Yu taught you? She knows the demon clan's skills? Longer nodded and said, Yes. That night Sister saw Longer practicing, and saw that Longer didn't seem to be suitable for that skill. So she taught Longer a set. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the door over there and said, Sister Yu seems to know all kinds of skills. So how? He didn't continue. The two talked about other topics again. Luo Qingzhou almost ate the whole table of food before ending this reunion dinner. Seeing that he was enjoying his meal, Long-Air was also very happy. And of course, very touched. If there hadn't been a third person here, she might not have been able to help but give her most precious first drop of virgin dragon blood on the spot. After Luo Qingzhou finished his meal, he talked to her for a while before getting up and going to the Crystal Palace. In the corner of the palace, a figure wrapped in moonlight was standing in front of the ice coffin. looking at the sleeping girl in the ice coffin. The little fire fox was lying on the ice coffin obediently, motionless, with a pair of smart eyes, staring at the figure in front of him, as if he had lost his soul. Luo Qingzhou walked to the ice coffin, took a look at the flower bones inside, turned his head and looked at her and said, "Sister Yu, can you let the flower bones wake up temporarily?" The white figure of Yu paused and shook her head after hearing this. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "Today is the new year, but it's a pity that she didn't see it." The Yubai figure was silent for a moment, looked at him and said, "Her soul is getting stronger and stronger. It's not the strength of her cultivation, but the constitution of her soul. It is gradually transforming and sublimating. I believe it won't take long for her to return to her body." "What method did you use?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, surprised and happy, and said, "Sister Yu, is it true? But I didn't use any method, and I don't understand these things." After that, he thought about it seriously, and said with a suspicious face, "Hua Gu's soul has always been in the body of this little fire fox, and has never come out. This little fire fox has also been in my storage ring." He suddenly asked again, "Sister Yu, could it be that because the body of this little fire fox is a spiritual creature, it has affected Hua Gu's soul?" The white figure of Yu shook her head slightly and said, "No." Luo Qingzhou frowned and thought carefully again. The white figure of Yu looked at him quietly for a while, as if she wanted to speak, but hesitated for a moment, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Could it be because of the things in my storage ring?" The white figure of Yu looked at him and nodded. Luo Qingzhou immediately took out the storage ring, handed it to her and said, "Sister Yu, please help me take a look. There are 3 spaces in the storage ring. One for sundries, one for spirit beasts, and one for medicine garden. The little fire fox has been placed in the space for spirit beasts. It's like a small world there, with blue sky and white clouds, flowers and trees, a stream, and 2 little rabbits. By the way, Sister Yu, I got those 2 little rabbits from an ancient space that was about to break. They are very powerful, and can break any formation. I raised the little fire fox with them. They often chased and fought. Could it be because of the 2 little rabbits? Or is there something special in that space that affected it?" The white figure of Yu took a look at the storage ring he handed in front of him, and then looked at him and said, "In the storage space, only the owner can see what's inside." Luo Qingzhou said, "It doesn't matter. When I took it out just now, my mark was erased. I will remark it after Sister Yu has finished reading it." The white figure looked at him quietly for a while, and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will find something good in it after I take it and won't give it to you?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "If Sister Yu really likes the things in it, just take it away. Even if Sister Yu takes this storage ring directly, I won't say anything." Then he asked for credit and said, "By the way, Sister Yu, there is a small tripod in the storage ring. I left it for you. Xiaoya wanted it, but I didn't give it to her. That small tripod should be a treasure. Sister Yu, see if you can use it to refine tools or pills." The white figure looked at the storage ring in front of him, and was silent for a while, then slowly stretched out his hand and took it from his palm. When the slender fingers touched his palm, they did not penetrate through even the soul. Luo Qingzhou felt a little cold, and when it touched the palm, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in the heart lake. The white figure of Yu slightly lowered her head and looked at the storage ring in her hand, then suddenly clenched her palm, put the storage ring away, and then looked at him and said, "Since you said so, I will accept this storage ring, and I want everything in it." Luo Qingzhou. The white figure of Yu looked at him and said, "What? Are you unwilling again?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "It's not that I don't want to. Sister Yu, I suddenly remembered that there are still some of my clothes, bedding, socks, smelly shoes, and so on in it. Give them to me first, and I will give them to you after I take them out, so as not to dirty Sister Yu's eyes." In fact, he suddenly remembered that there were Xiaoya's socks, Chan-Chan's skirts, belly bands, shoes and socks in the storage ring, as well as some silk stockings and new underwear made by Xiao Dai. By the way, the most terrifying thing is that there are also a few books of jade foot illustrations and Spring Palace pictures in it. Thinking of this, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Sister Yu, give it back to me." "No." The white figure of Yu directly refused, and then turned and left, preparing to find a place to check the things inside alone. Luo Qingzhou was shocked and frightened, hurriedly and bitterly, and kept begging behind. Chapter 722 completely dead in front of Sister Yu. However, begging was useless. The white figure took the storage ring and returned to the previous palace and stood in front of the window. Luo Qingzhou followed behind him, wanting to reach out and grab it. But he didn't dare. After several attempts, the white figure just turned his head and glanced at him. And he shrank his neck and immediately extinguished the idea of snatching, and had to continue begging. It doesn't matter if other things are seen. If those pornographic books and those women's underwear he designed personally were seen, then in this person's heart, I'm afraid he would directly change from lustful to perverted, to dead. But at this moment, the white figure's eyes were already invested in the storage ring. Luo Qingzhou was unable to stop it, so he had to cover his face, his mind turning quickly, thinking about how to explain. The palace fell into silence. After a moment, the white figure slowly withdrew her gaze from the storage ring, then turned her head and looked at him and said, "Where did you get the small tree in the herb garden? Sister Yu, listen to my explanation. I didn't buy those pornographic books. And those women's underwear, huh?" He suddenly woke up, put down his hand quickly, opened his eyes and said, "Herb garden? Small tree?" He was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted, "Sister Yu, are you asking about the small tree in the herb garden?" The white figure looked at him silently, and the expression on her face could not be seen clearly. Luo Qingzhou. At this time, Longer suddenly came in from the door, with a puzzled look on his face. "Sir, what pornographic book? What women's underwear? Can you show it to Long?" Luo Qingzhou froze, and immediately turned his head and glared at her and said, "Longer, you go to the river first to guard. Be careful of bad guys sneaking in." Longer said, "Sir, don't worry. Xiao Yu is already guarding outside." Luo Qingzhou said again, "Then go and boil water. I want to drink some hot water." Longer's hand flashed with light, and there was a steaming kettle. He smiled and said, "Longer has boiled the water and prepared tea for you. Do you want to make tea?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and when he was about to drive him away, the white figure suddenly said, "That little tree. The tree should be a spiritual tree of heaven and earth, and it is very likely to be an innate spiritual treasure, which is very suitable for sword refining." As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was shocked. Innate spiritual treasure? The moon-white figure looked at him and asked again, "Where did you get it from?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "An ancient space. The houses, trees, and everything in that space have turned into ruins, as if they had experienced a great disaster, and even the soil has become charred. Then I found a piece of tree roots in the cracks on the ground, and that piece of tree roots is the predecessor of this small tree." At this time, Long Air asked again in confusion, "Sir, even the soil is scorched. Can the tree root still survive? How did you keep it alive?" The moon-white figure also looked at him, and should want to ask the same question. Luo Qingzhou said, "Spiritual liquid? Sister Yu, do you remember the spiritual liquid I gave you? I would water it with those 2 bottles of spiritual liquid every day." And slowly, it began to sprout, and then grew into the small tree it is now. Long Air was surprised and said, "Sir, what kind of spiritual liquid is so powerful? It can actually bring dead things from ancient times back to life." Luo Qingzhou simply explained, "Spiritual fluid that can be used for cultivation." Then he asked, "Sister Yu, do you know what kind of tree this is? Does it have any other uses?" The white figure of Yu paused for a moment and said, "I can only see that it is a spiritual tree, and it is an innate spiritual tree. As for what kind of tree it is, I can't tell." Luo Qingzhou was pleasantly surprised and said, "No matter what kind of tree it is, as long as it can be used to refine flying swords, it's okay. Sister Yu, you can just break off a piece." Longer exclaimed on the side, "Brother is indeed a person with great luck, and he actually has such a rare treasure on his body." Luo Qingzhou turned around and perfunctorily said, "Longer, you are my rare treasure. Go up there to help me guard it, so that Xiaoying can't bear it alone. Come." Long's face was full of shyness and happiness, and he smiled and said, "It's okay. Your silly second brother is also standing by the river. He probably sensed the evil spirit of the little crocodile, and wanted to fight with the little crocodile." Luo Qingzhou. At this time, the white figure said again, "If you use it to refine, the effect should be very good. But I don't know what specific skills will be awakened. Can you find the other 2 materials?" Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while, and said, "The nails of the ancient beast should be no problem for me. I have a close friend who is an ancient beast." Longer's eyes widened immediately. "Sir, You actually have a close friend of the ancient beast. Is it the Juyan of Qingyan Temple? Luo Qingzhou nodded calmly. Long's face was full of admiration. Sir, you are so powerful. Longer admires you so much. Luo Qingzhou secretly thought about how to fool the Juyan at that time. Of course, he couldn't take other people's things for free. Chatting, telling stories, or giving the other party some strange and weird things. Anyway, just give them what they like and what they want. For the ancient beasts that have been kept there for many years, interesting toys and stories are definitely more attractive and valuable than treasures and money. The white figure looked at him, and I don't know what expression was on his face. Luo Qingzhou said again, as for the earth fire spirit lotus, Sister Yu, I have no idea about this material for the time being. The white figure stared at him for a while, and said in a light tone, I know who has it. Luo Qingzhou was delighted to hear this and said, Who? Then he said, since it is a rare treasure, I guess even if the other party has it, it is impossible to give it to me. The white figure said lightly, Xiaoya. After this, Luo Qingzhou was stunned at first, and then hurriedly asked, Where does Xiaoya have this thing? Is it more than 1,000 years old? The white figure looked at the scenery outside the window and said, Yes. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he was both happy and worried. He said, Since this thing can be used to refine flying swords, and Xiaoya is also cultivating her soul, it must be very important to her. She gave me the treasure at the beginning, and saved me in the inner city this time. She asked me for the small tripod, but I didn't give it to her. So, the white figure was silent for a while, and said, The earth fire spirit lotus is indeed very important to her, because she is a fire spirit body. After that, she turned her head and looked at him and said, But you can give it a try. Luo Qingzhou said with embarrassment, I'm afraid she will make excessive demands. Long Air asked curiously, Sir, what kind of excessive demands will she make? Then he suddenly woke up and clenched his fists. Sir, does that little licker want to mate with you? Luo Qingzhou didn't speak, and looked at the figure in front of the window. The white moon figure said lightly, The earth fire lotus she has is a seed from ancient times, born from the heart of earth fire. In addition to your spiritual tree and the nails of ancient beasts, the flying sword refined is at least at the level of spiritual treasure. Not only can it awaken other skills by itself as your cultivation level advances, it can be nurtured smoothly in your body, and it can also communicate with spirits, generate consciousness, and become a weapon spirit. Long Air said, Sir, the weapon spirit may be a beautiful girl. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Then I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll look for it somewhere else. The white moon figure didn't speak again, paused, and returned the storage ring in his hand to him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then quickly took it in his hand and put it away. He asked with a guilty conscience, Sister Yu, have you seen the other things in it? The white moon did not answer, and said, I have taken the spiritual branch. You can find a way for the other two. After that, he was ready to leave. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sister Yu, where is the small tripod? Did you take it away? As he said that, he immediately took out the storage ring again, looked inside, and saw that the small tripod was still inside. He quickly took it out and handed it over, saying, Sister Yu, this is what I brought back for you. Do you think it's not good? The white moon turned his head and looked at the small tripod in his hand. After a moment of silence, he stretched out his jade finger and pointed in the air. A ray of light hit the small tripod. Wow! The small tripod suddenly lit up with golden light. Then, the whole tripod became golden and quickly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a giant tripod several feet high. Suddenly, a golden beam of light flew out of the giant tripod, turning into a light curtain that enveloped the entire hall. The moon-white figure stretched out her slender jade fingers and tapped again. The giant tripod shrank quickly again with a swish sound, becoming the size of a palm, slowly rotating and flying into her palm. She held the small tripod and pointed the mouth of the tripod towards him. Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened immediately, and he felt a terrible breath enveloping him. Just as he was about to avoid it, an invisible light suddenly enveloped him, making him stay in place and unable to move. At the same time, layers of light waves fell from the top of his head, like mountains, pressing down. Luo Qingzhou tried his best, but he couldn't resist. His legs gradually bent, and his body gradually sank. Crack! His feet actually sank directly into the ground. The terrifying power above his head was still slowly increasing. Long Hair, who was standing by, hurriedly said, Sister, sister, the young master was wrong. He will never dare to offend you again. Please forgive him. When Luo Qingzhou was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth, and about to be pressed to his knees, the terrifying power above his head suddenly loosened and disappeared. The light that enveloped him also suddenly disappeared. He stood up with weak legs and looked at the small tripod with lingering fear. The white figure looked at him and said, It's called Tontian Ding. It is the most powerful magic weapon of Zijin Temple, and is close to a spiritual treasure. Are you sure you want to give it to me? At this time, Long Hair finally understood what she meant, and said in surprise, Is this Tontian Ding? Long Hair has also heard from Daddy that it was one of the 10 famous magic weapons. Then he said with admiration, Young master is so amazing. You are full of these rare treasures from ancient times. Ding! The white figure flicked her jade finger, and the small tripod flew back to Luo Qingzhou. Just as she was about to leave, Luo Qingzhou stretched out his finger and flicked it again, and with a ding sound, the small tripod flew back to her again. Sister, you don't say it's just a magic weapon. Even if it's a spiritual treasure, the best spiritual treasure in the world, I won't be reluctant to give it up. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I brought this little tripod back specially for you. If you don't want it, I can only give it to Xiaoya. She wants it very much. But I didn't give it to her. Longer on the side said weakly. Longer wants it too. The white figure of you was silent for a while, and said lightly, Then give it to her. Anyway, you still ask her. Luo Qingzhou asked, Can this Tontian Ding be used to refine equipment or medicine? The white figure of you did not answer. Long Hair nodded quickly and said, Sir, it's okay. If you use this Tontian Ding to refine tools or medicine, the success rate will be greatly increased. Luo Qingzhou said, In that case, sister, you should take it. If you don't want it, I will throw it away. Long Hair said weakly, Can you throw it in front of Long Hair? Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, you still need to refine a flying sword. And in addition to the 3 materials, you need other materials, all of which need to be provided by you. If you don't want this small ding, how dare I ask for the flying sword you refine? The figure of Yubai stood there, and was silent for a moment, and then put away the small ding, but did not speak, and turned around and left. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, Sister, Happy New Year. The figure of Yubai paused, but did not stop, and soon disappeared in the passage outside the palace. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, then sighed and said, It seems that Sister Yu is still practicing that kind of skills. She obviously knows so many skills. Why doesn't she abandon the previous skills and practice again? Long Hair thought for a while and said, Sir, could it be Sister wants to help and protect you, so that you can practice successfully first, and then practice on your own? Otherwise, if she abandons the previous skills and cultivation, if you suddenly encounter danger, she will not be able to help you. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned when he heard this, and fell silent. At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. Who could have sent it at this time? He took out the communication treasure in confusion, looked down, and was stunned. It turned out to be sent by Sister Yu. Long Hair's head also quietly came over. Sister Yu, there are many treasures in the storage ring. Remember not to show them to others, especially those women's things, and those books. Luo Qingzhou. Longer opened his eyes wide and said, Sir, are there many women's things in your storage ring? Are those books the pornographic books you just mentioned? Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the communication treasure letter and said calmly, Longer, it's getting late. Go to bed early. I should go home. After saying that, he ran away immediately without waiting for her answer. It's over. Sister Yu actually saw him. Moreover, Sister Yu even sent a message to mock him. He didn't dare to stay in the Dragon Palace any longer, and immediately came out from the underground and returned to the shore. Seeing that his second brother was not here, he immediately fled back home in shame. It was not until he got into the warm bed and pressed tightly against his wife's chest that he slowly came to his senses. He was stunned for a long time. He took out the communication treasure and replied to Sister Yu, Sister Yu, please don't misunderstand. I can explain. These things were put in by others. I snatched this storage ring from someone else. When I snatched it, those things were already in it. After a while, the message came back, Oh, Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, don't you believe it? I can swear. Sister you, those underwear and books. I have seen them in your study. Are they also put in by others? Luo Qingzhou. The conversation ended here. Luo Qingzhou kept his eyes open, holding the rabbit, and stayed awake all night. It was still dark. A group of people, carrying gifts, had already set out from the palace. Today was the first day of the new year, the day when the eldest princess proposed marriage. Chapter 723 The Wrong Person. It was dawn. Luo Qingzhou tossed and turned in bed. Still not asleep. He was thinking about something. Not sleepy at all. Outside the window, there was a slight sound of sweeping the floor. The one who could get up so early was naturally Chior. Luo Qingzhou felt the warmth and softness of Miss Qin air beside him, smelled the unique fragrance of the girl, and couldn't help hugging her and kissing her a few times. Although he was eager to move, he didn't dare to move. He was now physically strong, and there was still energy from the elixir in his body. When it exploded, even the master uncle with profound cultivation couldn't stand it, let alone the weak Miss Qin air. He endured for a while, then got up, took his clothes, quietly left the room, and went to Xiaodia's room opposite. Chior had already gotten up and was sweeping the floor outside. Then, Xiaodai should be the only one left in the room. Thinking about it carefully, he hadn't been intimate with Xiaodai for many days. The little girl probably blamed him in her heart. Squeak. The door was ajar. He gently pushed open the door and slipped in silently. Then, he locked the door again. The windows were closed. The room was dim, and the air was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl's boudoir. Luo Qingzhou put his clothes on the soft couch at the head of the bed, quietly got on the bed, got into the quilt, and then gently hugged the sleeping body in the quilt from behind. The body suddenly trembled, as if it had just woken up. When she was about to struggle, he immediately grabbed her and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. It's the son-in-law." As soon as these words came out, the body with its back to him really stopped struggling. Luo Qingzhou's hands began to become dishonest. He suddenly felt something was wrong, froze for a moment, pinched it hard a few times, and then turned her body over and looked at her little face. Zhuer's face was red. She bit her lips, opened her eyes wide, tears in her eyes, and looked at him shyly and timidly, with a pitiful look. "Luo Qingzhou, why is it you? Where Xiaodai?" Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and was about to ask, but swallowed the words back. After a pause, he had to hug her again and said, "Zhu, don't be afraid. The uncle is just holding you to keep you warm for a while. You can continue to sleep." Zhuer bit her lip. Her body trembled slightly. Tears filled her eyes, and she was obviously scared and couldn't sleep. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed physically and mentally. At this moment, it was a bit difficult to get off the tiger, and he was in a dilemma. Just when he was struggling in his heart, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door, and then someone started to push the door. "Huh? Why did Sister Zhuer lock the door?" Xiaodia's voice sounded outside. At this time, another sound of footsteps came. Chior whispered Xiaodai, "What are you going to do in there?" Xiaodai said, "I haven't tied my hair yet." "Sister Chior, why do I remember that when I just came out? Sister Zhuer was already asleep. Why did she lock the door again?" Chior whispered, "Go to Zhuer's room to tie it up. Where is the headdress? Let's go. Don't disturb her sleep." Xiaodai said "Oh," and was pulled away by her. In the room, Luo Qingzhou was holding the little girl beside him. When he was feeling uncomfortable, Zhuer's cheeks were hot, and she said shyly, "Auntie uncle, I will help you." Hiss. This girl is so cunning. The sky outside the window was getting brighter and brighter. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer. After he hurriedly finished, he kissed the little girl, picked up his clothes, slipped out quickly, and quietly returned to his room. Miss Qin air was still sleeping. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed for a while, then got up, put on his clothes, and quietly left the room. Outside the house, the wind and snow were still blowing. Chior was cleaning the snow on the road and outside the door. Xiaodai was boiling water in the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou stood in the corridor for a while, did not disturb them, and turned back to the room. The sun and moon treasure mirror was still on the desk on the windowsill, and no one moved. He took out the porcelain bottle, collected the spiritual liquid, and turned the mirror over again, facing the light outside. Even when there is no sun or moon, it can still sense and absorb the energy hidden between heaven and earth. Now the speed of the mirror condensing spiritual liquid has become faster, from the initial 1 drop a day to the current 3 drops a day. In 1 day and 1 night, 6 drops can be condensed, so he has some left over. However, the spiritual liquid condensed by the treasure mirror has not been upgraded for a long time, and it is unknown when it can be upgraded and mutated again. After collecting the spiritual liquid, he checked it in the storage ring again. The little tree is still growing vigorously. Sister, you broke a small part of it, but it seems that there is no effect. The wound has begun to scar. When he saw the women's underwear and those books in another space, he once again thought of last night's social death. Now his image in Sister Yu's heart is probably completely ruined. Not only is he lustful, but he is also a pervert. At this moment, the communication treasure suddenly vibrated. He woke up, took it out of the storage ring, and looked at it. It was sent by Uncle Linghu, come to pay New Year's greetings early. There is a red envelope. The master also sent a message, Happy New Year. Remember to come early this morning. Dress up nicely. And your master has a big red envelope for you. Zhu Yin had replied to the message at 5 o'clock, Xiao Yanglong. Happy New Year. Come to see me early. I have prepared a gift for you. Luo Qingzhou decisively replied to him, Senior, I will go over to chat with you in a few days. By the way, I will help you cut your nails, he said secretly in his heart. He looked through the message again, feeling a little strange. Why hasn't the princess replied yet? The princess didn't reply to him last night. Why hasn't she replied this morning? With the princess's personality, this is very abnormal. Did something happen to the princess in Kyoto? He was worried and sent her another message, Princess, Happy New Year. Are you still asleep? After sending the message, he waited for a while, but the other party still didn't reply. While he was daydreaming, Chior knocked on the door and said softly, Son-in-law, Miss, it's time to get up. Today is the first day of the new year, and you still have to go to pay New Year's greetings to the master and the mistress and offer tea. After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the message and said, Okay, Chior, you go ahead, and I'll help the second young lady get dressed. Chior agreed and left quietly. At this time, the second young lady Qin had also woken up. She opened her eyes, and was stunned on the bed for a moment. Then she slowly sat up and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, are you up so early? Luo Qingzhou walked into the inner room, helped her get clothes from the bedside, and said, I always get up very early. As he spoke, he opened the curtains and helped her put on her clothes. Miss Qin Er, wearing her underwear, leaned softly against his arms, smiling and saying, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo is so lucky to have a husband serving her personally. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, saying, When you recover, it's your turn to serve me. Miss Qin Er hugged him, tilted her beautiful face, looked at him with watery eyes, and pleaded softly, Tonight, okay? Luo Qingzhou helped her put on her dress, helped her sit in front of the dressing table, picked up a comb, and helped her comb her hair, saying, I'll go to pay New Year's greetings to my father-in-law and mother-in-law later. What should I pay attention to? Is there any etiquette? Miss Qin Er pouted her little mouth, looked at him in the mirror with a faint look, and muttered, changing the subject again. Luo Qingzhou said, Do I need to kneel down and kowtow? Miss Qin Er laughed and said, Of course not. Just bow. Then her eyes flashed, and she said, By the way, Brother Qingzhou, we will call my sister later to go and wish our father and mother a happy new year. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, I am a son-in-law, so it should be us who go to wish our father and mother a happy new year together. Right? Isn't it inappropriate to add a young lady? Miss Qin Er said. What's inappropriate? We are all family members, so there are not so many rules. It will save trouble and effort to wish our father and mother a happy new year together, so as not to go one by one, which will make our father and mother too tired. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, I don't have any objection, but I'm afraid that the eldest lady will not be willing, or that my father-in-law and mother-in-law will blame me. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, No, Wei Mo has already told them. Luo Qingzhou helped her comb her hair, put on a hairpin, and then helped her put on a thick fox fur before taking her out. As for drawing eyebrows and applying powder, Miss Qin Er was young and beautiful, so she didn't need it at all. With the help of Xiao Dai and Chior, the two washed their faces and brushed their teeth, then went out with umbrellas, and came to Lingshan Moon Palace next door. Chior walked in front, and hurried to knock on the door. Beiling's crisp voice rang out in the courtyard, I'm coming. I'm coming. Who is knocking on the door? Is it the bad son-in-law? Miss Chin Air heard the words, turned her head and looked at someone and said, Brother Chinjo, are you bullying Bailing again? Luo Chinjo immediately said, no. How dare I bully her? Squeak. The wooden door opened. Bailing showed her head, blinked her dark and lively eyes, pouted her lips, and complained, Second Miss. My uncle always bullies me. Second Miss Chin asked, how? My uncle always likes to play with me. Just as Bailing was about to blurt out, she stopped immediately, hesitating, but couldn't say anything, and hurriedly said, Second Miss. Wait a moment. I'll go call the eldest lady out. After that, she hurriedly ran into the courtyard and fled. Second Miss Chin turned her head and looked at someone and said, Luo Chinjo was stunned when he heard this, and said in surprise, Second Miss? How do you know no? Absolutely not. I have both myself. Why would I play with hers? After that, she immediately took out Dabeo and her bow from her sleeves. Miss Chin Air took a look and was about to speak, but Luo Chinjo immediately stopped talking and said, Don't listen to her nonsense. She just loves to slander me. While the two were talking, Mayor suddenly stepped on the snow and hurried over, saying with an unpleasant face, Miss Air, son-in-law, the master and the mistress asked you to go to the front yard quickly. A large group of people have crossed the river. And the master said, there are also imperial guards from the palace. Chapter 724 The legal wife is always the elder sister. Under the big tree in front of the door, the Chin family stood there, looking at the officers and soldiers on the river not far away and the sedan chairs they were surrounding, all with nervous and uneasy expressions. Even Qin Wenzheng, who was always calm, looked quite nervous at this moment. Luo Qinzhou and Miss Chin Air hurried over. In the snow, there were still a few small boats on the river carrying people and goods. The carriage stopped on the other side. The noble, surrounded by officers and soldiers, all sat in the sedan chair. Qinzhou, look! Qin Wenzheng saw that the couple had come and asked for their opinions, but ignored his smartest daughter. Song Ryue said with an unpleasant expression, Qinzhou, Weima, do you think these soldiers will come to arrest us? Luo Qinzhou looked at the river bank for a while and comforted father-in-law and mother-in-law. Don't worry. They are not coming for us. The one walking in front is wearing red clothes and holding ceremonial guards. They should be people from the Ministry of Rights. Behind them are goods and gifts. Moreover, they are the imperial guards. Those sedan chairs have royal decorations, and 2 of them are filled with women, so they are not here to arrest people, but perhaps to pay New Year's greetings. Song Ryue's eyes widened and said, Happy New Year? Happy New Year to us? Then she suddenly became excited. Could it be that your eldest brother suddenly made a great contribution and was reused again? Qin Wenzheng frowned and glanced at her with disdain. Today, Song Ryue wore a newly made red coat, a gold hairpin on her head, and a little makeup on her face. She was dressed up exquisitely. Not only was she fair-skinned and beautiful, young and beautiful, with a graceful figure, but she was also full of nobility. She looked like a young and beautiful noble woman. But even Miss Chin Air couldn't help but sigh and whispered, Mother, they should be going to Lingxiao sect to pay New Year's greetings. It has nothing to do with us. At this time, Brother Chin Air couldn't help but complain, Mother is so stupid. The government officials don't know that we live here. And even if the eldest brother has made meritorious service and is reused, there can't be such a big battle. Look carefully. They are all royal family members. We are. Before he finished complaining, Song Ryue picked up a broom next to him and whipped him on the butt, saying angrily, Rebellious son, on the first day of the new year, you dare to scold your mother. Won't you go to heaven in the future? I will beat you to death. Brother Chin Air didn't dare to dodge. He could only run to the yard while being whipped by her, and began to apologize and beg for mercy. The 2 chased and ran into the yard. Others were used to this kind of scene, and their eyes were still looking at the river bank not far away. Qin Wenzheng frowned and said with a puzzled look on his face, The royal family is trying to win over Lingxiao sect with such a big show? But the 5 major sects have already signed a contract and will never participate in the affairs of the court. Lingxiao sect should not agree to anything for them privately. Suddenly, his eyes fixed and said, It seems that there are people from Dragon and Tiger Academy. Luo Qinzhou did not speak, and looked at the 2 figures, who just got off the boat on the riverside in astonishment. A beautiful girl in a purple dress, tall and graceful. A petite little girl in a red dress. At this time, Miss Chin Air seemed to have seen it too, and asked in confusion, Brother Qinzhou, look at those 2 people. Are they Sister Meijio and Shirue? Luo Qingzhou looked at the two figures, nodded, and said, "It should be." Miss Qin Er looked at him and said, "Why are they here too?" Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly, thinking secretly in his heart. The Queen Mother and the Emperor wanted to betroth the princess to the eldest disciple of Huashan's sect before. But in the end, because of what happened in Kyoto and the princess's resistance, it was left unresolved. Today, they suddenly came to Lingshao's sect. Could it be because of that incident? The Queen Mother and the Emperor suddenly wanted to change a sect to win over. So they were ready to sacrifice a princess? He thought of sending a message to the princess the day before yesterday. And the princess said she was in a bad mood. He also thought of the princess not replying to him last night. And his heart became more and more uneasy and worried. However, if it was a disciple of Lingshao's sect, then he would be the most suitable candidate. But judging from the princess's reaction in the past 2 days, it should not be him. While he was daydreaming, the team on the riverside had already started to set off and headed towards the foot of the mountain of Lingshao's sect. The warriors and guards were looking around with sharp and vigilant eyes. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Father-in-law, let's go into the house first, in case they see us and cause unnecessary trouble." Qin Wenzheng hurriedly scolded the maids, and everyone in the Qin family immediately went into the house and closed the courtyard door. Not long after, the team had gone far away, and everyone in the Qin family was relieved. Qin Wenzheng and his wife sat down in the hall, ready to accept their children's New Year greetings. Qin Chuan stepped forward first, knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Dad, Mother, I wish you a harmonious New Year. Good luck, good health, and happiness." As he said that, he took the tea handed over by Mayor and gave each of the two elders a cup. Qin Wenzheng took it in his hand, drank a sip, gave him a red envelope, and taught him with a serious face, "Read more, practice martial arts more, talk less, and do more." Qin Chuan said, "My child will remember it." Song Ryue glared at him, took the tea and drank a sip, then spread her hands, still angrily said, "I didn't prepare a red envelope for you, a rebellious son." Qin Chuan immediately smiled and said, "Mother, you have beaten and scolded me, and the child has already apologized to you and knelt down to kowtow. And you also drank the tea I offered you. How can you not give me a red envelope?" Song Ryue glared at him and said, "I won't give it to you." Qin Chuan continued to apologize with a drooling face. Qin Wenzheng frowned and said, "Okay, Wei Ma and Qin Zhou are still waiting. It's New Year's Day. Why are you so angry?" Qin Chuan immediately smiled and said, "That's right. Mother, calm down. Your son-in-law is waiting to kowtow to you and serve you tea." Song Ryue was startled when she heard this, and secretly glanced at someone. It was good enough to let the boy bow and serve tea. How could she dare to let him kneel and kowtow? He didn't even kneel when he saw the eldest princess and the emperor. "Here, shut up." Song Ryue looked at him with disdain, and threw the red envelope over. Qin Chuan immediately took it in his hand, stood up from the ground, and walked aside to count the money. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er. Miss Qin Er glanced at the door and frowned slightly, saying, "Why hasn't my sister come out yet?" Song Ryue looked at Chior at the door and said, "Chior, go and urge her." Chior agreed and turned away immediately. Qin Chuan counted the money and looked up and said, "Qingzhou, Weima, you should go to wish your father and mother a happy new year first." Miss Qin Er was about to speak when Qin Wenzheng's face suddenly darkened, and he scolded, "I told you to talk less and do more. Didn't you remember? Go and sweep the snow in the yard." Qin Chuan. After a while, Chior came back and replied, "Master, Madam, I just went there, and didn't see the eldest lady. Sister Bailing said that the eldest lady went to bed late last night, and was still resting. She said she would come to wish you a happy new year later." Song Ryue frowned and was about to speak when Qin Wenzheng said, "Since she didn't rest well, let her continue to rest. It doesn't matter when she comes to wish you a happy new year. There is no such a big rule in our family." Song Ryue thought of her own daughter's pity, and didn't say anything else. For some reason, Luo Qingzhou was relieved to hear that Miss Qin didn't come. He quickly pulled Miss Qin and said, "Wei Mo, let's go and wish our father-in-law and mother-in-law a happy new year first." Miss Qin looked outside the door again, sighed secretly, and had to go with him to the two elders. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to bow, Qin Wenzheng suddenly said, "Qingzhou, kneel down and kowtow to wish a happy new year. This is what you should do." When he said this, everyone looked at him, even Song Ryue. who was standing by, looked at him in confusion. His master never cared about these rules, and would not embarrass this kid. Why today? Luo Qingzhou paused after hearing this, but without hesitation. He immediately pulled Miss Qin Air to kneel down, kowtowed, and said, "Happy New Year to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Everything goes well, and they live as long as the sky." Miss Qin Air also whispered, "Happy New Year to my father-in-law and mother-in-law," and smile all the time. Song Ryue smiled, took out 2 big red envelopes, handed them to the 2 people, and then looked at the side and reminded, "Master, what are you daydreaming about? Give me red envelopes." Qin Wenjing's face was wooden, and he slowly took out 2 books wrapped in red leather from his sleeves and handed them to the 2 people. Books? Not only Song Ryue was stunned, but everyone else was also surprised. Song Ryue hurriedly whispered, "Master, where is the red envelope I gave you this morning? Why are you giving me books?" Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Air both took the books in confusion. Qin Wenjing looked at the 2 and said, "Take a copy of Marriage Rights, and a copy of Husband Sings, and Wife Follows, and read them carefully. You and your wife live in harmony, support each other, and grow old together. This is what we, as parents, hope to see the most. We don't care about other things such as money, reputation, power, etc." As he said, he looked at someone kneeling beside his daughter and said, "Qingzhou, your father-in-law asked you to kneel down today, and actually wanted you to call us daddy and mommy. Do you have any complaints in your heart?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he bowed his hands and said, "Qingzhou has no complaints. The 2 elders have been very kind to Qingzhou, and it is right for them to call you whatever they want." Then he said, "Daddy, Mommy." As soon as these 2 names came out, Qin Wenjing's eyes were red. Song Ryue, who was standing beside him, was stunned for a moment, and tears immediately filled her eyes. Miss Qin's eyes were also red. The maids beside him were also secretly wiping their tears. Xiao Dai was crying even more. Qin Wenjing's voice was a little choked, and he said slowly, "Qingzhou, go back and read the marriage etiquette in your hand carefully. It is quite similar to the Dian etiquette, but there are also many differences. When you understand it, you will naturally know why I asked you to kneel down and kowtow today and let you call us like this." Then he said in a heavy tone, "Qingzhou, you are not at a disadvantage, but we are at a disadvantage." At this time, Brother Qin suddenly said, "Dad, the book is given, and the red envelope must be given. The big red envelope that Mother prepared for you this morning. You are not going to secretly embezzle it, right?" The room suddenly became silent for a moment. Qin Wenjing suddenly stood up and said, "Qingzhou, Wei Mo, you guys talk to your mother for a while. I'll go out with Chuaner." Qin Chuan saw that his face was not right, and immediately said, "Daddy, I won't go out. I want to talk to my mother too." Qin Wenjing grabbed his neck without saying anything and dragged him out. Qin Chuan hurriedly waved and shouted, "Mother, help!" Song Ryue rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, turned her pretty face away, and moved her mouth slightly, with a gloating expression on her face. Snap! 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 Soon, the sound of a whip hitting the body came from outside. "You deserve it," Song Ryue snorted coldly, but after a while, she couldn't sit still anymore, and stood up and said, "Qingzhou, Wei Mo, you guys go back for breakfast, and Mother will go and see. Your father is not measured. Don't hit him in the face." After that, she hurried out. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin smiled at each other, held hands, took Jur and Xiao Dai away, and returned to their own courtyard. The 2 talked in the room for a while, and Luo Qingzhou said, "Wei Mo, I have to go to Lingxiao sect to wish my master and uncle a happy new year." As soon as he finished speaking, the communication treasure on his body vibrated suddenly. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, took it out, looked down, and saw that 3 people had sent messages. "Zixia, Fei Yang, come and wish a happy new year. You are late. The big red envelope prepared by your master for you may have to be given to others. Zhu, not coming yet. Do you still want a red envelope? By the way, your beautiful princess is here too. She is dressed very beautifully today, but it seems that there is a very powerful whip wrapped around her waist. Xiao Meijio, bitch, come and die." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he saw the princess's reply, and quickly replied, "Princess, what's the matter? Why did you come to Lingxiao sect today? Why do I have to die?" The message came back quickly, "You will know when you come. Come quickly." My whip was soaked in chili and white wine last night. I guarantee you will feel comfortable. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at Miss Qin Er. How did I offend her? I haven't seen her for a long time. Luo Qingzhou was a little puzzled. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, maybe it's because you haven't seen Sister Meiju for a long time. And Sister Meiju is angry. Luo Qingzhou, then I will go now. Miss Qin Er nodded and said, go. Don't let Sister Meiju and your beautiful master wait anxiously. Luo Qingzhou held her soft little hand and said, no one is as beautiful as my wife. Miss Qin's eyes moved, and she smiled and said, tell me clearly, which wife? Is it the legal wife or the concubine? Luo Qingzhou said, of course it's the legal wife. Miss Qin's eyes were dazed for a moment, and she smiled and said, of course, the concubine will never be as good as the legal wife. The legal wife is always the elder sister, and they are always the younger sisters. Right? Luo Qingzhou said flatteringly. Of course. Miss Qin smiled and said, okay. Since Brother Qingzhou is so good at talking, Wei-mo will allow you to go out and meet other women. But come back early. Luo Qingzhou said. Yes. After that, he left in a hurry. He was worried that the people coming from the palace this time were really related to the princess's marriage. After he left the courtyard, Miss Qin Er opened the window, looked at the falling snow outside, and murmured softly, Brother Qingzhou, this is what you said. The legal wife is always the elder sister. Luo Qingzhou faced the wind and snow, went out from the back door, circled in the forest, came to the back mountain of Lingshao sect, and climbed the mountain quickly. With his current cultivation, even in the snowy and slippery weather, climbing such a mountain is also very fast. Not long after, he came directly to Jianfeng. He planned to go to Daojia and Denjia's father to wish a happy new year. Chapter 725, Uncle Master's Big Red Envelope. For the princess marriage proposal. There is a ban at the intersection of Jianfeng Road. Luo Qingzhou passed through easily with his badge, and walked towards the bamboo forest covered with snow with ease. As soon as he entered the bamboo forest, he felt a burning knife in tint. There was already fog in the forest. The burning heat of the knife in tint melted the cold snowflakes, collided with the cold air, and turned into wisps of white mist, lingering in the entire bamboo forest. Luo Qingzhou walked a distance, and saw a figure practicing with a knife in the mist. There was no falling snow within 100 meters around her. She was wearing a black and white outfit, tall, with long legs, a round and round buttocks, and her silver hair was simply tied into a ponytail. She was holding a 2-meter-long silver broadsword, slashing with agility and fierce moves. On the tip of her knife, a ray of knife light sizzled in the wind and snow. Luo Qingzhou stood not far away and watched for a while, then took out a cat-faced mask from the storage ring, put it on his face, and then his figure flashed and swept over. Buzz! The black and white sword was unsheathed and stabbed at her throat. Dowling was startled and immediately swung the sword horizontally. With a clang sound, sparks flew, and the huge force immediately split the sword. Luo Qingzhou put away the sword and stabbed again, stabbing her chest. Shameless! Dowling cursed, and actually put away the sword directly, swishing and stabbed it into the ground. Then her bulging chest straightened. Blue eyes looked at him coldly and said, if you have the ability, stab. Luo Qingzhou's sword tip suddenly turned a corner in front of her chest, sank down, stabbed her thigh, lightly touched her skirt, and then retracted it. Dowling immediately crossed her arms and shouted coldly, where did you come from, you little pervert, to trespass into my sword peak? Luo Qingzhou laughed, put away his sword, and said, this is a normal sword move change. I didn't mean it. As he said that, he took off the cat mask on his face and said, Sister Dao, Happy New Year. Are the red envelopes ready? Dowling couldn't hold back her face, and laughed. Brother Chu, you should prepare the red envelopes. Right. Now you are my senior brother. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, I don't have a red envelope, and I'm not used to calling you junior sister, so I'll call you Sister Dao or senior sister. Dowling snorted coldly, it doesn't matter what you call me. You have to give me a red envelope anyway. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, it's okay to give a red envelope, but you have to kneel down and wish me a happy new year. Get lost. Dowling kicked with his feet, and several bamboo leaves flew up and hit him in the face. Luo Qingzhou ignored the bamboo leaves, stretched out his right hand, and at the moment when she kicked out her left foot and was about to retract it, he had already grasped her ankle, The bamboo leaves were separated by the strong wind around him, and fell to the ground. Sister, is this the red envelope you prepared for me? Luo Qingzhou said with a smile. Holding her foot, Dao Ling held the handle of the knife, stood on one foot, retracted her foot, stared at him and said, "Let go." Luo Qingzhou saw 2 blushes on her face, and quickly let go, saying, "I mean kick me, not anything else." Dao Ling snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "What do you think I thought you meant?" Then he suddenly said, "By the way, Chu Feiyang, I heard that Jade Foot Illustrations has been published to the 5th and 6th volumes. I asked someone to buy 2 copies for you." "Really?" Luo Qingzhou's eyes lit up and blurted out. Then he immediately came to his senses and said quickly, "What Jade Feet? What illustrations? I forgot. I don't know what you were talking about." Dao Ling looked contemptuous. The two quarreled for a while before talking about business. Luo Qingzhou said, "Many people from the court came this morning. Did you see them?" Dao Ling immediately became nervous when she heard it. "No. What are they doing here?" Luo Qingzhou comforted, "It has nothing to do with you. They should come to Lingxiao sect to pay New Year's greetings. I will ask my uncle later. By the way, senior sister, how is your father now?" Dao Ling said, "Dad is living well here. He helps clean the sword peak and trim the flowers and plants every day. He looks much more fulfilled and happy than before." Luo Qingzhou said, "That's good." As he was talking, a familiar flute sound suddenly came from the cliff not far away. Dao Ling hurriedly said, "Go quickly. Master will call you again." Luo Qingzhou nodded, looked at her again, and said, "Senior sister, I live by the river at the foot of the mountain now. If you miss me, come down the mountain to find me. I'll know when you stand by the river." Dao Ling was stunned when she heard this, and said, "Are you alone? Or a family?" After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he waved his hand, walked away quickly against the wind and snow. When he stepped on the thick snow and came to the edge of the cliff, the sound of the flute gradually stopped. On the rocks on the cliff, Linghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, was holding a jade flute, standing there coldly, with fluttering sleeves and slightly raised green hair. From the side, the chest was tall and majestic. Luo Qingzhou took a look, walked closer and flattered him. "Uncle Master, you play so beautifully. I knew you were calling me over as soon as I heard it." Linghu Qingzhou turned his head, looked at him coldly, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said, "I wish you a happy new year. All the best. Eternal youth, unparalleled swordsmanship, and invincibility in the world." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him for a while and said, "Do you want a red envelope?" Luo Qingzhou looked up and said, "Of course." Linghu Qingzhou said, "What kind of red envelope do you want?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Can I choose it myself?" Linghu Qingzhou nodded and said, "There are 2 choices. One is gold coins, and the other is treasures." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "I choose treasures." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him deeply, got off the rock, turned and walked towards his cave, and said, "Let's go. There are 2 treasures. You can choose them yourself." Luo Qingzhou was delighted and hurriedly followed behind, saying shamelessly, "Uncle, what treasure is it? I won't take it if it is lower than the middle-grade magic weapon. At least it is a high-level magic weapon. If it is a magic weapon, it would be even better." Linghu Qingzhou did not speak, stepped on the snow, and walked forward quickly. Not long after, the two had arrived at the entrance of the cave. The stone door slowly opened. Linghu Qingzhou led him in. When the stone door behind him slowly closed, and the cave was filled with the warmth and fragrance of spring flowers, Luo Qingzhou suddenly became alert and slowed down his pace and said, "Uncle Master, what is this treasure?" Linghu Qingzhou slightly turned her slender body and looked at him and said, "What are you worried about?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No, I just want to know. It's a magic weapon. You can come or not." Linghu Qingzhou said coldly, and continued to walk forward quickly, entering a stone chamber in front. Luo Qingzhou looked at the stone chamber, and the scenes from the past could not help but reappear in his mind. After hesitating for a while, he still walked over. As soon as he entered the stone chamber, the sweet fragrance of flowers came to his nose, and the room was misty and hazy. But Master Linghu disappeared. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked left and right, walked inside, and shouted, "Master! Master! You are Swish!" At this moment, a green ribbon suddenly flew out of the misty bath and wrapped around his waist. Luo Qingzhou was about to resist, and a cold voice suddenly came from the bath. Do you dare to move? Luo Qingzhou froze instantly. Swoosh! While he was in a daze, the ribbon suddenly exerted force and pulled him directly into the bathtub. With a splash, water splashed everywhere. A proud jade-like body as white as snow suddenly appeared in front of Luo Qingzhou. Uncle Master, you lied to me. What else can help you practice if not a magic weapon? But hiss! In the flower basket by the pool, pink petals suddenly flew up and fell into the pool, swaying gently in the ripples. At the same time, in the reception hall of the main peak of Lingxiao sect, the members of the Great Yin royal family, with generous gifts, were respectfully greeting an old man on the chair. The old man was wearing a wide gray robe, with silver hair, ruddy complexion, and vigorous spirit. He was actually the ancestor of Lingxiao sect, Zhuang Jian, and standing below him, wearing a red skirt, with an elegant posture and extraordinary temperament, was the leader of Lingxiao sect, Fairy Zixia. On the other side of the hall stood the 10 elders of Lingxiao sect and several peak masters. The royal family members, headed by Prince Duan Nangongke, started talking about business after paying New Year's greetings to Zhuang Jian. The two sides seemed to have discussed it long ago. Otherwise Nangongke would not have come with people and gifts in such a grand manner. The eldest princess has reached the age of marriage, and the queen mother is very anxious, fearing that she will fail the late emperor's entrustment. The late emperor once said that he wanted to find the best son-in-law in the world for the eldest princess. The queen mother and your majesty, as well as us uncles, are all very embarrassed about this matter. It's hard to find the best son-in-law in the world. But fortunately, after we discussed it with the queen mother, we felt that there was someone who was quite suitable. The queen mother also asked the eldest princess about her wishes, and the eldest princess agreed. So we came to bother you today. Nanongge. After saying some polite words, Fang bowed and said, Senior Zhuang, do you think you can ask that disciple to come out? I have not only the imperial edict of His Majesty, but also the imperial edict of the Queen Mother. Zhuang Jian looked at Fairy Zixia next to him and asked, Zixia, your disciple hasn't come yet? Fairy Zixia said helplessly. Ancestor, please wait a moment. I'll go and invite him in person. Then he apologized to Prince Duan and other members of the royal family. Everyone, please wait a moment. My disciple is in the critical moment of cultivation now. Others dare not disturb him. I'll go there in person. Nangongke hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you, Fairy Zixia. Fairy Zixia dragged her red skirt. Her figure flashed, and she disappeared in the hall, then flew up to the sky on a white crane and flew towards the sword. Zhuang Jian saw him leave, pondered for a moment, looked at Nangongke and said, Prince Duan, read the imperial edict of His Majesty and the imperial edict of the Queen Mother first, and I will explain it to him in person later. Lest you quibble about words. He won't understand if you can't explain it clearly. Nangongke glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, Okay, with Senior Zhuang here, we don't need to make so many rules. In fact, he knew in his heart that if he waited for the disciple to come and then took out the imperial edict and the imperial edict, the other party would not kneel. And it would be embarrassing if he didn't kneel. So it would be better to take it out and read it now. With Patriarch Lei Xiao here, let alone the imperial edict and the imperial edict. Even if the late emperor came, he would be polite to this person. So there was no need to kneel. Thinking of this, Nangongke immediately took out the Queen Mother's decree. At this time, Nandong Meiju, who was standing at the back, was also holding a communication certificate and calling someone to come quickly. Nandong Shirui stretched her neck, opened her eyes wide, looked at the communication certificate in her hand, and said with curiosity and surprise, Sister Meijiao, what is this treasure? Nandong Meiju was worried and said casually, It's for chatting. Nandong Shirui said, Can you write and chat with anyone on it? Nandong Meiju said, The other party must also have this thing. Nandong Shirui immediately said, What is the name of this treasure? It looks fun. I want it too. Nandong Meiju looked up at her, and suddenly her heart moved, and whispered Shirui, This thing is very precious, and you may encounter bad people on it to deceive you. So your father will definitely not buy it for you. But? Nandong Shirui immediately. But what? Sister Meijiao, can you buy it for me? And what do you need me to exchange it with? Nandong Meiju. Nandong Shirui snorted coldly, It won't be my precious Xiantian jade girl tree. Will it? Nandong Meiju. Nandong Shirui immediately said, That won't work. The Xiantian Jade Girl Tree is a spiritual tree of heaven and earth. Daddy said it has long been extinct. There is only one in the world. Sister Meijiao, don't try to deceive me. Nandong Meijiao's mouth twitched and said, then what can I exchange it with? She knew in her heart that Wei Mo's illness required frequent medication, and the medicine needed the morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree. That guy has now escaped from Kyoto. It is not easy to go to the inner city. I guess he is worried about this matter. If the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree can be taken away, naturally there is no need to worry about the morning dew in the future. Nandong Shirui pouted and said, don't even think about changing anything. Daddy said that the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree is my dowry. I'll give it to whoever marries me in the future. Nandong Meijia's face froze instantly, looking at her tender and beautiful face and dark and lively eyes. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged in her heart. She immediately took out the message and sent a message. At the same time, Fairy Zixia landed on the sword peak on a crane, stepped on the snow, and came to the door of Linghu Qingzhu's cave. There are precious flowers planted on both sides of the door. They are not afraid of the cold. And at this moment, they are blooming bright flowers. The white snowflakes fall on the pink stamens and slide down the petals, making the whole flower look more delicate and charming. Fairy Zixia waited at the door for a while, then reached out and knocked on the door, saying, Qingzhu, is Fei Yong still in there? Let him come out quickly. The guest has been waiting for a long time. Chapter 726 The object of marriage proposal is you. In the cave, there was silence. Fairy Zixia waited patiently at the door, not in a hurry. After a while, the stone door made a sound and slowly opened. Luo Qingzhou, dressed in black, walked out with a guilty look on his face. His breathing had not yet completely calmed down, and was still a little rapid. There were still 2 blushes on both cheeks. I don't know if it was caused by the hot steam inside, or the intense process of cultivation. Fairy Zixia looked at him meaningfully and asked, where is Qingzhu? Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, still cultivating inside. Fairy Zixia smiled slightly and said, then I'll go in and take a look. As she said that, she was about to walk inside. Luo Qingzhou panicked and hurriedly opened his arms to stop her, stammering, Master, my uncle, she is cultivating at a critical moment and doesn't want to be disturbed. Fairy Zixia raised her eyebrows. Oh? Luo Qingzhou's cheeks were hot. Fairy Zixia looked at him deeply again, and then she started talking about business, saying, Fei Yong, come with me to the main peak hall. I have a big red envelope for you. Luo Qingzhou couldn't wait to let her leave here, and hurriedly said, yes, thank you, Master. Fairy Zixia's mouth curved slightly, and she smiled. Do you want it? Luo Qingzhou nodded quickly and said, yes, Master. Let's go quickly. I can't wait to see the big red envelope that Master gave me. Fairy Zixia smiled, turned around and said, let's go. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and looked at the cave, and hurriedly followed behind. Master Uncle fainted again during cultivation. I hope he's okay. But this time, he didn't advance. And it seems that he is still a long way from breaking through. It seems that cultivation is getting more and more difficult. At the same time, in the cave, in the stone chamber, Linghu Qingzhu lay motionless on the rocks in the bathing pool with her hair loose. The pink petals and thin mist covered her slender and delicate body, making her snow-white body hazy and looming, beautiful and attractive. I don't know how long it took. Her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, with a dazed look in her eyes. By the way, Master, are there any guests in the sect today? When they reached the intersection of Jianfeng Road, Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked. Fairy Zixia said calmly, yes. It is a distinguished guest. Prince Duan personally brought members of the royal family to our sect to pay New Year's greetings and discuss things. Luo Qingzhou wondered. The court has always kept a distance from the 5 major sections. Even if they want to win them over, they won't be so blatant. Right? Fairy Zixia shrugged and said, who knows? At this time, the white crane fell from the sky and landed in front of the 2. Fairy Zixia extended her jade hand, stroked the neck of the white crane, turned her head and said, Fei Yong, get on. Luo Qingzhou looked at the white crane in front of him and said in surprise, are we going to ride the crane over? Fairy Zixia said, yes. Get on quickly. Luo Qingzhou was about to get on, but suddenly looked at her and said, Master, you should get on first. I want to sit in the back. Fairy Zixia moved her eyebrows and refused. No. You sit in the back and hug your master. How can it be decent? Luo Qingzhou said. Then it's not appropriate for the disciple to sit in the front and be held in the master's arms. Right? Fairy Zixia laughed brightly and said, if you sit in the front, you can hold its neck. As for the master, there is no need to hold you at all. But if you sit in the back, you will definitely hold the master when you ride a crane for the first time, which is not appropriate. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, and it really made sense. He didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately went up, moved forward, and hugged the white crane's neck. The white crane was docile, and didn't lose his temper. Fairy Zixia also rode on it, and sat behind him, keeping a little distance between him and her, with her hands on both sides, not touching him. The white crane cried, and flapped its wings to fly high. This was the first time that Luo Qingzhou's physical body flew into the sky. Looking at the sky so close, and listening to the whistling wind beside his ears, he yearned more and more for flying with a sword in the late stage of the distraction realm. Sister, you said that only when you reach the late stage of the distraction realm can you split your soul and fly with your physical body. He has now broken through to the middle stage of the spiritual separation realm. With his cultivation speed, it shouldn't take long for him to break through to the late stage. At that time, flying on a sword, shuttling between the blue sky and white clouds, and coming and going freely between heaven and earth. Wouldn't it be as carefree as an immortal? Of course, if you want to be truly carefree, flying on a sword is far from enough. By the way, Master, why did you come to see your disciple in person? Luo Qingzhou looked at the hall getting closer and closer, and suddenly asked. Fairy Zixia said, the distinguished guest wants to see you. The master uncle is also here, and other people don't dare to go up to the sword peak at will. Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned his head and looked at her and said, Master, why do I suddenly have an ominous premonition? What is the big red envelope you gave me? Fairy Zixia smiled slightly and said, you will know when you go there. As she was talking, the white crane cried, stopped flying, and began to glide steadily downwards. Looking at the palace guard standing outside the hall, thinking about the scene he saw by the river in the morning, the ominous feeling in his heart became stronger. However, the princess was in the hall, so he had to go there. The white crane brought the two of them, and landed lightly on the square outside the hall. The two got off the white crane. Fairy Zixia took him to the hall. At this time, everyone in the hall seemed to look at the master and apprentice. Fairy Zixia smiled and looked calm. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt an invisible pressure coming. When he arrived at the door of the hall, his eyes first swept across the faces of several royal family members in front of him, and then looked at Nandong Meiju behind him. At this time, Nandong Meijia's eyes were also staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou wanted her to give some hints, but she didn't show any other expression on her face except looking at him coldly. Nandong Shirui, who was standing next to her, opened her eyes wide and looked curious. Uncle Master, Fei Yang is here. Fairy Zixia walked into the hall and said with a smile. Zhuang Jian, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at the young man in the hall with a smile on his face, and was very pleased. Luo Qingzhou stepped forward and bowed his head and said, Fei Yang greets the ancestor. Zhuang Jian smiled kindly, nodded, and said, Fei Yang, I heard from Zixia that you were practicing in the cave just now. How is the effect? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he lowered his head and said, the effect is quite good. It's quite warm in the cave. Zhuang Jian said with concern, Zixia wait to call you. Didn't it disturb you? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, no. The disciple has finished practicing. Zhuang Jian nodded, stretched out his hand and introduced, Fei Yang. These princes came from Kyoto specifically to see you. Zixia should have told you the details. Right? You should have no objection. Right? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and looked at his master. Fairy Zixia seemed a little embarrassed and said, Master, I haven't had time to tell Fei Yang yet, so you should tell him in person. Zhuang Jian was slightly startled, then looked at her in confusion, and said, Zixia, this is a good thing. Are you afraid to tell him? Fairy Zixia said with embarrassment, Master, I told you before that Fei Yang has a wife at home, and Fei Yang loves his wife very much. So, Luo Qingzhou's heart sank immediately. Zhuang Jian said calmly, so what? This matter is not just a simple marriage. Haven't you discussed it with other sects before? They all agree. I agree. The court agrees. Everyone agrees. Isn't that enough? Fairy Zixia lowered her head slightly and said nothing. Zhuang Jian looked at the young man beside her and smiled, Fei Yang. Since your master didn't say it, then the ancestor will tell you. Today, These princes came here to propose marriage to our Lingxiao sect. They brought the Queen Mother's decree and the Emperor's decree to propose marriage for the eldest princess. And the object of the proposal is you. Luo Qingzhou. Zhuang Jian saw that his face was not right, and said, "What's wrong? Don't you want to? I heard that during the Taikong banquet, you tried your best to protect the eldest princess in the hall, and you admired and fell in love with the eldest princess very much. So shouldn't you be very happy to hear about this?" The hall was quiet for a moment. Whether it was the people of Lingxiao sect or the royal family, they all looked at the young man in the hall with some surprise. Hearing this great news, he stood there motionless, without any excitement on his face. The other party is the proud daughter of De Yin, not only talented, but also beautiful. Moreover, at the Taikong banquet before, this young man did show an appearance of great admiration and protection for the eldest princess. Why is he now? Is it because he is too excited that he is stunned? When everyone was puzzled, the young man suddenly bowed deeply to the ancestor of Lingxiao sect, turned around, bowed to the royal princes, and then said, "Fei Yong is grateful for the kindness of the Queen Mother and your Majesty, and has no way to repay it. However, Fei Yong already has a wife at home, so I can't marry again. Fei Yong is also very grateful for your running around and hard work for this matter." Everyone. The hall was suddenly silent. No one expected that after hearing this news, this young man did not hesitate at all and directly refused. Zhuang Jian frowned slightly. Fairy Zixia's face remained unchanged, as if she had expected it. Prince Duan Nandongke and other members of the royal family were all stunned and confused. Only Nandong Meiju, who was standing at the back, showed a smile, and seemed to be in a good mood. At this time, Wu Yuzi, the great elder of Lingxiao sect, suddenly said, "Fei Yong, even if you have a wife, it doesn't matter. Let her take a step back and be a concubine. I believe that with the princess's mind, she will not care about these trivial matters." After this, Nandongke also hurriedly assured, "Mr. Chu, don't worry. The Queen Mother and His Majesty have already said that if you already have a wife, you don't need to divorce her. And the princess will never force you to do those immoral things. You just need to be at ease to marry the princess. And the rest of your family can follow you and live in the princess's mansion. No one will embarrass your family." At this time, Nandong Shirui, who was standing behind, suddenly said in a crisp voice, "Brother Chu, Sister Huiyue has many beautiful female guards around her, and Sister Huiyue also has a female guard. If you marry Sister Huiyue, you can be a bridegroom every night in the future." As soon as these words came out, Nandongke's face suddenly changed, and he immediately turned around and scolded, "Xiaorui, don't talk nonsense." Nandong Shirui stared at him, not afraid at all, and said, "Daddy, is what I said true? And I'm also helping you persuade Brother Chu." Nandong Ji's facial muscles twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Meijiao, take Shirui out first. Play for a while. We will come to find you later." Nandong Meiju stood still and said, "Uncle Wang, children speak without restraint," and Shirui did not say anything wrong. Nandongge had a bitter face, secretly regretting agreeing to bring the sisters here, and could only smile and say, "Mr. Chu, Senior Zhuang, Fairy Zixia, children are ignorant. Don't take it to heart." Then he persuaded, "Mr. Chu, we came here with full sincerity this time. You can put forward any request you have, as long as we can do it. His Majesty and the Queen Mother will try their best to satisfy you." Luo Qingzhou arched his hands to him and bowed his head and said, "Wang, you are too kind. It takes several lifetimes for me to marry the eldest princess. I am so grateful to you, the Queen Mother and your Majesty. How can I be dissatisfied? However, I have just made it very clear that I already have a wife at home and I really cannot marry again. As for what the elder and the prince said, let my wife be a concubine. Sorry, I can't do it, since she has married me and is my wife. I will naturally support her and love her forever. I will never let her suffer because of another woman, even if the other party is the eldest princess." After these words came out, the hall fell silent again. Nandong Meiju looked at him quietly, with a trance in her eyes. Another princess standing not far away, with a flickering look in her eyes, held a message in her sleeves, and transmitted all the conversations just now. At this time, Zhuang Jian suddenly said, "Fei Yong, the reason why you don't agree to this marriage is because you are afraid that your wife will be wronged and don't want her to be a concubine. Right?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said respectfully, "This is only one of the reasons. In addition, Although I do admire the eldest princess, and have tried my best to protect her, I only respect and admire her. And there is no love between men and women. I don't want to be a prince consort. I just want to practice here quietly, and don't want to participate in any things. He knew that this marriage involved too many things. He must not be involved in it. The princess had done him a great favor, and he should indeed repay her, but not by giving himself to her, and certainly not by wronging his wife and family. Moreover, this marriage was a political marriage, which not only involved people from all parties in the court, but also the 5 major sects, and even the entire Great Yen. He could die to repay the princess, but he must not drag his family into danger. In the hall, everyone looked at each other and understood the meaning of his last sentence. But Zhuang Jian still said, Fei Yang, if you really want to practice quietly without any disturbance, you should agree to this marriage. This marriage is related to the safety of Great Yen. After a pause, he said, as for you saying that you don't want to wrong your wife, do you want to wrong the princess? At this point, he glanced at Prince Duan and the royal family members. Nandongge said quickly, Mr. Chu, I don't think this matter is wronged. I believe your wife will be willing to agree to be able to become sisters with the eldest princess and call her sister. That's not necessarily true. At this time, a crisp and unfamiliar voice suddenly came from the crowd behind him. Nandongge frowned and turned his head to look. Other people also looked over. Behind the crowd, Nandong Shirui opened her mouth slightly, opened her eyes wide, and was stunned for a moment, and suddenly said, Daddy, it's not what I said. I just... Bold ghost. At this moment, the ancestor Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly shouted angrily, soared into the sky, and instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the hall. Chapter 727 Possessed and Eavesdropped. Luo Qingzhou refused the marriage. Everyone in the hall was shocked. No one noticed that a ghost had suddenly sneaked in, and even performed the possession technique silently. You know, there are many masters in the hall now. Even if it was just the warriors of Ling Xiao's sect, they were all the top existences in Yin. Not to mention that there were other royal masters in the hall. However, no one noticed the ghost. Even the Ling Xiao sect ancestor, with the highest cultivation level, only noticed it after the other party made a sound. This unpredictable infiltration ability made everyone tremble with fear. Prince Duan Nandongge looked grim. He rushed to the back and picked up his precious daughter. He checked carefully and asked in a trembling voice, Daughter, are you okay? Nandong Shirui blinked her big eyes and said in confusion, It's okay, Daddy. I just felt dizzy and then I'm fine. Nandongge was still in shock. He held her tightly in his arms and looked outside the hall. At this time, the 10 elders and several peak masters of Ling Xiao sect all rushed out, looked up in the square outside, and looked around. Fairy Zixia also disappeared on the spot. For a while, the hall was in panic and silent. Not long after, a stream of light flew back from outside the hall with a swish sound and landed on a chair on the steps. With a solemn and puzzled look on his face, the peak masters and elders also returned to the hall immediately. The great elder Wu Yuzi asked hurriedly, Uncle Master, have you caught that ghost? Zhuang Jian's face was as gloomy as water, and he sighed and said, I didn't even see who the other party was. How can I talk about catching it? When I chased him out, the other party had already disappeared. When these words came out, everyone was even more shocked. You know, this ancestor is one of the few remaining top masters of the Grandmaster level in Yin. He went out to chase the enemy with all his strength, but he didn't even see the shadow of the other party. How terrifying is the other party's strength? In the hall, the atmosphere was solemn and silent for a while. At this time, a red shadow flashed at the door, and Fairy Zixia came back and frowned slightly, saying, Uncle Master, I just checked the mountain protection formation and didn't see any signs of damage. Nor did I find any signs of ghosts sneaking in and out. It's a bit strange. At this time, Mo Jiofeng of Beiwang Peak suddenly guessed, could it be someone from the sect? Zhuang Jian pondered for a moment with a solemn expression, and said, Don't worry, everyone. The opponent's strength is not as strong as imagined. Just using some other skills, or carrying a stealth treasure. If the opponent is really powerful, there is no need to hide so sneakily. Everyone was relieved after hearing this. Nandongge suddenly wondered, Senior Zhuang, what is the intention of the other party sneaking in like this, and possessing the little girl to speak suddenly? Zhuang Jian frowned slightly, and remained silent. Who knows what the other party's intention is? At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Maybe he is just having fun. Don't worry, Your Majesty. After saying this, everyone looked at him. Nangong stared at him with burning eyes and said, Master Chu knows that person? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, I am just guessing. As for who the other party is, I don't know either. Everyone fell silent again. There was another moment of silence. Zhuang Jian said, This matter ends here. Fei Yang, this marriage is of great importance. We can give you 3 days to go back and think about it carefully. Nangong also said hurriedly, Mr. Chu, I hope you can think it over. The Queen Mother, His Majesty, and the Princess are all waiting for your reply. After a pause, he said, By the way, there are actually several candidates for the son-in-law, including the princes of the neighboring Great Mongolia Empire and Baitsan Kingdom. But the princess personally chose you. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and then his heart sank. He couldn't help but think of some things that happened in the 2 days when he was forced to hide in the princess's bathroom. He remembered the letter and the promise he made to the princess. At that time, the princess had already decided. Right? Or, after those 2 days of getting along, the princess decided that it was his? When Nangong finished speaking and was about to say goodbye, Nangong Meiju suddenly came out and said coldly, Mr. Chu, the princess asked me to give you a letter. As she spoke, she took out a letter and handed it to Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, was stunned, and reached out to take the letter from her hand. When he was about to speak, Nangong Meijiao had already pursed her lips and snorted, turned around and left, leaving him with a cold and arrogant back. Luo Qingzhou looked at her back with some suspicion. The moment she pursed her lips and snorted, he actually had an illusion that she was not her, but like Senior Zhuang, Fairy Zixia, Elders, Peak Masters, Mr. Chu, we still have to go back to reply to the Queen Mother and His Majesty. So we'll take our leave first. Nangong glanced at him and bowed to say goodbye. Other members of the royal family did not dare to stay here any longer. In the hall of the Lingxiao sect where all the masters gathered, a powerful spirit of unknown origin broke in. Who knows what will happen next? It is better to leave quickly. All the royal family members bowed and said goodbye. Zhuang Jian sat on the chair, nodded majestically, and did not stand up. With his seniority and status, there was really no need to stand up to see them off. Fairy Zixia, several peak masters, and 10 elders bowed in return and sent them out. Luo Qingzhou held the letter and stood in the hall, a little at a loss. Things came too suddenly, and for a moment, he was a little bit unable to accept it. Although there had been such speculations and inferences before, it was still unlikely. I think that with the character of the eldest princess, she should not give in easily. Who knows? Fei Yang, now there are only you and me here. Tell the truth. Why don't you want this marriage? After everyone in the hall left and only 2 people were left, Zhuang Jian asked. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and said, Grandmaster, what I just said is the truth, and I have nothing to hide. Zhuang Jian frowned slightly and said, Do you know that other sects, other forces, and even other countries are vying for this opportunity? The eldest princess personally selected you, and others, including the Queen Mother and the Emperor, have nothing to say. Your marriage with the eldest princess can not only stabilize the situation in Diyan and end the struggle between the royal family and the various factions in the court, but also rely on the resources of the royal family and the court to practice. Of course, it can also bring many benefits to my Lingxiao sect. There is one more thing. As far as I know, the eldest princess's physique is not simple. She is very powerful. If you become a couple with her and practice together, you can go further and faster. Luo Qingzhou listened to his persuasion, but in his mind, he was thinking about the little things that happened after he met the eldest princess, as well as what happened in the palace in the past 2 days. He felt like he was dreaming. The high, majestic and cold eldest princess was going to marry him and become his wife? My husband? It's time to rest. I'll help you undress. Your Highness, please sit down. I'll help you take off your socks. My husband? I want to ride a horse. My wife? It's my turn to ride tonight. Woo! Then call Sister Chan Chan to join. My concubine? How dare you? You want to call Sister Chan Chan? Woo, I was wrong. I kneeled down to apologize to my husband. No matter how I think about it, it feels absurd. Fei Yang, did you hear what I said? Zhuang Jian looked at him lovingly and seriously. Luo Qingzhou woke up from his fantasy, paused, and said, Grandmaster, I still can't agree to this marriage. Zhuang Jian frowned, stared at him for a while, waved his sleeves and said, You go back first. Read the letter sent by the princess first, and then go back and think about it. I give you 3 days. I hope you can figure it out. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say more, bowed and left. Outside the hall, it was still snowing heavily, and everything was white. The fairy Zixia, dressed in red, came from a distance. The red dress was particularly dazzling in the white snow. In a trance, Luo Qingzhou seemed to see the scene when he first met the princess. The red skirt is like fire. The black hair is like a waterfall. The face is majestic and beautiful. The figure is tall and graceful. And under the skirt, there is a pair of snow-white jade feet. Dazzling white, beautiful and attractive. Pooh, pooh, pooh. What are you thinking about again? He must not wrong the second lady. And he must not let the second lady be a concubine. He must not drag the Qin family into the whirlpool of politics. Fei Yang, are you going back? Fairy Zixia came with a distinguished temperament, with a warm smile on her face. And she was not angry because he rejected this marriage that would be of great benefit to the sect. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Disciple still has to go to Jianfeng to wish senior sister a happy new year. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Are you going to see Qingju? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched and said, Of course, I have to tell Uncle Master. After a pause, he said, Disciple may come to the sect to practice in the next few days. Fairy Zixia nodded and said calmly, With Qingju accompanying you to practice, it will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Luo Qingzhou, why does he feel that Master seems to know everything? Could it be that Master also saw it when the energy in his body suddenly burst out in Uncle Master's cave just now, and he felt that he was about to break through? Fei Yang, if you really don't want this marriage, Master will support you. But Master can't help you with the ancestor. You have to convince him yourself. As for the royal family, don't worry. No one dares to embarrass you. Fairy Zixia looked at him lovingly. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly felt warm and touched. And he said respectfully, Thank you, Master. Fairy Zixia smiled slightly, took out a red envelope from her sleeve, handed it to him, and said, Inside is a talisman made of a leaf, which can make you invisible for half an hour. Use it in an emergency, and crush it with your internal force. However, you can't use it to do bad things. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly took it, and thanked him again, saying, Master, don't worry. I am a gentleman, and will never do bad things. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Go. Qingju should be waiting for you. Luo Qingzhou's cheeks were hot, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. He bowed and said goodbye and left, and soon disappeared in the wind and snow in the distance. Fairy Zixia stood there for a while before walking towards the hall. In the hall, Zhuang Jian was frowning and thinking, waiting for her. Fairy Zixia entered the hall and bowed slightly. Zixia, actually the ghost just now has not left, and it is possessed by the girl next to the little girl. Master Uncle, her name is Nangong Meiju. She is the princess of the prince's mansion of the southern kingdom. And the girl Fei Yang likes. Oh, yes. Zhuang Jian fell into deep thought. Fairy Zixia glanced at him, and suddenly said, Master Uncle, actually there is a way. Fei Yang may accept it. Oh, tell me about it. Chapter 728. Are you in love? Jianfeng Road intersection. Luo Qingzhou stopped under a big tree, calmed down, and opened the letter in his hand. There was only a short sentence in the letter. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. This palace is now hanging in the abyss, in a dilemma, and can only rely on you. After reading it, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. He understood the other party's current situation, and was willing to help her. But using this method was really embarrassing for him. However, from this sentence, it can be seen that the other party is not really willing to marry him, but just wants to use him temporarily. Is it to temporarily paralyze those people? Or to use his identity to win over Ling Xiao's sect? If this is true, then can the two of them get married in a fake way? The other party holds the document he signed, and has done him a great favor. This is the first time he asks for his help. Even if he wants to refuse, he can't bear it. And if the other party just wants to get married with him in a fake way, then things will be much easier. At least, he didn't have such a big psychological pressure and burden. It seems that he still needs to go back and discuss this matter with the second lady. He thought about it for a while, and then stepped on the snow and climbed up the sword. There are many green bamboos on the sword. The green bamboos are now covered with snow. I wonder if the other bamboo. A low sound of a flute suddenly came from the edge of the cliff not far away. He stopped, hesitated for a moment, and walked over. Although it was a bit shameful, since it has happened, as a responsible man, he should still ask about the situation. Crack, crack. He stepped on the thick snow and soon came to the edge of the cliff. On a huge rock on the cliff, Linghu Qingju was dressed in green, holding a jade flute, and stood there gracefully. When he appeared, the sound of the flute stopped abruptly. Linghu Qingju held the jade flute, looked at the sea of clouds outside the cliff with a cold expression, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou stood beside the cliff, quietly looking at her lonely and graceful silhouette. His eyes could not help but stay on her proud chest for a few seconds, and his mind could not help but recall the scenes that were close before. In front of the cliff, there was silence for a moment. The two stood in silence for a while, and Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt the message on his body vibrate. He took it out and took a look. It was sent by the princess. Have you decided? Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, didn't I reject it in front of you? Princess, you should have known about this 2 days ago. Right? Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Meijiao, will it be useful to tell you? Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, it seems useless, but I can think of more reasons. Xiao Meijiao, Dad and Mother both told me that you can't refuse this marriage unless you leave Dian. Luo Qingzhou, what if I have to refuse? Xiao Meijiao, then your family will be found soon, and your wife will soon disappear, because this marriage involves too many people and forces. It must succeed. With your current strength, you can't compete at all. Even your sect is very willing to facilitate this marriage. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment. Princess, I'll tell you the truth. Last time I was trapped in Kyoto, I entered the imperial city and became an assassin. At the critical moment, it was the eldest princess who saved me. The eldest princess has saved me and the entire Qin family more than once. You should know that. Xiao Meijiao, so she needs help now. You can't refuse. Right? Luo Qingzhou, have you read the letter? Xiao Meijiao, no. But she told me when she wrote to me, because she knows my relationship with you. She told me that she needs your help now, at least to help her delay for 2 months. Luo Qingzhou, how did you answer? Xiao Meijiao, I can't refuse. I also know that she is in a dilemma now, and she has done a great favor to you and the Qin family, and she needs your help. Although she doesn't know that you are the great talent of the Qin family that she calls Mr. I know. So I don't know how to refuse her. Luo Qingzhou, Princess, how did you answer? Xiao Meijiao, I said, I have no objection. But he has a wife at home, and he will never let his wife be a concubine. Luo Qingzhou, what did she answer? Xiao Meijiao, she said, it doesn't matter. She can be a concubine at home, and a princess outside. Just don't tell outsiders. She just wants to use this marriage to delay for a while. So, I have nothing to say. Luo Qingzhou looked at the news and was stunned for a long time. Princess, after hearing what you said, I have nothing to say. Xiao Meijiao, so, what are you going to do? Luo Qingzhou, can you discuss with her about fake marriage? Xiao Meijiao, get married in front of the world and send her to the bridal chamber. Even if you two have agreed that it is fake. Do you think it is fake? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while. Then I will go back and discuss with Wei Yimo and listen to her opinions. Xiao Meijiao, I should listen to her opinions. After all, she is the legal wife. Luo Qingzhou, Princess, I also want to hear your opinions. In fact, from my current status, you are also the legal wife. Xiao Meijiao, don't say sweet words to me. I can't laugh now. Luo Qingzhou, I can't laugh either. Xiao Meijiao, really? You should be laughing in your heart. Right? When you go back and hide in the quilt alone, you will probably laugh out loud. Right? Luo Qingzhou, Princess, I am not that casual. I don't want to take everyone for myself. You and I both know the temperament of the eldest princess. Even if I am strong, I can't suppress her. Being with her, I live in fear and discomfort every day. Do you think I like that kind of life? Xiao Meijiao, yes. Her temperament is innate, and it has been cultivated since childhood, and it has been honed on the battlefield. Not to mention you. Even my father would feel awe and trepidation when he saw her. No matter how outstanding you are, it is impossible for her to treat you as gently as a wife. However, in this way, Will you feel more excited and expectant to slowly conquer her? Luo Qizhou, I'm not that perverted. Xiao Meiju, only you know what you think in your heart. Anyway, I have told you everything I should say. You decide for yourself. Luo Qingzhou, alas. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou sighed, raised his head, and was immediately startled. Linghu Qingzhu had stood beside him without knowing when, and was looking at the communication certificate in his hand with his dark eyes. Master Uncle. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and immediately put away the communication certificate, saying, How can you peek at other people's news? Linghu Qingzhu looked at him coldly. Without saying a word, Luo Qingzhou froze, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Uncle Master, if you want to see it, you can just say it. It's too scary to come here silently like this. Linghu Qingzhu looked at him coldly for a while, and then said, Are you ready to agree? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Not yet. I have to go back to my home to discuss it with my family. Then he hurriedly said, Uncle Master, what do you think I should do? Linghu Qingzhu turned around and looked at the sea of clouds and snowflakes outside the cliff. After a moment of silence, he said, She is right. You can't refuse this marriage. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, It's a pity that I am not strong enough. If I were strong enough, maybe I wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Linghu Qingzhu looked at him and said, Are you embarrassed? I can't see it. Luo Qingzhou didn't want to argue with her about this topic anymore, and asked with concern, Uncle Master, are you okay just now? Linghu Qingzhu turned his head and looked outside the cliff, and said coldly, It's okay. Silence for a moment. She said again, Are you about to break through? Luo Qingzhou urged the internal force in the Danhai, felt the energy in the body, and said, It should have reached the peak, but it seems to be a little short of a breakthrough. The energy and external stimulation must continue, but it seems that it is not enough. Linghu Qingzhu pondered for a moment and said, It should be the elixir. Most of the great martial artists and grandmasters need to take the specially refined 9 apertures gathering spirit pill to stimulate all the energy in the body before they can break through in one go. I have collected enough medicinal materials for refining the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill over the years. When I succeed in refining it, you can take it and try it. Luo Qingzhou heard this and looked at her and said, What about the Master Uncle? Those medicinal materials should be very precious. Right? With the strength and status of the Master Uncle, it actually takes many years to collect them all. Master Uncle should have been preparing for this day. Right? If you give it to me, what will you do? Linghu Qingzhu turned his face away, slightly tilted his body, looked away and said, I was almost breaking through just now. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood, and said, Uncle, you don't need the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill. You can break through with just me. Right? Linghu Qingzhu's ears were slightly red, and she turned sideways to him and whispered, Yeah. Luo Qingzhou was relieved, thought about it, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his body, handed it to her, and said, Uncle, take this bottle of spiritual liquid. 2 drops each time. Try the effect first. Maybe you can break through directly. Linghu Qingzhu was slightly stunned, paused, and when he was about to raise his hand to take it, his hand suddenly retracted, and then turned around and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou met her eyes, stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted. His mouth twitched, and he could only promise, Uncle Master, don't worry. No matter whether this spiritual liquid has any effect, I will come to accompany you again to practice. After saying this, his cheeks were a little hot. Linghu Qingzhu still looked at him quietly, and after a moment, he suddenly asked, Do you like it? Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, shook his head quickly, thought about it, felt that shaking his head was wrong, and nodded quickly, but felt that nodding was too naked and blatant, which did not fit his personality. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a while, lowered his head slightly, his eyelashes trembling, and whispered, Me too. Chapter 729, A Marriage That Cannot Be Refused. On the edge of the cliff, the wind and snow are still blowing. Luo Qingzhou could not feel the coldness of the wind and snow, but only felt a fire burning in his body. A moment of trance. In his mind, the scene when he first saw her emerged, dressed in green, cold and proud like snow bamboo, with a sword in his eyes. Who would have thought that in just a few months, the relationship between the two would suddenly become what it is now? Thinking about it now, it seems like a dream. Master. looking at her reserved and slightly shy appearance. Her sincere and bold words just echoed in his ears. His heart softened, and he couldn't help but stretch out his arms, wanting to hold her in his arms. However, this is not her cave, nor is it an uninhabited place. This is Lingxiao sect. She is the peak master of the sword peak of Lingxiao sect, and he is her junior. So, he hesitated for a moment and retreated again. The cold wind blew, bringing a breath of air. Linghu Qingju came back to his senses. His face regained its cold expression. He took a step back, turned sideways, and looked at the snow outside the cliff. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head slightly, and stood behind her respectfully. Su Feng came over from the path next to him, glanced at the two of them, and said respectfully, "Master, the sect leader asked you to go to the main hall, saying that he has something to discuss with you." Linghu Qingzhu frowned slightly, nodded, turned around and left, without looking at the person behind him again. Luo Qingzhou said, "Senior sister Su Feng, Happy New Year." Su Feng smiled and said, "Junior brother Chu, Happy New Year. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you." As he said that, he smiled and waved his hand, and followed Linghu Qingzhu. The master and apprentice soon disappeared in the snow in the distance. Luo Qingzhou stood by the cliff for a while before going down the mountain behind. He was going to go back and discuss with the second young lady. And by the way, go to Lingshan Moon Palace to see someone. The tone of the ghost in the hall before, and the expression of the princess when she gave him the letter, gave him a very familiar feeling. If it was really her, it would be terrible. It was not dangerous, but terrifying to shock and puzzle him. The steps down the mountain were full of snow. While thinking about things, he walked down the mountain slowly. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, the messy footprints on the road were almost covered by the heavy snow. But it was still possible to see how many distinguished guests came to Lingxiao sect today. Prince Tuan went back with the result of his refusal. I don't know what the Queen Mother and the Emperor would think, but they would definitely not give up just like that. In order to take away all the power of the princess, they racked their brains and calculated. Finally, they found such an opportunity. How could they give up easily? Just as the princess said, if he refused again because he had a wife at home, the other party might be furious and do something even more terrible. Moreover, it may not be just the court that will force him. It was noon. Smoke rose from the houses on the river not far away. The path in the wilderness was covered with thick white snow, and occasionally there were footprints of a few sparrows. In the forest not far away, a hare poked its head out to look for food. The river was covered with snowflakes and mist. A small boat stopped in the middle of the river. A girl in a water-green dress, with a pair of bare white jade feet, was sitting on the bow of the boat, paddling the river water with her feet. Bored and dazed, Luo Qingzhou took a look, but did not go over and went back home directly. The courtyard of his home was as quiet as before. Zhuer and Xiaodai were roasting fire and talking in the main room. Xiaodai was sewing clothes in her hand, while Zhuer had a flying knife in her hand, turning it flexibly at her fingertips. When Luo Qingzhou pushed the door open and went in, the flying knife in Zhuer's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She stood up hurriedly, lowered her head, blushed, and had a nervous expression on her face. Xiaodai said naturally, "Sir, where is the red envelope? I was still preparing to pay New Year's greetings to you and ask for a red envelope, but you ran away." Luo Qingzhou took out the red envelope that the second lady gave her last night and teased her. "Kneel down and kowtow to this young master, and the red envelope will be given to you." Xiaodai pouted her little mouth immediately, rolled her eyes at him in dissatisfaction, and said, "Humph, I don't want it. I would rather not have it." Luo Qingzhou smiled and stuffed the red envelope into her pocket. Just as she was about to leave, Xiaodai hurriedly asked, "Master, where is Sister Zhuer's? The second lady said this morning that she had given you all the red envelopes last night. Are you trying to hide your private money?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the little girl next to her and said, "I've already given it to her." Xiaodai asked in confusion, "When did you give it to her? How come I don't know?" Then she turned around and asked, "Sister Zhuer, did the master give you a red envelope?" Zhuer lowered her head, blushed, and whispered, "Give it. Give it." Xiaodai was surprised and said, "When did you give it to me?" Zhuer's head was almost buried in her bulging chest. "Morning." "Morning?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, said nothing more, walked to the door of the room, and took off his shoes. Just as he was about to reach out and knock on the door was already opened. Zhuer came out and said with a smile, "Sir, The young lady is reading on the couch. Luo Qingzhou took out another red envelope and handed it to her, saying, "Chior, Happy New Year." Chior took the red envelope and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. I also wish you a Happy New Year, and love and grow old together with the young lady." Luo Qingzhou touched her head and went into the room. Chior helped him close the door, turned around, and saw Zhu running out of the hall with a red face, saying, "I'm going to practice flying knives." Xiao Dai looked puzzled and said, "Sister Chior, Sister Zhu seems to be a little bit wrong." Chior glanced outside and smiled. "It's okay. It will be fine in a few days." In the study, the stove was burning and the incense was curling. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress. Her black hair was simply tied with a ribbon and fell on one side of her chest. Under the white dress was a pair of slender feet wearing snow-white silk stockings. At this time, she was sitting on the couch, slightly lowering her head and flipping through the books in her hands. When Luo Qingzhou walked over, she was still looking down attentively. "What are you looking at? So serious?" Luo Qingzhou sat down beside her, stretched out his hand naturally. One arm wrapped around her slender waist. One hand stroked her slender calves a few times, and then took her feet. Miss Jean Eyre turned her head and looked at him and said, "Husband sings and wife follows. 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Daddy gave it to me this morning. Didn't Daddy also give you a copy?" Luo Qingzhou played with her feet and said with disdain, "What husband sings and wife follows? 3 obediences and 4 virtues. They are all rotten books that oppress women. Wei-mo, don't read these books. In our family, there is no need for these rules. You can do whatever you like." Miss Jean looked at him tenderly and said, "But Wei-mo feels that serving Brother Qingzhou is the happiest thing." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, paused, and talked about business. "Wei-mo, there is something I want to tell you. You should be mentally prepared first." Miss Jean was silent for a while, and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, is it possible that the eldest princess wants to propose to Chu Fei Yang of Lingshao sect?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and said with surprise, "How do you know?" Miss Jean sighed slightly and said, "Today's team is originally a team to propose marriage. Woo. Plus some of the things you and Meiju said to me before." Weimon naturally guessed it. Luo Qingzhou stared at the expression on her face for a while, then lowered his head to kiss her little mouth, and praised, "My wife is as smart as ice and snow, unparalleled in the world." Miss Jean Eyre's face was still full of tenderness, without any angry expression, and she said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, you can't refuse, right? So you came back to discuss it with Weimon?" Luo Qingzhou sighed, told everything that happened in the palace a few days ago, and then took out the letter that the princess gave him. He handed it to her, saying, "I really can't refuse." Miss Jean Eyre looked at the letter in her hand with a complicated expression, and murmured, "A drop of water should be repaid with a spring." Then she looked up at him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, the princess has been very kind to us. This time she saved you in the palace. Now she needs help. You really can't refuse." Luo Qingzhou said, "Wei-mo, what should I do? I will definitely not let you be a concubine. Don't worry." Miss Jean Eyre smiled slightly and said, "In fact, for Wei-mo, being a concubine is nothing, as long as she can be with Brother Qingzhou. Even if it's just to be a little maid, Wei-mo is willing." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms with pity, and said, "No matter what, I will never let you be a concubine, and I will never let you suffer any grievances." Miss Jean leaned softly in his arms, silent for a while, and said, "Sister Meiju went today. Did Brother Qingzhou talk to her?" Luo Qingzhou said, "This letter from the eldest princess was given to me by the princess. I chatted with her for a while using the communication treasure." As he said, he took out the communication treasure and showed her the chat records between the two. Miss Jean too lowered her head, and after reading quietly, she sighed softly and said, "It seems that the princess really needs Brother Qingzhou's help. She is willing to be a concubine in this case. Brother Qingzhou really can't refuse. But it can also be seen that the princess is indeed just a temporary measure, not really wanting to marry you. Otherwise how could she be willing to be a concubine? I guess when things are over, she will." Luo Qingzhou said, "Divorce me?" Miss Jean too looked at him and said, "Maybe. Brother Qingzhou is so outstanding and so good at coaxing people. Maybe the princess will suddenly like him? If the princess finds out that Chu Feiyang is Brother Qingzhou, she might like him even more." Luo Qingzhou smiled bitterly and said, Wei Mo. Stop joking. What do you think I should do? Agree to her to get married with her in a fake marriage? But since we have already married, it is real. And it can't be fake. Miss Qin Er was silent for a moment. And suddenly said, Brother Qingzhou. Today is the first day of the new year. You haven't gone to greet my sister yet. Go quickly. My sister will give you a red envelope. Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. And when he was about to speak, Miss Qin Er said again, Go quickly. At least greet my sister. And give Bailing and Xiaochan a red envelope. As for this matter, Wei Ma will think about it carefully and give Brother Qingzhou an answer tomorrow. Okay. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. And had to say, okay. He changed into a white Confucian robe. Left the room. Put on his shoes with Chioer's service. And then went out with an umbrella. Next door is Lingshan Moon Palace. When he arrived at the door of Lingshan Moon Palace, the scene that happened in the main hall of Lingxiao sect before appeared in his mind again. That's not necessarily true. Humph. The tone and expression. Now thinking about it. Still have a very familiar feeling. While he was guessing at the door, a clear and pleasant singing voice suddenly came from the courtyard. I am a little donkey. He never rides me. One day he rode to the market on a whim. Luo Qingzhou's expression moved slightly. And he listened carefully. After she finished singing, he heard a sigh. Alas. Loneliness is like snow. Dong. 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 Luo Qingzhou went forward and knocked on the door. A clear and questioning voice came from the courtyard immediately. Who? Little Bailing is here. Bad guys trespassing. Kill without mercy. Luo Qingzhou said. I. Then. A footstep ran over. Squeak. The courtyard door opened. Bailing, wearing a pink dress, stood in the doorway. Arms folded. Pouting. Looking at him angrily. Saying, So you are a bad son-in-law. Humph. It's already noon on the first day of the new year. Did you forget to come and wish my young lady a happy new year? Or do you just don't want to come? Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a while. And said, I went out this morning for something. And just came back. By the way, Bailing, did you go out this morning? Bailing pursed her lips and snorted. Saying, Why should I tell you? After that, she turned around and left angrily. Luo Qingzhou followed her in. Stared at her back for a few more times. And said, Bailing, wish your uncle a happy new year. And your uncle will give you a red envelope. Bailing stopped. Turned her head and looked at him and said, What red envelope? I don't want money. Luo Qingzhou said, Then what do you want? Bailing snorted, Anyway. No money. Luo Qingzhou stared into her eyes and said, Then your uncle will give you a gift. By the way, we have moved here for several days. Have you been to Lingxiao sect? Bailing said, No. What's wrong? Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a few seconds. Then retracted his gaze and said, Nothing. Just asking. After that, he took out a red envelope from his pocket. Handed it to her. And said, I'll give you a jade bracelet. Your skin is so white. It will look good on you. Really? Bai Ling's eyes lit up. And she immediately took it and opened the red envelope with a happy face. As a result, there was a string of copper coins in the red envelope. Luo Qingzhou said, Take the money and buy it yourself. You can buy whatever you want. After that, he ignored her and went into the house. Bai Ling pouted and stamped her feet and said, Stinky son-in-law. Bullying me again. Hateful. Luo Qingzhou went straight into Chan Chan's room. However, the room was empty. Chan Chan was not in the room. Luo Qingzhou looked at another room and didn't dare to go over. When he was hesitating whether to drag Bai Ling into her room and torture her severely, the door of the eldest lady's room suddenly opened. Xia Chan appeared at the door and looked at him and said, Come in. Come in. Luo Qingzhou was startled when he heard the words, and suddenly heard the sound of tuning the strings of a guitar in the room. Chapter 730 Hiding under the bed of the eldest lady. Dong. A light sound. Like the sound of a spring. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment. Then walked to the door and whispered, Is the eldest lady in there? Asked knowingly to ease the embarrassment. Xia Chan did not answer. Staring at his neck quietly. What's wrong? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. And reached out to touch his neck. And suddenly felt a tooth mark on it. The second lady bit it. He hurriedly explained in a low voice. Then pulled up his collar hard to cover it. And then coughed and deliberately raised his voice. Did the eldest lady let me in? This is the eldest lady's boudoir. It's not good for me to go in. Xia Chan glanced at him again. Ignored him. And turned into the room. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, a little embarrassed, paused, and had to bow to the inside and said, Miss Qingzhou is here to wish you a happy new year. I wish you a happy new year. There was no response in the room. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, it must be not good for me to enter the eldest lady's boudoir like this. Maybe the eldest lady is only wearing pajamas. But I didn't get the red envelope from the eldest lady. And it would be difficult to explain to the second lady when I go back. What should I do? Just when he was in trouble, Beiling's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Son-in-law, did you bring a red envelope for my lady? Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, shouldn't the eldest lady give me a red envelope? Beiling snorted and said, son-in-law, you are a dignified scholar, but you are not willing to give even a red envelope? It turns out that the lady is so good to you in Shaodai. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and had to say, I still have a red envelope here. If the eldest lady wants it, I will give it to her. Beiling's eyes immediately flashed with a cunning look, and she leaned close to him and whispered, son-in-law, give the red envelope to Xiao Beiling, and Xiao Beiling will help you give it to the young lady. Luo Qingzhou was about to take out the red envelope from his pocket, but suddenly stopped, looked at her expectant expression, and suddenly said, forget it. I'll let Chan Chan give it later. Beiling immediately blinked her innocent big eyes, pouted her little mouth, and said aggrievedly, son-in-law, don't you believe Xiao Beiling? I don't believe it. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he ignored her and said to the room, young lady, if there is nothing else, then Qingzhou will leave first. There was still no response in the room. When Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, Xia Chan appeared at the door again, looked at him and said, young lady said, let you come in. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou paused and hesitated. Beiling suddenly hummed again, son-in-law, you haven't sung Little Donkey for my young lady for several days. A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. Son-in-law can't lie to my young lady, or she will complain to the second young lady and the lady. The corner of Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched suddenly, and he stepped on her feet under her skirt and glared at her. Beiling suddenly screamed awe and said in a lost voice, son-in-law, don't touch there. Take it away quickly. It hurts. Little Beiling is going to be dirty by son-in-law. Woo-woo. Luo Qingzhou. Dong. At this time, a string-plucking sound came from the room again. Luo Qingzhou quickly let go of his feet, glared at her, lowered his voice, and threatened viciously, wait for me tonight. After saying that, he entered the room. Beiling looked at the snow mud on her shoes and said aggrievedly, bad son-in-law, you have stained my lovely shoes, and you still threaten me. Wuh. In the room, the heater was burning and the incense was curling. There was a faint floral scent in the air, which was different from the medicinal scent in the second lady's room. If you don't smell it carefully, you may not be able to smell it. It was as if it was the natural fragrance of the girl. Light and natural. Vague, but intoxicating. The floor was covered with a thick snow-white velvet carpet. Spotless and spotless. The window was open, and snowflakes were still flying outside. Miss Jean was wearing a snow-white dress, with black hair hanging down to her slender waist. She was sitting quietly in front of the painting screen in the room, stroking the strings of the guqin with her slender jade fingers, frowning slightly, as if she was thinking about something. In the corner on the other side, there was a girl's fragrant bed with the curtains drawn. There was a chair at the head of the bed, and the girl's snow-white fox fur was hung on the chair. There was also a pair of white embroidered shoes under the bed. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at Miss Jean, who was sitting at the table again. Under the pure white skirt, there was a pair of slender feet wearing snow-white silk stockings. Just as he was standing at the door in a daze, Miss Jean raised her eyes and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou immediately came back to his senses, quickly retracted his gaze, bowed his head and said, Miss Qingzhou came to wish you a happy new year. Miss Jean looked at him quietly for a while, and said in a cold tone, I don't have a red envelope. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, it's okay. I have. As he said, he took out a red envelope from his pocket, bowed his head and walked over, holding it with both hands, and handed it to her. The room was silent for a moment. Miss Jean paused, raised her jade hand, took it, and was silent for a moment, and then said lightly, Happy New Year. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and said, Happy New Year. The room was quiet again. At this moment, Beiling's voice suddenly came from the door, Chan Chan. Come out quickly. My foot seems to be injured. It hurts. Come and help me go back to the room. Xia Chan seemed to react at this time, and hurriedly lowered her head, walked out, and closed the door by the way. Squeak! Luo Qingzhou heard the sound of the door closing, and his heart jumped inexplicably. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Miss, then I will go back to study first." After that, he turned and left quickly. When he walked to the door, he suddenly heard the sound of the door being locked outside. He was stunned for a moment, and he didn't have time to put on his shoes. He immediately went to pull the door, but found that the door could not be opened. He hurriedly shouted, "Bai Ling! Xia Chan! What are you doing?" Bailing said outside the door, "Son-in-law, you haven't sung Little Donkey for Miss yet. You still have to tell Miss a story and accompany Miss to practice the piano. Otherwise you are not allowed to leave." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, there was suddenly a sense of absurdity. I still remember that when he first married the eldest lady, Bailing kept reminding him to be prepared mentally, saying that the eldest lady would definitely leave him in the future, and asked him not to bother the eldest lady anymore. And now, including the second lady, it seems that they are urging him to spend more time with the eldest lady. Is it because he divorced the eldest lady and fell in love with the second lady? So everyone thinks that he and the second lady are sorry for the eldest lady? However, it was the eldest lady who took the initiative to divorce him. If he had divorced the eldest lady and not been with the second lady, but with other women, these things would probably not have happened. Right? In the final analysis, it was because of the relationship between sisters, and everyone sympathized with the eldest lady. Luo Qingzhou thought about it for a while at the door. So he had to pick up his shoes, walk to the window, and prepare to climb out of the window to leave. In the broad daylight, he and his sister-in-law, who looked like a fairy and seemed stupid to outsiders, were alone in a room. If they were seen by others, I don't know what they would think. It was noon again. If the mother-in-law suddenly came over and saw him, he would be even more guilty even if he jumped into the Yellow River. So it was better to leave early. "Miss, you are busy. I will leave first." He picked up his shoes, walked to the window, greeted Miss Qin, and was about to climb out of the window to leave. Who knew that at this moment, Bailing's surprised voice suddenly came from outside, "Madam, why are you here?" As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was startled. But he quickly realized that this girl must be deliberately trying to scare him. He was about to lift his legs and climb out when a familiar voice suddenly came from outside, "Xiao Bailing, where is Jianjia? I just made chicken soup for her to nourish her body." Hearing this voice, Luo Qingzhou was immediately frightened and immediately retracted his legs that were on the windowsill. If my mother-in-law saw me climbing out the window to escape, I would have no excuse. At this time, Bailing said again, "Madam, the young lady is not feeling well and is resting in the room. You should not go in. Let Xiao Bailing bring the chicken soup for you. When the young lady wakes up, Xiao Bailing will bring it in for her to drink." Then she added, "Madam, Xiao Bailing can swear that the young lady is really resting in the room. There is absolutely no one else in the room." Luo Qingzhou, "Humph. Then are the footprints on the snow from you and Xia Chan?" "Yes, from the son-in-law. The son-in-law just came, but he has left. Xiao Bailing can swear that the son-in-law is really not in there. Whether he is in there or not, I can see it myself." "Madam, madam, the young lady is sleeping in bed without clothes. She doesn't like people to see her body. Madam, don't go in." "Wu Humph. Isn't the window open? I'll go to the window to take a look." Then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. Luo Qingzhou was so frightened that his face turned pale. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed to the bed with his shoes in hand. He bent his body, quickly got under the bed, crawled to the innermost part, and huddled in the corner. Then he looked at Miss Qin's pure white dress outside, and her slender feet wearing silk stockings under the dress, and begged in a low voice, "Miss, don't tell my mother-in-law." In his palm, he held the earth-drilling jade rat. If the situation was really critical, he would risk exposing his cultivation in front of the young lady and directly burrow into the ground to escape. In any case, he couldn't let his mother-in-law see him hiding in Miss Qin's boudoir in broad daylight. What made him even more inexplicable was that the door was still locked. "Madam, madam, the second young lady seems to be coughing again. Go and see the second young lady." At this time, Bailing's voice suddenly sounded again. "How do you know?" "Madam, I just heard you are calling someone in the small courtyard next door." "Madam, go and see." "Really?" Xiao Bailing can swear. "It's true." "Madam, go quickly. The second lady needs you." At this time, The footsteps that were about to approach the window suddenly moved away quickly. Luo Qingzhou huddled in the corner under the bed, his whole body tense. And when he was sweating nervously, he suddenly found a suspicious point. With his current cultivation, he couldn't detect any breath outside. He didn't even know how many people were outside. If it was somewhere else, let alone this distance. Even if it was dozens of times farther than this. As long as the other party didn't hold his breath intentionally, he would definitely be able to detect it at the first time. But here, he thought about it carefully. It seemed that every time he came to Lingshan Yu Palace, he almost couldn't detect the breath of everyone here. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to the room or the back garden to look for it. He didn't pay attention to these details before, because every time he returned to the mansion, he became an ordinary scholar, trying not to use any skills of a warrior, so he didn't pay special attention to these. But now thinking about it, it is indeed very wrong. Even if he does not actively use any warrior skills, with his current cultivation, it is absolutely easy to detect the breath not far away. But now, he can't detect anything. Of course, he can still clearly feel the breath of Miss Qin in the room. It seems that this Lingshan Moon Palace is not only arranged with formations targeting the soul, but also with formations targeting warriors. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the voice he heard in the main hall of Lingxiao sect in the morning again. If that person is really her, then her soul cultivation is likely to be stronger than his. Then, his soul goes out every night, or dates with Sister Yu at home, and makes love with Chan Chan, plays in the water with Xiao Dai and Chiu. And with the second lady, isn't it all exposed to the other party's sight? Thinking of this, his face suddenly turned ugly, and a strong sense of social death and fear rose in his heart. If that was the case, it would be terrible. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He didn't dare to think about it anymore, and just hoped that this guess was just his overthinking. He pricked up his ears again, and listened to the noise outside for a while. Then he carefully crawled out, poked his head out from under the bed, and looked at Miss Qin outside. Miss Qin was sitting at the table, looking at him quietly, and there was still no ripple on her beautiful and flawless face. The two looked at each other in silence for a while. When Luo Qingzhou was about to crawl out, Beiling's panicked voice suddenly came from outside. Madam. Why are you here again? Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he immediately shrank back under the bed. Wei Mo is fine. I'll come to see Jianjia. Is Jianjia resting in bed? Yes. The young lady is really resting in bed. Xiao Beiling can swear. Humph. I have to see it with my own eyes to believe it. If she is not in bed, you are lying to me. Then, maybe that boy is hiding in there too. If I find him? Humph. Luo Qingzhou shuddered and whispered hurriedly, Miss, hurry up and lie down on the bed. Miss Qin was still sitting there without moving. At this time, Beiling's anxious voice came from outside again. Madam. The young lady is not wearing clothes. She doesn't let people see. Xiao Beiling swears that the son-in-law is definitely not in there. The son-in-law is so dirty. The young lady will not let him in. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the window. Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he immediately shrank in the dark corner under the bed, holding his breath, motionless, and cold sweat on his back again. Chapter 731 The Red Envelope Given by the Eldest Lady. Double Happiness. Hey, where is the son-in-law? Bai Ling's puzzled voice suddenly came from outside the window. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and his head quietly stretched out, looking through the gap under the bed and looking at the window. Bai Ling was wearing a pink dress, standing outside the window, looking at him with wide eyes at this moment. The two looked at each other. The air suddenly became silent. Bai Ling suddenly turned around and said, Madam, don't you want to watch? While shouting, she left from the window. Then, Song Ryu's anxious voice sounded, It's bad. I suddenly remembered that the chicken soup I cooked is still stewing in the pot. After that, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the courtyard. A moment later, Beiling reappeared at the window, stroking her bulging chest, looking under the bed, and said with lingering fear, Son-in-law, why are you hiding under the young lady's bed? If the lady sees you, you're dead. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a few more times, then crawled out from under the bed, bowed to Miss Qin, and said, Qingzhou, goodbye. After that, he walked directly to the window and flipped out. When he put on his shoes and jumped from the windowsill to the corridor, Beiling had already escaped without a trace. Luo Qingzhou stood in the corridor, looking at the footprints in the snow in the courtyard. and then looked at Xia Chan, who was still standing in the corridor, and said, "Chan Chan." Swoosh. Before he finished speaking, Xia Chan turned around and ran into the house, and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou. He froze in place, took a deep breath, and didn't dare to stay any longer. When he was about to leave, Miss Qin's voice suddenly came from the room. "Red envelope." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and turned around. Miss Qin stood up and came to the window, holding a red envelope in her hand. She looked at him coldly and said, "Little donkey." Luo Qingzhou. There was a puff in the room, and the sound of Beiling's snickering came. Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, "Miss, can you not sing?" Miss Qin looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou was in a stalemate for a while, so he could only sigh secretly in his heart and sang in a low voice. The sound of Beiling's chuckle came from the room. When Luo Qingzhou finished singing shamelessly, Miss Qin handed him the red envelope in her hand through the window. Her beautiful and flawless face was still as cold as snow and calm. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer. He took the red envelope, turned around and left in disgrace. After returning to his own courtyard, he first asked Xior and Zhuer, "Did the second young lady cough just now? Did the lady come?" After getting a negative answer, he entered the room and said directly to Miss Qin Er, "I will never go to Mrs. Place next time." Miss Qin Er sat on the couch, put down the book and said, "Brother Qingzhou, what's wrong?" Luo Qingzhou angrily told everything that happened just now. Miss Qin Er laughed and said, "Brother Qingzhou, Beiling is indeed naughty. Weimar remembers that she used to imitate her mother's voice. It is indeed very similar. However, my sister asked you to sing Little Donkey, not to embarrass you on purpose. You promised my sister before." Luo Qingzhou was still angry and said, "But it's New Year's Day. I went to pay New Year's greetings, not to be teased and laughed at by them." Miss Qin's smile faded slightly, and she was silent for a while. Then she said, "Bai Ling was joking with you, but she just wanted to make me laugh or happy. Brother Qingzhou, although you made a fool of yourself there, every time you went there, you would make them happy. At least it would change my mood a little, and I would no longer be so bored and cold. In the end, I took the initiative to let you sing and gave you a red envelope. And in fact, my mood had changed a little." At this point, she showed a hint of pleading in her eyes, and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, if you are angry, you can punish Wei Mo. You can punish him in any way. But please, don't not go. At my sister's place, you are the only one who can bring them some interesting and happy things." After listening, Luo Qingzhou, he could only sigh, walked over and hugged her in his arms, saying, "I just came back to complain. Of course I will go again. Chan Chan is still there." Then he said, also, "Xiao Beiling is so hateful. I must punish her." Miss Qin Er smiled and said, "By the way, Brother Qingzhou must punish her. It is best to punish her like punishing Chan Chan. In that case, she will be honest." Luo Qingzhou, Miss Qin Er suddenly said, "By the way, Brother Qingzhou, where is the red envelope that sister gave you? Have you read it?" Luo Qingzhou then remembered the red envelope given by the eldest lady, and hurriedly took it out of his pocket, saying, "I haven't read it yet, but it's a little light to hold." Miss Qin Er took the red envelope and slowly opened it. There was only a copper coin in it. A circle of the copper coin was wrapped with 3 sections with a very thin red line, and the distance between them was of the same size. Looking at this copper coin, Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er looked at each other, not understanding its meaning. 1 copper coin, 3 red lines. Miss Qin frowned slightly, pondered for a while, looked at him and said, "Brother Qingzhou is well read and talented. Can you guess what sister means?" Luo Qingzhou took the copper coin, observed it carefully for a while, and said, "Miss may mean that I was born in a humble family, like a copper coin, worth only 1 cent. But after 3 marriages ahem. Many poems compare red lines to marriage. I am just guessing." Miss Qin's heart moved, and said, "Sister means that Brother Qingzhou's fate was originally like a copper coin, but after 3 marriages, he may change his fate against the will of heaven. Sister is encouraging Brother Qingzhou, right?" Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "The first marriage was with Miss. The second marriage was with Miss. You. As for the third marriage," Miss Qin Er suddenly said, "the eldest princess?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and suddenly looked at her and said, "Miss, you shouldn't know about this, right?" Miss Qin Er said, "Sister, of course, I don't know, but I can guess. I know that Brother Qingzhou is a playboy. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered, and he was silent for a while, and said, maybe. Miss knew what happened in Lingxiao sect this morning before you. Miss Qin Air was stunned when she heard this, and asked in confusion, who told my sister? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, looking at the copper coins in his hand, hesitantly, and said, does Miss know fortune-telling? Miss Qin Air smiled and said, it's just for good luck. Brother Qingzhou, don't think too much. Luo Qingzhou nodded, said nothing more, put away the copper coins, and said, Wei Mo, I'm at home tonight. Starting tomorrow, I will go out to practice. Miss Qin leaned on his arms and said softly, Brother Qingzhou is so hard. But unfortunately, Wei Mo can only stay at home and can't help Brother Qingzhou with anything. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair and said, who made me your husband? The wife is only responsible for being beautiful, and the husband is responsible for practicing and supporting the family. Miss Qin laughed and said playfully, there are more beautiful people in the family than Wei Mo. Husband must continue to work hard and catch them all. What nonsense are you talking about? If you let your mother-in-law. Mother heard. Wei Mo was talking about Chan Chan, Beiling, Chior, Xiao Dai, Zhuer, Mayor, Qing, Xiao Ao, and Meiju, Master Zhu Zhu, Xia Longnu, etc. What is Brother Qingzhou thinking about? How am I thinking about it? It's obviously you who are talking nonsense. If you say so much, if mother-in-law hears it, she will definitely kill me on the spot. Brother Qingzhou, don't be afraid. In fact, there is another person. Wei Mo didn't say it. Stop. Don't say it. Humph. Brother Qingzhou knows it before people say it. It seems that Brother Qingzhou is interested in that person. Luo Qingzhou blocked her little mouth. In the afternoon, after absorbing the spiritual liquid, Luo Qingzhou practiced alone in the room. Miss Qin Air went out and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. She didn't return until dark. At dinner, the family sat together. Brother Qin had slept all day and was full of energy. After a quick meal, he went out to practice on the hillside. He also warned everyone not to go out at night. There are monsters in the river. Be careful not to be eaten. The maids were all frightened. Song Ryue was also uneasy. Others, on the other hand, looked calm. After dinner, Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin back to the courtyard and asked her what she talked about with the eldest lady in Lingshan Moon Palace in the afternoon. Miss Qin Air said, we didn't talk about anything. We just sat there and read with my sister. Luo Qingzhou asked, did the eldest lady reveal the meaning of the red copper coin? Miss Qin Air said. Wei Mo asked. And my sister said there was no meaning. Luo Qingzhou said. Did Beiling say anything? Miss Qin Air smiled and said, Bai Ling complained to me that Brother Qingzhou sneaked into my sister's room and hid under my sister's bed to peek at my sister's shoes and feet. Luo Qingzhou. Damn it! The wicked complained first. I won't let her go. The two chatted for a while. Miss Qin Air suddenly said, by the way, Brother Qingzhou, has Sister Meiju contacted you again? Is there any news about my brother? Although my father and mother didn't say anything, Wei Mo could see that they were very anxious. In a few days, my father might go out to find out the news. Luo Qingzhou didn't answer. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to the princess, asking about the progress of the matter. The message came back quickly. We haven't found out yet. But the princess said there are several hidden cells in the palace. She is sending people to check, and there should be news soon. Luo Qingzhou showed the message to Miss Qin Air and comforted her. Don't worry. If Big Brother is really in the palace, the princess will definitely help us find him. Miss Qin Air sighed softly and said, we always owe the eldest princess a favor. Brother Qingzhou, it seems that you have to help her this time. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and looked at her and said, Wei Mo, do you agree? Miss Qin Air held his hand, nodded, and said, yes. Wei Mo agreed. The eldest princess has done us a great favor. This is the first time she asked us for help. Brother Qingzhou, people should not be ungrateful. And you will not do that kind of thing. So, whether this marriage is true or false, whether it is dangerous or not, and no matter what the purpose is, since the eldest princess has spoken, then you should help her. Wei Mo and the people at home will support you. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Miss Qin Air said softly, Brother Qingzhou, don't worry. You can temporarily help her as Chu Feiyang and marry her. Mother and the others will not know. When the eldest princess finishes her business, maybe she will give Brother Qingzhou freedom. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Then I have to make 3 rules with her in advance. When the time comes, she must divorce me." Miss Qin Er smiled and said, "Is Brother Qingzhou really afraid that the eldest princess will fall in love with you? Will she be reluctant to let you go when the time comes?" Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't you know the charm of your husband best?" Miss Qin Er smiled and leaned on his arms, saying, "Of course I know. In this world, no woman can resist the charm of Brother Qingzhou." Luo Qingzhou held her tender little hand and stroked it gently. There was a moment of trance in his eyes, as if a ray of moonlight passed through his pupils. And he murmured, "That's not necessarily true." After saying these words, he was suddenly startled and remembered the voice in the main hall of Lingxiao sect in the morning again. That spirit is so powerful. Could it be Sister Yu or Lama? Just as he was thinking about it, the message in his hand suddenly vibrated again. He came to his senses and looked down. It turned out to be from Master Linghu. "Congratulations. Not only will you become the first consort of the Yin, but also the first county horse of the Yin. Double happiness." When Luo Qingzhou saw this message, he was stunned and puzzled. After reading it, Miss Qin Er also asked in confusion, "County horse?" Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, "Master, what do you mean? What news did you get?" Chapter 732 Bailing's Ventriloquism. Xiaoya's message. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou frowned and read the message again very carefully. Miss Qin Er suddenly said, "Sister Meijio?" Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked and turned to look at her. "What do you mean?" Miss Qin Er guessed, "You rejected this marriage in the hall. They will definitely think of other ways to persuade you. It just so happens that they should all know your relationship with Sister Meiju. Sister Meiju is different from the eldest princess. You have a wife at home. It is difficult to marry her. Others will not help you with all their strength. The prince and the princess will probably not agree. So, they want to use Sister Meiju to urge you to agree. Marry one and get one free. The eldest princess will marry you, and Sister Meiju will also be given to you, with the Queen Mother, the Emperor, and the Lingxiao sect support. With the same request, the prince and the princess could no longer stop it. In this way, you and Sister Meiju can finally get married. With this temptation, Brother Qingzhou, your marriage with the princess will not be so difficult." After listening to her, Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while and said, "Will the royal family agree? The princess has already married. And if she sends a princess, the royal family will lose face if the news spreads." "Right," Miss Qin sighed. "If it were in the past, they would definitely not agree. But at this time, if you insist on rejecting this marriage, they may have to consider this proposal. It was originally a political need and an exchange of interests. They would not miss the opportunity for face." Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly, was silent for a moment, and said, "If this is true," Miss Qin Er said, "then Brother Qingzhou will definitely agree." "Right." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, looked at her and said, "Wei Mo, I will not let the princess become a dowry, nor will I let her become a victim of political struggle. This is not fair to her, and it is a humiliation. In my heart, she should be Chu Feiyong's legal wife. If I really want to marry her, I will definitely marry her in a dignified manner, and will never let her suffer this." Miss Qin Er looked at him blankly after hearing this. She was quiet for a long time, then leaned softly in his arms and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meiju really didn't misjudge you. Although you are very fickle, and there are many women around you, you are sincere to everyone, not just to get her and possess her." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched and said, "Are you praising or criticizing?" Miss Qin Er smiled playfully and said, "Both." Luo Qingzhou pinched her nose, thought for a while, and replied to Master Linghu, "Master, tell Master and the ancestor that I agree to this marriage. But I don't need anyone to marry me." The message came back quickly. "Are you sure? I remember that you liked that princess very much. Of course, she is really beautiful and has a good figure. You don't have to worry that her family will not agree." Luo Qingzhou, "Master, I'm sure. It's because I like her that I can't let her marry me as a dowry. Uncle, no matter who came up with this idea, please help me reject it. Otherwise, I will never agree to this marriage." Lingxiao sect. Jianfeng. In front of the cliff. The wind was cold, and the snow was flying. Linghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, was standing there with his sleeves fluttering. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the message in his hand, with a trance in his eyes. Suddenly, another voice came from the side. "Congratulations. You found the right person. Although he is a playboy, He is really good and worth you fainting for him. Ling Hu Qingzhu turned his head and looked at her. Fairy Zixia, wearing a red dress, looked at her with a warm smile on her face and said, "You didn't expect that he would refuse. And he would say such a thing. This is difficult for any man. After all, the temptation is great, really great, and it is difficult to refuse." Then she sighed softly. How many men in this world would think about and take care of women's emotions so delicately? Most of them want to possess them. Right? Even if they are truly in love. They will do anything to possess each other. Even by any means. Qingzhu, I was worried about you. But now I really want to congratulate you. You are so lucky. Of course. Like your sword. You are also decisive at this point. She couldn't help but sigh again deliberately, with a smile in her eyes, saying, "Okay. I won't bother you anymore. I should go back to practice. I'm not like you, who doesn't need to practice hard. Just enjoy the dizziness, and can break through in advance." After that, she smiled and turned away. A red shadow soon disappeared in the wind, and snow not far away. Ling Hu Qingzhu stood at the edge of the cliff for a while, then lowered her head slightly, stretched out her jade finger, and replied, "Okay." After a pause, she added, "When will you come to practice?" The message came back quickly, "Tomorrow." A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, like ice and snow melting, and the spring breeze blowing. But soon, the message came back again, "Uncle Master, let's see tomorrow. I may have to go somewhere else tomorrow." The smile that just appeared at the corner of her mouth suddenly disappeared. Where to go? Qingyun Temple. There is something important. Oh! She raised her head, looked at the sky, and stood in front of the cliff for a long time before putting away the message and heading to the back mountain. Night fell. The misty river bank was covered with wind and snow, and it was silent. The second brother of the Qin family practiced boxing on the hillside for a while, and he was bored. He couldn't help but go to the riverside again. While patrolling around, he challenged the river, "Fairy, if you have the courage, come out and fight me for 300 rounds." His fists were really thirsty. Unfortunately, the river was as calm as before, and no one paid attention to him. In the room, Luo Qingzhou talked to Miss Qin for a while, then went out and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. He decided to talk to Chan Chan and teach Bailing a lesson. Of course, there was also a test. The temperature was very low on a winter night, not to mention this kind of place with wind and snow and facing the river. There were ice crystals everywhere on the trees, under the eaves, and even on the flowers and plants. Luo Qingzhou came to the door of Lingshan Moon Palace and knocked on the door directly. After knocking for a while, Bailing's vigilant voice came from inside. Who is knocking on the door?" Luo Qingzhou tried to put a gentle tone and said, I'm here to find Chan Chan." Bailing immediately snorted, "Son-in-law, don't try to lie. You obviously want to teach me a lesson." "Right?" Luo Qingzhou asked. "Why should I teach you a lesson? You didn't do anything wrong." Bailing hesitated for a moment and snorted, "Anyway, they won't open the door. Don't even think about coming in." Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to shout, "Chan Chan, open the door." There was no response from inside. Bailing's smug tone rang out in the courtyard. "Son-in-law bullies the young lady, and Chan Chan doesn't want to pay attention to you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Don't talk nonsense. How did I bully the young lady? Do I have the courage?" Bailing said, "Son-in-law." Of course. Son-in-law hid under the young lady's bed today. Took the opportunity to secretly smell the young lady's bed and the shoes under the bed, and also peeked at the young lady's skirt and feet under the bed. People can see it clearly outside the window. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, clenched his fists, and said softly, "Bailing, open the door. Son-in-law has a gift for you." "Humph. Son-in-law is. Are people fools? If you do want it, your aunt will take it away." The ground came out and looked out, and said proudly, "Auntie, people are already smart, and they want to lie to others without waiting for the words in her mouth." She suddenly stretched out a hand in the darkness on the left side of the door, pinched her back neck, and pulled her out of the door. Auntie, uncle, spare me." Bai Ling's face suddenly turned pale, and she couldn't even speak clearly. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, pinched her neck directly, and took her to the rockery in front. Bai Ling shrank her neck, bit her waist, struggled, and begged in a crying voice, "Auntie, uncle, spare me." Little Bai Ling was wrong. Luo Qingzhou dragged her away and said, "What's wrong?" Bai Ling whimpered, Everything is wrong. Since you know you are wrong, you must accept the punishment. Luo Qingzhou dragged her directly into the cave in the rockery and ordered, "Lie down." Bai Ling panicked. "Auntie, uncle. What are you going to do?" "Pa!" Luo Qingzhou slapped her directly. A crisp slap sounded in the dark cave. Bai Ling's body trembled suddenly. She cried out, opened her eyes wide, and said with tears in her eyes, "Aunt, uncle, it hurts." Luo Qingzhou said, "I ask a question. You answer it. Otherwise humph." Then he asked, "Today in Lingshan Moon Palace, you were talking to yourself, imitating your mother-in-law's speech, right?" Bai Ling was about to shake her head, turned her head, and saw him raising his hand. So she had to nod hurriedly, tears in her eyes, and said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou asked, "Who else can you imitate to talk?" Bai Ling whimpered, "Everyone." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. Everyone, regardless of gender, age or young? Bai Ling nodded with tears in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little surprised. He said, then tried to imitate the second lady's speech. Bai Ling sobbed for a while, and suddenly her eyes were gentle, and she spoke weakly, "Brother Qingzhou, don't move. Wei Emma will serve you." Luo Qingzhou. "Pa! Ah!" Bai Ling exclaimed immediately, and said with a face full of grievance, "Son-in-law, why did you hit me again? Can't I imitate it?" Luo Qingzhou said with a stern face, "Do you often peek at me and the second lady?" Bai Ling immediately denied it. "No." Little Bai Ling swears. "Absolutely not." Luo Qingzhou looked at her with a gloomy face for a while, and then said, "Learn to talk like your father-in-law." Bai Ling covered her burning buttocks, and said with tears in her eyes, "Then son-in-law is not allowed to hit me again." "Woo-woo." Luo Qingzhou said, "No. Say it quickly." Bai Ling recalled for a while, and suddenly her eyebrows were raised. Her eyes were glared, and she said with anger on her face, "Son of a bitch. Hack him immortal. Bored. Hanging. Shit in the pit." The fool drilling out of the cow's buttocks Luo Qingzhou. Bai Ling opened his eyes and said, "And no matter whether people learn well, you can't hit others anymore. If you hit it again, people will never learn again." Ling suddenly covered his hips, whining, "Grandpa, you deceive people? You hit others again? Woohoo! Don't care about you anymore." Oh, Luo Qingzhou was shocked and annoyed, shameful and doubtful, looking at her complicatedly. This girl, it turns out, often peeks around the house. However, with his cultivation, he didn't notice it. So, is this girl really a soul master? If it's true, then when he was hiding outside the door and suddenly attacked, this girl must have noticed it a long time ago. So she deliberately let him succeed. Of course, she would never admit this. Luo Qingzhou thought secretly in his heart. Anyway, this girl would not hurt him, let alone the Qin family, since she didn't want to be exposed. There was no need for him to force her. Besides, he still needed her. In addition to the pollen medicine that even great martial artists could be affected by, her lifelike ventriloquism of imitating people's speech might be more useful to him. So, he seemed to have to please her. But this girl, the more you humble yourself to please her, the more proud and arrogant she will be. "Pa!" Luo Qingzhou slapped her again without saying anything. Bai Ling exclaimed again, and said with tears in her eyes, "Son-in-law, don't hit me, woo-woo. It hurts." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's okay if we don't fight. Then tell me the truth. Where did you learn this ventriloquism? Can you teach me?" Bai Ling held back her tears and said pitifully, "Uncle, this is natural. It can't be taught." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and confirmed again, "No matter who it is, as long as you hear the other person's voice, you can learn to say it. Right?" Bai Ling sobbed, "You also need to observe the other person's mouth movements and breath, uncle." "What are you doing?" "You won't, uncle." "You hello. Am I that boring?" Luo Qingzhou glared at her and raised his palm again. Bai Ling hurriedly shook her head and said, "No. Uncle is not that boring. It's Xiao Bai Ling who is bored, uncle. In the future, no matter who you let Xiao Bai Ling learn to speak, Xiao Bai Ling will listen to you. Xiao Bai Ling must learn to be very similar, and no one can tell the difference." When Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He immediately stepped back, took out the message, and looked at it quickly. It turned out to be from Sister Yu. "Remember to prepare the materials." When Luo Qingzhou was about to reply, Bai Ling suddenly stood up from the stone and ran away with a whoosh. shouting, "Chan Chan! Miss! Help!" Luo Qingzhou ignored her and quickly replied to Sister Yu, "Okay. Sister Yu, are you coming tonight?" After replying, he left the rockery and took another look at Lingchan Moon Palace in the wind and snow before returning to his own courtyard. When he returned to the room, Sister Yu replied, "No." Luo Qingzhou, "Oh." He still had to go to Qingyun Temple to find Senior Zhu Yan tomorrow. So he decided to have a good rest tonight. Since Sister Yu was not coming tonight, he didn't have to go out again. He first sent a message to Long Air, notifying him, and then sent another message to Zhu Yan, "Senior, I will visit you early tomorrow morning, and I have brought you a lot of delicious food." The message was quickly replied, "Boy, let's make a deal first. I am weak recently and cannot draw blood. When you come tomorrow, you are not allowed to ask me for blood. Do you hear me? Luo Qingzhou Sr. Don't worry. I will not go to ask you for blood tomorrow. I just miss you and want to see you. Zhu, it's a deal. If you dare to lie to me, I will crush you to pieces." Luo Qingzhou Jr. can swear. At this time, the communication treasure suddenly lit up, and Celia actually sent a message, "Good brother. My sister misses you. How about you? Do you miss your sister?" Chapter 733 Celia's Fire Lotus. Longer's Thunder Tribulation. Wei Mo. Go to bed. Luo Qingzhou did not reply to Celia immediately, but pulled Miss Qin Air to bed. The two undressed and fell asleep in each other's arms. Miss Qin Air clung to his arms like a kitten, soft and weak, well-behaved, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou stroked her hair, and after a moment of silence, he explained, "It's not that I don't want you to see it. I need her help with something. So the words I reply may be a little cheesy. I'm afraid you will feel uncomfortable." Miss Qin Air closed her eyes and said weakly, "Oh? Then Wei Mo won't see it. Wei Mo will go to bed." Luo Qingzhou kissed her forehead, took out the communication treasure, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Good sister. Brother misses you too." Celia, "Good brother. Do you have something to ask your sister?" Luo Qingzhou, "Nothing. I just miss you." Celia, hee. "Thank you, brother. By the way, brother, let me tell you something. Today, I heard a piece of news in the inner city. I heard that the princess is looking for a husband." Luo Qingzhou, "Oh, then let's do it." Celia, "Hey, I don't know which lucky man can get the favor of the princess. Brother, don't you envy her? The princess is the pride of our great yin. She is noble, smart and wise, and I heard she is also very beautiful." Luo Qingzhou, "No envy." Celia, "I think only a man as good as you can be worthy of the princess. Others are not qualified." Luo Qingzhou, "Good sister. Brother suddenly remembered that there is something that may need your help." Celia, "Good brother. What is it?" "Brother, just tell me. Sister will definitely help you. Even if brother wants sister's pure body, sister will never refuse." Luo Qingzhou paused and didn't beat around the bush. "You don't need to ask for your body. I heard that you have a fire lotus. My brother's flying sword is broken. If I want to refine it again, I need a piece of the stem of the spirit lotus. Can I help you?" Celia, "Who told you that? Who is so long-mouthed and talking nonsense? I don't have it here. I really don't have it. I can swear. It's not that I don't want to give it to you." Luo Qingzhou, "Do you need more spirit liquid? I can exchange it with spirit liquid." Celia, "Good brother. I really don't have it. If I have it, I will definitely give it to you, so that you won't exchange it. Everything I have belongs to you." Luo Qingzhou didn't force her anymore. "Okay. Forget it. I'll look for it somewhere else." Celia, "If you still need spirit liquid, just tell me." After a while, the message came back, "Brother, Celia lied to you about something. If you find out later, can you not blame Celia? Don't be angry, and don't ignore Celia anymore." Luo Qingzhou, "I won't blame you. Everyone has secrets. I have lied to you about many things." Celia, "Thank you, brother. By the way, brother, I just checked the storage ring again and found that there is indeed a earth fire spirit lotus in it, and the stem is intact. I will take a look tomorrow night, and if I can go out, I will give it to you." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Well, Celia, thank you." Celia, "Brother, you're welcome. Anyway, my things, including myself, will belong to me in the future." Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly, not knowing how to reply. This time he owed another big favor, and he didn't know how to repay it in the future. Did he really have to pledge his soul? After thinking about it for a while, he put away the communication treasure and closed his eyes. Miss Jean Eyre in his arms had fallen asleep. He lay there for a long time before gradually falling asleep. A night passed quietly. When I woke up in the morning, the sky outside the window was still a little dim. The cold wind blew against the window, making a whirring sound. Luo Qingzhou lay there for a while before quietly getting up, covering Miss Jean Eyre with a quilt, opening the door and walking out. In the main room, there was a stove burning, and it was silent. The three little girls were probably still sleeping. He walked to the door of Shida's room and gently pushed the door. The door creaked and slowly opened. He stood at the door and took a look, and found that the three little girls were sleeping together, on the chair at the head of the bed. The girls' dress and bellyband were placed in a mess, and under the bed were 3 pairs of embroidered shoes and silk stockings. There was a gap in the curtain, and the quilt was torn in a mess. The 3 little girls were not wearing any clothes. They were naked. Their hair was scattered on the pillow, and they were sleeping sweetly together. At the edge of the bed, a small and white jade foot stretched out of the quilt and rested there, revealing a section of white jade calf. Chior, who was sleeping on the outside, was almost squeezed to the ground. When Luo Qingzhou entered the room and was about to cover her with the quilt, Chior's eyelashes trembled and suddenly opened her eyes. The two looked at each other. Chior was stunned for a moment, then gradually came to her senses. Uncle, you? Luo Qingzhou held her small feet, helped her put them into the quilt, and pulled the quilt for her, saying, "You are about to fall to the ground. I have something to do, so I have to go out for a while. I may come back at night, or in a few days." Chior opened her clear eyes and said softly, "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the 3 of them again and said, "Why did you sleep together? And why are you not wearing clothes?" Chior's cheeks blushed, and she didn't know how to answer. Luo Qingzhou didn't ask any more questions and turned away. Chior hurriedly came out of the quilt, got off the bed naked, and said, "Sir, I'll help you wash up." "You wait a minute." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and glanced at her slender girl's jade body, and said, "No need. I can solve it with snow." After saying that, he was about to leave, but he paused again, then turned around, looked at her graceful and shy appearance and said, "Chior, are you doing this on purpose?" Chior's cheeks were slightly red. She lowered her head, bit her lips, and whispered, "What did you say?" "Sir, I don't understand." Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, suddenly walked over, picked her up, left the room, and went into the next room. Outside the house, the wind and snow were still blowing. Half an hour later, the night finally faded, and it was bright outside the window. The flowers and plants in the yard were in a mess, covered with snow and frost. Luo Qingzhou went out and left directly from the back door. At this time, Brother Qin had already returned to the house and was sleeping soundly. Luo Qingzhou walked on the thick snow and along the weed-covered path to the riverside. Qingyan Temple was in another direction. He had to cross the river. Not far away, villagers were beating their clothes in the cold water without fear of the cold. The sound of hammers floated on the river. Luo Qingzhou untied a small boat by the river, climbed on it, and blew the bottom of the boat with strong wind, moving forward on the river. The river surface was covered with snowflakes and mist, like a fairyland. When they were sailing in the middle of the river, Longa suddenly came out of the water, got on the boat, and said, "Sir, are you going to Qingyan Temple?" Luo Qingzhou took a look at her bare white jade feet and the bright red rope under her skirt, and said, "Yes." Longa immediately hugged his arm and begged, "Sir, can you take Longa with you? Longa is so bored." Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "Qingyan Temple is not a place you can go. Be careful not to be killed as a monster." Longa snorted. Longa is not afraid of those old Taoist priests. Then he begged again, "Sir, just take Longa with you. Many powerful warriors have their own spirit beasts. You just need to say that Longa is your spirit beast. Also, Longa can turn into a horse and carry you on the road, so that you don't have to use your skills to travel and cause trouble." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his expression moved, and a few words popped up in his mind. Dragon Knight? White Dragon Horse. Pooh! He stopped thinking about it and said, "Next time, I will go and come back quickly this time, and I have to come back to practice. After all, you have demonic energy. If you go there, it will definitely cause other unnecessary troubles. In addition, This place also needs your protection. If you and I go, what if bad guys come? Longer had to sigh after hearing him say this, and said, well, sir, when you finish these things, take Longer out for a walk. Okay? Longer stays underwater all day. It's really boring. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, okay. He stretched out his arms and gently hugged her in his arms, and then stroked her head comfortingly, saying, Longer, thank you for helping me protect my family. When I solve all the current things, I will take you out to play, and we can go anywhere. Longer hugged him tightly, raised her little face and said, sir, you can't lie to Longer. Yeah. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her forehead, just kissing the red dot between her eyebrows. Schwa! Who would have thought that at this moment? The red dot suddenly lit up a ray of light. Longer trembled, opened her eyes wide, and suddenly a huge energy surged in her body, causing her whole body to tremble. Luo Qingzhou was startled and quickly let her go, saying, Longer, what's wrong? A red light flashed between Longer's eyebrows, and a few golden dragon scales gradually appeared on her white neck. The bell on her ankle suddenly rang ding ding dong dong. She was excited at first, and then suddenly said in fear, sir, Longer may have to go through the thunder tribulation. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he immediately looked up at the sky and said, when does it start? Longer trembled and said, sir, you go get the things first. Longer still needs 3 days to accumulate energy when the time comes. You may need your help. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I will come back tonight and guard you in the Dragon Palace. Longer looked at him with emotion and said, sir, it's not necessary. Sister will come to help Longer set up a formation to cover up the strange phenomenon here 3 days later. Longer will go through the thunder tribulation. At that time, you can come again if you can communicate with Longer. Suddenly, her body trembled again, and she turned around and jumped into the water in a hurry, saying, sir, Longer has to go first. Then, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared under the water, flashing away. Luo Qingzhou stood at the bow, stunned for a while, and quickly took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Longer may have to go through the thunder tribulation. When he got ashore, the message came back, oh, Luo Qingzhou, when will Sister Yu come? The other party did not reply. Luo Qingzhou was worried, but he also knew that he could not help much now. He had to quickly get the refining materials and then come back to practice. It is estimated that he will soon break through in the next few days. He hoped to break through before marrying the princess. When he broke through to the Grandmaster level and had the flying sword that Sister Yu had just made for him, he could enter the palace when marrying the princess. If he didn't kill that person, he would never be able to sleep or eat well. Moreover, if that person died, then his marriage with the princess might not continue. Not possible, but certain. How could the princess continue to get married after such a big thing happened? Moreover, the reason why the princess compromised and got married was because of the pressure from that person. If the other person died suddenly, the princess would naturally have no need to compromise herself. Thinking of this, he became more determined to break through quickly. At the same time, he remembered what Longer had said just now. If Longer's tribulation and his breakthrough both needed to be with Longer, then he didn't need to be reserved anymore. Longer had done so much for him, and the last time they were almost successful, so he had already regarded her as his own. By the way, the uncle said that if he wanted to break through smoothly, he also needed to take the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill. I don't know if my uncle is already refining it. My uncle is only 1 step away from a breakthrough. She gave him the soul gathering pill that she had collected for many years to refine, so that he could break through. Then, of course, he couldn't let her down and must help her break through. Thinking of this, he felt more and more like a gigolo. It seemed that he was eating gigolo all the way. After entering the Qin mansion, he started eating gigolo Miss Qin, so that he and Xiao Dai could live there safely. And then he started eating gigolo Miss. Of course, the biggest gigolo he ate should be Sister Yu. Without Sister Yu's help, he would never have the current cultivation and achievements. However, he gave them a lot. Without him, the Qin family would have ceased to exist long ago. Without him, Miss Qin would have been. As he was running all the way, thinking about random things, a familiar breath suddenly floated in front of him. He looked up and was stunned. Under the big tree on the roadside ahead, Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, stood there alone, cold and arrogant. Behind her, a horse was pacing impatiently. Luo Qingzhou walked over and asked in surprise, Uncle Master, why are you here? Ling Hu Qingju glanced at him, but didn't answer. He raised his long legs, jumped on the horse, and said, "Get on." Luo Qingzhou said, "What for?" Ling Hu Qingju looked at him and said, "Go to Qingyan Temple." Luo Qingzhou said, "You are going too? What are you going for?" Ling Hu Qingju said coldly, "Meeting friends." Luo Qingzhou, "If you want to accompany me, just say it directly. Why use other reasons?" Luo Qingzhou muttered, glanced at her slender figure sitting on the horse's back, walked to the front of the horse and said, "I sit in the back." "Whatever. Then I'll sit in the front. At least there are very comfortable cushions in the front." Luo Qingzhou finished speaking and prepared to get on the horse. Ling Hu Qingju suddenly moved forward, approached the horse's neck directly, and then looked ahead expressionlessly. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and seeing the space behind him, he had no choice but to jump up, then hugged her slender waist from behind, and said, "Uncle Master, go slowly. If I offend you, please forgive me." Ling Hu Qingju had a cold face, and she clamped her long legs, and the impatient horse immediately ran away. "By the way, Uncle Master, have you felt retching recently?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Hu Qingju suddenly covered her mouth, and retched with a sound of vomiting. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 734 Zhuju's Shock. Sworn brotherhood with the ancient beast. "Go!" The horse galloped. The wind and snow whistled, looking far away. The peaks were towering, ups and downs, magnificent. The road was bumpy, but smooth, on the snow-covered road, except for a few scattered footprints and carriage prints. There were few pedestrians. The second day of the Chinese New Year, at the foot of Qingyan Temple, it was still deserted, with no visitors. At the entrance to the mountain, there was a wooden sign with a few big characters scribbled on it. No one in the temple. No visitors. There was a small house next to it, and a simple stable behind it. When Ling Hu Qingju led the horse over, an old Taoist priest's lazy voice came from the house. "The mountain is closed. If you want to burn incense, come back after the 15th. Ling Hu Qingju looked at the window and said, "I am Ling Hu Qingju of Lishao sect. I came to visit Taoist Shuiyun today." The old Taoist priest in the house still said impatiently, "I have made it very clear that the mountain is closed. No matter who you are, please go back." Ling Hu Qingju frowned slightly. Luo Qingzhou stepped forward and said, "Senior, I have made an appointment with Senior Zhu Yin yesterday. I came to visit him today. Please make some concessions." As soon as these words came out, the window of the hut opened with a creak. An old man in a gray and white Taoist robe appeared in the window, squinted at him a few times, nodded, and didn't say anything more, saying, "Go up. The master of the temple is waiting for you in the temple." After speaking, the window was closed. Ling Hu Qingju's face froze for a moment. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, took the horse from her hand, and tied it to the stable behind. Then he came out and said, "Master, let's go." Ling Hu Qingju followed him, his face cold and unhappy. The two of them stepped on the snow-covered steps and began to climb the mountain. After walking far away, Ling Hu Qingju couldn't help but said coldly, "It seems that privileges are inevitable everywhere." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing when he heard it. "Uncle Master, most of those who criticize privileges are privileged people who envy privileges but can't enjoy them." Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a while, and said, "How did you make them so polite to you? Even the master of Qingyan Temple is waiting for you in the temple in person. Even if my senior sister comes, people won't have such an attitude." Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "Nothing else. Just excellent." Ling Hu Qingju looked ahead and said expressionlessly, "Yes, it is indeed excellent. And the child should also be excellent." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, "Uncle Master, this is not a joke. Did you really vomit just now? Or did you pretend to vomit?" Ling Hu Qingju looked at him and said, "Do you think I really vomited? Or did you pretend to vomit?" "I." Luo Qingzhou was speechless for a moment. Ling Hu Qingju ignored him and continued to walk up the mountain. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and carefully calculated the time for the first time. It shouldn't be so fast. The two quickly went up the mountain. The main gate of Qingyan Temple was closed, but the side door was open. The master of Qingyan Temple, Taoist Yunchang, was standing alone in the door waiting for them. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Senior, I'm bothering you again." He now wore a mask on his face, looking like Chu Feiyang. But he looked like this the last time he came. Taoist Yunchang already knew it was him. Taoist Yunchang bowed his head and saluted. You are too polite. Senior Zhu Yin informed me last night that you will come today. So I am waiting here, Luo Qingzhou said. Thank you, Senior. Linghu Qingzhu also stepped forward to greet him. Taoist Yunshang smiled slightly, looked at her and said, Master Linghu is here too. Please come in. The two entered from the side door. The Taoist temple was covered with snow. Empty and silent. Taoist Yunshang explained. It's the new year. Everyone has gone back to celebrate the new year. And those who haven't gone back are also meditating in their own caves. In addition to me, there are only 2 or 3 people in the temple. Then, he looked at Linghu Qingzhu and said, Junior sister Shuiyun has also gone down the mountain. And it is estimated that she will come back in a few days. Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a while, and said, Senior, can I go with him to see Senior Zhu Yin? Taoist Yunshang seemed a little embarrassed when he heard this. Luo Qingzhou said, Senior, I can assure you that she will not spread anything she saw inside. Nor will she do anything to hurt Senior Zhu Yin. The Taoist on the cloud smiled slightly and said, Since you are the guarantor, there will be no problem. If I don't agree, I guess Senior Zhu Yin will not agree. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, Senior. The Taoist on the cloud did not say anything more, and took the 2 of them directly to the lonely peak where Zhu Yin was. After crossing a wooden bridge, the 3 of them came to the entrance of Lingyuan Cave. The Taoist on the cloud opened the stone door and said in a gentle voice, You 2 go by yourselves. I won't go in. Senior Zhu Yin is probably impatient to wait. Thank you, Senior. Luo Qingzhou performed the salute, took Linghu Qingzhu into the cave, and then walked through the passage with ease and entered another world inside. Linghu Qingzhu was obviously a little nervous, slowed down his pace. The sword shadow flashed in his eyes, and looked around vigilantly. Luo Qingzhou took off his mask, glanced at her, and comforted her, Uncle Master. Don't be nervous. Don't have any hostility. Senior Zhu Yin is an ancient fierce beast. If he senses the sword intent you released, he may misunderstand. When he gets angry, we can't beat him. Linghu Qingzhu heard this, and restrained the sword intent that he had just accidentally revealed, and quietly moved closer to him. Luo Qingzhou reached out and held her hand. Linghu Qingzhu's body trembled slightly, glanced at him, and his eyes became gentle. The 2 walked up the hillside, and a sound of a waterfall came from not far ahead. Luo Qingzhou led her forward and soon came to the waterfall, looking at the silver waterfall that was rushing down the hillside. Linghu Qingzhu's eyes also looked there. Luo Qingzhou stopped on the hillside and stopped moving forward. He stared at the waterfall for a while and suddenly said, Senior, if you don't come out, I will leave. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the water waves rushed to the sky. A huge figure suddenly jumped out from behind the silver streak, crushing towards the 2 of them like a small mountain. Linghu Qingzhu tensed up, clenched his hands, and even stopped breathing. Bang! 2 huge feet landed on the ground, and the whole ground shook. Zhu Yin jumped in front of the 2 of them, squatting in the valley, staring at the 2 of them carefully for a while with his scarlet eyes, and suddenly grinned and sneered, Boy, you are really playing around. You came to see me 3 times, and brought different mothers 3 times. What? Is it your fiancé again this time? Luo Qingzhou coughed and changed the subject, saying, Senior, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look more majestic and domineering. When Zhu Yin heard this, he glared at him and said angrily, What bullshit? I haven't seen you for a few days? It's been a long time. Boy, you always keep your promises and always fool me. Humph. Today I will teach you a lesson, so that you don't think I'm easy to bully. As he said this, he raised his huge fist. When Linghu Qingzhu saw this, his face changed and he was about to take out his sword, but was stopped by Luo Qingzhou. Senior, since I went back last time, I have been helping you recall the story of the Monkey King every day. I finally remembered it all. Today I came here to accompany you and tell you stories. If you want to bully me, I won't say a word today, and I won't come again in the future. Luo Qingzhou threatened calmly. Zhu Yin snorted coldly, put away his fist and said, Boy, let's make a deal today. I've been feeling a little weak recently, so you can't let me bleed again today. Is that right? Luo Qingzhou said. Yes. Zhu Yin sat down on the ground and said, Go ahead. Finish the story first, and then talk to me. If the story is not good, don't blame me for turning against you and punching you to pieces. Luo Qingzhou said, Don't worry, Senior. I don't dare to make up stories casually to fool you. After saying that, he pondered for a moment and continued to tell the story from the last chapter. It is said that Sanzang sat in the Zen hall of Baolin Temple, chanting Liang Huang Shui Chan under the lamp, reading Kong Ke Jinjing for a while. Zhu Yan immediately sat up straight, held his breath, opened his eyes wide, and listened seriously like a studious student. Ling Hu Qingzhu stood aside, looking at the man and the beast with curiosity and confusion. She didn't understand the story that Luo Qingzhou was telling, but she could clearly feel how well-behaved and honest this ancient beast with a bad temper and ferociousness was at this moment. She looked at the boy beside her, who was telling the story eloquently and non-stop. His expression was so calm and natural. His eyes were so bright and confident. Facing this terrible ancient beast, he was not afraid at all. And occasionally, he would lose his temper and scold the other party. Damn it! Yanong. That bald monk Tang is really stupid. It's better to let Sun Dasheng carry the luggage. Don't make noise. I haven't finished yet. Oh! After a while, Zhu Yan couldn't help but clench his fist and yelled, Stupid! Despicable stupid! You can only stir up trouble in front of that bald donkey and say bad things about the great sage. I am so angry. If I see this, I will punch you. Can you be quiet? Boy! How dare you talk to me like this? You? Shut up. If you keep yelling, I will forget everything and no one will listen. Oh! Go on. The story started in the morning, and then in the afternoon, and then in the evening. Luo Qingzhou was so thirsty that he drank a few sips of water and continued to tell the story. Zhu Yan sat there very patiently, without even moving his butt, and only occasionally muttered a few words in anger, and did not dare to yell again. All the Buddhas in the world, may this merit adorn the pure land of Buddha, repay the fourfold kindness, and relieve the sufferings of the three evil paths. If anyone sees or hears this, may they all develop the Bodhi mind. Let us be born in the pure land together, and repay this life. When Luo Qingzhou's story ended, Zhu Yan still sat there, staring blankly. After a long time, he suddenly sighed and burst into tears. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked with concern, Senior, what's wrong with you? Zhu Yan wiped his tears and said, I'm fine. The story is very exciting. I have never heard of such an exciting story. It's just that I think the great sage is so unworthy. He was so unruly and high-spirited at the beginning, but in the end, he became that humble and submissive appearance. Although the great sage became a Buddha in the end, he is no longer him. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, Senior is right. I also think that the great sage lost his nature in the end and became another person. What a pity. Zhu Yan sighed. It's a pity that I don't have that opportunity to be born with the great sage. Otherwise, I will help the great sage smash the head of that bald donkey with a punch and smash a hole in the sky. He sighed a few more times. And then, Yanong, thank you for your wonderful story. However, the story of the great sage is over. What other stories are you going to tell me in the future? Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, Don't worry, Senior. I have many wonderful stories here. I promise to let you listen to them enough. Zhu Yan punched the ground with a bang and said excitedly, Good, Yanong. It's worth it for me to treat you as a good brother. Then he said passionately, Good brother. From now on, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. We share happiness and difficulties together. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me. I will make him wish he could not live or die. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Brother, please accept my greetings. Zhu Yan said excitedly, Brother, please accept my greetings. The two of them bowed their heads excitedly. After Luo Qingzhou finished his greeting, he suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Hey, brother, your feet seem to be a little wrong? Brother seems to have the legendary terrible onychomycosis. Chapter 735, A Beast Worse Than an Animal. The Princess's Flame Gun. Onychomycosis? Zhu Yan was stunned when he heard this, and looked down at his big feet. With a puzzled face, what is onychomycosis? Why is it so terrible? Luo Qingzhou said solemnly, Onychomycosis is an extremely rare and extremely serious foot disease. There are many poisonous insects that are hard to see with the naked eye, gnawing on your toenails. If you don't treat it in time, it will be very serious. Zhu Yan's expression tightened, and said, How serious will it be? Luo Qingzhou said seriously, There's a saying in the medical book that if you get onychomycosis, 1 will infect 2, 2 will infect 3, and finally you will become a fool. Brother, if you don't treat it in time, both of your feet will be covered with onychomycosis. At the same time, those poisonous insects will follow your toenails, enter your toes, and then follow your toes to drill into the meridians, and then follow your meridians to swim to your brain, and finally start to eat your brain. At that time, even if the gods come, there is no cure. Zhu Yan's eyes widened when he heard it. Covering his head, horrified, Luo Qizhou looked at him and said, "Brother, you don't want your smart brain to be eaten by poisonous insects and become a fool in the end, right?" Zhu Yan hurriedly shook his head. "Of course not. Good brother. How to treat it? Is it too late now?" Luo Qizhou stared at his toes seriously for a while and said, "It should be too late to save it now. In fact, it is very simple. Just cut off the onychomycosis and prevent it from spreading further." Hearing this, Zhu Yan lowered his head, stared at his toenails for a few more times, then looked up at him and said, "Brother, can you be sure? Brother, is it true that you have onychomycosis?" Luo Qizhou nodded and said, "Of course I am sure. The book clearly records that the common symptoms of onychomycosis are that the nail plate becomes thick and irregular, and the color becomes grayish-white, or black or brown judging from the color, appearance, smell, etc. of your brother's nails. It is definitely onychomycosis." "No doubt." Zhu Yan looked at him suspiciously, then lowered his head to look at his thick black toenails, and then suddenly stretched out his big feet and put them under the waterfall behind him, and then began to scrub them with his hands and buckled them hard with his fingernails. After a full stick of incense, wow! Water splashed everywhere, and a huge foot flew out from under the waterfall and landed in front of Luo Qizhou. Luo Qizhou took a closer look, and the originally twisted and black nails had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did they become clean and smooth, but they also turned into light gold. Zhu Yan grinned, pointed at his toes, and said with surprise, "Brother, look! The onychomycosis is gone. You really saw it wrong. This king does not have onychomycosis at all. But the feet are dirty because I haven't washed them for hundreds of years." Ha ha ha. Luo Qizhou. Zhu Yan was very happy. Now this king doesn't need to cut his toenails anymore. Right? This king finally doesn't have to be afraid anymore. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingzhou's face froze for a while, and suddenly he said seriously, "Brother, you still have onychomycosis." "That's right." As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yan's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked down at his toenails, and then looked at him and said, "Brother, is there something wrong with your eyes? Brother's toenails are obviously golden. How can they be onychomycosis?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "Brother, didn't I just explain it very clearly? The book records that the common symptoms of onychomycosis are that the nail plate becomes thick and irregular, and the color becomes grayish-white, black, brown or golden." Zhu Yan immediately said with suspicion, "Brother, did you just say there is gold? How come I don't remember it?" Luo Qingzhou said with certainty, "Of course there is. There must be." Then he turned his head to look at Linghu Qingzhu next to him, and asked, "Zhu, you just heard it. Did I say there is gold?" Zhu Yan's eyes also looked at the woman in green next to him. Linghu Qingzhu bowed his head slightly and said, "I forgot." Luo Qingzhou said, "Brother, the book does record that there is gold. Your onychomycosis must be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. We are brothers. Do you think I will lie to you?" Zhu Yan immediately looked bitter, looked down at his toenails again. His ferocious cheeks twitched a few times, and looked at him weakly and said, "Brother, can you not cut it? Brother is afraid of pain." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Brother, don't worry. Cutting nails is not cutting flesh. It doesn't hurt at all." Then he said, "Well, if you are worried, I will help you cut a section of your thumbnail today to see the effect. If after a period of time, your nails no longer turn dark, then it's okay. You don't need to cut it anymore." Zhu Yan frowned, timidly, and struggled for a long time in his heart. Finally, he made up his mind and said pitifully, "Yang, then you should be gentle. Don't be too rude. This king is afraid of pain. You have to be gentle." Luo Qizhou nodded and said, "Brother, don't worry. I will be very gentle." Zhu Yan immediately said, "Also, the feet are the private parts of the king. You can't touch them for too long. And you can't touch and knead them casually to take advantage of the king. Otherwise the king's princess will be furious when she knows. Understand?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he immediately promised, "Brother, don't worry. I will never dare to take advantage of you." Ling Hu Qingju on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Turned around quietly and turned his back to them. Zhu Yan sat on the ground, looking scared and uneasy, and hesitated for a long time, and then timidly put the clean big feet on the hillside. Luo Qingzhou looked at the big feet close at hand and the golden toenails on them, suppressed his emotions, and took out the sharp warrior dagger with a swish. Zhu Yan was frightened and trembled, and hurriedly said again, Yang, we are brothers. You must be gentle. Do you hear me? Brother is really afraid of pain. If you hurt me, I am afraid that I can't help it and will kick you out. If I kick you to death, don't blame me. Luo Qingzhou clenched the warrior dagger in his hand and comforted, brother, don't worry. It's okay. I will be very careful. Having said that, he no longer hesitated, and immediately stretched out the dagger, placed it on the very long and big nail, and began to cut it hard. Crack, crack. The blade rubbed against the nail, making a harsh metal friction sound. Zhu Yan was nervous and stiff at first. Then he opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth, and finally laughed directly, Yang. Yang. It's so itchy. The king is so itchy, ha ha ha. Don't rub it. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. Crack. Luo Qingzhou held the dagger and cut for a long time. Not only did he fail to cut the nails, but several gaps soon appeared on the dagger. Finally, when he suddenly used his internal force to cut hard, the dagger was overwhelmed and broke. Zhu Yan saw this scene and laughed proudly. Brother, your nail-sharpening knife is not good. Ha ha ha. The laughter in his mouth stopped abruptly. Luo Qingzhou suddenly took out the black wooden stick and said, Brother, your gray nails are too stubborn, and it is difficult to cut them with an ordinary dagger. So I can only use this stick of sun dashing. Brother, bear with it. I have already made a mark on it with the dagger. One stick should be enough to knock off the nails. Zhu Yan's face suddenly changed, and he retracted his big feet with a whoosh. He looked at the black stick in his hand with fear and shouted, No! You can't use your stick. Your stick is too hard. It hurt me so much last time, and I bled a lot. Don't even think about touching me with it again. After saying this, Ling Hu Qingzhu, who had his back to them, couldn't help but turn his head quietly and took a look. Luo Qingzhou knew that he had a psychological shadow on the stick. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He put away the stick, took out the black and white sword and said, Brother, let me try this sword. Zhu Yan took a look at the unprepossessing sword in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then put his big foot back in front of him, with a smug smile on his face again. As long as it's not your stick, I'm not afraid. Luo Qingzhou held the hilt of the sword with both hands, pointed it vertically at his thick, long and sharp nails, and began to cut hard along the traces left by the warrior's dagger. Crack, crack this time. He easily cut a gap in the toenail. The muscles on Zhu Yan's face twitched, and he said, Brother, why do I feel a little pain? Are you sure you didn't cut my feet? Luo Qingzhou continued to cut hard, and comforted him. Brother, don't worry. I'm watching with my eyes wide open, and I will definitely not cut your feet. Huh? While cutting, he suddenly encountered a huge resistance, and the sword in his hand could not move forward at all. He was anxious, and immediately urged the internal force in his body to flow into his arms. Then he clenched the hilt with both hands, gritted his teeth, and suddenly shouted in a low voice, and the sword in his hand swished and finally cut down at once. Ah! At this moment, Zhu Yan, who was sitting in the valley with his big feet stretched out, screamed suddenly, and then whoosh bounced up from the original place and jumped hundreds of meters high. The shrill scream in his mouth instantly resounded throughout the world. Luo Qingzhou was startled and looked down. The sword was covered in blood. There was not only a sharp golden nail on the grass, but also a piece of black flesh. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. The shrill and deafening scream in the air gradually fell, and then with a bang, it fell heavily to the ground like a small mountain. The whole ground shook suddenly. Luo Qingzhou and Ling Hu Qingzhu both jumped up involuntarily. The trees, flowers and plants not far away, and even the waterfall, suddenly jumped up and fell down. Zhu Yan's eyes widened. His face twisted, his mouth opened wide, and he stretched out his foot with his whole body trembling. Tears gushed out like a fountain, and he cried and yelled, Beast! Beast! Look! Look! You cut off my toes! Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground and took a closer look. He saw that the nail of the toe had fallen off, and a large piece of the top of the toe was also cut off. At this time, it was bloody and blood was gushing out of Zhu Yan cried in pain. And while crying, he cursed, "You beast who is worse than an animal. In vain, I opened my heart to you and treated you as a good brother. In vain, I gave you blood and feet with all my sincerity. But you actually cheated me shamelessly and wanted my toes. You are not a human being. You are worse than a beast. You a wu? I will kill you." As he said that, he raised his huge fist angrily. Luo Qingzhou knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head and said, "Brother, I am wrong. I made a mistake and hurt you by mistake. You can beat me or scold me as you like. Even if you want to smash me into a pulp with one punch, I will never frown. Okay, then I will kill you." Zhu Yan's eyes were wide open, and he raised his fist high. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Brother, I don't deserve to die. But please give me some time. I want to say goodbye to my wife and fiancé. Also, I want to write down some wonderful stories in my mind and pass them on to future generations. When the time comes, they can come to visit you and tell you to atone for my sin." Zhu Yan glared at him, raised his fist, and then slowly fell. The rage on his face gradually faded, and he said angrily, "You idiot. You can't even hold the sword steadily, and you dare to treat me. If it were someone else, I would have punched him to pieces. I have lived for so many years, and I have never been toyed with and hurt like this. You are the first." Luo Qingzhou apologized sincerely again. "It's my fault. I am stupid. I am really sorry, brother." Seeing that he had a good attitude and didn't mean it, Zhu Yan could only sigh and waved his hand. "Forget it. We are brothers. I won't care. You didn't do it on purpose. You were just clumsy. I am a generous man. I forgive you." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly thanked him, and seeing that blood was still flowing from his feet, he quickly took out a porcelain bottle, uncorked it and said, "Brother, please stretch your feet over here. I have some medicine here. It is very effective in stopping bleeding and healing wounds." Zhu Yan glanced at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and when he was about to stretch his feet, he suddenly asked, "Does it hurt?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Brother, don't worry. It doesn't hurt at all." Zhu Yan looked at him half doubtfully, but still stretched his feet over and warned, "If you dare to lie to me again, I will break up with you." Seeing that there was a lot of blood spraying from his toes, Luo Qingzhou quickly took out another porcelain bottle from the storage ring and said shamelessly, "Brother, your blood is wasted on the ground. Why don't you let me take some back to use?" Zhu Yan's eyes widened with anger. "You." Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "I want this bottle. My wife at home is waiting for me to make medicine to treat her illness." "Brother, that's your sister-in-law." Zhu Yan hesitated, staring at him angrily, and had to grit his teeth and said angrily, "I'm really blind to have a good brother like you." Then he closed his eyes and said, "Take it." Luo Qingzhou immediately reached out the porcelain bottle and quickly filled the whole bottle. After collecting the blood, he poured out the spiritual liquid from another porcelain bottle and dripped it on the wound. As soon as the spiritual liquid dripped on the wound, Zhu Yan immediately felt a chill. The blood gushing from the wound stopped very quickly, and at the same time, a very comfortable coolness spread across the wound, and the pain immediately began to ease. Zhu Yan immediately opened his eyes and said happily, "Brother, your medicine is really effective." Luo Qingzhou dripped a few more drops on him and said, "Brother, don't worry. With your physique, the wound will probably heal tomorrow, and there will be no scars." Zhu Yan rolled his eyes at him and said, "I am an ancient divine beast, so I naturally know that this wound is nothing. It's just that I am afraid of pain, and you are clumsy, so I lost my temper." Luo Qingzhou put away the spiritual liquid and apologized again. Zhu Yan snorted coldly and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. This won't happen again." Then he looked at his toenails and said, "How are you going to help me heal this onychomycosis? Anyway, don't even think about cutting it with a sword." Luo Qingzhou took out a wooden box, put the cut golden nail on the ground into it, and said, "Brother, don't worry. Wait for me to take this onychomycosis back and study it carefully, and then find a way to heal it. With your physique and strength, there will be no problem for the time being." Zhu Yan immediately said, "You have to hurry up. I don't want to be eaten by the poisonous insects on my feet and become a fool." Luo Qingzhou said, "I obey you." The man and the beast chatted for a while. Luo Qingzhou said goodbye. "Brother, it's getting late. I have to go back and study it quickly. By the way, I have to find other people who are proficient in this disease to discuss it. Although Zhu Yan was a little reluctant, he still said, "Remember to come earlier next time. Also, every time I send you a message, remember to reply early, and don't let me wait for too long. I can't sleep or eat if I don't see your message for a day." Then he sighed again and muttered, "Strange. I'm not in love with you. Am I?" Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Brother, goodbye." After that, he immediately pulled Ling Hu Qingzhou aside and hurried away. Zhu Yan looked up at him and said, "Yan Yang, remember to tell me some love stories next time you come. It would be better if there are such detailed descriptions. I seem to be an estrus." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to reply, and soon took Ling Hu Qingzhou and disappeared under the hillside in the distance. Go! After Luo Qingzhou and Ling Hu Qingzhou came down the mountain, they rode on their horses again and galloped on the road home. As night fell, the heavy snow finally showed some signs of stopping. Everywhere was covered in silver, a vast expanse of white. No one could be seen on the road. Ling Hu Qingzhou was held in his arms for a while, and finally couldn't help but say, "The golden nails of the ancient beast seem to be a very powerful refining material. Do you want to refine it?" Luo Qingzhou held her tightly and said, "Yes." "Who helped you?" "A friend. A master of refining weapons." "It should be a woman." "Right. Uncle Master. It's snowing so hard." "You lied to it. How are you going to explain it later?" "It looks very irritable." "Uncle Master, don't worry. I'll just tell him that I was wrong." "Will you feel guilty for lying to it like this?" "I will feel a little guilty. But I also paid it. I didn't see it. For a cultivator, time is the most precious. And for me, time is life. I use time and happiness to exchange these things with it. And it doesn't suffer any loss. Because what it needs most is these. Anyway, whatever you say makes sense. Uncle Master, you just found out that I am a talented scholar with a powerful mouth. You don't?" The horse ran quickly and soon disappeared into the vast night. "By the way, Uncle, have you found someone to refine the 9-orifice gathering spirit pill?" Not yet, waiting for elder son." "Uncle, give me the materials. I have a friend who is not only a master of refining weapons, but also a master of refining pills. As long as the materials are qualified, her success rate is very high." "No, don't. Not giving it to me." "Or, give it to me." The cold wind whistled past, and the horse stepped on the snow without leaving any trace. At the same time, in the Yanhua Palace of the Kyoto Imperial Palace, a tall girl in a fiery red dress was holding a flame gun and practicing with it in a wide secret room. Her cold and graceful figure was looming in the fluttering red curtain. A scarlet flame mark lit up between her eyebrows, and her whole body was flashing red light, as if the flames were burning. Her red skirt and hair were flying in the flames, and a pair of snow-white jade feet under her skirt were dancing with lotus flowers at every step. Puff! She thrust out a spear, hitting the bull's eye in the corner of the wall. And then a stream of scorching flame shot out from the tip of the spear, hitting the bull's eye heavily, piercing the entire target. Crack! The entire target suddenly turned into ashes in the spear's light. Swish! 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 She practiced for a long time before stopping. Her towering chest rose and fell slightly. Shiny sweat stains appeared on her forehead, and the flame mark between her eyebrows gradually disappeared. When everything calmed down, she put away her spear, walked towards the bathing pool with a pair of bare white jade feet. The red skirt fell off, and her long hair spread out. A tall, graceful, snow-white and flawless beautiful jade body suddenly appeared in the light, with shiny sweat stains on her snow-white skin. Wow! The water in the pool rippled, and the petals fluttered. She entered the bathing pool, leaned against the rock behind, and closed her eyes. It was quiet for a long time. She then spoke in a dignified and lazy voice. "What did you say?" A cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. "There is news from Lei Xiao sect." He agreed. "The Queen Mother and the Emperor have summoned everyone to discuss. The date will probably be set in the next few days." The bath was quiet for a long time again. And then a cold voice sounded. "Go and get ready. I have to go out of the city tonight to deliver something to him." "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 736 The Bad News of the Eldest Brother. The Fear of the Eldest Lady. On the Yumu River, it was as quiet as before. Luo Qingzhou led the horse and boarded the boat. Looking at the calm river surface, he was a little worried about Longer. Longer should be in seclusion at this time. Right? I wonder if Sister Yu has come. If Longer is alone in the Dragon Palace. If something goes wrong in her practice, who can help her? The river breeze blew in, bringing with it a biting chill. Snowflakes slowly fell and sank into the river's surface, leaving no trace. Luo Qingzhou thought about it and decided to send another message to Sister Yu to ask. He took out the communication treasure, and when he was about to send the message, he subconsciously looked up at the person on the horse. Linghu Qingzhou lay there quietly, eyes closed, eyelashes trembling, towering chest heaving slightly, black hair sloping down, like a black waterfall sliding down from one shoulder, hanging down beside the horse's belly, swaying slightly with the ups and downs of the boat. Luo Qingzhou took out a blanket from the storage ring and covered her. Then, he sent a message to Sister Yu, asking if she had come. When the boat reached the riverside, the message party replied, yes. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, okay, I'll go later. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou led the horse to the shore and went directly to the back mountain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain and was about to take the person off the horse, Linghu Qingzhou suddenly said, go back and don't worry about me. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, seeing that she still closed her eyes and lay motionless on the horse's back. He worriedly said, Uncle Master, I'll take you up. Linghu Qingzhou buried his cheek in the horse's mane and said coldly, no need. When Luo Qingzhou was about to say something, Linghu Qingzhou suddenly moved his feet and kicked the horse's belly. The horse actually raised its hoof and started climbing the mountain. Luo Qingzhou watched her go up and down on the horse's back and could only say, Uncle Master, go back and have a good rest. Remember to drink more hot water. Linghu Qingzhou still lay on the horse's back and pretended not to hear. After the figure at the foot of the mountain turned and left, she fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. She was in a trance for a long time. And then she supported the horse's back with both hands and slowly straightened up. On her still cold cheeks, 2 blushes rose at some point. The horse continued to step on the snow and the rugged mountain road, climbing up step by step. She stayed for a while, then put away the blanket on her body, tidied the dress behind her, tied the red rope on her back, and then took out the comb and slowly combed her long hair like a waterfall. Returned to the cave. She sat down by the bathtub, closed her eyes, and practiced the mind method. There was a strange and powerful warm current in her body, which was emitting a scorching and hot breath, blending into the energy that had been accumulated in her body for a long time, and began to flow along her meridians to her limbs and various acupoints. A sword shadow condensed by the sword intention flew out from between her eyebrows, and suddenly turned into countless sword shadows in the whole cave, crisscrossing and forming a large sword formation net, covering her in the most central position. When Luo Qingzhou returned home, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere at home was a little wrong. The whole family gathered in the hall, and even Miss Qin, who rarely came out, stood in front of the window. Brother Qin clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Qin Wenjin's face was gloomy, and he remained silent. Song Ryue was holding a handkerchief, wiping her tears, and she had cried like a tearful person. Miss Qin also frowned and remained silent. When Luo Qingzhou walked into the hall, everyone looked at him, without waiting for him to ask. Song Ryue cried and said, Qingzhou, your elder brother is going to be beheaded. Poor Lang. He was loyal to the country and worked for the court wholeheartedly, but ended up like this. Oh. Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he said, any news about elder brother? Miss Qin said in a low voice. Daddy went to the city to inquire today. There was news from the inner city that elder brother will be beheaded outside the Meridian Gate in the palace in 3 days. The crime is treason. Qin Chuan, who was standing aside, said with red eyes, if you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Elder brother is loyal to the emperor and even more loyal to the country. How could he be treasonous? Then he gritted his teeth and said, Daddy, you stay at home. I will go into the city alone to help elder brother get justice. After that, he was furious and was about to leave. Qin Wenjing shouted angrily, stop! Song Ryue ran over crying in a hurry, hugged him tightly, and begged, Chuaner, you can't go. If you have any more accidents, my Qin family will be extinct. Qin Chuan clenched his fists and stood at the door for a while, and suddenly burst into tears. It's all my fault for being incompetent and not working hard. If I had cultivated to the level of a great martial artist, why would I be so cowardly? I would just rush into the palace and kill all those sons of bitches. Qin Wenjing slammed the table, staring at him angrily. You are not incompetent. You are stupid, ignorant. Even if you are at the level of a great martial artist, what can you do? Do you think there are no great martial artists in the palace? The 10 great guards in the palace. The leaders of the imperial guards. Which one is not at the level of a great martial artist? You broken alone. Are you afraid that your eldest brother's death is not enough? Or are you afraid that my Qin family has not yet? Endless? Idiot! Qin Chuan said with tears in his eyes, Dad, if I were a great martial artist, I could at least go in and fight them. Now I am watching my elder brother being killed. But I can't even enter the palace gate. I am so cowardly and useless. Qin Wenzheng looked ugly. His hands holding the armrest of the chair trembled slightly. And he looked at him, but did not continue to scold him. But suddenly sighed and said, It's come to this. What's the point of saying these? No one can change this matter. This is the road your elder brother chose. And he can only let him finish it. Accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. Since he chose this road, you can't blame others. At this point, he suddenly seemed to have aged many years, and said in a hoarse voice, in fact, since he chased out of the city that day and returned without hesitation, I have already guessed this result. Song Ryue cried even louder. Mayor, Qinger and other maids were also wiping tears outside the door. Others also had tears in their eyes. Only Miss Qin, wearing a white dress, stood in front of the window, quietly watching the snowflakes falling in the courtyard, still with a cold expression and no ripples on her face, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. The atmosphere in the room was sad and depressing. No one spoke anymore. Only low sobs. Qin Wenzheng sighed and said hoarsely, Okay, let's go back. I just heard about this matter. I will go to the city to inquire tomorrow. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Song Ryue cried and said, God bless me. Bless my Langer. Everyone was silent. The cold wind whistled outside the door, and snowflakes flew around the corridor. I don't know whether it was a response from the sky or a comfort from the snowflakes. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin wrap up her fox fur coat, and then helped her leave. From beginning to end, he only said one sentence, and there was no other words. Zhuer and Xiao Dai were holding lanterns in front. Qiu'er stood on the other side, with an umbrella in her hand. Several people walked through the corridor, passed through the archway, and came to the backyard. Just as they were about to go back, they suddenly heard footsteps behind them. Luo Qingzhou turned his head, and saw Miss Qin following behind. Bailing was holding a flower umbrella for her, and Xia Chan was holding a sword and silently following behind the two. Miss Qin stopped, turned around and whispered, Sister, it's still early. Let's go to Wei Mo's room and talk. Before Miss Qin answered, Bailing immediately said crisply, Okay. Miss Qin, I didn't eat enough just now. I'm so hungry. Do you have any osmanthus cake? Miss Qin smiled gently and said, Yes. I'll let Qiu'er heat it up for you later. Bai Ling showed 2 sweet dimples on her face and said crisply, Miss Qin is so nice. Then she hugged Miss Qin's arm and said, Miss, let's go sit down. Okay? Miss Qin was silent for a while and nodded slightly. Bai Ling smiled and winked at Miss Qin. Miss Qin walked to Miss Qin's side, held her hand, and whispered, Sister, you didn't eat just now. Are you hungry? I'll let Qiu'er heat up some food for you. Okay? Miss Qin said indifferently. No need. The 2 sisters held hands and entered the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou followed behind, deliberately lagging behind a few steps, and walked with Xia Chan. He took the opportunity to reach out and hold her cold little hand, and whispered, Are you cold? Xia Chan struggled for a while and whispered, No, not cold. Luo Qingzhou helped her rub her little hand, and when he saw Bailing turned her head and looked at her furtively, he immediately glared at her. Bailing immediately pouted her little mouth, snorted, turned her head away, and jumped to catch up with Miss Qin and said, Miss, remember not to sit randomly when you enter the room later. Be careful not to sit where the uncle has sat. Mrs. Skirt is so clean. Don't let it be dirty by the dirty uncle. Miss Qin looked back, smiled, and said nothing. The 2 sisters entered the house, took off their shoes, and entered the room. There was a heater burning in the room, incense, and a smell of books, warm and cozy. Miss Qin took Miss Qin by the hand and sat down on the couch. Luo Qingzhou did not go in, but took Xia Chan to the kitchen and sat down at the stove. While roasting the fire, he helped Qiu'er add firewood to the pot. Qiu'er wanted to persuade her, but she held back. Zhuer could not help but mutter a few words at the door. My son-in-law is a scholar. How can he sit there and add firewood? Luo Qingzhou looked up and said, Zhuer, what are you mumbling? Come here and mutter. Zhuer's face changed, and she ran to the main room, saying, Shall die. Shall die. Be careful not to burn yourself. I'll make tea for the eldest lady. Zhuer was laughing in the kitchen. Seeing that Xiaochan seemed uncomfortable, she immediately said, Son-in-law, help me watch the pot. I'll go get the osmanthus cake. After that, she left the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou sat where the firewood was being added, holding Xiaochan's little hand tightly in his hand, rubbing her and roasting her. Xiaochan couldn't break free, and didn't want to sit on his lap, so she had to squat beside him, looking like a poor kitten who was forced to play with her, pouting slightly, puffing her cheeks, and looking aggrieved. Luo Qingzhou looked at the flames burning in the stove, thinking about something in his heart. Xiaochan's eyes secretly looked at him. After looking at him for a while, her expression became gentle. I don't know when. Her body had gently leaned on his legs in the kitchen, except for the crackling sound of burning wood. It was quiet. I don't know how long it took. Xiaochan suddenly couldn't help but whispered, I practiced a new sword technique. I have sword intention. Luo Qingzhou heard this, and came back to his senses, looking at her without saying anything. Xiaochan looked at him timidly again, lowered her head, and whispered, If you go to kill someone, take me with you, okay? Luo Qingzhou was stunned, stretched out his hand, stroked her delicate face, and said, Chan, who do you think I will kill? Xiaochan lowered her head meekly, leaned on his legs, and whispered, Save the eldest son. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, picked up her delicate body, let her sit on his legs, held her little hand, hugged her slender waist, put his cheek against her hair, buried in her neck, and said, If you really want to go, the son-in-law will take you with you. Xiaochan's cheeks were slightly red. She turned her face slightly, and pressed her cheek against his. For the first time, she took the initiative and gently rubbed it, whispering, I want Chan wants to go. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly and whispered, If I go, I may not come back. Will you be afraid? Xiaochan whispered, With you? I am not afraid. Who am I? Auntie Ah. Say it again. Who am I? Qingzhou. Brother. Good brother. Or bad brother. Bad good. Good brother. After Zhuer came in, she quietly retreated and closed the door gently. Bai Ling said in the main room, Zhuer, why don't you heat up the osmanthus cake? I'm so hungry. Zhuer picked up the kettle on the stove and said, Heat it here. The wood in the kitchen is damp and difficult to burn. There is a lot of smoke and it's choking. In the kitchen, the wood under the stove was still burning. The water in the pot soon began to bubble and boil. Because the wood was damp, the whole kitchen was soon filled with smoke. Luo Qingzhou spent some time with a person in his arms before taking her out. In the courtyard, Zhuer was practicing flying knives. Bai Ling was in the corridor, eating the sweet-scented osmanthus cake in her hand while watching. When she saw the two of them coming out of the kitchen, she was surprised and said, Son-in-law, Chan, there is so much smoke in the kitchen. What are you doing in there? Smoking, Luo Qingzhou answered, looking at the flying knife thrown by Zhuer. Zhuer was a little nervous, but she threw several flying knives, not only hitting the bullseye, but also with great force, obviously with internal strength. Zhuer is really amazing, Bai Ling praised while eating osmanthus cake. Luo Qingzhou asked, Who taught her? Bai Ling pretended not to hear and continued to watch Zhuer's performance. At this time, Xiao Dai suddenly came out of the house and shouted, Sir, the second lady asked you to come in. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, went into the house, brushed off the snow in the hall, took off his shoes, and went into the room. Xiao Dai closed the door behind him. In the room, cigarettes curled, and it was particularly warm. The two sisters, Miss Qin Er and Miss Qin De, were sitting quietly on the soft couch, playing chess. One of the two sisters was wearing a snow-white fox fur, soft and weak, and the other was wearing a snow-white dress. As cold as snow, one was elegant and beautiful, and the other was flawless, like a moving picture of a beauty. Luo Qingzhou looked at them for a few more times before walking over and saying, Second Miss, do you have something to talk to me about? Before Second Miss Qin could speak, First Miss Qin suddenly dropped a piece and said lightly, You lost. After that, she got off the couch and walked to the door with a cold expression. Without even looking at him, she said, I'm going back. Squeak. The door opened. First Miss Qin walked out. Luo Qingzhou looked at Second Miss Qin, who also looked at him, with a helpless look on her face. Second Miss, Chior. Jur. Shall die. We're leaving. In the courtyard outside, Beiling's voice came. But she deliberately left one person out. After they left, Jur went over and closed the courtyard door. Luo Qingzhou got on the couch and sat down in the seat where first Miss Qin had just sat, looking at the chessboard. When second Miss Qin was about to speak, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said in surprise, "The eldest lady cheated. She didn't win." Second Miss Qin was stunned when she heard this, and lowered her head to look at the chess pieces on the chessboard carefully, and indeed found something wrong. The two looked at each other. Miss Qin said with a smile, "Brother Qizhou, you said you were afraid of me. But I was afraid of you too. When you came, I couldn't sit still. I would rather cheat and leave immediately." Luo Qingzhou said speechlessly, "What do I have to be afraid of?" Miss Qin was silent for a while. The smile on her face gradually faded, and she changed the subject. "Brother Qingzhou, my brother's matter." Luo Qingzhou said, "Don't worry. I will find a way." Miss Qin sighed softly and said, "I don't think this matter is that simple. If the emperor really wants to kill my brother, he would just kill him quietly. Why would he suddenly release the news? I'm afraid there are other conspiracies." Luo Qingzhou reached out and picked up the chess piece that Miss Qin had just dropped, and said, "No matter what conspiracy he has, my brother must be saved." Miss Qin looked at him and said, "Brother Qizhou, do you still want to go?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the chessboard, put the chess piece in his hand in another position, and said calmly, "Of course I have to go. I'm the son-in-law. How can I not go?" At the same time, in the inner city of Kyoto, in the Nandwa County Prince's mansion, a certain boudoir, Nandong Meiju stood in front of the window for a long time, and finally took out the message and sent a message. "I found your eldest brother." Chapter 737 Marriage and Murder. The Imperial Palace, Yongyan Palace. In the study, Nandong Yang, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, was sitting at the table, flipping through the letters sent from the border. Li Gui lowered his head and stood by to serve. The room was quiet, with only the slight sound of letters being opened. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the door, and a respectful report was made, "Your Majesty, the Queen Mother is here." Upon hearing this, Nandong Yang immediately put away the letter, stood up, and went out to greet her in person, saying at the same time, "Go to Yawa Palace and invite the eldest princess to come, saying that I have something to discuss with her." "Yes, Your Majesty." The footsteps outside the door hurried away. Soon, a sound of footsteps came in from outside. Li Gui bowed and opened the door. Nandong Yang stood at the door, looking out with a smile on his face. When he saw the Queen Mother coming in, he hurried over to support her and said, "Mother, it's freezing cold. If you have something to say, just send someone to tell me, or let me go over. Why bother coming here in person? If you get sick from the cold, I'll feel guilty." The Queen Mother followed him into the house, with a complicated look on her face, saying, "The date has been chosen. It's the 6th day of the first lunar month. 3 days later, it will be an auspicious day. The Ministry of Rights and other departments are already preparing. You don't have to worry about other things." Nandong Yang helped her sit down on the couch with a smile on his face, saying, "Is the date so tight? My sister only needs to. Afraid it's not ready yet?" The Queen Mother looked at him with a complicated look and said, "If it's resolved earlier, everyone will be relieved. As for Huiyue, I haven't informed her yet. I'll go there later." Nandong Yang smiled and said, "Mother, you don't have to make another trip. I've already asked someone to invite her. It just so happens that I have something to tell my sister." The Queen Mother frowned slightly and said, "What is it?" Nandong Yang squatted down beside her, helped her massage her legs, and smiled. "It's just a small matter. Mother, don't worry about it." The Queen Mother stared at him for a while and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that you arrested the former commander of the Jinui, and planned to do it 3 days later. Beheaded outside the Meridian Gate?" Nandong Yang sighed and said, "I don't want to. But he betrayed my trust and must be used as a warning to others. Otherwise, the servants will bully me because I am young and disloyal in the future." The Queen Mother frowned and said, "How could it be such a coincidence that it happened to be the day of your sister's wedding? Can't it be postponed for a few days?" Nandong Yang lowered his head and helped her massage her legs seriously. After a moment of silence, he said, "Mother, I'll tell you the truth. I don't want to kill him. It's just that the Qin family is too much. I love them very much, and trust them very much. What happened in the hall that day? You? I also saw that the son-in-law of the Qin family slapped me hard in the face in front of foreign guests. The Queen Mother looked at him and said, They ran away? Nan Dongyang smiled bitterly and said, I haven't even said I would punish him yet. But he ran away with his whole family. If he didn't run away, I would just scold him a few words at most. But I wouldn't really punish him. I have always cherished talents. So how could I make a big fuss over such a small matter? When he ran away, people thought I was narrow-minded and couldn't tolerate him. The Qin family is a meritorious family, and they took the initiative to resign. What would people from other meritorious families think if the whole family left like this? They would all think that I forced them to do it. Hey, the Queen Mother frowned and said, So what do you want to do? Before Nan Dongyang could answer, the eunuch's voice suddenly came from outside, Your Majesty, the princess is here. Nan Dongyang immediately stood up and said, Please invite the princess in. After that, he went over and opened the door himself, welcoming her with a smile on his face. Nan Dongyue, wearing a fiery red dress, walked in from outside. When she was about to talk to him, she saw that the Queen Mother was also in the study. So she ignored him and went in to pay her respects. The Queen Mother stood up, came to her, took her hand affectionately and said, Huiyue, the date has been set. The 6th day of the first lunar month. What do you think? Nan Dongyue frowned slightly when she heard this, but did not speak. The Queen Mother stroked her little hand and said softly, If you think the date is too tight, I will discuss it with them and ask them to find a date later. Anyway, it's up to you to decide. You can get married any day you want. Nan Dongyue looked at her and said lightly, How about getting married in 2 years? As soon as she said this, the Queen Mother's smile froze and she said, Huiyue, since the marriage has been decided and it's the person you chose, you should get married earlier. Nan Dongyue looked at her coldly and said, Then what's the point of asking for my opinion? You have the final say on when to get married. The Queen Mother fell silent. Nan Dongyang came over and said with a smile, Sister, the date was discussed by the uncles and the Imperial Observatory. It's a very auspicious day. If you get married earlier, your mother will worry less and your father will feel relieved and relieved. Nan Dongyue didn't say anything else. The room was quiet for a while. Nan Dongyang sighed and said, Royal sister, I asked you to come here today not just to tell you this. There is another thing that may require your help. Nan Dongyue looked at him calmly and did not ask. Nan Dongyang said bitterly, Sister, you should also know that Qin Lang, the former commander of the Jinui, was arrested by me. I have always trusted him and loved him very much. At the beginning, I directly took him out of the academy and made him the commander of the Jinui. He also gave him great power. But he failed my trust. He not only deceived me, but also killed the people of Zijin Temple and betrayed me directly. Oh, I am really sad. Nan Dongyue said indifferently, What do you want me to do for you? Kill him with my own hands? Nan Dongyang smiled bitterly, Sister, you are joking. Even if you really want to kill him, how can you let your sister do it? What's more, that day is the day of your sister's wedding. No matter how much I hate him, I can't let your sister dirty her hands. After a pause, he sighed again and said earnestly, Sister, I am not. I really want to kill him. I just want Luo Qing and the Qin family to come back and serve the country well, share my worries, and dispel other people's doubts. Since their family left that day, I have heard a lot of gossip, saying that I can't tolerate people, that I kill the donkey after it has done its job, and that I am vicious and narrow-minded. Alas, I am really wronged. I have never planned to do anything to them. On the contrary, I have always wanted to reuse the Qin family. Qin Lang is needless to say. I love him very much. I gave him the title of Jinui Commander and planned to let him hone his skills for a few years and let him serve in the army in the future. And Luo Qing, he is talented, and I and the Queen Mother have seen it. I allow him to enter the palace at will and accompany me to study. When the spring exam comes, with his talent, he will definitely be able to pass the exam. I am also prepared to favor him a little in the palace exam and let him be the top scorer. Who knew they would do this to me? I set people to look for them for a long time, but they couldn't be found. Instead, many of my men died, but I still don't blame them. I just hope they can come back safely. Here, he paused and said sincerely, Royal sister, you have a good relationship with the Qin family. And you are also a teacher and friend to Luo Qing. Do you know where they are now? Without waiting for Nan Dongyue to answer, he said, It doesn't matter if you don't know. Royal sister can help me find them. And by the way, help me spread the news and tell Luo Qing to come back. As long as he is willing to come back, I will forgive the past. As for his elder brother Qin Lang, I will also let him go. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said coldly, I don't know where they are either. Nowhere. Nandong Yang nodded and said, It doesn't matter. My sister will ask someone to help me spread the news. 3 days later. It is the day of my sister's wedding. I hope Luo Qing can come back and attend my sister's wedding with me to bless my sister. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, What if he doesn't come back? Nandong Yang sighed and said, Then I have no choice. Qin Lang betrayed me. I can only bear the pain and kill him to set an example. Nandong Huiyue said, Does it have to be that day? Nandong Yang smiled bitterly and said, My decree has been issued and cannot be changed. But my sister doesn't have to worry. I will have someone clean up the place by then. And it will not affect my sister's wedding. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, said nothing more, and turned away directly. The Queen Mother stood aside, silent, after the door closed and the footsteps outside gradually faded away. The Queen Mother said with a complicated expression, Your Majesty, why do you have to do this? She has already compromised and given in. Just let her get married properly. Isn't it good? Nandong Yang smiled faintly and said, Mother, the imperial sister is strong-willed and won't care about such a small matter. The Queen Mother frowned and said, Luo Qing is the person she values most. You are doing this to make her wedding day difficult. She is your own imperial sister. She has worked hard to assist you for so many years. Even if she occasionally argues with you, it was also for the sake of the country. That day was her lifelong event. And it might only happen once in her life. You couldn't. Mother. Nandong Yang interrupted her, still with a gentle smile on his face, and said, I am now grown up and can distinguish right from wrong. There are some things that I want to make my own decisions. As for this matter, I have already decided. And there is no need for Mother to say more. It's getting late, and it's cold outside. Mother, you should go back and rest. The Queen Mother glanced at his face, said nothing more, sighed, and turned to leave. Chang Sunwaner appeared at the door, supported her, and went out. When the footsteps outside disappeared, a gritted murmur suddenly came from the study. I just want to disgust her. I just want to make those who betray me live a life worse than death. Nandong Huiyue returned to the palace and stood in front of the window of the study for a long time before returning to the bed, sitting cross-legged, and his soul left his body. At the same time, in a house by the Yungu River, there was also a soul that flew to the roof. Chapter 738 Sister Yu's Questioning. Celia sends treasures late at night. The river surface is silent. Luo Qingzou's soul flew up to the sky, silently overlooking the world below in the cold night. The whole world is white. On the hillside, the second brother of the Qin family is practicing boxing with sweat. In the house, the faint lights are still on. There is a faint cry from a room, and it soon disappears in the cold wind and snow. In the forest, there are wild beasts looking for food. Snowflakes fall silently, decorating the whole world with flawless whiteness and spotless. However, the night is still the night, and the cold is still the cold. Luo Qingzhou looked in the air for a while before falling into the river and disappearing. The underwater dragon palace is like a dreamland. As soon as he approached, the passage to the palace opened, and a staircase appeared. When he stepped on the steps and entered, the hole behind him slowly closed again. The palace gate was open. He had been to the main hall before, but it was empty. Long Air didn't know where she was in seclusion. He went to the crystal palace with ease, but he didn't find anyone. Just as he was standing in front of the ice coffin, looking at the sleeping flower bones in the coffin, the side door next to it slowly opened, and a white figure walked out of the door. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sister Yu, how is Long Air? The white figure said lightly, He is practicing. Have you prepared all the materials for refining weapons? Luo Qingzhou took out a wooden box from the storage ring, walked in front of her and said, This is the nail of the ancient beast. Sister Yu, can you take a look? The white figure took the wooden box, glanced at it lightly, and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou said, There is also the stem of the earth fire spirit lotus. I haven't got it yet. Celia promised to give it to me, but I don't know when it will be delivered. I will ask later. The white figure put away the wooden box and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, Sister Yu, I have something else to trouble you with. Can you help me make a pill? The white figure of Yu paused after hearing this and said, What pill? Luo Qingzhou said, 9 orifice gathering spirit pill. He then quickly explained. I feel like I'm about to break through recently. But I always feel like something is missing. I heard from my uncle in this sect that it might be this kind of pill. My uncle said that using the 9 orifice gathering spirit pill should be very effective. So I would like to ask Sister Yu to help me refine one. After hearing this, the white figure of Yu was silent for a while and said, the 9 orifice gathering spirit pill will indeed be effective for you. But the materials needed to refine it are very demanding. Do you have them? Luo Qingzhou immediately took out a bag from the storage ring, and then took out all the medicine boxes in the bag, saying, Sister Yu, I brought all the materials. Take a look. They should be complete. As he said this, he opened all the medicine boxes one by one. The white figure looked at it silently, and then looked at him again, saying lightly, Indeed, it is complete. These medicinal herbs are very precious and hard to find now. How did you find them? Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and said, There is a master uncle in my sect. She collected these medicinal herbs for many years. She was going to use them to refine the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill. But now she suddenly doesn't need them. So she gave them to me. The white figure looked at him coldly and said, Why is it suddenly useless? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, She is about to break through. The white figure's eyes, which were shrouded in a halo, narrowed slightly and said, She is about to break through, which means she hasn't broken through yet. If she takes this pill, the success rate will increase a lot. Why doesn't she want it anymore? After a pause, he said lightly, Did she find a better substitute? Luo Qingzhou, why don't you say anything? The white figure stared at him again. Luo Qingzhou endured the embarrassment and pretended to be calm. I don't know either. Anyway, she said she didn't need it now. So she gave all these herbs to me. At this point, he quickly changed the subject and said, Sister Yu. She said that this kind of elixir is very difficult to refine. Even the alchemists in this sect cannot guarantee success. So I brought it over and asked Sister Yu to help me refine it. I know that Sister Yu must be better than those alchemists. Right? The white moon stared at him for a while and said coldly, I don't have time. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, Yes. Sister Yu also has to help me refine the flying sword. It is indeed too busy. He pondered for a while and said, Sister Yu, can you help me refine the elixir first? I must break through as soon as possible. And it would be best if I can do it in these 2 days. As for the flying sword, I can refine it later. The white moon faced his expectant eyes, paused for a moment, and the moonlight flashed in his hand. He put away his herbs, but did not speak and left the palace directly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to follow, the message on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It was sent by the princess. Xiao Meijiu, Luo Qingzhou. There is news from the princess. The emperor asked her to inform you to go to the palace 3 days later, on the day of the princess's wedding. Otherwise, Qin Lang will be beheaded outside the Meridian Gate that day. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message and was silent for a long time before replying, I know. Go to bed early. Xiao Meijiao, will you go? Luo Qingzhou, yes. Xiao Meijiao, in what capacity? Luo Qingzhou, as he wished. Luo Qingzhou's capacity. Xiao Meijiao, he said that if you go back to serve, Qin Lang and all the people in the Qin family will be pardoned. Do you believe it? Luo Qingzhou, does the princess think I am a fool? Xiao Meijiao, then you still want to die? You should have experienced the masters in the palace. Right? If something happens to you, what will happen to your family? Qin Lang chose his own path. Even if he wanted to save someone, it shouldn't be you. Luo Qingzhou, I went there not only to save my elder brother. Even if my elder brother wasn't there, I would still go. I said I would kill that man, and no one could stop me. Xiao Meijiao, you are not a reckless person. Luo Qingzhou, princess. The eldest princess's wedding is scheduled on that day. Isn't it just right? Xiao Meijiao, what's just right? He was deliberately trying to discuss the eldest princess. He knew that the eldest princess was close to the Qin family, and even closer to you. If you showed up, he would be even happier. I really don't understand why he would do such a thing when the eldest princess had already given up. Luo Qingzhou, as the crown prince, he has been suffocated by a woman since he was a child. All the excellence and glory, as well as the love and praise, are on that woman. He is so close, but he can only watch helplessly. Wouldn't his mentality change? As long as that woman is alive, he will not be happy. Xiao Meijiu, but they are blood relatives after all. Luo Qingzhou, there is no family affection in the royal family, let alone the royal family. Even ordinary families, once their respective interests are involved, and those interests are enough to affect their lives, then even the closest people may turn against each other. Xiao Meijiao, is it really only one person who can survive? Luo Qingzhou, of course not. The eldest princess has always treated him as a relative. Xiao Meijiao, then if you take action, will the eldest princess help him? Luo Qingzhou, I don't know. Princess, go to bed early. I want to practice. Xiao Meijiao, Luo Qingzhou held the communication treasure and thought for a while. When he was about to find Sister Yu, the communication treasure suddenly vibrated again. Message from Xiaoya, good brother. Sister is out of town. Are you by the river? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, yes. After speaking, he immediately left the dragon palace and flew to the river. Duobao Xiaoya is here. She should bring the stems of the earth fire spirit lotus. I hope it's not too late. He flew to the river and landed on the boat. He heard the sound of boxing mixed in the wind and snow again. He turned his head and looked through the wind, snow and mist on the river to the hillside. Qin Urge was still sweating profusely while practicing boxing. The wind and snow trees around him were torn by the strong wind and rustled. Second brother, are you going to do something stupid? He sighed and looked in the direction of Kyoto in the distance. Not long after, a familiar red shadow suddenly appeared in his sight through the wind and snow. It was still far away in the last second, and in the next second, it was already above his head. Brother! The red figure floated down, her tone full of joy, and her eyes shrouded in red halo looked at him with a smile. Good brother. In 3 days, you will be my Xiaoya's husband? By the way, is senior sister here? She suddenly asked again, wanting to show off in front of senior sister. Luo Qingzhou said, down there, in Longhurst Dragon Palace. Xiaoya snorted and said, senior sister is so close to that little goblin, and I don't know what her purpose is. Brother, that little goblin has been plotting against your thunder spirit root. You have to be careful. From now on, brother is hers, and everything on brother is naturally hers. If that little goblin dares to hit brother again, she will not turn a blind eye again. Xiaoya, have you brought the things? I only need the stem of the earth fire spirit lotus. Although Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed, he still spoke directly. Time is urgent. He must do everything possible to improve his strength. As for the favors he owed, he can only repay them later. Xiaoya immediately took out a brocade box and said sweetly, brother, I dare not forget your instructions, so I brought them all. In addition to the stem of the earth fire spirit lotus, there is also a petal of the spirit lotus. Brother can swallow the petal directly, and then the fire spirit energy in your body will be stronger, and the flames released will be more powerful. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and took the brocade box with his hand, looking at her and said, Xiaoya, thank you. In the future, Xiaoya immediately smiled and said, brother, if you really want to thank me, I will need you for many things in the future. I hope you won't refuse me then. Luo Qingzhou said, don't worry. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Xiaoya said happily, Xiaoya is so lucky to know brother. At the same time, she secretly said proudly in her heart, senior sister, I'm sorry. Brother is very good, and he will be mine. Xiaoya, in the future, you just wait to cry. The two talked for a while on the boat again. Xiaoya reluctantly said, brother, I have something to do at home, so I can't stay out for too long. I have to go back first. Brother, you must protect yourself here, and don't let some little goblins take advantage of you. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, be careful when you go back. Xiaoya suddenly jumped into his arms, hugged him, and said, brother, Xiaoya is waiting for you. Luo Qingzhou said, why are you waiting for me? Xiaoya smiled, and a red shadow flashed, flying into the air, and said sweetly, waiting for brother to fall in love with Xiaoya willingly. After that, the red light dissipated and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou looked at the night sky in the distance, stood on the boat for a while, and then returned to the dragon palace under the sea. The white figure was standing in front of the ice coffin waiting for him. After seeing her, Luo Qingzhou quickly took out the brocade box that Xiaoya had just given him and said, Sister Yu, Xiaoya came just now and gave me something. Can you see if it can be used? The white figure of the moon paused, took the brocade box, opened it and took a look, and said lightly, yes. Luo Qingzhou couldn't wait to say, Sister Yu, Otherwise, I'll guard here. You?" The white figure of the moon looked at the brocade box in her hand, was silent for a while, raised her head and looked at him, and said, "Do you want to make pills with me?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and said, "I don't know." The white figure of the moon looked at him quietly and said, "I'll teach you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, nodded heavily and said, "Okay." The white figure of the moon was silent again, and said, "With your talent, you will go very far in the future. If you learn to make pills, you won't have to ask anyone for help in the future." After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou didn't know why he suddenly felt uncomfortable and said, "Sister Yu, are you leaving?" The white figure of the moon didn't speak, turned around and walked towards the side door. Chapter 739, helping Sister Yu wipe her sweat. Sister Yu's real body is refining medicine. In the stone room, the medicine cauldron has been set up. Under the medicine cauldron is a red round bead, which is releasing red flames at this time. A wisp of white gas rises slowly from the cauldron. The white figure of Yu walked to the cauldron, looked at it quietly for a while, then took out a brocade box and put one of the herbs in it. A strong smell of medicine immediately filled the whole stone room. "It smells so good." Luo Qingzhou stood behind the white figure of Yu and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The white figure of Yu turned his head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly explained, "Sister Yu, I mean this elixir smells so good." "Not you." The white figure of Yu still looked at him silently. Luo Qingzhou froze, and could only whisper, "Of course. Sister Yu smells good too." The stone room was silent. Not long after, the potion in the cauldron began to bubble and boil. The white figure withdrew his gaze from him, took out a brocade box, and poured the medicinal material inside into it. At this time, a strange stench rose from the cauldron and soon filled the entire stone room. "It stinks." Luo Qingzhou covered his nose and felt like vomiting. The white figure looked at him again. Luo Qingzhou quickly pointed at the medicine cauldron and explained, "I mean the medicine stinks." Then he shamelessly said, "But fortunately, Sister Yu was standing next to me and exuding fragrance, so I couldn't hold back from vomiting." The white figure stared at him silently for a while, and then slowly said, "This medicine cauldron is what you gave me before. Before refining the medicine, you need to wash it 3 times with clean water, and then boil it once with boiling water. Input internal force or soul power. Establish a connection with it, and slowly control it to grow bigger. The size of the medicine cauldron needs to change according to the number and quality of the elixirs to be refined. The water for refining medicine can be mountain springs, water at the bottom of rivers and lakes. If the quality of the elixir is too high, you need to use collected dew and some other water containing spiritual energy. There are differences between morning dew and evening dew." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and when he saw her directly start to teach the method of refining elixirs, he immediately held his breath, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully. "You can't use ordinary flames to refine pills. You need to use earth fire, pill fire, or other special fires. The size of the fire needs to be controlled and changed at any time, and the alchemist needs to continuously supply internal force or soul power to control it." After an instant's stick of time, the white figure stopped, opened the lid of the cauldron again, put all the remaining medicinal materials in, and then took out a water-gathering bead and filled the cauldron with water again. "I'm going to start refining pills. You practice next time." The white figure put away the things and sat down in front of the medicine cauldron. Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister Yu, don't I need to watch?" The white figure's slender fingers moved slightly, and a ray of light shot out and sank into the red round bead under the medicine cauldron. "Wow!" The flame rising from the round bead immediately became vigorous. She then said lightly, "Just remember what I said just now for the time being. As for the process of refining pills, wait until I refine simple pills next time, and you can learn from me." Then she turned her head and looked at him and said, "Aren't you in a hurry to break through?" Luo Qingzhou nodded, said nothing more, stepped aside, took out a cushion from the storage ring, put it on the ground, and sat down. Then he took out the spiritual liquid and dripped it into his palm. A burning breath immediately passed through his palm, flowed into his body, and was absorbed by his soul. The white figure looked at the flame under the medicine cauldron, and input soul power again to make the flame burn more vigorously. The entire medicine cauldron was almost engulfed by the flame in the stone room, except for the sound of the flame burning and the boiling in the cauldron. It was silent. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and quickly entered the state of cultivation. I don't know how long it took. He finally absorbed the energy of the spiritual liquid in his body, and his whole soul was slightly hot and particularly energetic. When he exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes, the flame under the medicine cauldron was still burning. The whole stone room was filled with a rich and tempting fragrance. The moon-white figure sitting near the medicine cauldron closed her eyes and did not move. There was a faint white thread connecting her slender jade fingers to the red round bead under the medicine cauldron. Luo Qingzhou looked at her carefully. The moon-white halo on her body had disappeared, revealing her snow-white dress, black hair like a waterfall, and an ordinary-looking face. Her forehead was covered with shiny sweat. The flame under the medicine cauldron was burning fiercely, and the soul power in her body was being consumed rapidly. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, and couldn't help but stand up, walk closer, squat down, and look at her closely. The temperature in front of the medicine cauldron was particularly hot. The hair on her temples was wet with sweat. A drop of crystal clear sweat slowly flowed down her fair cheek, then flowed into her fair neck, and continued to slide down. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, looked at her long eyelashes, and whispered, "Sister Yu, take a rest." The other party still closed her eyes, motionless, without any response. Luo Qingzhou looked at the medicine cauldron in front of him. White smoke floated out from the gap of the lid of the cauldron, and the smell of medicine became stronger and stronger. At this time, I am afraid it is a critical moment, and I can't stop. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and looked at the girl in front of him again. Seeing that the sweat on her forehead and cheeks was getting more and more, he couldn't help but take out a handkerchief. After hesitating for a while, Fang gently reached out and carefully helped her wipe the sweat on it. The moment the handkerchief touched her skin, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Luo Qingzhou's hand also trembled. He suddenly found something wrong. The touch was wrong, and the feeling in his heart was wrong too. He frowned slightly, wiped all the sweat off her forehead with a handkerchief, then put the handkerchief in front of his nose and sniffed it, and then touched it with his other hand, feeling more and more suspicious. He was stunned, and looked at the girl in front of him again. He hesitated for a moment, and quietly approached, stretched his nose to her cheek, sniffed it, and then stretched it to her hair and neck, and suddenly his heart was shocked. It's not the soul. It's the body. Sister Yu's body is here. He was shocked, thought about it carefully, and suddenly understood. Sister Yu's previous visit should have been just her spirit, when he went to the river to see Celia and came back. Sister Yu should have been in her physical body. Refining this kind of elixir should consume a lot of energy and require full concentration. If it was just the spirit, if there was a mistake in the middle, it would be irreparable. Therefore, in order to increase the success rate, Sister Yu directly returned her spirit to her body and let her physical body refine the medicine. However, where was Sister Yu's physical body hidden before? With Sister Yu's cultivation, every time her spirit left her body, she probably only needed to separate a wisp of spirit, and her physical body should still be as usual and able to move freely. Thinking of this, he looked at the girl in front of him again, as if he was meeting her for the first time. Sister Yu is very good at concealing her breath and disguising her appearance. Could this height, body shape and face also be disguised? Such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Looking at her sweaty cheek, he couldn't help but reach out his handkerchief again, carefully wiping the sweat off her cheek, while observing her cheek carefully. Even if it was a disguise, it was impossible to completely change into another appearance. He observed carefully for a long time, but did not find any clues. Suddenly he remembered the mask on his face, and thought to himself, Sister Yu wouldn't have a mask like that, right? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After hesitating for a while, he finally couldn't help but stretch out his finger and prepared to check. He suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the breath emanating from Sister Yu. The breath in front of the medicine cauldron was obviously very hot, but it suddenly decreased and became cold. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked into her eyes. The white figure of Yu was opening her eyes, motionless, staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou. The air seemed to suddenly solidify, and time seemed to suddenly stop. Luo Qingzhou froze and hurriedly retracted his fingers. Just as he was about to explain, Yu Bai slowly closed his eyes again, his face still calm, and the white air on his fingertips rushed to the red round bead under the medicine cauldron more and more quickly. Wow! The flame under the medicine cauldron began to shake. The medicine cauldron on the flame actually began to slowly rotate. A more tempting medicinal fragrance wafted out of the medicine cauldron. Luo Qingzhou suddenly woke up and didn't dare to disturb her again. He looked at the snow-white handkerchief in his hand stained with her sweat, and looked at her for a while. Then silently put away the handkerchief, and looked at the medicine cauldron. About an hour later, there was a sudden bang in the medicine cauldron, and a light sound came, as if something exploded. The eyelashes of Yubai moved, and the white air on her fingertips began to gradually shrink, and soon all of them were retracted. The flame under the medicine cauldron also shrank rapidly, and finally, it was completely extinguished. The medicine cauldron that was rotating in the air also slowly fell down. The lid of the cauldron suddenly tightened, and the fragrance that was wafting out was suddenly taken back and forced into the cauldron. A moment later, the eyelashes of the white figure fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Luo Qingzhou dared to speak, and asked carefully, "Sister Yu, did it succeed?" The white figure looked at the medicine cauldron in front of her, and was silent for a while, and then said in a cold voice, "It will take another 9 hours. Come back tomorrow night. At this time, the sky outside should have been bright." Luo Qingzhou thought that he had to go to the mountain to practice today, and thought of the embarrassing behavior just now, so he didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly stood up and said, "Sister Yu, then I will go to practice first." The white moon figure was silent for a while, and said lightly, "Did you touch me just now?" Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and denied, "No, I didn't touch. I just wiped the sweat off Sister Yu." The white moon figure looked at him coldly. Touched. Facing her cold and deep eyes, Luo Qingzhou actually felt a little guilty, and admitted it directly. The white moon figure looked at him quietly, and didn't say anything. "That's Sister Yu. I have something to do, come back in the evening." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately stood up and ran away in disgrace. When he returned to the river, the sky outside was already bright, and the snow finally stopped. On the hillside not far away, Brother Qin was sitting under a big tree in a daze, and did not go back to sleep. Luo Qingzhou looked around again, then returned to his own courtyard, floated into the room, and his soul returned to his body. Miss Qin Air in his arms was sleeping soundly. Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth, then took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Master Linghu. "Master, are you at Jianfeng? I will go to the mountain to practice later, and I may need your help." The message came back quickly, "Yes. Just in time. I also need your help." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and asked, "Master, what do you need my help with?" "Zhu, you will know when you come." Luo Qingzhou, "Master, I declare in advance that I really want to practice and not do anything else." "Zhu, me too. I really want to practice." Luo Qingzhou, "Then I won't go." "Zhu, whatever you want. Anyway, I know where your home is." Luo Qingzhou, "The sky outside is getting brighter and brighter." The voices of Qiu'er and Xiaodai came from the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou put away the message, and was about to get up when Miss Qin Air in his arms opened her eyes, and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, are you going out again?" Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth and said, "I'm going to the mountain to practice. By the way, Weima, remember to take care of my second brother at home, and don't let him go out alone." Miss Qin Air frowned slightly and said, "Is my second brother going to Kyoto?" Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "I'm just worried. Anyway, you just need to take care of him. There's no need for him to intervene in this matter. If he really wants to go, it will be even more troublesome." Miss Qin Air hugged him tightly and said, "Brother Qingzhou, then you want a... Has anyone gone?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "And Chan. Miss Qin sighed slightly. "Sure enough. Only Chan can help you." The two hugged each other for a while. Luo Qingzhou got up, helped her press the quilt, kissed her again, and said, "It's cold. Stay at home. Remember to accompany your mother-in-law more, and persuade her more. She cried all night last night." Miss Qin looked at him softly and whispered, "Well, Brother Qingzhou, you have to come back early. Weima is waiting for you at home. If Brother Qingzhou doesn't come back, then Weima will don't talk nonsense. It's cold. Sleep a little longer." Luo Qingzhou interrupted her, and quickly left the room. Before Qiu'er entered the house, he had already put on his shoes and walked out, saying, "Take good care of the second young lady." Xiaodai was holding a broom, sweeping the snow on the bluestone slab in the middle. Her petite body was shorter than the broom in her arms. When she saw him come out, she said crisply, "Young master, I had a dream last night." Luo Qingzhou stopped, touched her head, and said, "What did you dream about?" Xiaodia's face darkened, and she whispered, "I dreamed of Madame Madam told me to take good care of you. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, stroked her hair, and said, Xiao Dai, just take good care of yourself. Xiao Dai leaned against his arms and whispered, Young master, you will go to Kyoto to save the eldest young master, right? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, let go of her, and said softly, take good care of the second young lady, and take good care of yourself, and wait for you to come back. Okay? Xiao Dai said with tears in her eyes. Yes. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again, left the courtyard, went out the door from the back of the house, and went around to the back mountain of Lingxiao sect. When he reached the middle of the mountain, he stopped, thought for a moment, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his storage ring, and poured all the remaining spiritual liquid in the bottle into his palm. The spiritual liquid disappeared in his palm in an instant. Soon, a hot and powerful airflow rose from the Danhai. On the Jianfeng peak, white snow pressed against the green bamboo, and cranes sang around the peak. A sound of a cave flute came from the cliff not far away, melodiously and lingeringly. Chapter 740, Practicing with the Uncle. The spirit fluid mutates. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from the Jianfeng. Deep in the bamboo forest, Luo Qingzhou's punch was as fast as the wind, and the sound was like thunder. The golden fist light, with a whistling strong wind, exploded in the bamboo forest. The scattered air waves bent the surrounding green bamboos like a tide, and the snow on the bamboo crown fell. Shua! Linghu Qingzhu's sword light was equally unstoppable. Countless sword shadows gathered in the forest, covering his entire figure. The dazzling sword light made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Neither of them showed mercy. One used fists, and the other used swords, and they fought fiercely in the depths of the bamboo forest. Luo Qingzhou's moves were fierce, and each punch carried the greatest power. The internal force in the Danhai was quickly consumed. After the internal force in the Danhai was consumed, he drained the energy hidden in each acupoint of his body, and all the physical strength of his body. At noon, he stopped with his whole body limp and sweating. But after a short rest and replenishing his physical strength, he took the initiative to attack again. This time, he was more ferocious. Linghu Qingzhou could not block it, and could only dodge it with light swordsmanship and body movements. But every time he drew his sword, he still threatened him the most and stimulated his greatest potential. For a whole afternoon, Luo Qingzhou was in the most fierce attack. As long as all the power in the body is exhausted and all the potential in the body is forced out, and the meridians and acupoints in the body are continuously expanded and honed, so that the internal organs can undergo qualitative changes, and more power can be accumulated at the last moment to prepare for the final sprint and breakthrough. He didn't have much time, and he had to break through as soon as possible. Until the evening, he finally stopped exhausted and aching all over. At this time, not only was his clothes soaked, he had no strength in his body. His face became as pale as paper, and the meridians, acupoints, and bones in his body were numb with pain. He leaned against the green bamboo behind him, sat down slowly, took out another bottle of spiritual liquid with trembling hands, and poured it into his palm. Then, he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and practiced the inner strength. Linghu Qingzhu's dress was also soaked, and she was weak all over and could hardly hold on. She also sat down beside him, took the elixir, closed her eyes, and began to recover her inner strength and physical strength. At this moment, the bamboo forest was silent, with only the rapid breathing of the two. But the breathing soon calmed down. It was not until the night was about to fall that Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of white air, and then stood up, felt the muscles and bones of his whole body, and activated the internal strength in his body, and felt the meridians and acupoints. There was still some slight pain in various parts of the body, but it was tougher and wider than before. He looked at Linghu Qingzhou opposite him. Just as he was about to speak, Linghu Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes, met his gaze, and said lightly, I am going to break through. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Congratulations, Master. Then Master, go back and prepare. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him, expressionless, and said nothing. The bamboo forest was silent again. After a while, Luo Qingzhou could only sigh secretly, walked over and said, Master, then I will help you. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him again and stretched out her hand. Luo Qingzhou held her soft little hand and pulled her up. The two of them left the bamboo forest. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, Master, do you still have the energy to practice? Linghu Qingzhou said lightly, Yes, Luo Qingzhou said. I have been practicing for a day and feel a little. Linghu Qingzhou looked ahead and said coldly. It doesn't matter. Just watch me practice. Luo Qingzhou. Time is tight. And both of them are at a critical moment. And they must seize every moment to practice. The two entered the cave. Luo Qingzhou took out the spiritual liquid again and dripped a few drops in the palm of his hand. A scorching energy quickly rose from the Danhai. The two entered the secret room and soon entered the state of practice again. Outside the cave, night gradually fell. I don't know how long it took. In the deep cave, a huge force suddenly erupted with a boom. I don't know if there was a mistake in the practice, or the power of the breakthrough was too strong. Linghu Qingzhou trembled and fainted. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. Luo Qingzhou asked in a trembling voice, Uncle Master, have you broken through? Linghu Qingzhou lay on the rock of the bathing pool, staring blankly at the top of the cave. After a long time, she whispered, still a little short. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle Master, do you want to take the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill? Maybe after taking it, you will break through immediately. The pill is originally yours. Linghu Qingzhou's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly closed her eyes and said, I'm tired. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Uncle Master, then rest early. I'm going back. Uncle Master, don't worry. The energy this time may not be enough. Wait until the next time. When it accumulates more and stronger, maybe you can break through. The petals in the pool swayed slightly. Linghu Qingzhou lay there motionless, her snow-white and slender body looming in the pool water and mist. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to look at it anymore, and retreated. After leaving the cave, sporadic snowflakes were floating outside again. The Jianfeng Peak was already covered with snow. The lush green bamboos were all covered with thick white snow, and some were bent down. When the wind blew, the snow fell down. The strong wind surrounded Luo Qingzhou, isolating the cold wind and snowflakes. Taking advantage of the night, he went down the mountain from the back mountain. Today's practice was fruitful, but he felt a little sorry for his uncle. If his uncle had just broken through, he might not have felt so guilty. But unfortunately, he was still a little short. But it doesn't matter. He will help her after he finishes his work. Since she gave him the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill for breakthrough, he will naturally do his best to help her break through. Today is the 3rd day of the new year, and there are still 2 days. He must hurry up to practice. When he returned home, Miss Jean Eyre was not there. Only Xiao Dai was sewing clothes in the room. Xiao Dai said. The second young lady and the lady went to the eldest young lady's place and had dinner there. Then she stood up and said, Young master, are you hungry? I'll heat up some food for you. Luo Qingzhou said, No, I still need to go out. When the second young lady comes back, tell her that I probably won't be back tonight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai immediately hugged his arm and said with a worried look on her face, Young master, are you going to Kyoto? Luo Qingzhou stroked her head and said, Not for the time being. I'm going to practice tonight. After talking to her for a while, Luo Qingzhou left the room. After thinking for a while, he went back to his room. On the table near the windowsill, the sun and moon treasure mirror was still there, and no one moved it. The second Miss, Xiao Dai, and Xiao all knew that no one could move anything on the table, especially this mirror. Only 2 drops of spiritual liquid condensed on the mirror today. Luo Qingzhou frowned, took out the porcelain bottle, and when he was about to collect it, he suddenly found that there was something wrong with these 2 drops of spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid, which was originally azure blue, became somewhat transparent, and the taste seemed to be more intense. In the center of the 2 drops of spiritual liquid, there were many crystal silk threads connecting them, which looked like a thin spider web. Has the spiritual liquid changed again? He was delighted and immediately changed to a porcelain bottle and collected it. He decided to try out the new effects of these 2 drops of spiritual liquid tonight. After collecting the spiritual liquid, he turned the sun and moon treasure mirror over again and placed it on the table, facing the window. Since the spiritual liquid during the day has mutated, the spiritual liquid at night should also have mutated. He will come back tomorrow morning to see what it has become. If he can break through the soul and the body at the same time, then the trip to the palace in 2 days will be more certain. He went out of the door in the night and left through the back door. Tonight, he did not go there with his soul, but went there directly with his body. He will continue to practice in the Dragon Palace. Chapter 741 Sister Yu suddenly gets angry. In the secret room of Dragon Palace, Yu Bai's figure still sits quietly in front of the medicine cauldron. Refining pills. The medicine cauldron rotates slowly on the flame. The flame under the cauldron, under the blessing of her power, constantly changes color. Sometimes yellow, sometimes red, sometimes golden. There is no sound in the medicine cauldron, and there is no smoke in the gap of the lid of the cauldron, and even a trace of medicine fragrance is not revealed. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to disturb, and sat down in the corner after entering. He looked at the figure in front of the medicine cauldron quietly for a while, then closed his eyes, operated the internal energy method, and soon entered the state of cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. In the stone room, there was no sound. I don't know how long it took. When he woke up from the state of cultivation, he suddenly smelled a familiar smell in his nose. He opened his eyes and looked, and the figure who was refining pills in front of the medicine cauldron was standing in front of him, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "Sister Yu." After a pause, he took the initiative to explain. "I came here in my real body tonight, just like Sister Yu." He thought the girl in front of him was observing his physical body. The white figure looked at him quietly for a while before saying, "The pill has been refined. The furnace can be opened in an hour." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately stood up excitedly and said, "Success?" The white figure's face was calm and said lightly, "I rarely fail when refining pills." Luo Qingzhou, the white figure, took out a porcelain bottle, handed it to him and said, "Next, I will start refining the flying sword. I need your blood essence." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, reached out to take the porcelain bottle, looked at her pale face, and said, "You, sister, you look very tired. You should rest for a few days." The moon-white figure looked at him coldly and said, "Aren't you in a hurry?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "I am indeed in a hurry to use it. But, you, take it." The moon-white figure looked indifferent, paused, and said, "If you can add your thunder spirit, the effect should be better." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "How to add it?" Then, he suddenly remembered that the thunder spirit in his body needed special means to absorb it. Longa needed to do that with him, or that with him. Xiao Ya, on the other hand, used her own fire spirit as a channel to absorb it directly from his mouth to mouth. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at the girl in front of him. His heartbeat slightly accelerated, and said, "Sister Yu, I am willing." The white figure of Yu took out a transparent round bead and handed it to him, saying indifferently, "This is the Tianqing pearl. You just need to hold it in your mouth and stimulate the thunder spirit in your body, and it will absorb it by itself." Luo Qingzhou, the white figure of Yu, seemed to have just reacted, looking at him coldly, and said, "What do you want?" Luo Qingzhou quickly took the Tianqing pearl and said, "I am willing to add the thunder spirit, even if it can increase the power of the flying sword a little. I am willing." After that, he opened his mouth wide and stuffed the Tianqing pearl into his mouth. When he puffed his cheeks and opened his mouth slightly, facing the eyes of the girl in front of him, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and quickly turned around again, and then began to stimulate the thunder spirit in his body. Shwa, a stream of hot air, with a flickering arc, slowly went up along the meridians, and came to the throat with great difficulty, but could not go up any further. At this moment, the Tianqing pearl in the mouth suddenly became hot and began to slowly rotate in the mouth. At this time, the thunder spirit energy in the throat was slowly absorbed, entered the mouth, and drilled into the Tianqing pearl. But the Tianqing pearl only absorbed a wisp and stopped rotating. The remaining thunder spirit energy that was stagnant in the throat immediately retreated like a tide. Sure enough, the thunder spirit energy is difficult to get out of the mouth. Otherwise it can be transported directly by kissing. He had an idea and tried to urge the thunder spirit energy to move downwards. Shwa! This time, the speed of the thunder spirit energy was surprisingly fast, and it reached the bottom in an instant. No wonder Long Air said at the beginning that in addition to love, it can also... He suddenly realized something was wrong, looked down, and froze. He hurriedly retracted the thunder spirit energy, and spit out the Tianqing pearl in his mouth. Although the Tianqing pearl was not stained with his saliva, he still took out a handkerchief and wiped it carefully several times, then turned around and handed it to Sister Yu. The white figure looked at him, but did not take it with his hand. Instead, he took out a brocade box and put it in. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but say, "Sister Yu thinks I'm dirty?" The white figure put away the brocade box, looked at him, and said lightly, "You know whether you are dirty or not." Luo Qingzhou. The white figure ignored him, and walked to the medicine cauldron, and looked at the flames below. Luo Qingzhou stood there awkwardly for a while, then took out a dagger, cut his fingertips, and then opened the porcelain bottle, urged the airflow in his body, and dripped into the porcelain bottle with blood. Sister Yu, the blood is for you. He took the porcelain bottle, but didn't feel comfortable handing it directly into her hands. He put it on the ground, and then said, "Well, I'll go out for a while, and come back later." After that, he immediately left the stone room, went to the side hall next to it, and entered a room with a bath. Long Air had introduced this place when he brought him here for a visit. "You can take a bath here." He came down from Lingxiao sect, hurried home, and hurried here again. He really didn't have time to take a bath. Although he practiced in the bath with his uncle before, he practiced for so long, and his body must be stained with a lot of sweat and other things. If he didn't scrub it carefully, it would definitely remain on it. Sister Yu has a strong cultivation base and a good nose. She probably smelled something. Oh! Another social death. He took off his clothes, entered the bath, took out the soap, and scrubbed his hair and body carefully. There were traces left on his neck, chest, back, and even thighs. These were definitely not washable, and he could only recover slowly. Expanding and honing the acupoints and meridians in the most violent way will inevitably cause some damage to the body. But for him, these are all trivial matters. Next, after the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill is ready, he can start to accumulate strength, to break through from the realm of a great martial artist to the realm of a grandmaster. The power required is estimated to be very terrifying. When the sprint bursts out, it is estimated that it will cause a lot of noise. He must find a quiet and deserted place, and he needs someone to guard it, in order to make the final breakthrough. Uncle Jianfeng's cave should be a good place. No one dares to go in there casually, and there is a formation inside to cover up some movements. Even if some strange phenomena cannot be covered up, there is still the Lingxiao sect's mountain protection formation to suppress it. Even if it cannot be completely suppressed, there will be no problem. Others sensed it, and thought it was a breakthrough by a master of the Lingxiao sect. Who would have thought of him? At least, the spies in Kyoto cannot know it. As for the Dragon Palace, he certainly cannot risk a breakthrough here. If a strange phenomenon occurs and attracts other masters, it will be troublesome. After all, his family lives in seclusion by the river. Therefore, Jianfeng should be the best place for a breakthrough. It seems to be telepathic. When he was thinking about the breakthrough, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It turned out to be sent by Uncle. "Zhu Zhu, are you still here to practice today?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Uncle Master, I am going to take the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill to accumulate energy." "Zhu Zhu, then come to my cave. I also want to break through." Luo Qingzhou, "Uncle Master, I really want to practice." "Zhu Zhu, me too. At the moment of your breakthrough, you will generate very powerful energy, and I can just use that power to break through." Luo Qingzhou, "Zhu Zhu, breaking through here is your best choice, if you don't want others to know that you have become a master for the time being." Luo Qingzhou said, "I really can't let others know for the time being. Zhu Zhu, there must be people from Kyoto in this sect. When you break through to the master level, there must be strange phenomena. If you break through in my cave, they will think it's me who breaks through." Luo Qingzhou, "Uncle Master, the energy when breaking through should be very powerful. Will it be dangerous?" "Zhu Zhu, on the road of cultivation, every step forward will be dangerous, and all previous efforts may be wasted. I know you are very powerful, but I don't know whether you will be in danger this time." Luo Qingzhou, "Uncle Master, I mean you. I am afraid that the energy I have accumulated is too strong and will hurt you." After a while, the message party replied, "I like it." Luo Qingzhou. At this moment, Sister Yu suddenly sent a message, "Come here." Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the message, got up from the bath, dried his body with a towel, put on a brand new Confucian robe, and did not wear a mask on his face. After quickly drying his hair with a strong wind, he went to the stone room where Sister Yu was refining the elixir. In the stone room, the flames under the medicine cauldron had all gone out. The red round bead had also been put away. The medicine cauldron was covered with a lid, and no trace of heat and medicinal fragrance was revealed. Yu Bai stood in front of the medicine cauldron, with an unclear expression on her face, and the jade hand in her sleeve was holding the message. When Luo Qingzhou walked behind her, he clearly felt a chill that had not been there just now. He suddenly felt uneasy. and looked at her cold face from the side, and asked carefully, "Sister Yu, what's wrong? Did you fail?" The white figure did not speak, nor did she look at him. She paused, walked to the medicine cauldron, stretched out her jade hand, and casually opened the lid of the cauldron. Wow! A white gas and a red gas, with a glimmer of light, suddenly rose from the cauldron and quickly disappeared. At the same time, a mouth-watering medicinal fragrance came to my nose. Luo Qingzhou's mouth suddenly couldn't help but drool. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and hurried over to look down. In the medicine cauldron, 2 red pills appeared in the mist. The surface of the pill was smooth, with a bright luster, round and exquisite, and the 2 pills were of the same size, and they looked extraordinary. Luo Qingzhou was immediately excited and said, "Sister Yu, it succeeded? There are actually 2. The face of the Yubai figure was still calm, and the jade box in her hand opened slightly, and she directly took the 2 pills in. Luo Qingzhou was full of excitement and expectation, and stretched out his hands, ready to receive. Who knew that the Yubai figure actually put the jade box directly into his sleeve, and then put away the medicine cauldron. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at him. After doing all this, she turned around and prepared to leave. "Luo Qingzhou?" When her cold figure walked to the door, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly chased after her and said, "Sister Yu, where are you going?" "Home," Yubai said coldly, and then the figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Luo Qingzhou froze at the door, looking at the empty corridor, with a blank face. Chapter 742 Blacked Out by Sister Yu. Pure white moonlight. It was dawn. On the misty river, the snowflakes had stopped falling. Between heaven and earth, there was silence and coldness, and a white snow. The river was hazy with mist, like a fairyland. After Yubai came out from the bottom of the water, she did not leave immediately, but floated on the small boat in the middle of the river, looking at the mountains in the distance, wondering what she was thinking. A moment later, Luo Qingzhou came out from the bottom of the water, and after seeing her, he quickly landed on the boat. Just as she was about to speak, a faint ripple suddenly appeared around Yubai's figure, and then a layer of moon-white halo lit up, instantly covering her whole body, as if she disliked him. There seemed to be a curtain between the 2 of them. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said, "Sister Yu, I just took a shower and washed my hair. It's not dirty anymore. If you don't believe me, you can smell it." As he said that, he stretched out his arm. However, the white figure looked at the distance with a cold face and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her hazy face, took a step closer, and asked cautiously, "Sister Yu, are you angry?" The white figure still ignored him, and moved a step to the side, away from him. Luo Qingzhou. Ahem. Luo Qingzhou shamelessly took another step closer to her. The white figure narrowed her eyes, and moved another step to the side. Luo Qingzhou was amused, and raised his footsteps again. When he was about to approach her again, the white figure suddenly turned his head, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou's footsteps froze, and he stopped where he was and dared not move again. He shrugged and said, "Sister Yu, do you dislike me so much?" The white figure looked at him coldly, and still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed, and he secretly guessed in his heart. Could it be that Sister Yu blamed him for secretly helping her wipe her sweat while she was refining the elixir last night, and was about to touch her? If that was the case, he felt that he needed to explain, "Sister Yu, if it was because of what happened last night, no need to quibble." Before he could finish, Yubai suddenly spoke, interrupted him coldly, and then threw the jade box in his hand to him, saying, "Take care of yourself." After that, the figure flashed, flew into the sky, flew towards Kyoto, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Qingzhou held the jade box in his hand, looked at the sky where she disappeared, was stunned for a long time, then lowered his head and opened the jade box in his hand. A tempting medicinal fragrance suddenly came to his nose. In the box, 2 red 9-aperture gathering spirit pills suddenly appeared. Sister Yu actually gave him both, while he was staring at the pills in his hand in a daze. The communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took out the communication treasure and took a look. It turned out to be from Sister Yu. "Longer may have to go through the thunder tribulation tonight. You decide for yourself." Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Decide for yourself? Decide what? Should he decide to take the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill today to prepare for a breakthrough? Or wait a day, until he helps Long Air overcome the tribulation in the evening? Before taking it, Time is running out, including today. There are still 2 days left. If he wastes another day, he may be too late. However, if he missed Longer's thunder tribulation because of his own practice, if Longer got into trouble, he would have a guilty conscience for the rest of his life. Just as he was feeling conflicted, another message came. Longer's thunder tribulation should be after midnight. If you start now, it should still be in time. If you don't do anything else. Luo Qingzhou's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly, Sister Yu, that means I can take the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill right now and prepare for a breakthrough? But what if Longer's thunder tribulation comes before I break through? Sister Yu, her thunder tribulation will last all night, and you will be needed in the final stage. Come over after you break through. As long as you don't do anything else, it won't be delayed. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. What other things? Ding! At this moment, the communication token suddenly lit up, and a prompt popped up. Please note that you have been blocked by the other party. If you want to continue chatting with the other party, please add him in person. Luo Qingzhou? Ding! At this time, another prompt popped up. Warm reminder. It is not advisable to pester and pester. And you must not be a licking dog. Licking dogs lick dogs. Licking dogs. Licking to the end. Nothing. Luo Qingzhou. Hey! If this communication token was not useful, he would have smashed it with a punch. The dog thing can actually do big data analysis. You are the licking dog. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fist, a little angry. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter and brighter, he did not dare to delay any longer, and quickly put away the communication token, changed into a strong suit, put on a mask, stepped on the river, and performed the Lingbo Weibu Qigong to get ashore. Who knew that as soon as he landed on the shore, a threatening breath suddenly came from the bushes next to him. Bang! A huge fist suddenly hit his face. A cold light flashed in Luo Qingzhou's eyes, and a golden light flashed on his right fist. Just as he was about to punch, he suddenly smelled a familiar breath. At the same time, a familiar roar sounded from the bushes next to him. Monster! Take my punch! The corner of Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he immediately retracted his fist and stood still. But a layer of strong wind shield lit up on his body. Bang! The sneak attack fist hit the strong wind shield in front of him heavily. The shield just trembled slightly, and then returned to normal. A figure jumped out of the bushes and stood in front of him. His face suddenly changed. Great Martial Master, hey Brother Chu? It's you? After practicing on the hillside for a night, Qin Chuan, who was about to go home after dawn, came to the river to wash his face, and then through the mist on the river, he vaguely saw a figure standing on the boat. He thought it was the monster in the Yungu River. When he saw the monster was about to come ashore, he immediately hid in the bushes and prepared to attack. But he never expected that the person who came was Chu Feiyang, a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect and his family's benefactor. Brother Chu, why is it you? I thought it was a monster. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Qin Chuan was embarrassed and apologized quickly. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and said, It's okay. I have something else to do. I'll go back first. He didn't dare to stay any longer and left quickly. This stupid second brother. Brother Chu. Qin Chuan waved his hand and was about to speak, but he saw his figure flash and appeared hundreds of meters away. Great martial artist, I remember when I first saw him in the Blackwoods in Mo City. He was just a martial artist. I didn't expect that in such a short time. He would. Qin Chuan watched his figure disappear quickly in the distance, muttering to himself, and a complex emotion gradually appeared on his face. At the beginning, he could kill the other party with one punch, but now the other party can crush him to death with one finger. They are all human beings, and he is more handsome. Why is the difference so big? If he had the cultivation of a great martial artist, he wouldn't be like this now, watching his elder brother being beheaded in Kyoto. But he was powerless to do anything. Qin Chuan, am really a waste. I was admitted to Dragon and Tiger College because Luo Yu was suddenly killed. Dad and mother spent so much money to support me to practice for so many years. What have I done for them? Brother can't die. I'm the one who deserves death. I should at least do something. Instead of being so cowardly and not daring to do anything, he looked at the other side of the river, and then at the boat by the river, and suddenly clenched his fists, with a look of determination in his eyes. Just as he was about to walk towards the boat by the river, a clear voice, like a lark, suddenly came from behind him. Second young master. It's cold. Go home quickly. Qin Chuan's footsteps froze, and he turned his head to look. The girl in a pink dress, with 2 cute dimples on her face, was standing in the snow, looking at him innocently. I don't awe. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes and fainted. Woo! As soon as Luo Qingzhou climbed up the sword peak, he heard a low sound of a cave flute coming from the cliff. He paused, clenched the jade box in his hand, and walked over. In front of the cliff, the cold wind was chilly. A tall figure in green clothes was standing there in thin clothes, playing the jade flute. In front of him, the jade peak was towering and proudly standing. Luo Qingzhou looked for a while and walked over. The flute sound stopped. Linghu Qingzhou turned his head and looked at him and said, "The sect is already making preparations. On the 6th day after tomorrow, you will enter the palace." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I know." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "So, you must break through today, right?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes." Linghu Qingzhou didn't say anything, put away the jade flute, turned around, and walked towards the cave. Luo Qingzhou held the jade box in his hand and followed behind him. The two entered the cave, and the cave door slowly closed. A halo that was invisible to the naked eye slowly rose and enveloped the entire cave. Luo Qingzhou followed her into the stone chamber for cultivation, opened the jade box in his hand, and said, "Uncle Master, 2 9-orifice gathering spirit pills have been refined. 1 for you and 1 for me. Let's practice together and advance together." Linghu Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and looked at the 2 red pills in his hand. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "The medicinal materials I gave you are only enough to refine 1. After these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Then his heart was shocked, and his eyes looked at the pills in the jade box again. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and asked, "Who helped you refine it?" Luo Qingzhou looked stunned and did not answer. Linghu Qingzhou stared at his eyes, silent for a while, and said, "She should have prepared the herbs for you a long time ago. Right? She refined 2 pills to make you return 1 of them to me, so that you don't owe me a favor." Senior sister said that the success rate of this pill is only 50% every time. "Who is she?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly. His expression was dazed, and his eyes looked at the red pill in the jade box. The cold and silent figure appeared in his mind. Yes. Who is she? He only knew that she was a ray of moonlight that cut through the darkness and illuminated his path of cultivation and life. The pure white moonlight. Chapter 743, Bastards. Practice. Linghu Qingzhou saw that he was in a trance and did not ask any more questions. Some things can be known without asking. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and then said with a complicated expression, "To me, a very important person." After that, he walked to the futon in the corner and sat down. He looked at the pills in the brocade box, paused, picked up one, and put it in his mouth. It tasted sweet, like candy. Even after sliding into the stomach, there was still a trace of cool sweetness in the mouth and throat. The pill entered the stomach and was immediately wrapped by the heat in the body and began to melt. Strands of burning breath, carrying powerful energy, began to rise from the abdomen, first sinking into the sea of elixir, and after quickly refining and melting, began to be transported to the 5 internal organs and various acupoints through the meridians. Luo Qingzhou looked at the remaining pill in the jade box, stretched out his hand and handed it over, saying, "Uncle, you should take 1 too. It seems to be effective." Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, looked at him and said, "Are you afraid of owing me favors like her? Afraid that I will rely on you?" Luo Qingzhou couldn't help showing a bitter smile on his face. "Don't I owe Uncle Master enough? Even if Uncle Master doesn't give me the elixir for alchemy, I still can't pay it back." Linghu Qingzhou looked at the expression on his face and said, "Then what do you owe me?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Uncle Master helped me practice, took risks to help me take in my sister, and took in my family regardless of the danger, of course. The most important thing I owe Uncle Master is..." "What is it?" Linghu Qingzhou's eyes suddenly became a little aggressive. Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes and said, "It's a responsibility. After all, I bullied my uncle." At this moment, the stone chamber was silent. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him in silence for a while, then suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, "You got it wrong. It was me who bullied you, and I should be responsible for you." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, "Then can I not ask my uncle to be responsible?" 2 green sword shadows suddenly appeared in Linghu Qingzhou's eyes, and he looked at him coldly and said, "You can try." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Uncle, this sword energy seems to be a little wrong. Have you broken through? Ling Hu Qingju's eyes flashed, and he retracted the sword shadow in his pupils, saying, No. After a pause, he said, still a little bit short. Luo Qingzhou looked at her half doubtfully, and said, Uncle, you didn't break through a long time ago, and you deliberately lied to me, wanting to continue. No. Ling Hu Qingzhu turned around and said coldly, I'm not that Ling Hu Qingzhu. Never lie. Right? Luo Qingzhou took over her words. Ling Hu Qingzhu froze for a moment, then walked to the door and said, You should practice. After that, he walked out quickly. The cave door slowly closed. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cave entrance, and was thinking when the energy in the Danhai suddenly became more scorching and agitated. He woke up, and immediately waved away the complicated and messy thoughts in his mind and closed his eyes. The energy of the 9 apertures gathering spirit pill was quickly refined in the Danhai, and then turned into a stream of hot currents, rushing to all parts of the body. The energy that had been precipitated and accumulated in the Danhai also began to circulate rapidly. At the same time, a transparent vortex appeared above his head, and the energy of heaven and earth inside and outside the cave was slowly gathering towards the vortex. Although the amount was small, it quickly merged into the Danhai and began to fill the acupoints everywhere. In order to make the final sprint, all organs, acupoints, and Danhai in the body must be filled with energy, and all meridians and acupoints in the body must become extremely powerful and able to withstand the impact of huge energy. Only in this way can one go all out and use all his strength to break through that pass and advance. His meridians and acupoints have been honed and expanded to be very powerful. What he needs to do now is to quickly accumulate energy and fill the whole body. His body began to heat up, and a wisp of white gas came out of the pores on his body, like smoke, and soon enveloped him in it. Outside the cave, a ray of morning light broke through the clouds and fell down. Ling Hu Qingzhu, dressed in green, stood on the cliff, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance, and the blush on her face gradually subsided. Woo! After a while, the sound of the flute, which sounded like crying and complaining, sounded again on the cliff. After an unknown period of time, the morning sun finally passed through the clouds and revealed a red face. The golden sunlight fell on the misty river. The river was hazy and sparkling. Miss, the sun is out. In a house by the river, a pretty maid stood in the courtyard, bathing in the first rays of morning sunshine, with a happy smile on her face. Miss Qin Er, wearing a thick fox fur, walked out of the house weakly with the help of the maid and stood in the courtyard. Chior, Shao Dai, Jur, let's go call our sister and take a walk by the river together. Miss, it's windy by the river. It's very cold. It's okay. I'm wearing thick clothes. 3 little maids surrounded Miss Qin Er and came to the gate of the small courtyard next door. The courtyard gate was still locked from the inside. Shuer went forward and knocked on the door, shouting, Sister Bailing, my young lady is here. After a while, the courtyard door creaked open. Bai Ling was wearing a pink nightgown. Her hair was a little messy, and she yawned and said, Second Miss, why are you up so early? My young lady is still sleeping. Second Miss Qin was surprised and said, Is my sister still sleeping? Bai Ling opened her mouth again, yawned, and said, Well, the young lady went to bed late last night and went to bed in the early morning. Is there anything wrong with the second young lady? Second Miss Qin said softly, It's okay. The sun is out, and I'm going to call my sister to take a walk by the river. It doesn't matter if my sister is still sleeping. We can go by ourselves. Bai Ling said worriedly. Second Miss, it's very cold by the river. I don't dare to go. You should wear something thicker. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, Well, I know. I'll go for a walk and come back soon. I've been at home for a long time, and I'm a little tired. Bai Ling yawned again and said, Miss Er, then you go. I'm so sleepy, and I need to go to sleep for a while. Miss Qin Er nodded and suddenly asked, Where's Chan Chan? Bai Ling said, Chan Chan has been practicing swordsmanship these few nights. She just went back to sleep at dawn. Then she muttered, That girl is really strange. She has been practicing swordsmanship so hard recently, but she only sleeps for 1 or 2 hours a day. I don't know what she is doing. Miss Qin Er was silent for a moment, and said, Tell her to take care of herself. Bai Ling smiled sweetly and said, I will. Miss Qin Er did not say anything more. and turned around and left with the help of Chior and Xiao Dai. Squeak. After Bai Ling saw the four of them go away, she closed the courtyard door and returned to the house. She entered her room, sat down by the window, stretched out her slender jade fingers, folded 1,000 paper cranes, and then puffed up her cheeks and blew gently. And the 1,000 paper cranes actually flew up. Bai Ling stretched out her slender fingers, tapped the head of the 1,000 paper cranes, and said crisply, Miss Air went to the riverside. Don't let those monsters scare her. Wow! The 1,000 paper cranes suddenly caught fire and soon burned to ashes. Dang dang dang. Not long after, the sound of pounding medicine was heard in the room. Then, a playful and lively singing voice sounded, I am a little donkey. He never rides me. One day he felt guilty and rode to the market. He was holding the ponytail in his hand, feeling proud. But somehow, he splashed mud all over me. No, it's not mud. Bah bah bah. It's not this medicine. The heartbreak flower should be heavier. There is a master there. Humph. Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. Lustful son-in-law. Fierce and conscienceless dirty son-in-law. I'm worried about you. Poor lady. After refining the pill, you have to refine the flying sword. You haven't even slept for an hour. You are more tired than the little donkey. That bad guy. But he went into the cave of that bad woman to enjoy himself. Damn it! I'll smash. Smash you two dogs and bitches. The medicine pot on the table was suddenly smashed with a clanging sound, and the little lark pouted, and her chest hurt with anger. At this time, under the water of Yunwu River, in a stone chamber of Dragon Palace, in a dark corner, a flame burned, and a bronze tripod was slowly rotating on the fire. In front of the tripod, a girl in a snow-white dress was sitting there, forming seals with her slender fingers. An ray of light lit up on her fingertips, hitting the flame under the bronze tripod one by one, whether it was alchemy or refining equipment. In order to maintain the success rate, a lot of soul power and divine thoughts were needed every moment to control the flame and the equipment tripod. And even the materials in the tripod needed to be turned over from time to time. In the tripod, the black iron melted into juice, wrapping the materials, boiling and rolling in the high temperature. It was not so easy to melt them all. Time passed silently, from morning to noon, and from noon to evening. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The night fell quietly. The refining of equipment in Dragon Palace continued. In the secret room of another palace, Longwei had reached a critical moment, and the power accumulated in his body was full. She could faintly feel that a dangerous aura was approaching in the sky, which was separated from the palace, the river, and the entire world. She did not rush out, but continued to accumulate the last bit of energy. If the demon body fails to survive the tribulation, it will turn into ashes. At the same time, in a cave somewhere in the Sword Peak of Lingxiao sect, Luo Qingzhou was also accumulating the last bit of energy. He felt that the meridians and acupoints in his body were still thirsty. So he immediately took out the bottle of spiritual liquid and dripped the 2 drops of spiritual liquid that had been condensed after the mutation into his palm. Tonight, he must succeed. A more boiling energy surged from the Danhai, surging like a wave, rolling in the Danhai. What a strong force! He immediately urged the internal force in the Danhai, rolled that energy into it, and quickly refined and precipitated it. The energy in all organs and acupoints of the body has been accumulated enough, and now there is only the Danhai like the abyss. When the energy in the Danhai is full, he can start to break through. Linghu Qingzhou has come in at some point, and is now standing quietly in the dark corner watching him. The airflow in the cave began to flow rapidly. The vortex above Luo Qingzhou's head is spinning faster and faster. Outside the cave, the energy of the world of the entire Jianfeng began to gather quickly towards the cave. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden sound of boom from the depths of Luo Qingzhou's Danhai, and then countless energies began to gather in several meridians, like waves in a storm, and then violently and frantically rushed towards his head. The barrier between the great martial artist and the grandmaster is in the acupoint of the brain. They must break through it. Boom! The first impact was fierce and violent, but it did not break through. Then, the second time, the third time Luo Qingzhou's body was trembling. His whole body was hot, and when the energy gathered and rushed, his bones were crackling, and his whole body seemed to have grown bigger. Linghu Qingzhou watched quietly in the corner. His 5 fingers in his sleeves tightly grasped his dress, holding his breath, not moving, not even a breath. Hey, Senior brother son? Look! There seems to be something wrong with Jianfeng? Is that someone is about to break through? But this movement could it be let's go. Quickly notify the sect master and the ancestor. The two old men who were sparring in the martial arts training field on the main peak looked at Jianfeng with doubtful eyes, and then hurried to the main hall. However, at this time, the leader of Lingxiao sect, Fairy Zixia, was dressed in red and had already stood on the cliff of Jianfeng. Chapter 744 Breakthrough. Grandmaster Realm. Zizi. After hundreds of fierce sprints, Luo Qingzhou's body suddenly lit up with two thick lightning bolts. One purple, one red. The two lightning bolts wrapped around his body, like two ferocious lightning snakes, entangled together, dancing violently. In an instant, Luo Qingzhou's clothes turned into ashes. His skin turned red, and his meridians bulged, like countless streams converging into the sea. And in his body, countless powerful energies gathered into a huge wave, and continued to rush towards the past in his mind. His temples on both sides were throbbing non-stop. The whole head seemed to be about to explode. Linghu Qingzhou stood in the corner, with the two ferocious lightning bolts reflected in his pupils, his body trembling slightly. His heartbeat almost stopped, and his palms holding his dress were full of sweat. Luo Qingzhou's whole body swelled again. All the energy in the acupoints and danhai of the whole body surged out, making the final sprint towards the past together. Bang! 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 It was as if a strong soldier was hitting the city gate, each time more brave and louder than the last. Once, 10 times, 100 times. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly shook his whole body, gritted his teeth, and all the remaining energy in danhai and the acupoints Hua sounded, and all of them came out, gathering into a more terrifying torrent, rushing towards the pass. At the same time, the two thick lightning bolts wrapped around him suddenly drilled into his chest and merged into this terrible torrent. Shwa! The last time. Rush! The torrent, with lightning and thunder, rushed bravely towards the already crumbling pass with an unstoppable and desperate momentum. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly let out a roar like a beast. Boom! A loud noise sounded deep in his mind, as if the sun broke through the darkness, as if the chaos suddenly dispersed. His entire mind was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling beam of light. At this moment, it was as if he had suddenly realized something, and everything became clear and transparent. He still had his eyes closed, but suddenly he felt a bright light in front of him. His whole body became light, as if he was about to fly up, through the top of his head, float into the sky, and overlook the whole world. At this moment, he felt that the whole world had changed in his eyes. The surging and terrifying energy torrent in his body began to recede quickly, and there was a pain in his mind. But this pain was soon covered by a warm current and disappeared. Countless whirlpools suddenly appeared in the exhausted danhai and acupoints, and began to quickly retract and reabsorb energy. At this moment, the entire danhai and the acupoints in the body became wider and deeper, and the speed of absorbing and refining energy had a qualitative leap, and the amount of accumulated energy also increased many times. A more powerful force rose in his body. He broke through. From a weak scholar who was once powerless, he quietly became a warrior. From a martial artist to a martial arts master. From a martial arts master to a great martial arts master. And now, he has broken through from a great martial arts master to the realm of a grandmaster. There are not many grandmasters in the entire Great Yin territory. Right? And it took him less than 2 years to go from a weak scholar who knew nothing to a great martial artist. At this moment, in addition to the complex feelings in his heart, he also felt grateful. Thank you to the spirit of his mother in heaven. Thank you to the Qin family for the protection. Thank you to Sister Yu for the help along the way. And thank you to all the people who helped him. Of course, the biggest contributor who allowed him to get to where he is now should be Sister Yu. When he first met her, his soul was only at the night wandering realm, and his body was only at the martial student realm. After that, every time he advanced in cultivation, he had her help. She was like a good teacher and a helpful friend, constantly teaching him and guiding him, and giving him the most important help at every critical moment. Gongfa, elixir, magic weapons, even silent companionship every night. I don't know when it started, but she has become indispensable on his path of cultivation. She is like the bright moon in the night sky, always guiding him to keep moving forward on the path of cultivation, and even prepared the things he needs on the road ahead in advance. Is it really just for his thunder spirit root? Only a fool would believe it. while thinking about random things in his mind. The vortex in his body was still spinning rapidly. The energy of the entire Jianfeng and the entire Lingxiao sect outside the cave was converging towards this cave, forming a huge vortex at the top, which was particularly eye-catching. The cliff outside the cave was full of people, except for the fairy Xixia in red. TSK. She really broke through to the Grandmaster level. This girl is amazing. I have been stuck in the late stage for more than 10 years, and there is no sign of breakthrough until now. I am not as good as a young girl. Qin Zhu is only 23 years old this year. Alas, this is talent. Our sect master appointed her as the peak master of Jianfeng. We despised her for her young age, and were unwilling to do so. Now it seems that the sect master really knows her best. Our Lingxiao sect has another grandmaster. Now, we can catch up with Xianyan Pavilion. As for the Huashan sect, let's see how arrogant it is in front of us. Mo Jiofeng, the peak master of Beiwang Peak, as well as the peak masters of other peaks, and some elders who hurried over, all sighed with envy on their faces. And then they were happy for the sect. Isn't the great grandmaster here? I just went to inform him. The great grandmaster seems to have known that Qin Zhu would break through today. He looks very calm. With the great grandmaster's strength, he must have known it a long time ago. Master, you also knew it a long time ago, right? Otherwise, why would you be here so early? The eyes of several people all turned to the woman in red on the edge of the cliff. Fairy Xixia smiled slightly and said, Qin Zhu told me 2 days ago that she might break through in the next few days. So I helped her to stay here. The great elder Wu Yuzi smiled and said, It's true that they are sisters. Master Linghu was the first to tell the master. By the way, Master Linghu has now broken through the master level. Logically, we should immediately inform the court and other sections. Fairy Xixia smiled and said, No hurry. Aren't we going to Kyoto the day after tomorrow? By then, other sects should all be there. Just inform them at Feiyang and the princess wedding banquet. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of others lit up. Great. When the time comes, our Lingxiao sect will be even more happy. And I guarantee that the eyes of other sects will turn red with envy. I can't wait to see the expression of the old man Ma Chenzi from Huashan's sect. It must be very exciting. Several elders laughed loudly, looking forward to it. At this time, the huge vortex on the top of the cave finally began to disappear gradually. In the cave, although Luo Qinzhou only absorbed a small part of the energy, he still slowly stopped. Just after the breakthrough, the meridians and acupoints in the body are still a little painful because of the fierce impact before, and some meridians are slightly torn. So at this time, we can't rush and absorb too much. But what surprised him was that there seemed to be a hot current in his abdomen, rushing left and right. And he was a little restless. And his body, which had grown a circle, still did not return to its original state. In the body, on the root of the thunder spirit, in addition to the purple and red lightning, there was another slender black lightning, which looked like it had not yet fully developed. However, the restless heat in the abdomen was obviously not produced by the root of the thunder spirit. He suddenly remembered the 2 drops of spiritual liquid he had taken. The 2 drops of spiritual liquid had just mutated yesterday, and the energy must be more than before. He originally wanted to test them slowly drop by drop. But today, in order to break through in one go, he took them all. It is estimated that one of the drops of spiritual liquid has not been completely digested. Thinking of this, he immediately closed his eyes again, urged the internal force in the Danhai, wrapped the heat flow, and then sank into the Danhai and began to refine it quickly. But the heat flow seemed to be out of control, and soon broke free from the restraints, ran out, and began to rush left and right. Then, his whole body became hotter and more uncomfortable. It seemed impossible to refine. He had just broken through, and the energy in his body was estimated to be no more. And this energy must be discharged. Otherwise the meridians and organs in his body would probably not be able to bear it. If those torn meridians were hit a few more times, they might break into larger wounds. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, ready to transform directly into fist-like and burst out. But at this moment, there was a sizzling sound in his body. He looked inside, and saw that the white energy was actually entangled with red and purple lightning. This energy was originally very precious, and it was stained with his master's blood and the breath of the root of thunder spirit. If it was used, it would be a waste. And this power, I am afraid that this stone room, or even this cave, would not be able to withstand it. He opened his eyes and looked at his fist. When he was hesitating, a concerned voice suddenly came from the dark corner. Are you okay? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and looked up. A slender figure in green clothes was standing quietly in the corner looking at him, as if she was afraid of disturbing his practice. And she didn't even breathe. Uncle Master. He looked at her with a hot body and a bloody face. Linghu Qingzhou showed a hint of suspicion and concern in his eyes, and said, You have just broken through. But what about your body and state? Is there something wrong? Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, Uncle Master, tell me the truth. Have you broken through? Linghu Qingzhou said, I haven't, I'm still a little short. Luo Qingzhou's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, Great. Uncle, I'll give you something good. It's better than the 9-turn gathering spirit pill. It will definitely help you break through. This energy with his thunder spirit electricity and Grandmaster's blood is many times better than the 9-turn gathering spirit pill. It would be a waste and painful to punch it out. Giving it to the uncle is the best choice. After all, in order to help him break through, the uncle took the initiative to give him the medicinal materials for the 9-aperture gathering spirit pill that she had worked hard to collect for many years. He naturally had to help her break through without hesitation. Uncle, come here. He felt that the energy in his body was beginning to be out of control. Linghu Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to go over, he glanced at his strong and terrifying body and hesitated. What good stuff? Luo Qingzhou's whole body was red, and he raised his huge fist and said, Superpower that can help Master Uncle break through. This time, it is definitely many times stronger than before, and it will definitely help Master Uncle break through to the Grandmaster level. After saying that, he suddenly trembled. His eyes also turned red, and he hurriedly urged, Master Uncle, come quickly. I can't control that power anymore. Linghu Qingzhou froze in place, wanting to raise his feet to go over, but he was timid and afraid, and secretly worried in his heart. Energy that is many times stronger than before. Will I die? Luo Qingzhou couldn't bear it anymore at this moment. His skin and flesh seemed to be about to explode, and even his head was burning hot. Master Uncle, take it. He suddenly jumped up from the ground and punched her in the face. Boom! With a loud bang, Linghu Qingzhou opened his eyes wide and stood there motionless. He was actually punched by him and flew out, smashing the wall in front of him and flying into the cave next door. Luo Qingzhou. Linghu Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately jumped through the hole in the wall she had knocked open, and clenched his fists and said, Uncle Master, what's wrong with you? Come on. I want Linghu Qingzhou fell into the bathtub full of petals, with her eyes wide open, looking at him weakly like a frightened rabbit. Boom! Luo Qingzhou couldn't bear it anymore and punched him again. Wow! Water splashed everywhere, and the petals in the flower basket beside the pool all fluttered. Uncle Master, take the punch. Spare me. Uncle Master, I am helping you. Haven't you broken through yet? As long as I inject the energy of my body into your body, you can advance to Grandmaster. I broke through yesterday. Uncle Master, I can't hear what you said. Take it. Ah. Outside the cave, everyone stood on the cliff, all a little confused. Why haven't you come out yet? Isn't it over? She should have just broken through and is still stabilizing. There's no rush. Let's think about the marriage of Linghu Peak Master first. By the way, Grandmaster, we were discussing this matter some time ago. Qingzhou is not young anymore. She is 23 years old this year. Do you want to? It just so happens that Linghu Peak Master has broken through to the Grandmaster level again, while she is still stabilizing her cultivation. Find her a good marriage. Sect Master, my nephew is not married yet. Although the boy's cultivation is not high now, he is very talented and has a promising future. Sect Master, you should consider my 9th brother. He is already a great martial artist and is very handsome. Sect Master, I am almost 40 years old this year and have not married yet. Why don't you consider me? I have admired Linghu Peak Master for a long time and have mentioned it to you many times. Get lost. Junior brother Nya? Do you want to eat tender grass? Do you want to eat grass near the nest? What bullshit. You are almost 40. You are already 45 this year. Don't even think about it. When several people were discussing and arguing, there was a sudden boom in the cave not far away, and a burst of explosions came. Then, the entire cave and Jianfeng shook. At the same time, a sharp voice seemed to be faintly heard in the cave. What's going on? Did he break through again? How is that possible? He must be practicing some technique, or trying out his cultivation level after being promoted to Grandmaster. There seemed to be some sound just now. Did you hear it? It was the sound of a sword. Master Ling Hu's swordsmanship must have reached a very terrifying level. Hey, we old guys will never dare to call someone by his name again. Chapter 745 The Strength of the Grandmaster. Sister Yu's rolling eyes. In the cave, there was silence. The huge energy fluctuations had gradually stopped after the violent explosion. The stone chamber was in a mess. The walls were damaged and full of cracks. And the rocks on the top of the cave were also cracked a lot. The pool of clear water fell on the entire ground. The wet ground was covered with pink petals torn by the storm. Luo Qingzhou finally felt comfortable. The restless energy in his body was finally burst out by him. And now the Danhai has gradually returned to calm. He slowly urged the internal force in the Danhai. Feeling the powerful power after being promoted to the Grandmaster. Z. He clenched his fist and transferred some internal force from the Danhai. And a fist light with lightning immediately appeared on his fist. The power of the fist light is incomparable to the previous one. He felt that he could directly destroy the formation here with one punch. And even directly turn this cave into ruins. However, this is not the full strength of the Grandmaster. Because he only has the cultivation of a master now. But not the master skills. He still needs to practice a set of master skills to fully burst out his current strength. The sect should have such skills. Right? He was going to ask his uncle. But? He took a look at his uncle's embarrassed appearance and planned to ask later. At this time, it should be dark outside. I don't know if Longer has started to overcome the tribulation. He wanted to go out now. But he could clearly feel that there were many people standing outside the cave. If he went out now, he looked at his uncle again, and had to walk over and gently called, "Uncle. Uncle, wake up." The uncle had indeed broken through a long time ago. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the terrifying energy he just had. But why did the uncle always like to faint? About half an instant stick of time later, Ling Hu Qingzhou finally fluttered his eyelashes, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at him timidly with complicated eyes. Outside the cave, the peak masters and elders were waiting with some worry. Why hasn't he come out yet? Did something happen to Ling Hu Peak Master? Master, do you want to go in and take a look? Fairy Zixiao looked at the sea of clouds in the distance calmly and said, "Wait a little longer." Everyone waited for a long time. And when they were discussing and preparing to go to the cave entrance to shout, the cave door suddenly boomed and slowly opened. Look! He came out. Everyone looked over immediately. Ling Hu Qingzhou, dressed in green, walked out of the cave with a cold expression. Her tall and slender figure obviously had a different temperament. Master Ling Hu. Congratulations. Congratulations. Nephew Ling Hu. Congratulations on breaking through the Grandmaster realm and adding another glory to my Ling Xiao sect. The peak masters and elders rushed over and bowed to congratulate. Fairy Zixia took a look and walked over with a smile on her face. Ling Hu Qingzhou returned the greeting indifferently, saying, "Senior sister, I want to go see my great-grandmaster uncle." Fairy Zixia nodded and said, "Let's go." The crowd immediately surrounded the two and left the cave. When they walked far away, Fairy Zixia looked back at the cave again, with a gleam in her eyes. "Qingzhou, you look a little unwell." "I'm fine. When you just broke through, was it painful?" "No. But I heard a sound, tell me. What exactly was it that made you?" Fairy Zixia asked in a low voice. Ling Hu Qingzhou had no expression on her face and did not answer. And her ears, which were covered by her hair, were slightly hot. After everyone left Jianfeng, Luo Qingzhou hurried out of the cave and quickly went down the mountain from the back. At this time, it was already dark. The cloud and foggy river in the distance was quiet, and there was no abnormality. But he knew that Sister Yu had already set up a formation there. He was worried. And while he accelerated his speed down the mountain, he couldn't help but take out the communication treasure and send a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, how is Longer? Is he going through the tribulation?" Ding! A prompt appeared. "Sorry. Your message was not sent. You have been blocked by the other party. After 3 days, if you haven't added the other party's name and chat history with you will be completely deleted." Luo Qingzhou. He forgot that Sister Yu had blocked him. Swoosh! He quickly went down the mountain, and his figure flashed. And he had already rushed towards the Yungu River not far away. With his current master's cultivation, this distance can be said to be reached in an instant. Just as he rushed to the riverside, a roar suddenly came out from the bushes next to him. And then a fist with a flashing fist hit him hard. The corner of Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. But he didn't stop. He disappeared from the spot with a swish. At this time, the voice in the bushes came out. Where is the monster? Where is the person? Qin Chuan punched out and jumped out of the bushes. Before he finished speaking, the other party had disappeared. The speed was so fast that he felt like he was dazzled just now. So fast. He was startled. His face changed slightly, and his eyes looked at the Yunwu River in front of him. The river was hazy with mist, and the figure had disappeared without a trace. Is it a master of Lingxiao sect? A great martial artist? He stood there blankly, thinking to himself, I can't enter Lunghu Academy now. There are so many masters in Lingxiao sect. And I live here. Why don't I go to the mountain to learn from a master? Brother Chu is also there. I can listen to his teachings. Oh! He suddenly sighed again and looked in the direction of Kyoto in the distance. My eldest brother is dying. But I am still thinking about learning from a master. Qin Chuan. And not only a waste, but also a heartless bastard. No! I can't just wait here. Even if I can't save my eldest brother, I have to see him for the last time. Otherwise, Qin Chuan, am not worthy of being a man of the Qin family. Qin Chuan clenched his fists. His eyes gradually became firm. And then he walked towards the river with a determined face. At this moment, a crisp and familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Second young master. Where are you going? Qin Chuan froze and turned his head to look. He just turned his head and suddenly his eyes went dark. His body went limp. And he fell to the ground. A figure came up from behind him, grabbed his collar, dragged him away, and sighed, Hey! It would be great if my son-in-law was as stupid as you idiots shouldn't be fickle. After saying that, she looked towards the river. From both sides of the river, the entire river was hazy and quiet, except for a small boat moored in the middle of the river. There was nothing. But at this moment in her pupils, there was a huge barrier covering the entire river here. At the same time, in the night sky above, dark clouds gathered, rolling like boiling water, and lightning flashed behind the clouds. She did not stop, and soon disappeared with Qin Ergongzi. Longer, Luo Qinzhou swept into the river and immediately saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. The thunder tribulation seemed to have just begun. At this time, under the river, a huge black shadow was swimming back and forth restlessly under the water. Deep under the water, huge waves rolled. Luo Qinzhou landed on the boat, looking at the black shadow under the water for a while, and looking up at the huge dark clouds and lightning in the sky for a while. At this moment, he could also clearly feel a terrifying breath coming from the sky. This river is where Longor will go through the tribulation. Once she is enveloped by the thunder tribulation, she can only endure it here. Either she will go through the tribulation and transform, or she will be wiped out in the thunder tribulation. There is no third way. It is impossible to escape from this place of thunder tribulation. And she can't escape either. For any member of the demon clan or the spirit, every thunder tribulation is not only a disaster that makes them afraid, but also a tempering and baptism that they must go through in the process of transformation. Only members who have been tempered by the thunder tribulation can truly be reborn and complete the transformation. This thunder tribulation of longer should be the third thunder tribulation. Right? This thunder tribulation is obviously more fierce than the previous two, so the accumulation time is also longer. Luo Qinzhou observed the sky for a while, feeling a little anxious. I don't know if Sister Yu has come. If Sister Yu doesn't come, he doesn't know when he can go up to help Longer. And he doesn't know how to help. Is it the same as last time? Holding Longer and resisting? If something goes wrong, he has the root of the thunder spirit to protect him. But Long Air is in danger of being reduced to ashes. Just as he was anxious and was about to go underwater to take a look, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. You better take a bath first. Luo Qinzhou was immediately happy and turned around quickly. The white figure of Yu had stood silently behind him without a sound, looking at him coldly. Sister Yu. Just as Luo Qinzhou was about to take a step closer to her, she suddenly took a step back, with a cold expression, and looked quite disgusted. Luo Qinzhou. Okay. I'll take a bath first. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately jumped into the water, scrubbed carefully in the water for a while, then used a strong wind to separate the river water around him, changed into clean clothes, and jumped back into the boat. Sister Yu. I'm clean. Luo Qinzhou looked at her awkwardly and said, why did you block me? Yu Bai's figure turned her face to the side and looked away. She was cold and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to take out the communication certificate and handed it over shamelessly, saying, "Sister, you add her. It says that if we don't add you tonight, all our chat records will be deleted. And it says that we will not be able to add friends in the future." The white figure narrowed her eyes, turned to look at him, and said coldly, "Keep making it up, Luo Qingzhou. Okay, it's 3 days later, but let's add it. By the way, sister, you, I have good news for you. I have broken through. I am now a grandmaster." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, seeing that she was still expressionless, he couldn't help but raise his fist and deliberately threatened, "Sister, you, I am a grandmaster now. Do you know the consequences of offending a grandmaster? If you don't add me, I can punch you and make you cry. And you will cry for a long time. Do you believe it?" The white figure stared at him coldly for a while. Suddenly the corners of her mouth moved slightly, and she rolled her eyes at him. And then she seemed to wake up suddenly, immediately turned sideways, looked away, and said coldly, "Boring?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked at her as if he had discovered a new world, and said, "Sister, you, did you just roll your eyes at me?" "No," the white figure said coldly, and then the figure flashed and disappeared. Chapter 746 Long Air's Thunder Tribulation. Sister Yu's thoughts. Boom! There were lightning and thunder in the night sky. The dark clouds were still gathering rapidly, and a huge black vortex gradually formed in the middle of the rolling sea of clouds, as if a terrible beast was about to tear through the sky and stick its head out. The entire river was shrouded in darkness, and in the river, the huge black shadow became more and more restless, swimming back and forth under the water, stirring up the dark tide. Suddenly, an even more terrifying breath pressed down from the night sky. The entire river seemed to be shaken suddenly, and fell down a few points. The boat moored on the shore was actually thrown up by the waves. The huge black shadow that was wandering nervously under the water suddenly seemed to be cast with a fixed body method, and it froze in place, motionless. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. Then, in the rolling dark clouds and huge black vortex, a thick blue lightning rushed down like a ferocious ancient python. Then it went directly into the river and fiercely hit the huge black shadow at the bottom of the water. In an instant, the black shadow was wrapped in the thick lightning. The entire bottom of the water was almost illuminated. The black shadow was fixed at the bottom of the water, motionless, and the thick lightning was wrapped around her body, hitting her fiercely. Luo Qingzhou stood at the bow, holding his breath and watching. Even though he had the root of the thunder spirit to protect himself, he was still frightened when he saw such a terrible thunder tribulation. He didn't know whether Longer could bear it. It is said that when the monsters endure the thunder tribulation, they can only rely on their flesh to resist it. If they can bear it, the rain will pass and the sky will clear, and they will transform and advance. If they can't bear it, they will be reduced to ashes and die. The thunder and lightning are actually tempering her body and soul, just like refining a weapon. If you want to obtain a good magic weapon, you must go through 1,000 trials and tribulations. At this time, a cold and familiar voice suddenly came from behind Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou looked back and said, "Sister, you, will Longer be okay?" The white figure looked at the black shadow wrapped in lightning at the bottom of the water, and said calmly, "With her current demon body strength, only the second half of the thunder tribulation will pose a threat to her." Luo Qingzhou said, "In other words, I will take action at the end." The white figure was silent for a moment, and said, "The best situation is that she can get through it by herself without you taking action. In that case, her demon body and strength will be stronger." Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister, you means that I don't need to take action for the time being. Let Longer get through the tribulation by herself. Only when Longer can't bear it anymore, I will save her. Right?" The white figure looked at him and said, "No." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The white figure said expressionlessly, "Nothing is right, as long as you say it's not right." Luo Qingzhou. The white figure ignored him again, with a cold face, and continued to look at the bottom of the water. Zizi. At this moment, in the sky, in the huge black vortex, a thicker blue lightning appeared again. At this time, the lightning under the water had disappeared. Shwa! The lightning in the sky twisted and roared, and once again pounced down like a ferocious giant python. The black shadow under the water, it was still fixed there, once again enduring the rough tempering and beating of the lightning. After dozens of lightnings in a row, More lightning suddenly appeared in the huge black vortex. Then, the dense and terrifying lightnings illuminated the entire sky and the river surface. And with a boom, they all fell down and dived into the water. Long Air was instantly submerged in the sea of lightning and disappeared. Seeing this horrible scene, Luo Qingzhou's back was covered with cold sweat. At the same time, he suddenly felt some sympathy for those spirits who had practiced silently for many years and experienced many thunder tribulations before they could transform. Their path of cultivation is much more difficult than that of humans. Every thunder tribulation has the danger of being wiped out, which can be said to be a life and death struggle. Among 10,000 spirits, I am afraid that only a few can successfully survive 3 thunder tribulations. Most of them may have died in the first thunder tribulation, or before the thunder tribulation. Compared with this, human cultivation seems to be much simpler. At least every breakthrough in promotion does not involve too much danger to life. And there is no such terrifying scene. He has only heard that the soul needs to go through thunder tribulation at a certain stage. But as for the cultivation of the physical body, he has never heard of going through thunder tribulation. Of course, maybe he has not reached that level yet. Boom! A wave of thunder and lightning came down. And another wave came. Long Air had no chance to breathe. The entire bottom of the water was illuminated by thunder and lightning. Long Air could only see some vague figures from time to time in the sea of thunder. Luo Qingzhou was worried and couldn't help asking, "Sister, is Long Air okay? How long will it last?" The white figure said calmly, "There is a formation below, and her demon body in the water will be stronger, so she will be fine. This is only the first stage. After this stage, she needs to get out of the water, fly into the air, and take the initiative to face the thunder tribulation with her demon body. That's when the strength of her demon body will be truly tested." After a pause, she said, "But the most dangerous stage is still the last stage. At that time, she is exhausted, and any lightning may make her lose all her efforts." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. "Is it so difficult for the demons to survive the tribulation?" The moon-white figure said lightly, "She is different. She has dragon blood and will eventually transform into a real dragon. So each time her thunder tribulation is stronger and more dangerous than other demons." Luo Qingzhou suddenly realized, "So that's it." The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said lightly, "You have been promoted to a master. Do you have a practice method?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned when he heard it. He glanced at her, shook his head, and said, "Not yet. In fact, the master uncle has gone to the Sutra Pavilion to help him choose." The master uncle also said that he would help him find a set of boxing techniques from the ancestor. The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said, "Don't you have a sect?" Luo Qingzhou said, "There are spies in the sect. I don't want others to know that I have been promoted to a master for the time being. So I can't choose a practice method. And the practice methods in the sect may not be very good." The moon-white figure looked at the river, and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again, and asked cautiously, "Sister, you are so powerful. You must have a lot of powerful skills, right?" The moon-white figure said in a cold tone, "I won't give it to you even if I have it." Luo Qingzhou. Boom! At this time, another wave of thunder and lightning poured down like a rainstorm, and the figure under the water seemed to be scarred, and a trace of bright red blood kept floating out of the water. Luo Qingzhou looked solemn, and secretly prayed that this wave of thunder and lightning would end soon. However, the thunder and lightning continued one after another. After half an hour, the thunder and lightning in the vortex began to gradually decrease. There was a strong smell of blood floating in the air, and the water surface under the boat was almost dyed red by large patches of blood, which was shocking to see. If it weren't for the formation protection, I'm afraid that this strong smell of blood would have attracted all the monsters and demons in the Yumu Mountains. The situation under the water was no longer clear. After a while, the thunder and lightning in the vortex completely disappeared. But the giant vortex was still spinning slowly, and the dark clouds around it were still gathering here. It was accumulating more lightning. Wow! The water splashed, and a figure suddenly flew out from the bottom of the water. Long Air had turned into a human form, naked, but there were several golden scales on her neck, chest, and waist. She looked golden, but her body was covered with scars and blood. In the water below her, there was a long green snake tail. The scales on the snake tail were broken and bloody. "Sir, Long Air is in so much pain." When she saw Luo Qingzhou on the boat, her eyes suddenly filled with crystal tears, and she looked pitiful. But the demonic aura she exuded was extremely powerful. Luo Qingzhou immediately encouraged, Long. Don't be afraid. Hold on. I believe you can succeed. I'll be here with you. If there is any danger, I will definitely help you. Long raised her bloody jade arm, rubbed her eyes with her two small fists, and said in a crying voice, Young master, it's all your fault. If you had been affectionate with Longor earlier and given Longor the thunder spirit energy earlier, Longor wouldn't be in so much pain. Woo. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and had to say, Longor, sister, you just said that only by relying on yourself to survive the thunder tribulation, your demon body will become stronger. Not really. Longor immediately retorted, if the young master's thunder spirit energy had been given to Longor earlier, and Longor had practiced his body earlier, Longor's demon body would have been stronger. In that case, it would be easier to survive the thunder tribulation tonight, and perhaps you wouldn't need your help at all. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, hesitated for a moment, and stopped talking. He subconsciously looked to the side. Who knew that Yu Bai's figure was also looking at him coldly? Luo Qingzhou could only say, Longor, it's too late to talk about this now. You? Longor immediately said, it's still in time. Sir, it's still in time. As long as Sir hurry up, Longor will still have time to absorb some. Luo Qingzhou. How can such a thing be done quickly? Z. At this moment, in the night sky, a thick lightning suddenly lit up in the huge black vortex. Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he immediately said, Longor, be careful. The thunder tribulation is coming. Longor raised his head and looked at the night sky. The flashing lightning was reflected in his golden pupils. His eyes suddenly showed a firm look, and he said, Sir, Longor is going up. Sister is right. Only by relying on oneself to overcome the tribulation can we become stronger. Sir, don't help Longor first. Longor will definitely be able to resist it. After saying that, she swung her tail. Her long hair flew and rushed straight into the sky. Boom! In the dark clouds, the black vortex suddenly turned into a vortex composed of lightning. Countless lightnings were jumping and spinning inside. Long Air did not hesitate and rushed directly into the sea of thunder, and was instantly swept into the vortex. Boom! 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 In the sky, thunder rumbled and deafened. Thick lightnings, like roaring giant pythons, pounced on the vague figure. Blood fell like rain. The figure sometimes turned into a huge black shadow, and sometimes turned into a human figure, looming in the sea of thunder, struggling hard. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, and two arcs of electricity lit up in his eyes. He wanted to rush up and smash the huge lightning vortex with one punch, and in his body, the root of the thunder spirit seemed to feel his emotions, and the purple and red lightnings flashed continuously. There is also a thin black arc that is also jumping, just as he was tense and about to rush up. Sister Yu's cold voice suddenly came to his ear. When you go up later, just use your soul. Remember not to take anything with you. Otherwise it will be destroyed. Luo Qingzhou woke up, retracted his gaze, suppressed the impulse in his heart, turned his head and looked at her and said, Sister Yu, when can I go up? The white figure looked at the night sky, was quiet for a moment, and said, wait until the lightning vortex disappears. Luo Qingzhou worriedly said, what if Longor can't bear it? She is already injured. The lightning vortex looks very powerful. Even I am scared. I am afraid that Longor can't bear it for too long. The white figure retracted her gaze and looked at him, saying calmly, if she can't even bear this, then it means that she is not worthy of this thunder tribulation. After a pause, she said again, don't worry. She still has scales on her body to help her resist. Luo Qingzhou's eyes turned to the vague figure in the sky again. Boom! Another thick lightning flashed. Luo Qingzhou suddenly saw Longor's tail, and his heart sank. Longor's tail was already full of cracks, and the flesh and blood on it were almost burnt, and the lightning actually drilled into those wounds. Amid the deafening thunder, Luo Qingzhou seemed to faintly hear Longor's cry of pain. He was anxious, but he could only continue to endure. Another nearly an hour passed. In the sea of thunder, it seemed that Longor's figure could no longer be seen. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to speak. His eyes were fixed on the lightning vortex, and the lightning reflected in his pupils flickered continuously. Finally, the speed of the lightning vortex gradually slowed down. At the same time, the number of lightning in the vortex was also slowly decreasing. After another half an instant stick of time, the vortex finally stopped and began to disintegrate. The remaining lightning, as if the energy was exhausted, jumped for a while, and finally all went out. At this time, Luo Qingzhou saw the pitiful figure in the dark clouds. Longer's tail was gone, and it had become a pair of bloody legs. The golden scales on her body had also disappeared. She was naked, with her long hair hanging down, floating there quietly, motionless, as if she had no sound. However, this thunder tribulation is not over yet. Before the voice beside him could be heard, Luo Qingzhou's soul had already left his body, and he rushed up to the sky with a swish, hugged the bloody body in his arms, and then raised his head, looking through the dark clouds, angrily looking at the lightning that had relit above. On the boat, the moon-white figure looked at him quietly. When the first lightning fell, she retracted her gaze and looked at his body standing next to her, then reached out and took out his storage ring. A flash of light. She took out his communication treasure from the storage ring, paused, and took out her own communication treasure. Bang! The two treasures collided lightly. Chapter 747, Crossing the Tribulation and Advancing. Luo Qingzhou's Black Lightning. Boom! The dark clouds rolled. Lightning and thunder roared. The ferocious lightning once again illuminated the night sky. The last wave of thunder tribulation is coming. Luo Qingzhou's soul held longer, stood in the clouds, held his head high, and faced the thunder and lightning. If it were an ordinary soul, let alone facing the thunder and lightning, even if it was just the sound of thunder, it would be frightened and tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he was not only fearless, but also excited and expectant. In his pupils and soul, there were arcs of electricity, as if feeling the terrible breath of the last wave of thunder tribulation. Longer, who was held in his arms, suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at the ferocious thunder and lightning that was accumulating energy above his head. With a touch of fear and panic in his eyes, she felt that she might not be able to hold on. But suddenly, she felt the warmth on her body. Her body trembled, and her eyes looked at him. Then, the fear and frustration, panic and despair in her heart suddenly calmed down. Under the illumination of thunder and lightning, his handsome face was shining, his dark eyes were brave and confident, and his embrace was so warm and generous, like a harbor when the storm came, making her feel at ease. Young master. She hugged him tightly, murmured, then raised her head and looked at the thunder and lightning above her head again. The bright red mark between her eyebrows suddenly lit up, and her eyes also lit up with determination again. Longer will definitely hold on. Her weak body regained strength, and a faint golden light shone on her body. Then, the blood on her body gradually faded, revealing her snow-white jade body and shocking wounds. But those wounds were healing quickly. At the same time, golden scales began to condense again on her snow-white jade neck, full chest, lower abdomen, arms, and other places. Luo Qingzhou clearly felt the change in her breath and looked down at her. Long Air's eyes also looked at him. The two looked at each other. Neither of them spoke, but they could clearly feel each other's emotions at the moment. Zizi. At this moment, a thick purple lightning, like a violent beast, stretched out its ferocious head and looked at the two. The first lightning was taken by Luo Qingzhou, and after wrapping around the two people, it quickly disappeared. Now, it's her turn to face it herself. If you want to truly transform yourself and turn into a dragon, you must face any thunder tribulation with a fearless heart, even if you are shattered to pieces. Long Air raised her pale face, looked at the lightning above her head bravely and resolutely, and said, "Young master, Long Air will do it by himself." After saying that, she suddenly got up from his arms, and took the initiative to rush towards the lightning that was roaring with its fangs exposed. Boom! The thick purple lightning hit her head fiercely, and then wrapped around her entire body. Long Air's delicate body was instantly wrapped by lightning, hitting and burning madly. She trembled all over, and the bright red mark between her eyebrows suddenly bloomed like a flower, as if her third eye, with golden light overflowing from it, constantly flowing to her skin, burned by lightning. Boom! More lightning rushed down and landed on her. The golden scales that had just condensed on her body were instantly burned to ashes, and then her whole body was bloody again. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to wait any longer, and immediately rushed up and hugged her tightly. The lightning, with a terrifying aura, swish, crawled along her bloody body and onto his body. He trembled all over, and the lightning wrapped around him was about to show its power, but was suddenly sucked into his body by a powerful force, and then instantly swallowed by the root of the thunder spirit in his body. Zizi. The root of the thunder spirit looked very excited, with arcs dancing on it, sizzling, as if a hungry little beast was urging him to feed it more food. and its food was the thunder tribulation lightning above its head that made all creatures tremble. The lightning continued to fall, wrapping around the two of them, first hitting Longer for a moment, and then suddenly being sucked in by him. Boom! 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 Above their heads, the sky seemed to be enraged, and suddenly there appeared thicker and denser lightning, instantly submerging the bodies of both of them. The girl in his arms trembled in pain and hugged him tightly. Luo Qingzhou opened his arms and protected her in his arms. The root of the thunder spirit in his body sizzled and quickly absorbed the violent lightning around him. Time passed bit by bit. The whole process lasted for another hour. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's body was full of power that was about to explode, and the lightning power absorbed by the root of the thunder spirit seemed to be full. The girl in his arms was already dying. However, at this moment, the lightning above his head still showed no signs of stopping, but became more violent and fierce. Luo Qingzhou felt that his chest was about to explode, clenched his fists, and his whole body trembled. He endured for a moment, and finally couldn't help it. He suddenly roared, raised his fists, and swish hit the lightning vortex above his head. Boom! With a loud noise, the fist burst out, carrying lightning, and collided heavily with the huge and terrifying lightning vortex. The huge sound rolled up the air wave, which spread out like a wave. The light curtain of the formation suddenly flashed, and was expanded outward by the impact of the sound wave. Almost broken, the river water below also splashed with a huge wave. Z. The terrifying lightning vortex in the night sky seemed to be furious, and suddenly followed his fist and pounced on him. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt his whole body tremble, and a breath of death enveloped him. At this moment, he immediately pushed the girl in his arms out. Young master. Longear opened his eyes wide and wanted to grab his hand, but he had no strength left. He watched his entire soul being wrapped by the huge lightning vortex and hit wildly. Even if he had the root of the thunder spirit to protect him, he could not bear such a large number and powerful lightning. What's more, he only has his soul now, and his soul has not even survived a thunder tribulation. Young master. Longear cried and tried to rush over, but was hit by the last remaining lightning of the thunder tribulation and was submerged in the dazzling lightning. The whole world was illuminated. Luo Qingzhou's soul trembled and struggled in the terrible vortex of lightning, and soon disappeared without a trace. On the river, on the boat, Yuebai's figure was still standing on the bow, slightly raised her cheek, quietly watching this scene, and her expression seemed to be still calm. But in her hand, she was tightly holding a sleeve. That was the sleeve of his flesh. Zizi. The lightning on Longer's body suddenly disappeared. The dark clouds began to disperse, and a huge demonic aura suddenly filled the whole world covered by this formation. Longer appeared from the darkness, her whole body wrapped in golden light, and golden dragon scales condensed on her body again. At the same time, her legs turned into a huge snake tail covered with golden scales. A bright red vertical pupil suddenly lit up between her eyebrows, and her naked skin turned snow white and flawless. The whole person seemed to be reborn from the fire. All the wounds on her body disappeared, and the aura on her body became extremely powerful. She was lost in the air for a moment, then suddenly raised her head and looked at the huge lightning vortex. The dark clouds had dissipated, but the lightning still did not disappear. The figure that was previously submerged in the lightning vortex had disappeared at this moment. Young master, she murmured softly, her eyes reflecting the dazzling lightning, and her face suddenly showed a look of determination. Just as she was flashing with golden light and preparing to rush forward, a black lightning suddenly appeared in the huge lightning vortex. Then the particularly eye-catching black lightning suddenly turned into a black vortex. Swish! Like a small boat in the huge waves. Looking at the tiny and fragile black vortex, it suddenly spun rapidly and began to quickly swallow the huge lightning vortex surrounding it. Thick lightning was swallowed by it in an instant and disappeared, just like a giant whale sucking water. The huge vortex of lightning in the sky was swallowed up by the black vortex in the blink of an eye. The lightning that illuminated the entire sky disappeared completely, and where the lightning disappeared, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. The black vortex that swallowed the lightning actually appeared in his hand, and it looked like a black lightning condensed. Young master. Seeing this scene, Longear burst into tears of joy and flew over immediately. However, she suddenly stopped nearby, looking at the black vortex in his hand, not daring to get close. The black vortex in Luo Qingzhou's hand began to shrink rapidly, and then turned into a black lightning, drilled into his palm, and disappeared. At this time, Long Erfang excitedly rushed over, got into his arms, hugged her tightly, and cried, "Young master, long ere thought you were gone." Luo Qizhou stayed there, with a look of confusion and unsatisfied on his face. The black lightning just now was the black arc of electricity that had just appeared in the root of the lightning spirit in his body. Just now, he was wrapped in that terrifying lightning vortex, and he thought that this soul was doomed. But who knew that the black arc of electricity in his body suddenly grew larger, and at the same time, the lightning that was striking him seemed to have lost its power. He tried to urge the black lightning to come out, but after it came out of his palm, it immediately turned into a black vortex, and excitedly began to devour the lightning that wrapped around him. What surprised him even more was that the black lightning seemed to be the nemesis of those lightnings, and it devoured them completely in the blink of an eye. For a moment, his mind was blank, and he was a little unable to recover. Young master, young master. Long Air's anxious cry finally woke him up. He looked at the snow-white girl in his arms, who seemed to have been reborn after surviving the thunder tribulation. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Longer, congratulations." Longer hugged him tightly, and her tail turned into a pair of slender and straight snow-white jade legs. She said with tears in her eyes, "Master, thank you, thank you." Luo Qingzhou smelled the unique and attractive fragrance on her body, felt the smoothness of her girlish skin, looked down again, and said awkwardly, "Longer, can you put on your clothes first?" Longer sobbed, "Master, you are not wearing anything either." Luo Qingzhou froze when he heard this, and looked down at his body. Sure enough, he was naked. But fortunately, he was a spirit, and although he was holding a soft jade and warm fragrance in his arms, he did not feel anything obvious. "Let's go. Go down quickly." "Master." Long once. "What the HL? Sister Yu is still watching below." "No. Sister is gone." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and looked down. The boat was empty, and Sister Yu had left without knowing when. Long Air hugged him tightly and said, "Sir, Long Air can use his spirit." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou could only say, "I seem to be injured just now, and I just absorbed so much lightning. I'm afraid I can't control it, and it will all burst out in a while." Long Air then remembered the scene he just saw, and hurriedly asked, "Sir, what was that black vortex just now? So powerful. So many thunders were swallowed up by it. Are they all in your body?" Luo Qingzhou felt the root of the thunder spirit and felt no discomfort. He also said with a puzzled look on his face, "It should have entered my body, but I don't feel anything yet. As for the black vortex, it was formed by the black lightning produced by my thunder spirit root." Long Air opened his eyes wide. Jing said, "Is that black lightning produced by the young master's thunder spirit root?" The young master's thunder spirit body is really powerful. However, what can the black lightning do besides swallowing the sky thunder? There should be other uses. Right? Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "I don't know either. I have to ask Sister Yu." He looked at the boat below and said, "Where did Sister Yu go?" The formations around seemed to have not been collected yet. Longer also looked down, thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up, saying, "Young master, Longer knows where Sister went. Sister should go back to help you refine the flying sword." Before Longer passed the tribulation, Sister helped you refine the flying sword in the Dragon Palace. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked. Refine the flying sword. But Sister Yu just spent 2 days of energy to help him refine the gathering spirit pill. He frowned. His expression was dazed for a while, and suddenly hugged her and flew down, saying, "Let's go. Let's go to the Dragon Palace." He landed on the boat. His soul returned to his body. Long Air landed beside him, looking at his handsome face. After he came back to his senses, she went into his arms again and hugged him tightly. Then she raised her little face and kissed his cheek fiercely for a few times. She rubbed her body for a few times and said with watery eyes, "Sir, Long Air is so lucky to meet you." Long Air once before she could finish, Luo Qingzhou flashed and went under the water. Chapter 748 The Divine Turtle Exhales. Ancient Magic. In the Dragon Palace. In the stone chamber. In the corner near the wall, a red round bead is burning with a golden flame. Above the flame, a black as black cauldron is slowly rotating. The cauldron is steaming, and the sound of boiling juice is heard, which sounds extremely thick. And there are also sounds of metal collision from time to time. In front of the cauldron, a snow-white figure in a white dress is sitting there quietly. Between her slender jade fingers, a flame-like light is lit, and from time to time, A light spot is shot out, and falls into the flame under the cauldron. The flame is like a living thing, entwined at the bottom of the small cauldron, constantly burning. The boiling sound in the cauldron is getting smaller and smaller. After a while, the snow-white figure stood up, uncovered the small cauldron, and put another piece of gingjin in it. Then, continued to urge the flame to refine. Outside the stone room, Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, hesitating for a long time. And then he cautiously said, "Sister, are you in there?" The room was quiet for a while, and a cold voice came, "No, Luo Qingzhou." Longer came quietly behind him and whispered, "Sir, sister should need a long time. Let's not disturb her here. Didn't your physical body just advance to the level of a master? Longer has 2 sets of exercises here. You can try them." Luo Qingzhou was startled when he heard it, and quickly turned his head to look at her and said, "Is it the exercises practiced by the master?" Longer nodded and said, "Yes. One set is the inner strength method, and the other set is the boxing method. They are all the exercises practiced by the master, and they are all very powerful ancient exercises." Luo Qingzhou's face suddenly. She showed a look of surprise. But after thinking about it carefully, she suddenly found something wrong, frowned and said, "Longer, is it such a coincidence? I just got promoted to Grandmaster, and you just happen to have these 2 sets of skills, and they are exactly what I need." Longer blinked her harmless big eyes and said, "Longer doesn't know. These 2 sets of skills are the dowry given to Longer by Daddy. Maybe Daddy calculated that Longer would like a human who is as outstanding as you." Luo Qingzhou's face froze for a moment, and said, "Dowry again?" Longer smiled and said, "Yes. What Daddy left for Longer is all dowry, including this dragon palace. Young master, don't you want it?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, looked at her and said, "Longer, I really need skills now. It's almost dawn outside. After today, tomorrow is the day he enters the palace. Although it may be too late to practice any effect after getting the Grandmaster's skills now, he must seize every opportunity to gain more life for himself in Chanshan." Long Air immediately took his hand and said affectionately, "Master, let's go to Long Air's bedroom, which is big and warm, and you can practice there." Luo Qingzhou felt the softness of her little hands and the fragrance of her body, raised his head again, glanced at the closed stone door in front of him, paused, and said, "Let's go." "Yes." Long Air happily took him away. The stone room was still silent, and it seemed that there was only the sound of the burning flames and the boiling of the materials in the cauldron. Luo Qingzhou followed Long Air, and soon came to her bedroom and entered her girl's boudoir. The room was luxuriously decorated, with thick carpets on the floor, colorful gems hanging everywhere on the walls, the curtains at the head of the bed, and the windows. Even the tables and chairs were made of crystal clear jade. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but complain, "Is this a treasure house or a place to sleep?" Long Air hugged his arm and said with a sweet smile, "Sir, this can also be called a treasure house. Isn't Long Air your treasure? A golden house can hide a beauty, or a golden house can hide treasures." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched and said, "Don't use words randomly." Then he changed the subject and said, "Give me the skills. I'll hurry up and practice and see the effect." Long Air knew that he had important things to do, so he didn't dare to joke. He immediately took out 2 stacks of rice paper from the storage ring and handed them to him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, took it in his hand, looked at the brand new paper, and then looked at her and said, "Longer, are you sure this is the ancient skill your father left for you?" Longer nodded very confidently, "Yes. Is there anything wrong?" Luo Qingzhou's heart sank immediately, and the surprise and expectation just now also disappeared instantly. He didn't say anything else, lowered his head, and silently opened one of the stacks of rice paper. On the title page of the rice paper, a few big characters were written crookedly, "Divine Turtle Breathing Technique." He opened the first page. On the page, a simple line was used to outline the body of a divine turtle and a human body. These 2-line drawings seemed to be no different from the doodles of a 3-year-old boy. Luo Qingzhou was about to smile bitterly, but suddenly saw that there were many lines drawn on the body of the divine turtle and the human body. At the other end of the line, the names of the acupoints and meridians, they were marked with crooked and ugly small characters. The similarities and differences between the two were clearly marked. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then he began to read carefully. He didn't know whether the meridians and acupoints on the divine tortoise were correct, but he knew the human body. After he carefully read all the markings on the human body, his expression suddenly became solemn. The standards above were completely correct. And there were a few more meridians and acupoints that he didn't know about. Below the two pictures, there were a few lines of small words, still written in crooked and ugly handwriting. The longevity of the divine tortoise is important for breathing. One breath and one breath. All follow the way of heaven. Luo Qingzhou carefully read this small word, and then hurriedly looked at the page on the right, which directly began to explain the differences between the human body and the divine tortoise's acupoints. Which acupoints are similar, and which acupoints can transport and store vital energy, etc. He looked carefully, and quickly finished 3 pages. On the 4th page, he began to formally explain the breathing method. Longer. You go out first. I'll try it. He immediately went to the corner and sat down, spread out the pages in his hand, put them on the ground in front of him, and prepared to try it out according to the method above. Long Air immediately retreated, helped him close the door, and quietly stood guard at the door. Luo Qingzhou memorized all the words on the pages of the book, then closed his eyes, repeated them in his mind several times, and then began to breathe in and out according to the method above. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. After repeating this dozens of times, he immediately felt a trace of unfamiliar energy in his body, and then he urged that energy, and according to the circulation method described in the book, it slowly circulated through the meridians and acupoints for 2 weeks. At this time, he inhaled more and more energy during his breathing, which merged with the initial trace of energy. After circulating for several weeks, it gradually sank into the Danhai and merged with the internal force in the Danhai. He immediately urged the energy to come out together with the internal force, slowly transported it to his arm, and then from his arm to his fist. Swish! A fist light suddenly lit up on his fist. The strange energy he just absorbed and refined could actually directly hit the fist light. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth is transformed into Yuan force in the body. He opened his eyes and looked at the sentence on the page again. Before the Grand Master, it was internal force. And after the Grand Master, it was Yuan force? Yuan force seems to be more refined than internal force, occupies less space, and has stronger explosive power and power. The skills recorded on this rice paper are actually true. He was surprised and puzzled at the same time. He immediately picked up the rice paper on the ground and read it carefully again. This set of skills may really be an ancient skill practiced by a master. But this rice paper, text, and pictures, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a piece of paper was found temporarily and drawn and written directly with a brush. Moreover, the explanation text and pictures are very concise and easy to understand. It looks like it was translated from the ancient skills. Long Air should not be able to do this. Then, there is only. He was stunned, and immediately lowered his head to read it several times. After memorizing all the text and pictures on it, he couldn't wait to look at another stack of rice paper. On the front page of the paper, 2 big characters were written crookedly, boxing. Luo Qingzhou. This name is too perfunctory. He opened the first page. There was no nonsense on it. It directly drew a person making a punching action. Below the picture, there was a paragraph of explanation text. This time, Luo Qingzhou no longer had any doubts or hesitations. He immediately read it carefully and memorized all the pictures and texts on each page in his mind without missing a single detail. After reading it 3 times in a row, he put away the rice paper, closed his eyes, and played it in his mind several times. After confirming that it was correct, he stood up. Schwa! He took a stance and slowly threw the first punch. Then, the second punch, the third punch. Each punch was not fast, but very steady and powerful. When the moves gradually became proficient, he immediately followed the method of operating the Yuanli recorded in his mind. And with a low shout, he punched out the energy delivered to his fist. Schwa! The fist light flew out of his hand and suddenly turned into a circle of fist shadows, shooting towards the wall not far away. Bang! The wall with exquisite murals and crystal gems was instantly punched with a circle of fist holes. But the circle of fist shadows did not disappear, but directly penetrated the wall and hit the stone pillar in another room next door. Bang! With a loud bang, the thick stone pillar was directly hit with stone chips flying and broke in the middle. The whole house suddenly shook. Long Air's voice immediately rang out from outside the door. Young master. What's wrong? Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and quickly retracted his fist. Just now, he just couldn't help but try it, and didn't use his full strength. He didn't expect that the power of this punch was really not small. He was pleasantly surprised and hurried to the door and said, Longer, do you have a formation here? A place for practice? I want to practice boxing. Longer pushed the door open, glanced at him, and did not dare to delay. He hurriedly led the way and said, "Young master, go to the place where Longa usually practices. No one will hear you even if you make a lot of noise there." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed behind him. Not long after, the two came to a spacious martial arts training room. After Longer gave instructions, he retreated obediently and helped him close the stone door. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes first, recalled the moves recorded in his mind, and then continued to fight. Time passed quietly. The sky outside was already bright. The sun rose slowly from the green mountains and soon reached the sky. After practicing boxing for a morning, Luo Qingzhou took a short rest and began to practice internal skills again. He breathed in and out and soon recovered the physical strength consumed in the morning. It was the 5th day of the first lunar month, and the sun was shining brightly. The banks of the Yunwu River were still covered with snow. On the hillside not far away, Qin Xuan was still practicing his boxing, and the wild animals hiding in the forest were all trembling. After Qin Xuan got up from the bed at noon, he suddenly felt that he was about to break through. The restlessness in his body came too suddenly, without any signs, and he did not make any preparations. I thought it would take at least half a year of practice to sprint to the realm of the great martial master. But who knew it would be so early? Could it be because of his recent diligent practice? Boom! He suddenly punched, and secretly said in his heart, no matter what the reason, as long as he breaks through to the realm of the great martial master, he will be qualified to go to Kyoto. Even if he can't save his elder brother, he must bring back his elder brother's body. Otherwise, he will be restless for the rest of his life. Brother, wait for me. At the same time, in Kyoto, in the palace, the royal family members and the Ministry of Rites are busy preparing for tomorrow's wedding. There are naturally many rules and regulations for the marriage of the eldest princess of the royal family, from worshipping heaven and earth to the positions of etiquette personnel, all of which must be carefully and strictly regulated. The doors of the palace have long been decorated with lights, and red carpets have been laid on the ground. Of course, the invitations have been sent out as quickly as possible. While everyone was busy, Emperor Nandong was practicing silently in a cave underground. Sitting opposite him was the master of Zijin Temple, Zijin Taoist. A fire rose in the corner, and the dancing flames reflected on the faces of the two people, flickering. At the door, there stood a tall figure wearing armor, and with golden skin. Looking closely, the figure stood there motionless, with a wooden face and empty eyes, and even no breathing or heartbeat. Master, do you think Mr. Luo, who my royal sister likes, will come tomorrow? Nandong suddenly spoke, his eyes still closed. The old Taoist priest sitting opposite him also closed his eyes and said, whether he comes or not, it doesn't matter much. Nandong showed a grim smile on his face and said, yes, but if he comes, I will take revenge myself. The bone-dissolving claws that Master taught me, I haven't used them on anyone yet, so I don't know how powerful they are. Then, he opened his eyes, and his tender face showed a touch of excitement again. If the imperial sister saw me take action and turn the person she values most into bones with one claw, I'm sure the expression on her face must be very exciting. Right? The Zijin Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and said, Your Majesty, you can't reveal your strength tomorrow. Nandong smiled and said, Master, don't worry. I'm just talking. That lowly son-in-law is not qualified to make me dirty my hands. The two whispered again. Nandong closed his eyes and continued to practice. Chapter 749 Sister used terrifying strength. The newly made flying sword. In the evening, the setting sun was slightly drunk. The misty river surface seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of tempting orange juice, and the evening breeze blew over it, sparkling and beautiful. On the snow by the river, the girl wearing a snow-white fox fur was standing there, looking at the direction of Kyoto across the river, frowning and thinking. A maid was supporting her beside her. Another maid was holding an umbrella to shield her from the cold wind blowing from the river. Cough, cough. After standing for a while, she suddenly turned pale and started coughing. The maid who was supporting her hurriedly said, Miss, it's cold by the river. Let's go back quickly. The maid holding the umbrella also said anxiously, Miss, go back quickly. Your body can't stand it. Looking at the weak and pitiful girl, he slowly withdrew his gaze from the other side and murmured in a low voice, Only I am the most useless. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion on the hillside not far away. Several people turned their heads to look. A ray of light suddenly appeared on the hillside, and a large tree cracked and fell in the snow in the whistling wind. Immediately, a familiar figure appeared from the flying snowflakes, and shouted excitedly, "Daddy! Mother! The child has broken through! The child has broken through to the great martial master!" Then, he ran down the hillside and ran towards the house at the bottom of the hillside. The girl standing by the river said softly, "Jure, let's go back." Then she frowned slightly, sighed softly and said, "My second brother has broken through to the great martial master. I'm afraid tomorrow." The maid helped her leave. Her weak voice and figure soon disappeared in the cold wind of the evening. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the river, in Longer's sturdy training room, there was a sudden loud noise. The formation was broken, the wall cracked, and the inside was a mess. When Longer opened the stone door and looked inside, there were just hundreds of dense fist shadows inside, which quickly gathered and merged into a fist. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fist, put away his skills, turned his head and looked at her, and said excitedly, "Longer, this set of boxing is very powerful. There are 9 levels in total. I have just practiced the second level, and I feel that it is much more powerful than the previous Vajra fist." Longer smiled and said, "Of course. This set of boxing is the dowry my father left me." Luo Qingzhou, Longer looked at the almost collapsed scene in the house, and suddenly said, "Young master, this place for cultivation is also the dowry my father left me. Now that you have destroyed it, Longer can no longer cultivate in it. I don't know how to explain to my father in the future." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, loosened his fist, and changed the subject. "What time is it outside now?" Longer said, "It should be dark soon." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "Is there no movement from Sister Yu?" Longer shook his head and said, "Refining equipment is not that simple. It is much more complicated than refining pills." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "I will go home later, and I will not come again tonight." Longer hurriedly said, "Young master, are you not waiting for your sister?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "No, there are people waiting for me at home. Tonight, I will go to see them, talk to them, and then accompany my wife. Tomorrow I have things to do by the way." Longer, "What is your current cultivation level?" Longer said, "The third thunder tribulation of the demon lord is equivalent to the realm of a human warrior master, but it is definitely stronger than an ordinary master. There are 2 more thunder tribulations, and Longer can become a demon king. At that time, the body will be reborn again, and the dragon blood will be activated, and the dragon power will be possessed. The dragon power is much stronger than the current demon power." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I believe you can succeed. By the way, Sister Yu's cultivation level should be higher than yours." "Right," Longer said. "Of course. Sister's cultivation." Luo Qingzhou said, "What realm is it?" Longer looked at him and shook his head. Longer doesn't know. Sister never talked about it. Longer can't tell. Luo Qingzhou wondered, Sister Yu doesn't look very old. How did she cultivate to this level? Is it just because of her strong talent? Longer guessed. Dad said that every successful practitioner not only relies on his own talent, but also on his own luck and opportunity, both of which are indispensable. Sister probably encountered a great opportunity, coupled with her unique talent and hard work, to succeed. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of his own opportunity. In desperation, he awakened the mind-reading skill and found the skills. In desperation, he came to the Qin mansion and accidentally picked up the sun and moon mirror in the lake. Then, he met Sister Yu, Xiaoya, and found the ancient space and many treasures at the bottom of the lake. Indeed, for practitioners, talent is very important, and luck and opportunity are also very important. He was able to cultivate to the master level so quickly, not because of his so-called talent, but by opportunity. Sister Yu is probably the most important opportunity for him. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked again, Longer. Sister Yu is practicing that kind of ruthless technique now. If she suddenly gives up this technique and practices other techniques again, does she have to start all over again? Longer thought about it carefully, shook her head, and said, Longer doesn't know. If you want to know, you can ask Sister directly. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said nothing more. He originally tried to tell Sister Yu about this matter indirectly, but unfortunately, the other party did not respond at all, and he didn't know if she would take it to heart. If she really gave up that technique and had to start practicing all over again, then he would definitely not dare to say it out loud. He was not qualified to decide her life. Mama looked at him, hesitant to speak, and when she was about to speak, The communication treasure on her body suddenly moved. She was a little confused. Took out the communication treasure and took a look. And said in surprise, it was sent by sister. Luo Qingzhou hurried over and looked down. Let him come over. His tone was still cold. Long Air raised his head, looked at him in confusion and said, Sir, why didn't my sister send you a message directly? Luo Qingzhou's face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. And said, She blocked me. Long Air. Luo Qingzhou looked at the name on her communication certificate and suddenly asked, By the way, Long, can I add her directly from you? Longer shook his head and said, After being blocked, you can only add her when she meets my sister's communication certificate. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, I'm afraid it's very difficult. Longer asked curiously, Sir, how did you make my sister angry these days? Why did my sister block you? Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed to say it, and said, Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's go over quickly. The two went out, crossed the passage, and came to the door of the stone chamber. The stone door was already open. In the stone chamber, the flames had gone out. Only the cauldron was still on the ground, and a faint white smoke was still coming out of the mouth of the cauldron. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked in and said expectantly, Sister Yu, has the flying sword been refined? The white figure of Yu was standing motionless in front of the cauldron. Her whole body was wrapped in a moon-white halo, and she ignored him when she heard it. At this time, Long Air also came over and hurried to the cauldron to check. When she looked at the cauldron, she was stunned for a moment, then opened her eyes wide and said, Young master, come and see. The flying sword seems to have been refined, and it looks very good quality. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked to the cauldron and looked down. Shua! At this moment, the flying sword in the cauldron was suddenly wrapped in a ray of moonlight and flew up. And then with a chi sound, it stabbed at him. Luo Qingzhou's expression condensed, and when he was about to raise his fist to knock it away, the flying sword suddenly pointed downward and flew towards his feet. At the same time, the sword body Shua sounded, and the light flashed, and it suddenly became larger and faster, and instantly turned into a 3-foot-long sword. Zheng. With a buzzing sound, the tip of the sword was deeply inserted into the ground, and the handleless sword tail swayed left and right, shaking continuously. Long Air, who was standing by, opened his eyes wide and said, Amazing! This flying sword can actually grow and shrink, and it's still pitch black, like the young master's. Luo Qingzhou's eyes suddenly turned to her. Long Air continued, A stick, like the young master's stick, the stick that beat the little crocodile. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and before he could react, the flying sword inserted into the ground suddenly shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. He looked at the ground and didn't notice it. When he was surprised, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, and he immediately turned around to look. The flying sword appeared silently behind him, hovering in the air, and then with a swish, it turned into a dense sword shadow, forming a circular sword formation, instantly locking his entire body. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt that all angles were blocked, unable to dodge, and could only raise his fist to fight back. But the circle of swords did not attack him. With a flash of light, it quickly gathered into a flying sword, and then it grew larger again, and suddenly became a giant sword several dozen feet long, almost occupying the entire stone room. Then the sharp sword blade slashed at him horizontally. Luo Qingzhou was about to raise his fist to block, but the giant sword suddenly exploded into pieces with a bang. Then those pieces turned into more dense sword shadows, almost occupying the entire stone room, and the sharp sword tips were all aimed at him. Shua! The dense sword shadows suddenly shot towards him. Luo Qingzhou immediately raised his fist, and his figure was like lightning, and he quickly attacked from all directions. What surprised him even more was that these sword shadows were not just fake sword shadows, but were condensed with extremely sharp sword energy with lethality. Even if he hit them with the fist of a master, he felt the power of the sharp weapon stabbing. Ping ping pong pong. After he knocked down all the sword shadows around him, before he could react, a giant sword nearly 5 meters long suddenly appeared in the void and stabbed into his chest in an instant. Luo Qingzhou immediately felt a terrible force coming at him. He had no way to avoid it, and immediately crossed his fists and blocked them in front of his chest. The fist light and shield on his fists instantly collided with the huge and sharp sword tip. Zheng. A deafening buzzing sound rang out. The giant sword, with terrifying power, directly hit his fist, pushing his whole body backwards and sliding quickly. Luo Qingzhou's feet slid on the ground and soon reached the corner of the wall. Then he stretched his right foot backwards and hit the wall behind him heavily, which stopped the force of retreating. But the force on his fists suddenly became much heavier. His two fists suddenly retracted and touched his chest. Bang! He was shocked all over. And then he relied on the strength of his whole body to resist the giant sword. Just as he was accumulating strength to open the giant sword against his fist, the giant sword shrank with a whoosh sound and turned into a slender black shadow, which was as slender as a willow leaf. It turned around his neck in an instant and then flew away. Luo Qingzhou froze in place and touched his neck. There was no scar on it, but the move just now was often used when he drove the flying sword to fight the enemy. As long as the flying sword turned around the enemy's neck, the opponent's head would immediately grunt and roll off the neck. Just now, if this flying sword really had killing intentions towards him. He froze for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and looked at the Yubai figure who was driving the flying sword. The Yubai figure was still standing where she was just now, as if she had never moved. At this moment, she stretched out a slender jade finger, and the flying sword was floating on it obediently, shaking its head and tail, as if it was acting coquettishly towards her. At this moment, Longer's voice suddenly sounded beside her. Sister is so powerful. Sister didn't drip blood to recognize the master of this flying sword, but she can drive it freely, and the speed is so fast that even Longer may not be able to catch it. The flying sword was wrapped in a faint moonlight, although it was integrated with Luo Qingzhou's blood essence. It was still an ownerless object before he dripped blood to recognize the master again and awaken the blood essence inside. Luo Qingzhou felt pain in both fists, and couldn't help but flatter her. Sister Yu is so powerful. I just became a master, but I couldn't resist Sister Yu's casual attack. Then he suddenly asked, Sister Yu's current soul cultivation. Can it be that she has reached the Yang God realm? Yu Bai's figure still looked down at the flying sword floating on her fingertips, and still ignored his words. After a while, she moved her fingertips. The flying sword flew towards Luo Qingzhou with a swoosh, and the hazy moonlight wrapped on the flying sword suddenly disappeared. The white figure then said calmly, First drip blood to recognize the master, and then I will teach you a set of sword formations. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou quickly bit his index finger and began to drip blood to recognize the master. Longer on the side asked curiously, Sister, the sword formation should require many flying swords, right? The young master only has one flying sword. The white figure paused, and then explained, when this flying sword was refined, it awakened a natural skill, which can use the sword energy in it to transform into 9 flying swords, so it can form a sword formation. Long immediately exclaimed, So powerful. Sister is so powerful. Luo Qingzhou quickly dripped blood to recognize the master, and immediately felt that there was a blood connection between him and this flying sword. At the same time, it seemed to have become a part of his body. With a thought, it was as flexible as an arm. Sister, then you quickly teach the young master the sword formation. Longer will not disturb you. Longer will go outside to guard. Longer glanced at the two of them, and retreated very knowingly, and helped them close the stone door by the way. The stone room suddenly became quiet. The two looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou held the flying sword in his hand, with a complicated expression, and said, Sister Yu, let me first explain the current skills of this flying sword and how to use it. Sister Yu, I will only tell you once. If you don't hear it, don't blame me. Oh! Chapter 750 Farewell. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise in the weapon refining room. The whole stone room was shattered. Dense sword shadows appeared in the ruins, and then gathered together, instantly merging into a huge sword and inserted into the ground. The sword body hummed, deafening. Long Air's faint voice sounded again, Young master, you have destroyed my dowry again. Luo Qingzhou drove the flying sword, his heart surging. Sister Yu, this sword formation is so powerful. This flying sword is also so powerful. Then he flattered her and said, of course, the most powerful one is Sister Yu. The white figure of Yu was still calm, and said in a light tone, the sword is divided into 9 shadows, and the 9 swords are combined into one. You can use the sword energy to form a net, or you can use the thunder spirit electricity in your body. Luo Qingzhou was surprised when he heard it. Can you also use the thunder spirit electricity? The white figure of Yu looked cold and continued to explain. Longer. Where else can I practice? Take me there. Boom. Soon, another stone chamber also broke into pieces and turned into ruins. Under the collapsed wall, several lightning bolts crackled. Woo! Young master. You? Let's find another place that won't collapse. I also want to ask Sister Yu how to use black lightning. Longer had to take him to a wider stone chamber, which was like a martial arts training ground with everything in it. He said, Young master, this is where Longer practices. It shouldn't be destroyed again. After a while, boom! With a loud bang, the entire stone chamber suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a black vortex flashing with lightning appeared in the ruins. Longer. At this time, it was already dark above the river. The river wind brought a biting chill, watering in the woods, bushes, and houses on the riverside in the dark night. The snow on the ground showed no signs of melting. There were faint lights on in the Qin family's house. Several lanterns were hung under the eaves, swaying and whirring in the cold wind. The news that Qin Chuan had been promoted to a great martial artist did not attract much attention in the mansion. The family had dinner in silence. Everyone was upset because of tomorrow's events and had no appetite. After Song Ryu accompanied them to finish dinner, she returned to her room alone with red eyes, and continued to wipe her tears and cry. Miss Qin Er took Chior and Xiaodai to comfort her. Song Ryu hugged her and cried bitterly, in great grief. In the hall, Qin Wuzheng sat there alone, surprisingly silent. Qin Chuan returned to the backyard and continued to practice boxing. Only Lingchan Yu Palace was still as calm as before. Xia Chan was practicing sword in the back garden. Bailing was pounding medicine in the room. And as for Miss Qin, I don't know where she went. Maybe she was in a daze in the room. When Luo Qingzhou came back, it was already the hour of high. However, the lanterns were still on in the house, and no one had gone to bed. When he returned to his own courtyard, only Zhuer was standing in the courtyard, practicing with a flying knife, and no one else was there. When Zhuer saw him coming back, she quickly put away the flying knife, lowered her head, and said timidly, Aunt, Uncle, the young lady is gone to the mistress. Do you want me to go and call her back? Luo Qingzhou said lightly, No need. Zhuer moved her lips, and was about to ask him if he had eaten. But Luo Qingzhou had already walked past her, and entered the room. Zhuer was stunned for a moment, and secretly pouted. Luo Qingzhou entered the study, and collected the spiritual liquid on the sun and moon mirror. When he was about to turn it over and put it down, his eyes suddenly looked at it again, stunned, and his expression gradually became a little complicated. After a long silence, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Longer. Longer, has Sister Yu left? The message came back quickly. She left. Master, what's the matter? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the sun and moon mirror on the table and replied, Longer, I have some things here, and I will leave them with you tomorrow morning. If I don't come back in 3 days, you can give them to Sister Yu, and say that they are my gifts to her. Little dragon girl, Master. What is it? Where is Master going? Why might he not come back in 3 days? Luo Qingzhou did not reply again, and replied to Zhu Yin with a few more messages. He looked at the name of the princess on it, moved his fingers, and wanted to send her a message. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Tomorrow is the day he will marry the eldest princess. What should he say to her? At this time, the message treasure suddenly vibrated. Uncle Ling, who sent a message, the wedding gown and other decorations made for you in the palace have been delivered this afternoon. Do you want to try it tonight? Luo Qingzhou, no need. Zhu, you still have a try. It may be a little big. I can help you modify it. Luo Qingzhou, no need. Anyway, you will only wear it once. Zhu, you still have to come. The master asked me to tell you some etiquette to follow tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle, I won't go with you tomorrow. I have something else to do, so I have to leave first. You go to the palace first. I will go there by myself. Zhu, what do you have that is more important than marrying the eldest princess? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, did not reply, raised his head, and looked out the window. He felt that he should go see them again and talk to them. Maybe after tonight. He would never. He put away the sun and moon mirror on the table and went out. Zhuer was holding the flying knife, standing in the courtyard in a daze. When she saw him coming out, she lowered her head again and said timidly, Son-in-law, do you want to have dinner? I will help you heat. Luo Qingzhou stopped in front of her. Zhuer's heart tightened, and she held the flying knife in her hand tightly. Luo Qingzhou stared at her nervous face, looked at it quietly for a while, stretched out his hand, helped her to put a few strands of hair on her temples, and gently gathered them behind her ears. and said in a gentle voice, "Zhu, practice well, and take good care of the second lady." Zhu raised her head and looked at him blankly. Luo Qingzhou said again, "I called you the wrong name. I should call you Little Bun. A white, fat and cute little bun." After that, he looked at her gently and left quickly. Zhu stared at his back blankly until he was about to walk out the door. Then she mustered up the courage to say, "Aunt Uncle, why do you call me Little Bun? Besides, I'm not fat at all." Luo Qingzhou stopped at the door, turned his head and looked at her and said, "Because Xiao Dai is called Little Butterfly, you call her Little Bun." Zhu was still confused when she heard this. What about Qiu'er? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Qiu'er is also called Little Butterfly, but it is a little butterfly in autumn." Zhu was even more confused. What about the young lady? Luo Qingzhou was stunned, silent for a while, and said, "I don't know yet." After that, he left quickly. Zhu stood blankly in the small courtyard, thinking for a long time with a confused face, but couldn't figure it out. In the end, she could only mutter, "The son-in-law loves to give people ugly nicknames. If he has the ability, he can give it to the eldest lady or the lady. I don't think he dares." Luo Qingzhou went out, hesitated for a while, and walked towards the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. No matter what, his and Xiaodia's beautiful life started from the moment he married into the Qin family and became the husband of Miss Qin. Although Miss Qin has always been cold to him, she has never treated him as a servant or an outsider. So, he should say a few words. Knock, knock, knock. When he came to the door, he raised his hand and knocked on the door, no longer showing his previous reserve. Squeak. The wooden door was actually knocked open by him. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and looked inside through the crack of the door. He knocked a few more times, and when no one responded, he pushed the door open and walked in. The courtyard was piled with snow, and it was quiet. Did they all go to bed? He hesitated for a moment, and walked towards the corridor. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of pounding medicine from the room next door. Is Xiao Beiling making medicine? The door of the main room was not locked, but just ajar. Luo Qingzhou gently pushed it open and walked to the door of Beiling's room. He found that there was a gap in the door and a light was on inside. In the room, the sound of pounding medicine was heard, and Bai Ling's muttering was heard. "I pounded, pounded, pounded once." And the uncle laughed. "Pounded twice." And the uncle cried. "Pounded 3 times." And the uncle peed. "I pounded 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 times." And the uncle cried and said, "No, I continue to pound. Pound." And the uncle begged for mercy. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Ling was startled and immediately opened her eyes wide. Aunt, uncle." Luo Qingzhou walked to the table, looked at the petals on the table and the medicine juice in the medicine jar, lowered his head and smelled it, and said, "What medicine are you making?" Bai Ling immediately hugged the medicine jar tightly in her arms, and said nervously, "Uncle, this is someone else's." Luo Qingzhou's eyes turned to the drawer next to him. Bai Ling immediately covered the drawer with her hands again and said, "Son-in-law, there is nothing in it. There is no drug. Little Bai Ling can swear." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, pulled her away, and then opened the drawer, and saw more than a dozen bags of medicine piled up inside. Bai Ling immediately said with a sad face, "Son-in-law, these are all cold and headache medicines, not drugs." Luo Qingzhou took out all the medicines in it without saying anything, and then took out a cloth bag from his sleeve and put all the medicines in it. Bai Ling was immediately anxious, grabbed the medicine bag in his hand, hugged it in his arms, and whimpered, "Son-in-law, this is someone else's stuff." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's someone else's, not yours." As he said that, he tickled her with one hand and pulled the cloth bag back with the other hand, and then hung it around his waist. Bai Ling immediately threw herself at his waist again. Luo Qingzhou took the opportunity to pick her up, turned around the room a few times, and then put her on the bed and pressed on her. Bai Ling opened her eyes wide and was about to struggle, but Luo Qingzhou looked down at her and said, "Bai Ling, the son-in-law wants to apologize to you." Bai Ling was stunned for a moment and pouted. "You just robbed someone's things, so you have to apologize? Humph. I won't accept it." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, "It's not because of this." Bai Ling said, "Then what is it because of?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her with complicated eyes and said, "When I married the eldest lady, I always thought it was you who slept with me that night. So I often took advantage of you and bullied you. Bailing was stunned and snorted. The son-in-law is so coveting me. Obviously coveting my beauty. Humph. I don't want to listen to your quibbling. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, I only apologized for before. When I knew it was Chan Chan. I did covet you again. At that time, I might have really coveted your beauty. Bai Ling was silent for a moment, looking at his handsome face and said, Uncle, you suddenly say these words now. What are you doing? Then she suddenly said shyly, Uncle, are you going to confess to me? But no. I swore that I would be a pink, tender, pure and innocent little flower for the rest of my life. And I don't want to be dirty by you. Luo Qingzhou stared at her beautiful face quietly for a while, then let her go, stood up and said, Bai Ling, Uncle has no other intentions, and just wants to apologize to you. In fact, and to you, he didn't continue to speak, patted the medicine bag on his waist and said, Thank you for the medicine. If there is another chance, and will definitely thank you. After speaking, he walked to the door and waved, Rest early. I'll go see Chan Chan. The door closed and footsteps left. Bailing lay on the bed. Her hair was messy, and her pink skirt was untied. She stayed still for a long time before she said faintly, Bad son-in-law. You just apologized after bullying me? Don't you want to say anything to me? Luo Qingzhou came to the next room, and was about to knock on the door, when he suddenly heard the sound of sword practice coming from the garden behind. He turned around and went to the back garden. The garden was covered with snow, and the ground was covered with snow. A thin figure in a light green dress was practicing sword in the corner. She was looming in the shadows of the swords. Even with the eyesight of Grandmaster Luo Qingzhou, sometimes he couldn't see where her real sword moves were. What a fast sword! Luo Qingzhou stood under the big tree, holding his breath and watching. Chan Chan's swordsmanship seemed to have improved a lot compared to the past. Whether it was speed or lethality, as well as the complexity of the sword moves, they were all incomparable to the past. Moreover, now she seemed to have internal strength and sword intent. Luo Qingzhou looked at it carefully for a long time. The sword shadows in the garden suddenly merged into one with a swish. The figure that appeared and disappeared at random also appeared clearly under the big tree in front. Xia Chan held the sword and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou praised, Chan Chan. You are amazing. Clang. Xia Chan sheathed her sword and walked towards him. With a cold sword aura that had not yet dissipated, she panted slightly, with two blushes on her beautiful cheeks, and stopped in front of him, her dark and clear eyes looking at him quietly, as if saying, Can I take Chan Chan with me? A feeling of pity and guilt suddenly rose in Luo Qingzhou's heart, and he couldn't help but stretch out his arms and gently hugged her in his arms. The two hugged each other. Neither of them spoke. The garden at night was silent, with only the girl's soft panting after hard sword practice and her heartbeat. Of course. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingzhou whispered, Of course, I have to take Chan Chan with me. Live together. And die together. Chapter 751 The wind is whistling, and the river is cold. And the warrior is gone. It is early morning. The river wind at night is particularly cold. The lanterns hanging on the corridor are dimly lit, swaying under the invasion of the cold wind, and dying. The snow in the mountains has not melted yet. However, a few snowflakes fell in the night sky. That night, the Qin family was sleepless all night. After Luo Qingzhou went to pay his respects to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he returned to his own courtyard with Miss Qin. After the couple played a few games of chess on the couch, they washed up and went to bed. The two hugged each other and whispered in the quilt. They talked about their first meeting, the embarrassing things between the sister-in-law and the brother-in-law, and the bits and pieces of the family's solidarity in Machin. Of course, they also talked about Miss Qin. As for tomorrow's events, neither of them said a word. Miss Qin Air didn't seem to be sleepy tonight. She kept chatting until the fourth watch and was still in high spirits. Brother Qingzhou, do you want to sleep for a while? No. I'm in good spirits. Miss Qin Air leaned against him, buried her cheek in his neck, and said softly, Waymo believes that everything will be fine. Yes, everything will be fine. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair, his face gentle, and murmured. The two hugged each other tightly, and neither spoke again. At the fifth watch, Luo Qingzhou said softly, Waymo, you sleep for a while. I should get up. The girl in his arms trembled slightly, hugged him tightly, and after a while, she slowly let go and said softly, Yes. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her forehead, without any lingering, and got up immediately. When he got dressed and was about to leave the room, the girl on the bed sat up, her eyes filled with tears, and she looked at him infatuatedly and said, "Brother Qingzhou, Weima is waiting for you." After a pause, she said, "Shall I? Chior, Beiling, and my sister are all waiting for you at home." Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, and without saying anything else, he opened the door and walked out. Chior had gotten up at some point and was standing at the door waiting for him. When she saw him come out, she immediately came over and squatted down, lowered her head, and gently helped him put on his shoes. "Son-in-law, come back early. I still have to serve you with Xiaodai and Zhuer." Chior stood up with a gentle smile on her face. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, reached out and stroked her delicate face, and whispered, "Take good care of the second lady." Chior nodded and said, "I will." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and went out. Pa! In the courtyard, the flying knife thrown by Zhuer just hit the bull's eye in the corner of the wall. Luo Qingzhou walked down the corridor and stopped beside her. Zhuer glanced at him, immediately lowered her head nervously, and said in a trembling voice, "Aunt, uncle." Luo Qingzhou did not speak, took out 3 flying knives from her hand, and threw them gently at the corner of the wall. Pa! The 3 flying knives flew out at the same time and hit the bull's eye in the corner of the wall at the same time, and the entire knife handle was immersed in the bull's eye. "Remember to let her teach you the meaning of the knife," Luo Qingzhou said, rubbed her head, and walked away quickly. Zhuer stared at his back blankly. Crack! At this moment, the target in the corner suddenly broke into pieces and fell to the ground, and the 3 flying knives pierced into the wall behind. There happened to be a knife mark on the wall. At this time, the tips of the 3 flying knives were all pierced into it. Without any error, Zhu stood in the courtyard. Stunned, Luo Qingzhou went out and saw a thin figure standing under a big tree not far away, looking at him silently. The cold wind blew, and her dress fluttered slightly. She held the sword, like a sculpture in the dark night, standing there, motionless. She should have waited here all night. Silly girl, Luo Qingzhou scolded softly, turned away, and said, "Let's go." The girl under the tree immediately followed him. The two walked towards the back door, one in front and one behind, stepping on the snow. Snowflakes floated in the night sky again. On the 6th day of the new year, it snowed again. At the same time, a figure quietly climbed over the courtyard wall and soon came to the riverside. When he was about to untie the boat on the shore, a voice suddenly came from under the big tree behind him. "Where are you going?" Qin Chuan froze for a moment and turned around to look. Under the big tree, a tall and majestic figure stood there with his hands behind his back, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. Dad, I. Qin Chuan stuttered and could not speak. Qin Wenjing looked at him dignifiedly for a moment, sighed, and said, "Go back. Your mother didn't sleep all night and has been crying. If you are really filial, you should go back and spend more time with her." Qin Chuan lowered his head, slowly clenched his fists, and suddenly raised his head and said, "Dad, I want to die." Qin Wenjing looked at him coldly and said, "Do you want my Qin family to be extinct? Do you want your mother to cry for the rest of her life?" Qin Chuan said with red eyes, "I go back." Qin Wenjing's tone softened, lowered his head slightly, and said slowly, "At this time, no one can save your eldest brother. It is very likely that your eldest brother has been killed." As he said, he raised his head and looked at him lovingly and said, "Chuaner, if you go, you will only leave one more head. Your mother, your sister, everyone in our Qin family needs you. You have a good talent. You can advance to the realm of a great martial artist by practicing alone. With you in the future, our Qin family can continue. Your mother is stupid and always likes to do stupid things. Weimo is weak and needs to take medicine every month. Jianjia also has a disease. Everyone in the family needs your protection. If something happens to you, who will protect them in the future? Not to mention the people in the court. Even a few mountain bandits. They can't deal with it." Qin Chuan cried and said, "Dad, but Big Brother, I have to go at least and bring back Big Brother's body. Otherwise, I will have a guilty conscience for the rest of my life." Qin Wenjing walked in front of him, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's okay. You go home and guard them. Dad will go." As soon as these words came out, Qin Chuan was shocked and looked up at him. Qin Wenjing looked in the direction of Kyoto and said, "Dad knows a lot of people in Kyoto. He is also a descendant of meritorious service. He just wants to ask for a body and send off the young. It shouldn't be a problem." Even if there is a problem, it doesn't matter. With you at home, Dad and Big Brother are very relieved. Qin Chuan knelt on the ground with a plop, crying, Daddy, don't go. Let me go. Let me go. Qin Wenjing lovingly stroked his head and said, Don't cry. Get up. Real men. Don't cry. Don't kneel. Stand tall. Don't cry like a woman. Look at your mother. What else can she do except crying all day? In the future, the Qin family will rely on you. And of course, Qin Zhou, you two brothers must protect your family well. If it doesn't work, leave Dian and live somewhere else. The world is big. As long as the family is there, you can take root anywhere and make it your home. Daddy? Qin Chuan hugged his legs, his face full of tears. Qin Wenjing helped him up and said, Okay, go back. Practice well. Don't slack off. Daddy? Go back. Qin Wenjing's face immediately darkened, seeing that he was still unwilling to leave. He kicked him and said angrily, If you don't listen to your father, you are unfilial. You are a rebellious son. Woo. Daddy? Get out. Rebellious son. Dog thing. Turtle son. Cheap bastard. Get out of here. Qin Wenjing was furious, cursing and punching and kicking. Qin Chuan staggered and was pushed back, but he looked back every few steps, crying and looking. Go back. Qin Wenjing growled, angrily saying, If anything happens to anyone in the family, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You won't have the face to worship the ancestors of the Qin family in the future. Then he said earnestly, Chuan, death is not scary. Daddy is not afraid of death. But he is afraid that the Qin family will be cut off. Your responsibility is greater than Daddy's. The Qin family will rely on you in the future. Just think of it as Daddy begging you. Go back quickly. Daddy hack you. You have to make me kneel down for you. Right. Qin Wenjing was furious. His eyes suddenly turned red. His knees bent, and he knelt on the ground with a thump, cursing again. Qin Chuan was shocked and frightened when he saw it, and hurriedly fled away, crying loudly and running into the house in a panic. You bastard! You rebellious son! You must make me kneel! I'll hack you, bah! 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 Qin Wenjing hurriedly got up from the ground, patted the snow on his knees, and looked at his house. After looking for a long time, he suddenly showed a look of determination in his eyes and whispered, Ryue, the master is leaving. Take good care of the family. We will be husband and wife in the next life. After that, he turned around and strode to the riverside. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. Master, where are you going? Qin Wenjing's body froze and turned his head to look. Ah! Before he could see the person behind him clearly, his eyes suddenly went black. His body softened, and he fell to the ground. Not long after, a long drag mark was left on the snow on the ground. Qin Wenjing was limp all over, and was dragged back to the house by the collar and thrown on the corridor in the front yard. Woo-woo. Daddy? In the dark hall, Brother Qin was still crying in grief. After a while, he suddenly cried, No! I can't let Daddy go alone. I'm being unfilial. After that, he suddenly rushed out of the door with tears on his face. When he was about to rush out of the courtyard, his steps suddenly froze, and he turned his head to look at the figure lying there in the corridor and snoring. Chapter 752 The Princess's Wedding. The Useless Scholar. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, there was snow. Before dawn, Prince Duan Nandong led the wedding procession out of the palace and headed for Lingxiao sect. Along the way, they beat gongs and drums, played music and scattered flowers, which was very lively. The people in the inner and outer cities of Kyoto got up early today and rushed to the streets to watch the princess's groom. Even some shops decided to close today. Guests from all over the country had already gathered outside the palace. At this time, in Yanghua Palace, Princess Nangong Huiyue had just come out of the practice room and was bathing and fumigating with incense under the service of Yuewu. In a pool of hot springs, the mist was lingering, and the snow-white and delicate jade body was looming in the pink petals. On the soft couch by the pool, red wedding robes, phoenix crowns, and clothes were neatly stacked. Yuewu was squatting by the pool, carefully scrubbing her black hair. When she raised her eyes, she could see the towering jade peaks half hidden and half exposed by the pink petals. She secretly glanced at him and couldn't help but whispered, Mr. Chu is so lucky to marry you. Your Highness, I guess he must have been so excited that he didn't sleep well for several nights these days. Nan Donghuyue leaned against the pool with her eyes closed. Hearing this, she said lightly, he refused before. Yue guessed. Maybe his family is afraid that Mr. Chu will not want them after he becomes the prince consort. Nan Donghuyue was silent for a while and said, Have you found out about his family? Yue lowered her head and said, No. I only know that he suddenly appeared in Maching. After Maching fell, he appeared in Kyoto again. Then, under the introduction of Dowling, he joined the Lingxiao sect. The Jinui also tracked him down for a long time. But there was no clue. After a pause, he looked at her again and whispered, Your Highness, you should know something about him. Right? Nan Donghuyue frowned slightly, and couldn't help but think of those shameful things again. Yue glanced at her cold face, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. It was quiet for a while again. Nan Donghuyue asked, Is the wedding room ready? Yue said respectfully, It was already ready yesterday. Your Highness, do you want to go and see it later? Nan Donghuyue said lazily. No need. Yue looked at her again, hesitated, and whispered, Your Highness, do you need someone to replace you in the bridal chamber tonight? If you do, we need to arrange it in advance. The Queen Mother should send someone to guard outside. Nan Donghuyue was silent for a moment, looking at the pink petals swaying gently on the water, and said lightly, No need. Since I chose him personally, I will not regret it. Yue bowed her head and said, Yes. Not long after, Yuing's cold voice came from outside, Your Highness. There is news from the outer city gate that young Master Luo has entered the city. As soon as these words came out, Yue's hands, which were washing her hair, suddenly trembled slightly. Nan Donghuyue frowned and asked, Is he alone? Yuing said respectfully, There is also the woman named Xiachan. The bathroom was quiet for a while, and then Nan Donghuyue's complicated voice came, What a nerd. Yue lowered her head and continued to help her wash her hair, with no clear expression on her face. Nan Donghuyue was silent for a while, and then said, Is there a chance to stop him and take him away? Yuing was quiet outside for a while, and said respectfully, It may be a little difficult. He has been targeted since he entered the city. There are people from the Jinui, the government, and several spirits. There are also people in the palace. Nan Donghuyue narrowed her eyes, pondered for a moment, and sighed, Forget it. Let him come. Since he has decided to come, he has his reasons. So why should I meddle in other people's business? For some people, reputation, righteousness, backbone, etc. are more important than their own lives. After a moment of silence, she said again, Today is, on this day of my great wedding, I will not let him die in the palace no matter what. Yuing, go and get ready, and keep an eye on him. Yuing said respectfully, Yes. Nan Donghuyue was quiet for a while, turned her head and looked at the girl behind her, and said, Do you like him? Yue lowered her head and said, No. Just admiration. Nan Donghuyue stared at her for a few more times and said, He is not suitable for you. He is indeed talented and capable. But, after all, he is just a scholar, and he has a wife at home. Among which, speaking of this, she suddenly stopped and frowned, thinking for a while. She took out the communication treasure and sent a message to someone, Senior sister, your husband has entered the city, and is ready to come to the palace to die. You should know it. Right? After sending the message, she held the communication treasure, with a complex emotion on her face, and secretly said in her heart, That woman, is it really no longer any feelings? However, she was so attentive to another person, or another soul, or she just had no feelings for her husband, and was just using him. After a while, the message came back, No. Nan Donghuyue looked at these two words, was stunned, and replied, You are too cold-blooded, aren't you? Even if you let him marry into the family, you had no choice. Just using him. But he is dedicated to your Qin family, and he is also sincere to your sister. Why don't you stop him? I thought the other party would not reply again. But soon, the message came back, You protect him. Nan Donghuyue saw this message, and thought she had read it wrong. She frowned and read it carefully several times. She couldn't help but feel funny. Could this girl have become stupid because of cultivation? Has her face suddenly become so thick? She immediately replied, Sorry. I can't do anything. Today is my wedding day. I can't turn against the emperor because of him. He did give me a lot of things, but I gave him more. After a pause, she replied, Senior sister, Have you become stupid from practicing? Or, I am going to marry someone today. You are in a bad mood. And your brain is broken? You should already know who my consort is. Right? The other party did not reply again. Nandong Huiyue frowned and waited for a while before putting away the message. Her face changed for a while. And she murmured, that girl, won't she come too? Is it for her husband? Or for her lover? Then she shook her head and said no. She dare not come. Let alone do it here. It seems that she has really cultivated to the realm of ruthlessness and righteousness. She doesn't care about her husband's life or death. And doesn't care about her lover becoming the husband of another woman. It's pitiful and lamentable. At this time, Yuing's voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, the Queen Mother is here. And she said she would help you comb your hair and put on a rosy dress. Nandong Huiyue came back to her senses. And the expression on her face became cold and majestic again. At the same time, in the underground secret room of Yongyan Palace, Emperor Nandong Yang was sitting alone in a corner with his eyes closed and cultivating. At this time, Li Gui's voice came from outside the door. Your Majesty, the son-in-law of the Qin family has entered the city with a maid named Xia Chan. At this time, it is estimated that he is about to reach the inner city. Nandong Yang's face was reflected with flames, flickering, and he practiced for a while before slowly exhaling a breath of white air, opening his eyes, with a gleam in his eyes, and said, keep an eye on him. Don't let anyone intercept him. If he enters the palace, let him go all the way. If he goes to other places, kill him without mercy. Then he snorted again. On the day of the royal sister's wedding, I haven't prepared a program yet. I didn't expect that he really had the courage to come. As expected, scholars are the most useless things. And they were deceived by a few words. Li Gui said respectfully, Your Majesty, that maid, I heard that her swordsmanship is good. Nandong Yang sneered and said, let her come in together. I just want to try the new practice. Isn't it good? The bitch named Hua Gu died in front of that boy. Today, there is another woman. Die in front of him. Speaking of this, he showed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and said, on the day of the Taikong banquet, he stole the limelight. Today, I will naturally let him steal the limelight. Li Gui reported again, Your Majesty, the Queen Mother went to the princess early in the morning. In addition, the guards in the palace have not changed. There is no movement in the army of Huiyue country and the border. And the border of Baiwa country is as calm as before. Nandong Yang was silent for a while after listening, and said coldly, Are you giving up now? This is not like her character. Let them continue to monitor her. And after she gets married, I will start to take these things from her naturally. Even if she has other ideas, she will not have any chance. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Gui agreed and waited outside for a while. When he was about to leave, Nandong Yang suddenly said, Bring a maid down. Let her wear a wedding gown and sew a mask. Li Gui froze at the door. Nandong Yang's face, illuminated by the flames, revealed a strange and sinister smile. I also want to get married today. Li Gui said respectfully, Yes. After that, he hurriedly retreated. Inner city of Kyoto. The streets were already full of bustling crowds. The officials and soldiers of the government office had already been dispatched, and they had lined up on both sides of the road and stood there, leaving a large space in the middle for the wedding procession and the groom's procession to pass by. At the same time, the entire inner and outer cities were heavily guarded. However, the groom at this moment was not in the wedding procession, nor was he waiting at the Shirley Pavilion outside the city, but came to the inner city quietly. On another street, there were few pedestrians, and many shops were closed. Luo Qinzhou wore a wide Confucian robe, revealing his handsome face, and walked towards the palace with Xia Chan. He did not hide his whereabouts or wear a mask, just walking on the street without covering himself. The street near the palace was surrounded by people and guards. Luo Qinzhou walked straight over with Xia Chan. The guards saw them, did not speak, and did not stop them, letting the two of them walk past them and walk towards the palace gate. The two seemed like transparent people. Seeing this, some of the people around them also dared to go over, but were stared at by the guards with a cold look and kicked back. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Luo Qinzhou ignored the situation behind him and brought Xia Chan to the palace gate of the outer city of the palace. The guard at the door looked at the two of them and said expressionlessly, Please come in. Mr. Luo, His Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Qinzhou bowed and took Xia Chan into the palace gate. The guard glanced at the sword in the girl's hand behind him and said nothing. The two of them continued to walk on the spacious and deserted road in the palace, one in front and one behind, and soon came to the last gate leading to the palace. The old General Yuchi Ling, whose hair and beard were all white, was guarding the palace gate. He came down from the city wall, his eyes flashing, and glanced at the two of them. His eyes stopped behind Luo Qingzhou, and then without warning, he pulled out the sword at his waist with a clang, and the sharp sword tip instantly pierced the throat of the girl behind him. Xiaochan stood there, holding the sword in her hand, motionless, until the tip of the cold sword was a little bit away from her throat. She was still like a sculpture, motionless, and she didn't even blink her eyelashes. Yuchi Ling narrowed his eyes, looked at her deeply again, put away the sword in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Although His Majesty has ordered you to enter, my responsibility is to protect the palace. Every warrior must check his cultivation before entering." "Young Master Luo, are you a warrior?" He looked at the young man in front of him with sharp eyes. Luo Qingzhou smiled faintly and said, "I am just a scholar. If the general wants to check, just check it." Yuchi Ling raised his other hand, holding a bronze mirror in his palm, and said, "The inspection has been completed, but I just want to ask the young master in person. The young master is a world-famous scholar, so he will naturally not lie." After speaking, he looked at the girl behind him and said, "The girl must be a warrior, but I can't see her cultivation. If it is convenient for the girl, please use your internal force to release your warrior aura, or stab me with a sword. All are fine." Xiaochan held the sword. Her little face was cold, motionless, and silent. Yuchi Ling narrowed his eyes at her, waited for a while, and said coldly, "If the girl refuses to show her cultivation, then I'm sorry. You can't enter the palace today." Xiaochan looked at the young man in front of her and tightened the sword in her hand. Luo Qingzhou turned around, looked at her, stretched out his hand to hold her sword-holding hand, and said softly, "Chan, then you don't go in. Just wait for me outside. I will come out after I apologize to His Majesty." Xiaochan's hand trembled, and when she was about to speak, she met his eyes, and the hand holding her little hand suddenly tightened. She was startled and said obediently, "Yeah." Yuchi Ling frowned slightly, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at the city wall. A figure stood on the city wall, and suddenly said in a sharp voice, "His Majesty has ordered that Mr. Luo and this girl go in together. General Yuchi, do you want to disobey His Majesty's order?" Yuchi Ling pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Let's all go in." After that, he turned around with a gloomy face and climbed the city wall. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at the city wall, but the figure who had just stood on it had disappeared. A guard on the city wall showed a trace of confusion on his face. Just now, his eyes went black, and he seemed to have fainted and didn't know anything. But when he woke up, he found that he was still standing there steadily, and there was nothing unusual. Luo Qingzhou took Xiaochan, entered the palace gate, and walked towards Yongyan Palace. Along the way, he met some eunuchs, palace maids, guards, patrolling imperial guards, etc., all of whom ignored the two. When passing through an archway and about to reach Yongyan Palace, a burst of chuckles suddenly came from the road next to it. Then, a ball suddenly flew over. "Pa!" The ball hit Luo Qingzhou's cheek. Luo Qingzhou staggered, covered his face, and turned his head to look. Several palace maids surrounded two little girls and ran towards this side. One of the girls suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Luo Qingzhou, it's you? You bad guy. Why haven't you come to play football with this princess for so long? Humph. You deserve to be kicked in the face by Changle." The person who spoke was naturally Nangong Shirui from Prince Duan's mansion. Today she didn't go out to play with him. Next to Nangong Shirui, there was another little girl in a white dress. She looked about the same age as her, and her eyebrows and eyes were quite similar to those of the eldest princess, Nangong Huiyue. She looked quite delicate and cute. She should be the youngest princess. Princess Changle. Luo Qingzhou stopped, bowed his head, and saluted, saying, "I am Luo Qingzhou, a humble man, and I pay my respects to the two young princes." Nangong Shirui walked over with Princess Changle, and immediately put her hands on her waist and said angrily, "Your Highness is your Highness. What little prince? Luo Qingzhou, you look down on me." Princess Changle, who was standing aside, blushed slightly, blinked her big eyes, and looked at the handsome boy in front of her shyly and curiously, and whispered, "Shirui, Is this the person who is good at guarding the gate you mentioned? Nandong Shirui said coldly. With a snort, he angrily said. That's the bad guy. Every time he needs me, he says sweet words and keeps me company. When he's done using me, he just wipes his mouth and walks away, never to come again. Hateful. Princess Changle blinked her clear eyes and whispered. He's really hateful. Why did he come to the palace today? Is he attending my sister's wedding banquet? Nandong Shirui said contemptuously. He must be here to flatter Sister Huiyue. How shameless. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, said nothing, and did not explain. He was wondering, at this time, how could these two girls, a princess and a little princess, suddenly appear in this place? Even if they were playing football, how could they suddenly come here in such a big palace? No matter how stupid these palace maids were, they should know this place and not come here to play casually. Right? At this moment, Nandong Shirui suddenly shouted to the back, Sister Meijiao. Sister Meijiao, come here quickly. Look which bad guy is coming. After these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. And suddenly he realized it. He raised his head and looked behind them with a complicated expression. Nandong Meiji was wearing a red dress today. Her figure was still so tall and slender. But her face didn't look good. After seeing him, her face suddenly turned pale. She walked over slowly with another ball in her arms. She looked at him for a few seconds and said, Did you go to the wrong place? The palace of the eldest princess is over there. The two maids next to her looked at her. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, I came to see His Majesty. In addition to attending the eldest princess's wedding, I came to the palace today to apologize to His Majesty. Nandong Meijiao's hands holding the ball trembled slightly, and her lips moved. She seemed to want to say something, but her eyes glanced at the maid next to her. Luo Qingzhou interrupted what she wanted to say, Princess, I sincerely come to His Majesty today to apologize. There are people waiting for me at home, and I will go back as soon as possible. Nandong Meijiao's face turned pale, and he glanced at Xiaochan behind him and said, His Majesty is very busy at this time. The maid next to her suddenly said, Princess, let's take the little princess to the stadium or the back garden to play. If the steward sees us, we will be punished. Nandong Shirui suddenly glared at her and said, What are you afraid of? If he dares to punish you, you can come to me. I will let Changle go to the Queen Mother and let her scold them. Then he said with a puzzled face, Luo Qingzhou, how did you offend the Emperor brother? Brother is angry? Today is the day of Sister Huiyue's wedding, and you actually want to come here to apologize. You really know how to choose a day. The Emperor brother is busy meeting guests now, so he has no time to pay attention to you. After saying that, she suddenly came over again, pulled Luo Qingzhou's wide sleeves and said, Come on. Accompany us to play football first, and then go to Sister Huiyue's wedding banquet together. After the wedding banquet, this princess will personally accompany you to apologize to the Emperor brother. By the way, there is also Changle. Let Changle accompany us when the time comes. The Emperor brother likes me very much, and he also loves Changle. With the two of us accompanying him, the Emperor brother will definitely not punish you. Let's go! Luo Qingzhou stood there without moving. Nandong Meiji was anxious and was about to come over to pull him together. Suddenly, Li Gui's shrill voice came from the gate of Yong'an Palace not far away. Hey! Master Luo is here! Come in quickly! His Majesty has been waiting for him for a long time, and said that he would go to the wedding banquet of the eldest princess with him later. Then he bowed his body and said with a smile on his face, Your Highnesses, you go and play first. After His Majesty has seen Master Luo, he will come to play with you. Okay? No! Nandong Shirui immediately said with a stern face, Li Gui. Changle wants Luo Qingzhou to play with her now. Right. Changle? Princess Changle was stunned for a moment. When she was in a dilemma, her arm was suddenly pinched. She hissed and immediately said, eunuchly, Let brother Luo go to play with Changle for a while. Okay. Li Gui's face froze for a moment. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Luo Qingzhou, who was grabbed by Nandong Shirui's sleeve, suddenly bowed and said, Your Highness, you go first. I will go to see His Majesty first, and will go over later. After that, he gently opened Nandong Shirui's hand and turned to leave. Xiaochan followed behind and glanced at the three people. Nandong Meiji said with a pale face. Luo Qingzhou did not look back, and quickly walked to the gate of Yong'an Palace with Xiaochan. Li Gui looked at him with a fake smile and said, Mr. Luo, please pa. Before he could finish, Luo Qingzhou slapped him hard in the face. Li Gui was shocked and angry, covering his cheek and said, Mr. Luo, why this time? Pa! 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 Luo Qingzhou slapped him 3 times in a row, then looked at him and said, no reason. I just think you dare not fight back. So I want to slap you. Li Gui froze and gritted his teeth. Luo Qingzhou ignored him and strode into the door with Xia Chan. Close the door. Li Gui gritted his teeth and said angrily, with a very vicious and ferocious look on his face. Squeak. The palace door closed. Nandong Meiju, who was standing outside and watching this scene, trembled in her heart. Chapter 753. I am a scholar and a warrior. The Emperor's death date. The sky was dark. In the courtyard that looked like a small square, the Imperial guards in armor and sharp weapons stood neatly in the corners of the walls on both sides. Cold and solemn, silent, Yuan Zhong, the leader of the Imperial guards, stood there motionless, holding the hilt of the sword at his waist, like a stone sculpture. In the corridor not far away, several eunuchs bowed their heads and walked slowly. On both sides of the corridor, 10 tall guards wearing golden Qilin costumes, with tall statures and stern expressions, stood holding swords. On the eaves on both sides of the towering palace roof, several vague figures stood in the wind and snow, looming. In Yongyan Palace, it seemed as quiet and peaceful as before. Yuan Zhong, the leader of the Imperial Guard, is at the perfect level of a great martial artist. The 10 great guards are at the late stage of a great martial artist. The master of the soul is unknown for the time being. The old eunuch Li Zhong is at the lowest level of a master. The master of the Zijin Temple, the Taoist Zijin, is at the late stage of the spirit separation level. With an indestructible and powerful golden corpse, the Queen Mother has a Nani at the late stage of a great martial artist. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and walked slowly, recalling the news in his mind. Snowflakes slowly fell in the sky, on the snow on the bluestone slab. His footprints extended forward step by step, and the girl behind him, with her slender footprints, just fell into each of his footprints, overlapping with his footprints. The footsteps of the 2 people were surprisingly consistent. The cold wind blew, and the snowflakes fell into the footprints of the 2 people. Something seemed to fly up in the footprints, like white snow foam. Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped, turned around to look at the girl behind him, and looked at the overlapping footprints of the 2 people, and couldn't help but say, is it fun? Xia Chan stopped behind him. Her 2 slender feet still stepped on his 2 footprints, lowered her head slightly, and whispered, yes, it's fun. Li Gui, who was following behind, saw this scene, and a grim smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, you don't know how to live or die. At this time, you still know how to play. Do you really think that His Majesty cherishes your talent and lets you be an official? Hee hee. Just play. There will be more fun later. Pa! 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 Who knew that just as he had the idea in his mind, he was suddenly slapped hard on the face several times, which made him see stars, stagger, and almost fall. You? Li Gui immediately covered his burning cheeks, shocked and angry. His eyes were bloodshot. Master Luo, do you really think that servants have no temper? Pa 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 pa. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and slapped him a few more times, then kicked him in the stomach with a bang, kicking him directly to the ground and asked, where is your temper? Li Gui was dizzy and angry, and immediately screamed, come here! Come here! Catch this little beast for me! However, the guards around looked at him coldly, and there was no movement. Li Gui sat on the ground, covering his stomach, his face twitching with pain. When he was about to continue screaming, he suddenly remembered the order of His Majesty, opened his mouth, and immediately closed it. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of him, looking at him calmly. Li Gui stared at him with resentment, endured the pain, and slowly stood up from the ground. Then he lowered his head again, and said in a trembling voice of humiliation, Mr. Luo, no matter what I did wrong, please forgive me, and go to see His Majesty first. He lowered his head, trembling, gnashing his teeth, his eyes full of ferocious hatred. Okay. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of him and murmured in a low voice, you are really not a warrior. Then he said, no wonder he trusts you so much. After that, he turned around and continued to walk forward. Li Gui was stunned for a moment, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. But he was in so much pain that he had no time to think about it. He immediately covered his stomach and followed him resentfully. Crunch, crunch. Luo Qingzhou stepped on the snow and walked up the steps. In the corridor at the door, there stood a tall and thin old man holding a whisk and wearing a gold-studded Taoist robe, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. When Luo Qingzhou took Xia Chan up the steps, he slowly opened his eyes, and a scarlet light shone in his pupils. He only glanced at Luo Qingzhou faintly, then looked at the girl behind him, and the light in his pupils suddenly flickered. When Luo Qingzhou brought Xia Chan into the house, he showed a strange and grim smile and said, "What a beautiful corpse embryo." Li Gui passed by him and just heard this sentence, and couldn't help but grin. "Your Majesty, Mr. Luo is here." He immediately entered the house, walked in front of the two people, bowed his head, and said respectfully. The room was quiet for a while, and immediately came Nandong Yang's slightly excited voice. "Oh, is Mr. Luo here? Please invite him in." Squeak. Li Gui immediately stepped forward and opened the door. A stream of hot air with a strange fragrance floated out of the house. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and walked in with Xia Chan. Li Gui also followed in, closed the door by the way, and showed a sneer on his face without concealing it. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "I am Luo Qingzhou, the humble man, and I pay my respects to your Majesty." Nandong Yang was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and sitting at the desk. With a smile on his face, "Luo Qing, long time no see." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and did not reply. Nandong Yang looked at the sword-holding girl behind him again, smiled slightly, and said, "Why? You came to see me with guards? Don't you trust me?" Then he smiled and said, "But your female guard is really pretty. Much prettier than the palace maids around me. Luo Qing. She won't be your woman like the flower bone before. Right?" Luo Qingzhou raised his head, looked at him and said, "Your Majesty, where is my elder brother?" Nandong Yang was stunned for a moment and said, "Your elder brother? Who is your elder brother?" The room fell into a brief silence. Nandong Yang smiled and looked at Li Gui next to him, saying, "Li Gui, I have been too busy recently and may have forgotten something. Tell me, who is Luo Qing's eldest brother?" Li Gui bowed his head and said respectfully, "Mr. Luo is the illegitimate son of Luo Yannian of the Luo family in Maching. His eldest brother should be Luo Chantian." "Luo Chantian?" Nandong Yang's face was full of surprise. "Luo Qing. Luo Chantian is the former commander of the Jinui, and the most favored minister around me at the time. However, he has been killed. Luo Qing is looking for him." Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly and said, "Your Majesty, I am looking for Qin Lang of the Qin family." "Qin Lang?" Nandong Yang was stunned for a moment and looked at Li Gui. Li Gui lowered his head, moved the corners of his mouth, and said, "Reporting to your Majesty, Qin Lang is the former commander of the Jinui, and the eldest son of the Qin family. Mr. Luo is the son-in-law of the Qin family. So Qin Lang is also his eldest brother." After hearing this, Nandong Yang said with a look of sudden realization, it turned out to be him. Then he said, "Li Gui, where is Qin Lang now? Call him out so that Luo Qing can see him. Luo Qing is my most valued minister. Since Qin Lang is his elder brother, and he came to see him today, I will let him go and not pursue his crime." Li Gui raised his head and looked at the young man next to him, with a grim smile on his face. He said respectfully, "Mr. Luo, I'm really sorry. Your elder brother betrayed his majesty and has been beheaded." The room suddenly fell into silence. Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly, without any emotion on his face, and did not say a word. It was so calm that even the sound of the wind outside seemed to stop carefully. Li Gui looked at him fiercely, but he didn't see the expression he wanted to see on his face. The grim smile on his face froze for a moment, and he sneered again, "Mr. Luo, your elder brother betrayed his majesty, was disloyal and unjust, and failed his majesty's trust. He deserves death. It was me who personally took the knife and cut his hamstrings and made him kneel down to apologize to his majesty. It was his majesty who personally cut his head." Li Gui. Nandong Yang suddenly sank. "Do you want your tongue or your head?" Li Gui's face changed, and he knelt down with a thump. He hurriedly raised his palm and slapped his mouth fiercely. While slapping, he trembled and said, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please punish me, your majesty." Punishment after he whipped him hard for more than 10 times. Nandong Yafang waved his hand in disgust and said, "That's enough. It's so shameful to whip him with blood all over his mouth. Didn't you see Luo Qing and his wife are still here? You should know the etiquette in front of guests. Humph. You are a lowly born dog slave. I guess you don't know what etiquette is. Even if you go to be someone's son-in-law, I guess no one will look down on you. After saying that, he looked at the young man in the audience with a smile on his face and said, Luo Qing, don't mind it. This dog slave is full of nonsense. Your eldest brother is Qin Lang. Right? I remember that he is still fine. I didn't cut off his head. After saying that, he said to the outside of the door, bring Qin Lang in. Luo Qingzhou's eyes looked at the door. After a moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside. And then a creak sounded, and the door opened. Two eunuchs carried a huge wooden barrel and walked in step by step from outside. A disheveled head appeared in the barrel, and the cheeks could not be seen clearly. At the same time, a strong smell of medicine and fishy smell came from the barrel. Put it up. Nandong Yang looked at the expression on the face of the young man below the stage and ordered with a smile. The two eunuchs immediately carried the wooden barrel and carefully placed it on the steps, then bowed their heads and retreated. Nandong Yang suddenly said stood up from the table, walked to the wooden barrel, looked at the head in the barrel with suspicious eyes, and asked, Li Gui, is this my former commander Qin Lang? How did he become like this? I remember that when he put on the Qiling costume, he was handsome and majestic. Li Gui got up from the ground and walked to the barrel. He tiptoed and looked inside, then covered his nose and said, Your Majesty, this should be Qin Lang. Lord Qin. There is a stitch on his neck. It seems that he is not dead yet. Then he quickly looked at the young man in the audience and grinned. Mr. Luo, aren't you looking for your elder brother? Come and see. This is your elder brother. He is still alive and well. The man in the barrel seemed to have heard something clearly, and his head moved slightly. But he did not raise it. Nandong Yang frowned and said, Li Gui, what's going on? How can you let Luo Qing's elder brother stay in the barrel? Let him out quickly, so that Luo Qing can see him properly. Li Gui immediately said respectfully, Yes. After speaking, he walked to the barrel, grasped a handle on the side of the barrel with both hands, and then suddenly broke it hard, reminding, Your Majesty, get out of the way. Crack! The barrel suddenly broke into pieces, and the black potion in the barrel splashed on the ground with a splash. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in the barrel, and his body softened and fell to the ground. He was naked. His hands and feet were chopped off. His lower body had long been rotten. There was a mark of stitching on his neck, and a big hole was rotten on his chest. He lay there, squirming helplessly, as if he was panicked because he suddenly fell out of the barrel. His entire cheek was covered by loose hair, and his bare limbs were trembling. Luo Qingzhou's face turned pale. Nandong Yang stared at his face for a few seconds, then frowned and scolded, Li Gui, what's going on? How did Qin Lang become like this? Li Gui bowed his head and said respectfully, Your Majesty, Qin Lang betrayed you, and his tendons and veins had been cut off, and his head had been chopped off. But in order to show your Majesty's kindness, Taoist Zijin saved him again and prepared to refine him into a human pig to let him live a few more years. Nandong Yang immediately said angrily, Nonsense. How can I explain to Luo Qing that you have made Qin Lang like this? Luo Qing is now meeting his brother, and he can't even say a word. What should I do? Li Gui hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. At this time, Taoist Zijin, who had just stood in the corridor with his eyes closed, walked in from the door and said indifferently, Your Majesty, don't worry. Lord Qin can still speak. After that, the whisk in his hand flashed with light, and gently swept the rotting figure on the ground. The rotting figure trembled suddenly, as if it had a little more strength. Taoist Zijin said, Master Qin, your family is here to pick you up. Don't you look up and see them? The figure on the ground was trembling all over, and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth, Go, I'm not Qin Lang. Luo Qingzhou looked at him palely, raised his feet, slowly walked in front of him, squatted down, and whispered, Brother, it's me Qingzhou. The figure on the ground was trembling, and hurriedly buried his entire cheek in the potion on the ground, and trembled, I'm not go. Go. Luo Qingzhou looked down at him. His expression became soft, and whispered, Brother, don't be afraid. Qingzhou came here today just to see you, to tell you that everyone in the family is fine. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Wei-mo, Jianjia, second brother, they are all fine. They all miss you very much. The figure on the ground suddenly cried woo woo woo. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and said softly, "It's okay. I'm at home. As well as my second brother. My second brother has already broken through to the realm of a great martial artist and can protect the people at home. So you don't have to worry. Wei Mo's illness has also been controlled. And he will definitely be cured in the future." After a pause, he continued to mutter softly, "Father-in-law and mother-in-law are in good health. The eldest daughter is also very good. Much more cheerful than before. The maids at home are also very good. Jura is practicing flying knives. And she looks very powerful. Xiao Dai and Chior like to make clothes. The clothes of the family are all made by them. And they are very beautiful. There is a hillside behind the house. And there is a fruit forest on the hillside. They often go there to play and pick fruits. Mother-in-law likes to eat sour hawthorn. The crying of the figure on the ground gradually stopped. And the trembling of the body gradually calmed down. He slowly raised his head, revealing a pale and rotten face soaked in medicine, and said in a trembling voice, "Qingzhou, you go quickly." Luo Qingzhou stopped talking, looked at him softly, and said softly, "Brother, I will go. My family is still waiting for me." "I go? Where to go?" At this time, Li Gui suddenly grinned and said sinisterly, "Mr. Luo, since you are here, don't leave. Isn't it good to keep your brother company?" Luo Qingzhou seemed not to hear his words, and his eyes were still looking at the rotten with loose hair in front of him. "Cheek," whispered brother. "Are you hurt?" Qin Lang lowered his head and trembled. "Qingzhou. Brother regrets it. Brother is sorry for father. Sorry for mother. Sorry for you." At this time, Nandong Yang suddenly said with a sinister face, "Do you regret believing in me?" Qin Lang raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him, his face full of tears. "Qingzhou, brother is also sorry for you. You shouldn't have come." "You?" Li Gui suddenly shouted angrily. "Rubbish thing. Are you deaf? His Majesty is asking you a question?" After that, he suddenly rushed over, bent down, and punched him in the head. However, his punch landed on Qin Lang's hair and did not hit him. One of Luo Qingzhou's hands suddenly pinched his neck, pinching him to open his eyes wide, open his mouth wide, bend over, freeze in place, and make a ho-ho-ho sound in his throat. But unable to move, Luo Qingzhou's eyes were still looking at the rotten cheek in front of him. His expression was gentle, and he said softly, "Brother, since you are here, Qingzhou must come. In fact, there is something that Qingzhou has been hiding from you." Qin Lang opened his cloudy eyes and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou loosened his hand that was pinching Li Gui's neck. Li Gui was immediately shocked and angry, and clenched his fist and hit his head, cursing, "Little beast. It's already this time. You still dare to be arrogant." Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched him on the head, as if a hammer hit a fresh watermelon heavily. "Pa!" A crisp sound. Li Gui's body was still bent over and standing there, and the raised fist was frozen in the air, as if it was still full of strength. But it could no longer hit. Plop! The headless body spurted blood and fell to the ground. The other people in the room were shocked. No one expected that this young man would dare to suddenly kill someone in front of the emperor. "I didn't expect. Your Majesty. Be careful. This kid is a warrior." The purple gold Taoist's face suddenly changed, and in a flash, he had already climbed the stairs and protected Nandong Yang. Nandong Yang's face was stiff, and he stared at the weak scholar in Confucian robes in front of him with a dull look of disbelief. For a moment, he was unable to react. Luo Qingzhou still squatted there quietly, looking at the rotten cheek in front of him, and whispered, "Brother." In fact, Qingzhou is not only a scholar, but also a warrior. After speaking, his figure flashed, and a thick red lightning flashed all over his body with a sizzle, and he rushed to the steps in an instant. The purple gold Taoist suddenly shouted angrily, and the light burst out from his body, forming a thick shield. At the same time, a khaki-like curtain suddenly lit up on the steps, like a wall, protecting Nandong Yang and him behind. The purple gold Taoist immediately shouted to the outside, "Come! There is an assassin!" Boom! With a loud bang, the fist light with red lightning instantly shattered the khaki-like curtain, and then hit the thick shield condensed by the purple gold Taoist without a pause. Crack! The shield condensed by the purple gold Taoist was also broken instantly. Bang! Before he could react, Luo Qingzhou's fist had already hit him hard in the chest, and he was directly knocked out. He flew in the air, and shouted in horror, "Master, Grandmaster!" Zizi! A thick red lightning appeared on Luo Qingzhou's fist again, and with a boom it smashed the shield condensed by the treasure in Nandong Yang's hand, and then hit his chest without a pause. The huge force instantly broke through his body light shield and the armor worn inside the yellow robe, and hit his chest directly. With a crisp sound, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Nangong Yang's chest. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes and pain in his arm. But he did not retreat a bit, and hit it again with his other fist. Bang! With a bang, Nangong Yang was directly knocked out by this punch. Red Lightning specializes in breaking armor. Nangong Yang's chest suddenly clicked and his ribs caved in. But the power of the fist did not penetrate into his body, but was intercepted by a golden light. Bang! Nangong Yang hit the wall behind him heavily, spitting blood, and fell to the ground in a mess, his face full of horror. It was said that it was too late. From Luo Qingzhou's sudden attack to the destruction of Nangong Yang's several shields and body treasures, it was only a moment. The master's move was as fast as lightning. However, as the emperor of the entire Great Yin, the life-saving treasures on his body were naturally extremely luxurious. The guards and imperial guards standing outside reacted very quickly. However, whether they jumped in from the window or broke into the door, they suddenly jumped into a dense sword shadow. The first 3 guards who came in were among the 10 great guards in the palace, and they were all in the late stage of the great martial arts master. However, as soon as they jumped in, they were immediately pierced through the throat by a mysterious sword, and died with one sword. Xia Chan guarded the window and the door alone with a sword. After Luo Qingzhou punched away the purple gold Taoist and severely injured the emperor, he rushed towards the emperor again without any pause. But at this moment, the soul guards on the roof and the soul of the purple gold Taoist suddenly held treasures and protected the emperor. At the same time, a terrible breath, like a surging wave, suddenly swept in from the palace outside. The strongest master in the palace, the old eunuch with the cultivation of a master, finally noticed the abnormality and rushed over quickly. At the same time, after receiving the news that the breath fluctuated in Yongyan Palace, the princess wore a wedding gown and let her long hair loose, and hurried out of Yelhua Palace. The emperor's study. On the steps, in the pool of fishy and pungent black juice, Qin Lang's rotten body lay there, his turbid eyes staring blankly at everything happening in front of him. Chapter 754 Grandmaster vs. Grandmaster. The sword cuts off the emperor's head. ZZ. Purple lightning suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's fist, when the souls on the roof flew down. Before he could drive the flying sword, he suddenly punched them. Boom! The Grandmaster's fist light, with purple lightning that specifically destroyed souls, exuded a terrifying aura like thunder. Before the souls could react, they were beaten to ashes with a puff sound. Only the soul of the purple gold Taoist quickly dodged the fist light and lightning, and a golden bowl suddenly appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "Fix!" Shwa! A golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the golden bowl, shining on Luo Qingzhou's body, instantly fixing him in place. Taoist Zijin immediately turned around and shouted, "Your Majesty, you go first." Boom! Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou's whole body suddenly flashed with red lightning, and he smashed the golden light column covering his body with a punch, and then turned into a residual image and rushed towards the emperor behind him. Taoist Zijin's face changed, and he suddenly swung the whisk in his hand, and dense flying sword shot out. However, Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned around, and his figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of his physical body. Taoist Zijin's soul was shocked when he saw this scene. He rushed over and screamed loudly, "How dare you! Thief!" Bang! Luo Qingzhou smashed his physical head with a punch, and then another punch pierced through his physical chest. With a bang, a golden fist light exploded in his physical chest. His entire physical body was instantly torn into pieces. Ah! The purple gold Taoist suddenly let out a shrill scream, then roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and the whisk in his hand suddenly turned into a huge blade, slashing towards him. However, Luo Qingzhou did not look at him for a second, nor did he dodge the slashing blade. His figure flashed and rushed directly to the emperor, who was about to escape from the back door. "Where is the golden corpse?" The purple gold Taoist suddenly shouted. Bang! A tall figure, with a golden glow all over his body, suddenly flew out from the ground and blocked Luo Qingzhou's way. "Your Majesty, go!" The purple gold Taoist immediately shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. "Your Majesty, be careful!" Luo Qingzhou punched the golden corpse in front of him, but a wisp of soul suddenly flew out of his body, instantly passed through the head of the purple gold Taoist, and stabbed Nandong Yang's back with a sword. Nandong Yang suddenly threw a golden copper coin backwards, and the golden copper coin lit up a light shield with a whoosh, protecting him behind him. However, the flying sword that shot out instantly split into 9 flying swords, 7 of which were intercepted by the light shield, and the remaining 2 flew over and pierced Nandong Yang's thigh with a swish. Nandong Yang screamed immediately. His legs softened, and he fell to the ground. When Luo Qingzhou's soul was about to drive the 2 flying swords to cut off his legs, a figure suddenly came through the wall like a ghost, and bang punched the ground under Nandong Yang's feet. The 2 flying swords that pierced Nandong Yang's legs suddenly lost contact with Luo Qingzhou's soul, and fell to the ground with a whine. Nandong Yang hurriedly shouted in fear, "Eunuch Li! Kill him! Kill them!" The white-haired old eunuch Li Zhong looked at the scene in front of him with a solemn expression. His gray robe was bulging, and the whole person was like a towering mountain, protecting the emperor. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, and punched Luo Qingzhou's soul in midair. Shua! The moment he interrupted the connection between the flying sword and the soul, Luo Qingzhou had already taken back the soul. And at the same time, the 9 flying swords suddenly disappeared, and the golden corpse that blocked Luo Qingzhou was directly broken by his stick and fell to the ground. More and more guards rushed in from the windows and doors, and some guards even broke through the wall directly. Xia Chan seemed to be unable to resist. Shua! Luo Qingzhou's flying sword flew out again, and suddenly turned into 9 flying swords, forming a sword formation, with lightning in the middle, flying towards the guards. Suddenly, there were dense flying swords and lightnings around Xia Chan, and the guards who rushed and fell to the ground in an instant. Physical and spiritual cultivation. Master of the physical body. Spiritual and spiritual. The white-haired old eunuch looked at the young man in front of him, and his expression suddenly became a little complicated. Nandong Yang's face was distorted with pain, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Eunuch Li, kill him for me. Kill this little beast." Zizi. The lightning accumulated on Luo Qingzhou's fists became thicker and thicker, and the internal force in the Danhai in his body surged to his fists like a tide. The strong wind around Li Zhong turned into a thin shield, and behind him, a shadow of a mountain appeared, and on his fists, 2 golden whirlpools lit up. Just as the 2 masters were about to attack, a sharp voice suddenly came from the side, "Little beast, if you don't stop, I will chop off your elder brother's head with a sword." The spirit of the purple gold Taoist, holding a sword, suddenly crossed Qin Lang's neck behind him, with a ferocious look on his face. His body was destroyed, and his spirit was weak. He no longer had the strength of the late stage of the distraction realm. The magic weapon on his body could not exert any power. The most powerful Tantian Ding was stolen, and his indestructible golden corpse was knocked down by a stick. So, he could only use this trick. In the battle between masters, life and death often take a moment, as long as the opponent's state of mind is disturbed and the opponent has a moment of trance. It may be fatal. Li Zhong looked at this scene and frowned slightly. Nandong Yang, who was slumped behind him, was still screaming with resentment, "Kill him! Kill this little bastard!" The sword in the hands of the purple gold Taoist suddenly swished, and cut off one of Qin Lang's shoulders. He said fiercely with a ferocious face, "Little bastard, you destroyed the old Taoist's body. Today, you can't leave here." The lightning on Luo Qingzhou's fists was still accumulating energy rapidly, and his eyes looked at the people under his sword calmly. Qin Lang trembled all over, slowly raised his head, looked at him with turbid eyes, and there seemed to be a touch of brilliance in his pupils. A smile appeared on his rotten cheeks, and he said in a trembling voice, "Qingzhou big brother is very lucky that you have become a member of our Qin family. I am also very lucky that I finally met you today. Big brother understands that nothing is more important than family. Take good care of them. And take good care of yourself, big brother. I'm sorry." After saying that, his face suddenly became ferocious. His whole body trembled violently. And then he roared angrily. His neck twisted backwards with a crack. And then his whole rotten body suddenly swelled up. And with a bang, it exploded into a puff of blood mist. The purple gold Taoist was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, Luo Qingzhou had roared and punched him. The terrifying aura instantly locked his entire soul, making him unable to move. He was immediately scared and shouted, "Senior Li, save me!" At the moment when Luo Qingzhou punched, Li Zhong's fist also hit him. However, Luo Qingzhou directly ignored his fist, smashed the purple gold Taoist's protective light shield with a punch, and grabbed his neck. Bang! Li Zhong hit Luo Qingzhou's body heavily, with a golden vortex of fist light. The fist of this old master is terrifying. Luo Qingzhou grabbed the purple gold Taoist's neck and was smashed out. He hit the pillar behind him and broke it. He hit the wall behind him and stopped. He fell to the ground. His blood surging. Blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. And he was still pinching the purple gold Taoist's soul in his hand. The purple gold Taoist was shocked and horrified. He knew that the only one who could save his life at this time was the young man in front of him. He begged for mercy in a hurry. Mr. Luo, spare my life. As long as you spare me, I will give you a peerless magic weapon. Tongtian Ding. Have you heard of Tongtian Ding? It is the treasure of my purple gold temple. As long as you let me go. Luo Qingzhou grabbed his right shoulder and tore off his entire shoulder with a swish. The purple gold Taoist immediately let out a shrill scream. Luo Qingzhou grabbed his left shoulder again, looked at him and said, Tongtian Ding? What a coincidence. I also have one. I remember that night. The Zijin temple was on fire, and screaming, I set fire to the temple, and killed everyone in your Zijin temple. Then, I destroyed your protective formation and took away a small black tripod. Ah! You beast! So you are this little beast. Before he finished speaking, Zijin Taoist suddenly twisted his face, roared loudly while struggling all over, opened his mouth wide, and seemed to want to pounce on him and bite him. Shoo! Luo Qingzhou suddenly tore off his other shoulder, then grabbed his head with one hand and his body with the other, and pulled it gently, tearing his entire soul into two halves. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the palace. Bang! The fist flashing with purple lightning hit his broken soul directly. The world-famous master of Zijin Temple was instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. At the door, window, and collapsed wall, the Imperial Guard still rushed in with shouts. But with the cooperation of Xia Chan's swordsmanship and Luo Qingzhou's sword formation, the ground was soon filled with corpses, and no one was left without moving forward. Luo Qingzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the emperor who was sitting on the ground with his legs pierced by flying swords, his face pale and full of fear, and then walked over. Li Zhong stood there like a mountain, his fists flashing with golden vortices, looking at him with complicated eyes, and suddenly couldn't help but sigh, saying, It's not too late to leave now with your age and talent. No matter where you go in the future, you will become the most dazzling existence. As long as you don't hurt His Majesty, I will never embarrass you. At this point, he looked at the pool of black medicine on the ground, and said in an old tone, What your Majesty did was indeed wrong, but he is the emperor, the king of all the people of Dayin. As a Dayin person, you must not kill him, otherwise you. His face suddenly changed. He held his breath, closed all the pores on his body, looked at him in disbelief and said, You poisoned? Zizi. Luo Qingzhou walked in front of him with lightning flashing on his fist. You are a master, how can you? What kind of poison is this? I have long been immune to all poisons. How could I? The golden vortex on Li Zhong's fists suddenly grew larger and smaller, and the breath in his body began to become disordered, and his face began to turn pale. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched him. At the same time, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a bright red wedding gown, hurried over with people, but was blocked outside the gate of Yongyan Palace. The gatekeeper was a tall, honest-looking young general. He bowed his head and said respectfully, Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered that you cannot go in today. Nandong Huiyue raised his head, looked at the broken roof of the palace, felt the fluctuation of the powerful aura inside, and said coldly, There is a fight inside? Can't you see it? The guard bowed his head and said, His Majesty has ordered that no matter what happens inside, I must stay here today. No one can go in without His Majesty's order. After a pause, he said, Your Highness, don't worry. The leader and the Imperial Guards are all inside. The 10 guards are also inside. And the master of Zijin Temple, Eunically, has also gone. Your Majesty will be fine. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise, shaking the earth. The entire towering palace suddenly broke its walls. The roof collapsed, and it was crumbling. The ground shook. The two terrifying air waves collided violently and spread out in all directions, like huge waves, surging and terrifying, and instantly collapsed the surrounding walls. Even the people standing at the door had their clothes blown up by the terrible air wave, making a rustling sound. The guard almost couldn't stand, and his face changed immediately. Nandong Huiyue suddenly lifted her wedding gown, kicked him in the stomach with a bang, and kicked him out directly. and then a red shadow flashed and swept in. Yue Ying and dozens of female guards with swords hanging on their waists all flashed and followed in. Nandong Huiyue walked quickly in the wind and snow, looking at the flying debris and the crumbling palace in front of her. And her heart was in doubt. Didn't Mr. Luo enter the palace? Who else? How could he make such a big noise? There are so many masters in the palace. And Eunuch Li is here. Can't he take down the other party? Boom! Just as her figure flashed and rushed to the door, the wall in the corridor suddenly broke open. And then a figure flew out from it, fell in front of her in a mess, and spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Nandong Huiyue looked down and was shocked. She couldn't believe it. Li Zhong? At this time, Li Zhong's clothes were burnt black. His skin was torn, and his white hair was covered with blood. He looked extremely miserable. How could a master like him become so miserable in such a short moment? Who is inside? Nandong Huiyue suddenly became frightened and her face turned pale. Li Zhong saw her coming and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, hurry in. His Majesty is in danger." Hearing this, Nandong Huiyue was about to rush in, but suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a few breaths, a scarlet flame mark suddenly ignited between her eyebrows. A red light flashed in her hand, and a flame gun appeared. Then she was wrapped in flames and rushed in. In the house, Luo Qingzhou was already standing in front of Nandong Yang with scars all over his body. Nandong Yang huddled in a corner, his face pale, trembling, and screaming in fear, "You can't kill me! You can't kill me! I am the emperor! I am the emperor of the Yin!" Luo Qingzhou suddenly had a sword in his hand, and then grabbed his hair, dragged him into the pool of black medicine, forced him to kneel there, and then put the sword against his neck, saying calmly, "Lower your head. I'll be faster. You'll be faster too." Nandong Yang knelt trembling in the medicine and Qin Lang's exploding flesh and blood, and suddenly cried in fear, "Luo Qing, spare me. I'm still young. I don't want to die as long as you forgive me. I will promise you everything. I can give you everything by the way. Don't you have a good relationship with the Emperor's sister? Don't you admire her very much and want to be loyal to her? I promise you, as long as you forgive me, I will let her marry you and let her serve you wholeheartedly." Wu. Luo Qingzhou. "I really don't want to die." Luo Qingzhou still had a calm face. The sword in his hand cut his neck. When he was about to continue cutting down, he suddenly raised his head slowly and looked at the door. The remaining imperial guards were trembling outside the door and dared not come in. At the door, I don't know when, the eldest princess, who was wearing a bright red wedding gown and had long hair, was holding a spear and standing there silently. Between her eyebrows, a scarlet and charming flame ignited. But the expression on her face, at this moment, was extremely complicated. Her hand holding the spear was trembling slightly. At this moment, it seemed that all the sound stopped abruptly, as if all the movements were frozen there. Even the air seemed to suddenly solidify. The crumbling hall suddenly became deathly silent. "Imperial sister! Imperial sister! Save me! Come and save me!" Nandong Yang suddenly saw her, and was immediately surprised and happy, as if he had suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw, and cried and shouted in panic. Luo Qingzhou was quiet for a moment, and suddenly raised his sword and cut into his neck. Chapter 755. Your Majesty has passed away. Swish. The sharp blade cut through the skin. Then, it cut through fresh flesh and tendons, and fell on the bones inside. Luo Qingzhou's speed was very slow. It seemed as if he was deliberately torturing him, and as if he was waiting for something. Nandong Yang's scream suddenly resounded throughout the Yongyan Palace. Nandong Huiyue, who was standing at the door, finally woke up and immediately shouted, "Stop!" The sword in Luo Qingzhou's hand paused. Nandong Yang hurriedly endured the huge pain and shouted in fear, "Royal sister! Save me! Save me! I don't want to die!" Nandong Huiyue clenched the flame gun in her hand and said with a cold face, "Let him go." Luo Qingzhou slowly raised his head and looked at her. Nandong Huiyue met his calm eyes. For some reason, the flame gun in her hand trembled again. She paused, and her tone suddenly became gentle, as if she was begging, "Sir, let him go." "Okay." Nandong Yang hurriedly shouted, "Luo Qing, did you hear that? My sister asked you to let me go. Don't you listen to my sister? As long as you let me go, I will agree to anything you want. Even if you ask me to abdicate and give the throne to my sister, I will agree to you. I have decided to start from today." Shoo! Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou grabbed his hair with one hand and raised his sword with the other hand, cutting off his head directly. Nandong Yang's eyes widened. His mouth opened, and the words in his mouth stopped abruptly. Puff. The headless body knelt on the ground. Blood spurted from the broken neck, instantly dyeing the black medicine juice on the ground and Qin Lang's broken body red. At this moment, the whole hall was dead silent except for the sound of blood spurting. The sword-wielding girl at the window, Nandong Huyu at the door, Yuying Yuewu behind her, and the imperial guards outside the door. All watched this scene in silence. Gurgle. Luo Qingzhou let go of his hand, and the emperor's head, which was still open-eyed, rolled to the ground and was buried with his elder brother's broken body on the ground. Shwa! The sword in his hand pierced into the emperor's body, which was still kneeling in a pool of blood. From the broken neck, it pierced into the heart. The sword light flashed slightly, directly crushing his heart and soul, killing all his life. Luo Qingzhou then put away the sword, slowly raised his head, looked at the figure at the door, and the expression on his face was still as calm as before. Sorry, Your Highness. I will never show mercy when I kill people, even if he is the emperor. Even if you plead for mercy. Luo Qingzhou, you are regicide. Nandong Huyu suddenly shouted angrily. Flames leaped between his eyebrows, and the flame gun in his hand suddenly wowed with flames rolling, and threw it towards him hatefully. Shwa! The flame gun shot at Luo Qingzhou with anger. However, he did not dodge, nor did he use any skills to defend. Puff! The flame gun instantly broke through his protective wind, pierced into his chest, and directly took him back. With a snap, he was nailed to the cylinder behind. Nandong Huyu's heart trembled and his face turned pale. Shwa! The girl standing in front of the window, the sword in her hand suddenly turned into thousands of sword shadows, stabbing at her. Nandong Huyu froze in place, did not dodge. Luo Qingzhou, who was nailed to the column, suddenly said, Chan. Stop. The sword that almost pierced Nandong Huyu's throat suddenly paused and retracted. At this time, Yuying and Yuewu, who were standing behind Nandong Huyu, reacted and hurriedly protected her. The girl in front of the window still held the sword and stood motionless in front of the window, as if she had never left. Her still clear eyes looked at someone nailed to the column. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand, grasped the flame gun that pierced his chest, and pulled it out with a swish. A stream of blood spurted out with the pulled-out gun tip. Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground, and the expression on his face seemed to remain unchanged. He held the gun, blood flowing from his chest, paused in place, then raised his feet and walked towards the door, leaving a blood mark with every step. Yuying and Yuewu clenched the swords in their hands, their faces full of tension and complex expressions. Yuewu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man in the Confucian robe in front of her, and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Luo? Luo Qingzhou walked over step by step, came close, then lowered his head and knelt on one knee. Several people were stunned. Luo Qingzhou held the flame gun in both hands, raised it, and lowered his head and said, Your Highness has done a great favor to Qingzhou and the Qin family. Even if you want to kill Qingzhou will never dare to resist. But today, Qingzhou cannot die. The whole hall, at this moment, was dead silent. Nandong Huyu's face was pale, and her eyes were angry and complicated as she looked at his familiar yet unfamiliar handsome face. The fist clenched in her sleeves trembled slightly. At this moment, all the complicated emotions surged into her heart. Scholar Grandmaster son-in-law Kingkiller, her husband, the husband of that woman. Suddenly, more footsteps were faintly heard outside. At the same time, the Queen Mother's frightened voice came vaguely. Has the assassin been caught? Where is His Majesty? Is His Majesty okay? Li Dong, get out. Nandong Huyu suddenly gritted her teeth and whispered this sentence, then snatched the flame gun from his hand, staring at him with hatred, and the expression on her face was still extremely complicated. Luo Qingzhou slowly stood up, lowered his head, did not look at her again, then turned around and walked to the window, saying, Chan, let's go. After saying that, he suddenly hugged her. His figure flashed, sank into the ground, and disappeared in the entire study and hall, except for the corpses and blood on the ground. There was no living person. Nandong Huyu trembled and held his flame gun, and his blood was still dripping on the red tip of the gun. Looking at the place where he just disappeared, she was in a trance for a moment, and suddenly her whole body was shocked. and her eyes looked back at the charred black in the room. The air was filled with a burning smell. Her face instantly turned into a more complex expression of suspicion, weirdness, fear, astonishment, disbelief, etc. No, impossible. Her voice trembled and her face turned pale. At this time, Yu Ying suddenly said, "Your Highness, do you want to chase him? If you don't catch him, the crime of regicide." The captain of the Imperial Guards behind him also trembled and said immediately, "Your Highness, I will immediately notify the outside to close the palace gates, close the inner and outer cities, and then issue a wanted order." Shua. Before he could finish his words, the red spear in Nangong Huiyue's hand suddenly flew backwards, piercing his throat in an instant and nailing him to the wall not far away. Everyone was shocked. Nangong Huiyue's eyebrows were filled with flames, and his expression suddenly became cold and grim. Zijin Taoist, the master of Zijin Temple, practiced evil methods, suddenly went crazy, killed the king and killed people, and has been executed. The royal guards in the palace failed to protect the king, and their crimes are unforgivable. They will be executed on the spot. No one will be spared. Yu Ying Yuewu, as well as the female guards behind them, all felt a chill in their hearts and said in unison, "Yes." Before the royal guards behind them could react, they suddenly rushed up, raised their swords and fell, one by one. In an instant, blood splashed again in the broken main hall, and heads rolled. Nangong Huiyue raised her hand, and the spear nailed to the wall returned to her hand with a whoosh. Her terrifying eyes looked at the maids and eunuchs who were shivering in the corner. Boom! When the Queen Mother rushed over with horror, surrounded by the guards, she suddenly heard a loud noise, and then the towering palace in front of her suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a raging fire suddenly rose in the collapsed ruins and quickly spread throughout the palace. When the Queen Mother saw this scene, her legs softened and she collapsed in Chan Sun Wanner's arms. In front of the collapsed palace, snowflakes flew and debris flew. The white-haired Li Zhong stood up from the ground with a bloody body, staring at the scene in front of him with a dull look. A figure wearing a bright red wedding gown, accompanied by dozens of blood-soaked guards, walked out of the ruins and stopped in front of him. Li Zhong looked at the figure in front of him. His expression was dazed and complicated, and he said in a trembling voice, "That young man, is he your man?" Nangong Huiyue's expression was cold. The flame gun in her hand flickered. She was dazed for a moment, and said heavily, "Yes." The muscles on Li Zhong's face twitched slightly, and he stared at her in disbelief for a moment, and suddenly sighed, saying, "It's all God's fault. If your Highness was a man, if His Majesty had half of your Highness's ability, why would things have to come to this point?" Then he smiled bitterly and said, "This old slave is ashamed of the late emperor. Ashamed of the late emperor." After that, the light in his hand flashed, and he slapped his own crown. Swish! The spear in Nangong Huiyue's hand suddenly blocked his palm, and said coldly, "Since you feel ashamed of the late emperor, then you are not qualified to die here. If you die like this, how can you face my father?" Li Zhong looked at her sadly. Nangong Huiyue also looked at him, and said coldly, "Now the demons are making trouble on the border, and other countries are also eyeing it covetously. Today, the emperor passed away, and the yen is bound to be turbulent, and many forces are ready to move. Li Zhong, if you die now, even this palace will look down on you. As a master, why don't you keep this life and help this palace and the Queen Mother stabilize the situation, so that the yen will return to peace, so that the people will not be destroyed and displaced because of war? In this way, you can atone for your sins and be worthy of my father." Li Zhong lowered his head and suddenly smiled miserably. "This old slave has seen too many things today. Others are dead, but this old slave is still alive. Are you relieved, Your Highness?" Nangong Huiyue put away the flame gun in her hand, looked at the Empress Dowager, who was trembling in front of her, and said with a cold and majestic look, "If I was worried, I wouldn't say so much nonsense to you. If you still want to die, then commit suicide in front of the Empress Dowager." After that, she walked down the steps, facing the wind and snow, and walked towards the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager staggered and cried, "Huiyue, Huiyue, where is your Majesty? Where is your royal brother? Has he come out?" Nangong Huiyue looked at her panic-stricken appearance, stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to help her, but after a pause, she took it back, looked at her coldly and said, "Dead." When she said these two words, for some reason, she suddenly felt an indescribable pleasure and hatred in her heart. In the sky, snowflakes slowly floated, She removed the protective wind, let the cold snowflakes fall on her face, and felt the trace of white coolness. The clean wedding gown was full of filth. Today is her wedding day. At the same time, Luo Qingzhou, who was traveling underground, did not escape from the palace, but came to the underground secret room where the emperor once practiced. He planned to go there to bandage his wounds, take a rest, and see if there were other things hidden inside. The communication treasure on his body was vibrating all the time. When he reached the passage with the barrier, he had time to take out the communication treasure and check the message on it. At this time, Xia Chan squatted beside him, silently helping him to deal with his wounds. There were dozens of messages on the communication treasure. In addition to the message sent by Uncle Linghu, there was also a message sent by Master Fairy Zixia. The wedding procession and the people of Lingxiao sect have arrived in the inner city, and people from other sects have also arrived. According to the rules, before entering the palace, he needs to get out of the sedan chair, bow to the palace and the gathered people, and then ride a white horse into the palace. The groom in the sedan chair is naturally dressed by Uncle Linghu. So at this time, they are all very anxious. Luo Qingzhou looked at the messages, pondered for a moment, and replied, Master, if you delay for a while, I will go there immediately. The emperor passed away, and such a big thing happened in the palace. The eldest princess's wedding must not be held, but Chu Feiyang must show up. Even if it is just for Lingxiao sect, he must go. Of course, this also takes certain risks. If the eldest princess, but he must go and see the other party's attitude and the current situation in the palace with his own eyes before he can feel at ease. If the situation is not right, then he and his family can only go far away. Anyway, he is now a master, and there will be a place for him everywhere in the world. The message came back quickly. Something seems to have happened in the palace? Where are you? Luo Qingzhou, underground. Xu Zhu, when will you come? Some people have begun to suspect, and Prince Duan has also tried several times. I can't go out. Once I go out, I will be exposed. No matter what you did, you must show up later. Otherwise it will harm our entire Lingxiao sect. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master, I will send you a message when I get closer. There is a bridge on the moat of the palace. After crossing the bridge, find a way to make the sedan stay at the bridge head for a while. Zhu Zhu, okay. Luo Qingzhou put away the message, lowered his head, and kissed the girl who was squatting in his arms to bandage his wounds, and whispered, Chan Chan, do you still think it's fun now? Xia Chan's face was tense, and she shook her head. Luo Qingzhou said, what's wrong? Xia Chan stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked the wound on his chest. She frowned and whispered, you are injured. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly felt warm in pity. He gently held her in his arms. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but think of his brother's miserable condition again. He said in a heavy tone, Chan Chan, don't tell them about your brother when you go back. Understand? Xia Chan nodded obediently in his arms. Let's go. Luo Qingzhou held her, and a flash of light flashed on his body. He entered the wall next to him, and quickly shuttled towards the outside of the palace. Soon, the two crossed the moat, and came to the street outside. Chan Chan, do you remember the way home? No, I don't remember. It's okay. Wait for me here. Okay. Oh. Luo Qingzhou sent her to the secret room under the Nanhua County Prince's mansion. It was here that he recuperated. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that the girl was afraid of the dark. So he quickly took out the oil lamp and a few candles from the storage ring, lit them, and placed them in various corners of the stone room. The dark stone room was soon illuminated by the light. The uneasiness on the girl's face gradually calmed down. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, took the little fire fox out of the storage ring, put it on the ground, and said, Chan Chan, let it accompany you. You won't be afraid. Remember, this little fox may be a little fierce. Don't let it bite you. Then he grabbed the little fire fox's ear and warned, if you dare to bite someone, I will peel off your skin when I come back. After saying that, he didn't dare to waste any more time, and immediately left the stone room and walked through the wall. The little fire fox stood in the stone room, eyes wide open. Confused, Xia Chan stood beside, eyes wide open, staring at it. After a while, the little fire fox took the initiative to walk towards her, looking at her curiously. Xia Chan gradually relaxed, squatted down, stretched out her little hand, gently stroked its head, and whispered, little fire fox, don't bite Chan Chan. Okay. The little fire fox seemed to understand and nodded meekly. Luo Qingzhou traveled quickly underground and soon came to the bottom of the moat. After sending a message to his uncle, he moved upwards. When he was about to reach the ground, he immediately released a ray of spirit to check. The wedding procession seemed to have not arrived yet. He waited for about half an instant's stick of time, and the sound of gongs and drums gradually approached. Not long after, the sedan stopped at the bridgehead. Luo Qingzhou immediately restrained his breath and moved upwards carefully. When he saw the sedan chair through the soil, he immediately shuttled up, then grabbed the feet of the person in the sedan chair and pulled the person down directly. Before she could struggle, Luo Qingzhou had already covered her mouth and bit her ear and said, "It's me. Take off your clothes quickly." Something seems wrong. Luo Qingzhou immediately looked at her face. Fairy Zixiao was lying in his arms, wearing the red wedding gown of the groom, looking at him with wide eyes, raised her eyebrows, and said, "Evil disciple, are you going to betray your master and ancestors?" Luo Qingzhou trembled all over, raised his arms suddenly, and threw her out of his arms as if they were hot. Fairy Zixiao fell to the ground, lying there staring at him and said, "Too much." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, hurried over to help her up, embarrassed and ashamed, and said, Master, why is it you?" Fairy Zixiao snorted coldly, glared at him again, and said while untying the belt around her waist, "Your uncle said that she is not easy to dress up, so he asked me to dress up." Luo Qingzhou turned around quickly, with his back to her, and said, "Why is it not easy for uncle to dress up?" Fairy Zixiao took off her wedding gown and said lightly, "Nothing. Just big breasts." Luo Qingzhou, "Put it on quickly. You are Chu Feiyang now, and everyone in Dian is looking at you. Don't cause trouble for my Lingxiao sect. Do you hear me?" Fairy Zixiao handed him the wedding gown in her hand, and said seriously. Luo Qingzhou quickly turned around to take it, put it on directly, and said respectfully, "Disciple knows." Fairy Zixiao frowned and sighed, "If you knew, you wouldn't forget it. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, the master regrets accepting you. It's too late to say these things now. Anyway, the master's uncle likes you, and the sect treats you well. Don't let me down in the future." Luo Qingzhou said, "Disciple will never dare to let down the sect, the master, and the love of the ancestors." Fairy Zixiao's body flashed red, and she shuttled upwards, saying lightly, "And your master's uncle? If you let her down, she may not entangle you, but the master will not forgive you." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed her and said awkwardly, "Yes. Disciple will remember it." The two of them shuttled upwards one after the other. Just as they were about to reach the ground, bursts of heavy and desolate bell sounds suddenly came from outside. Dang, dang, dang. The bells rang one after another, as if there was no sign of stopping. Fairy Zixiao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned her head and looked at the figure who came to her side, and asked, "What happened in the palace?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "I don't know either." At this time, the bell still showed no signs of stopping, and each sound became heavier than the last. Fairy Zixiao's face finally changed. Shua! She flashed and flew directly out of the ground. At this time, everyone on the ground looked at the palace in astonishment, with a look of doubt on their faces, and no one paid attention to her at all. Luo Qingzhou also went up immediately and sat in the sedan chair. "What's going on? What happened in the palace? Why is the bell ringing all the time? It doesn't seem to be. No. This bell could it be? Look! There seems to be smoke in the palace, although it is covered by the formation. You can still see some. The people of Lingxiao sect, the royal wedding party, and people from other sects all speculated with doubt." At this time, Luo Qingzhou also poked his head out of the sedan chair and asked, "What happened?" No one paid any attention to him. Fairy Zixiao looked at him with sharp and unbelievable eyes. At the same time, Linghu Qingzhu also came from behind, turned his head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou came out of the sedan chair and stood shoulder to shoulder with her, looking through the formation on the city wall into the palace. At this time, the palace gate suddenly opened. A member of the royal family riding a white horse and wearing a white cloth suddenly ran out crying and shouted, "Your Majesty! He has passed away!" Chapter 756, Please, Princess, ascend the throne. Long live! Long live! Long live! His Majesty has passed away? Outside the palace gate, everyone was stunned by the news. The bad news came so suddenly So many people didn't react when the people on the horse ran past them. On the day of the princess's wedding, His Majesty suddenly passed away? The festive music, firecrackers, and the noisy voices, at this moment, seemed to be suddenly strangled by someone, and all stopped abruptly. Everyone froze in place, each of them like a wooden sculpture. Unbelievable. Dang, dang, dang. The heavy sound of the bell finally brought them all back to reality. His Majesty passed away. The trembling voice of Prince Duan, with a crying tone, sounded in the silent crowd. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, which immediately set off a circle of ripples. Then, other members of the royal family, eunuchs and palace maids who were welcoming the bride, suddenly cried in unison, "Your Majesty!" Prince Duan staggered and rushed to the city gate crying. The royal family members followed behind crying. The people from Li Shao sect and other sects looked at each other with shock and complicated expressions, and immediately followed in. The staff of the Ministry of Rites, who were wearing festive clothes, and the staff who were beating gongs and drums, all looked at each other in bewilderment. "Take off your clothes! Take off your clothes!" The officials of the Ministry of Rites shouted. A group of people, with mixed emotions of shock, confusion, astonishment, and disbelief, cried out in grief and stumbled into the palace. Snowflakes were still floating in the sky. In the center of the imperial city, above Yongyan Palace, thick smoke billowed, blackening the sky for half a day. The huge flames, like ferocious beasts, roared wildly above the ruins of the palace. All the people in the palace gathered outside the sea of fire. The whole palace was filled with grief and crying. The wedding procession that had just entered, as well as the people from Li Shao sect and other sects, were all panicked, terrified and suspicious when they saw the scene. What happened here? His Majesty died suddenly. Was it a sudden illness? Or, Prince Nangong could grab a palace eunuch and shouted, "What happened in Yongyan Palace? How did His Majesty die?" The young eunuch's face turned pale, and he trembled and said, "I don't know." Waste. Nangong cursed angrily, and immediately led everyone to rush to Yongyan Palace. The courtyard wall outside Yongyan Palace had collapsed long ago, and the once majestic palace inside had now collapsed into ruins. Groaning in pain in the terrible sea of fire, the surroundings were filled with imperial guards, eunuchs, and palace maids. And in the front, the figure in a bright red wedding gown, surrounded by guards in the middle, was particularly eye-catching. The Queen Mother was also there, but at this moment she was being supported by Chan Sunwaner and crying her heart out. Nandong saw this scene and immediately shouted at the crowd and hurried over. He suddenly burst into tears, and tears immediately flowed down. "Queen Mother, Huiyue, what happened? How could His Majesty, how could he suddenly pass away? How could a fire suddenly start here?" Other members of the royal family also asked in grief. Nandong Huiyue stood there with a cold expression, staring at the flames in front of her without saying a word. The Queen Mother cried so hard that she almost fainted, and she was also unable to answer. At this time, a tall figure wearing armor, and with a sword mark on his neck suddenly walked out from the side, and said with a sad face, reporting to Prince Duan, "Your Majesty was suddenly assassinated by the master of Zijin Temple. Zijin Taoist, this fire was also set by him." When these words came out, everyone was shocked, and their expressions were different. Nandong looked at him suspiciously and said, "Captain Yuan, how could the purple gold Taoist suddenly assassinate His Majesty? Isn't he extremely favored by His Majesty, and loyal to His Majesty?" Yuan Zhong's eyes were red and he said, "The purple gold Taoist practiced evil magic. We just found many corpses in the underground secret room. It was horrible to see. Maybe he suddenly became possessed or was instructed by someone. So he killed people." Nandong frowned and looked at the fire in front of him again, and then looked at the cold and calm red figure in front of him. "I knew it a long time ago. I knew that the old Taoist was an evil person. I advised His Majesty at the beginning, but unfortunately His Majesty didn't listen." Ah! Nandong suddenly wiped his tears, his face full of grief. At this time, other princes, dukes and ministers heard the news and hurried over one after another, looking at the scene in front of them. They were all shocked and sad. "How could this happen? How could this happen? Your Majesty is so young. How could he suddenly pass away? God bless our great Yin." Everyone was in grief. At this time, the gray-haired Prime Minister Zhu Zheng wiped his tears and said, "Queen Mother, Your Majesty passed away suddenly, and we are all very sad. But the country cannot be without a monarch for a day. Please cheer up. Queen Mother, first establish a new monarch, stabilize the court, and reassure the people. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly condensed. Everyone had different expressions, crying in grief and raising their heads. When the Prime Minister spoke, the other old ministers immediately echoed him. Yes, Queen Mother. The country cannot be without a monarch for a day. Now the border of Dian is turbulent, and other neighboring countries are also eyeing it covetously. We must determine the new monarch as soon as possible to calm the hearts of the people. Queen Mother Chonsun cried for a long time, and then raised her head with red eyes. With the support of Chonsun Water, she stood up straight and said sadly, everyone can do it. I am a woman. How can I understand national affairs, let alone appoint a new monarch? If I appoint the wrong person, how can I explain to the late emperor and my poor son? Zhuozheng pondered for a moment, and then said, Queen Mother, princes, colleagues, let's recommend a few today. Let the Queen Mother discuss with everyone. If it is possible, let's establish him as soon as possible. Others all echoed, what the Prime Minister said is very true. Such a major event must be established as soon as possible. The Prime Minister is highly respected. Please recommend someone first. Yes, we will listen to the Prime Minister first. Zhuozheng saw that everyone seemed to have some reservations, so he had to take the lead and said, I think that Prince Tuan is very smart and talented. Although he is playful, he is not an ordinary person. If he can ascend to the throne, he will definitely bring new prospects to the Yin. As soon as these words came out, Prince Duan Nandong's face suddenly changed, and he was shocked and angry. You old man. Bah. Bah. Old Prime Minister. You are joking. This prince is naughty by nature. He is interested in playing chess, calligraphy and painting, and traveling around. He can't be an emperor. If I harm the country, I will not be able to see my brother. This matter must not be mentioned again. Zhuozheng looked at him and was about to speak, but Nangongku immediately said anxiously, don't be afraid of being laughed at by everyone. This king is still ill. He has to run around and play with women every day. He can't calm down to deal with state affairs. He is definitely not qualified to be an emperor. Even if he is, he will definitely be a great tyrant. After saying that, he secretly glanced at the red figure in front of him. Zhuozheng saw that he didn't seem to refuse in a false way, and seemed to be really unwilling to be an emperor. So he had to frown and give up. At this time, Taiwei Wangfu suddenly bowed and said, Queen Mother, Prime Minister, all princes, this old minister recommends King Tai. King Tai is in his prime, has strong martial arts, is well informed, and is deeply respected by soldiers. If he ascends the throne, my great Yin will no longer be invaded by the monsters and foreign countries. After this, everyone fell silent. At this time, the imperial censor Song Wenbin suddenly said, the late emperor has many children, all in the palace. Why should we go far away? The king of Thailand is still at the border, confronting the demon tribe. How can he come back in time to inherit the throne? Wang Fu glanced at him and was about to argue when the Minister of Right Tian Wenxin suddenly said, Queen Mother, I also think that we should choose from the princes of the late emperor. The late emperor has 2 sons, although they are young. With the assistance of the Queen Mother and me, the government should be able to stabilize soon. At this time, the Minister of Personnel and the Minister of Revenue both bowed and said, I second the proposal. The Queen Mother saw that everyone had their own candidates and could not agree on the argument. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief. When she was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, saying, I think the most suitable candidate is right in front of us. Why should we go far away and try to catch fish in a tree? Everyone turned their heads to look, but saw that the crowd behind was so crowded that they could not see the person who was speaking at all. And the person who was speaking suddenly fell silent at this time. At this moment, Li Fang, a scholar from the Hanlin Academy, suddenly said, Well said. I also think that the most suitable candidate is right in front of us. After saying that, he suddenly looked at the red figure standing closest to the sea of fire, bowed his hands, and said loudly, Queen Mother, I think Her Royal Highness the Princess is the most suitable candidate. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed. The Queen Mother even trembled. Unexpectedly, Li Fang knelt down directly and said passionately, Your Highness has made great contributions to the world, and the people are loyal to him. His talent in governing the country is obvious to all. He should ascend the throne and make more contributions to the prosperity of our great Yin and the peace and prosperity of the country. Then he said loudly, Long live His Majesty. Long live. Long live. The scene suddenly became silent, But this silence only lasted for a few breaths. The Minister of Rights, the Vice Minister of Rights, and the left and right censors all knelt down one after another and said loudly, "I second the motion. Your Highness has made great contributions, and the people are loyal to you. You deserve to be crowned as the Emperor." Then they all said in unison, "Long live your Majesty! Long live! Long live!" The Queen Mother's face was pale. Her body trembled slightly, and the nails in her sleeves slowly pinched into her palms. The other members of the royal family, ministers, and guests standing not far away all had complicated expressions at this moment. And there was silence. At this moment, Prime Minister Wei suddenly pointed at the kneeling courtiers with a red face and said angrily, "Ridiculous. Ridiculous. How can the eldest princess, a daughter, ascend to the throne of emperor? Are you crazy?" The Grand Marshal Wang Fu also immediately said with a gloomy face, "It's ridiculous. The eldest princess has indeed worked hard and made great contributions, and her ability to govern the country is obvious to all. But she is a daughter after all. My great Yin has been established for many generations. How can a daughter be an emperor? It's simply ridiculous." Wei Gong, the Minister of Revenue, also sneered. "Who bribed you guys? Did you rehearse in advance? You are deliberately putting the princess on the fire, now that His Majesty has just passed away and the cause of death is unknown. You are so eager to jump out and speak nonsense, and let a woman, the princess, ascend the throne? How do you want the world to view the princess?" The scene suddenly became quiet. Wei Gong sneered and was about to speak, but the red figure standing in front of the sea of fire suddenly turned his head and looked at him and said, "Are you hinting to everyone that the emperor's assassination is related to me?" Wei Gong's eyes flashed, and he bowed his head and said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I have no such intention. It's just, kill him." Nandong Wuyue suddenly spoke lightly. When everyone was stunned, Yuan Zhong, the leader of the Imperial Guard standing next to Wei Gong, suddenly pulled out the knife from his waist with a clang. And then a cold light flashed, and Wei Gong's head fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Yuan Zhong suddenly put away his sword and knelt on the ground, shouting to the red shadow in front of him, "Please let the princess ascend the throne. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live." As soon as the words fell, the 2,000 Imperial Guards standing outside all knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "Please let the princess ascend the throne. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live." The shouts were like thunder and deafening. It echoed throughout the imperial city. The gate guards and soldiers in the distance all knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "Please let the princess ascend the throne. Please let the princess ascend the throne." Pa! The headless body of Wei Gong, the Minister of Revenue, fell to the ground with blood spurting out at this time. The rest of the ministers were all pale, and their legs were trembling. Prince Duan Nandong suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump, bowed his head to the red figure in front of him, and said loudly with excitement, "Please ascend the throne, Princess." When he knelt, the other members of the royal family were all embarrassed and frightened. Without any hesitation, they all knelt down immediately and said in unison, "Please ascend the throne, Princess. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long, long live." On the 6th day of the first lunar month, the princess got married and the emperor passed away. On this day, people inside and outside the imperial city could hear the thunderous voice, "Please ascend the throne, Princess." Chapter 757. The first Empress of Dayin. Today she is married. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the whole world is shocked. On this day, the young Emperor of Dayin suddenly passed away, and the entire Yongyan Palace was burned to ashes by a fire. On this day, the young princess was supported by all the ministers and pushed to the throne, becoming the only Empress of Dayin in hundreds of years. On this day, the whole Kyoto was empty, and everyone was excitedly discussing several major events that happened in the imperial city in just one day. The news came out in various ways. In less than half a day, the whole Dayin and its neighboring countries knew about it. Some people were happy, some were angry, some were shocked, and some were unbelievable. Many forces began to stir. The Empress Dowager's decree and the new emperor's edict were issued together and sent to all the feudal states, prefectures, counties, cities, armies, etc. across the country. The emperor passed away. The new emperor succeeded to the throne, and the rulers and important generals of each feudal state were summoned and were about to rush to Kyoto to mourn and congratulate. However, many people received the imperial edict with different attitudes. Some immediately rushed to Kyoto, while others stayed and waited. Some feudal lords even raised troops to rebel and issued a manifesto. The eldest princess coveted the throne and murdered the emperor. She was a treasonous person, and the whole world should punish her. How absurd it is for a woman to succeed to the throne! Even many officials and members of the royal family in Kyoto were dissatisfied. Some people relied on their high achievements and seniority to go directly to the palace to persuade and stop it. However, most of them never returned. The snow on the ground of the palace was soon stained with new blood. The inner and outer city defenses were all replaced. Many generals and soldiers were beheaded, and the mansions of many meritorious ministers were stained with blood. Prime Minister Zhuge hanged himself in his mansion. The military power of Taiwei Wang Fu was taken away. His head fell, and his whole family was beheaded. It took only half a day for the turmoil in the whole Kyoto to stop, and no one raised any objections to the succession of the new emperor. Even the queen mother wiped her tears and issued an imperial decree: "My daughter succeeds to the throne in accordance with the will of heaven, the will of the late emperor, and the will of the people of the world." At the same time, she also took out a will left by the late emperor, which was stamped with the late emperor's imperial seal. The decree read, "My daughter Huiyue is a natural talent, a rare woman in the world, and her talent is 10 times that of me. With her, she will surely be able to stabilize the country and make our great yin prosperous and multiply. If the emperor can assist, then assist him. If he is not talented, my daughter can replace him, and the world will assist her," and so on. Li Taiji, the inspector of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, also reported, "The sun was eclipsed by the dog a few years ago, and the 9 stars were aligned last night. The eldest princess succeeded to the throne today and became the true dragon emperor. There was an omen long ago. This is the will of heaven." For a time, the whole capital was full of praises. Members of the royal family and meritorious ministers went to the palace one after another to pay homage to the new emperor. And the eldest princess's brand new dragon robe and crown were also urgently made within half a day. Of course, the most embarrassed people on this day were the people of Lingshao's sect and the people from various factions, who came to the wedding banquet with generous gifts. They stood from morning to evening, and no one paid any attention to them. The royal family members in charge of the bride and the wedding, as well as the staff of the Ministry of Rites, all left and went to kneel down and worship the new emperor. As people from the 5 major sects, they certainly did not dare to worship the new emperor casually when faced with such an incident. Originally, several elders discussed with Fairy Zixia and were ready to leave quietly, but they were stopped by the imperial guards and were not allowed to leave. A group of people stood alone in front of the ruins of Yongyan Palace, drenched in the wind and snow, watching the fire burn, watching the fire go out, watching the dawn, watching the dark, forming a sharp contrast with other busy people in the palace. Until night fell, no one came to greet them. People from various sects were a little impatient. "Master Zixia, how about you go and ask? Why don't you let us leave?" "Yes, the emperor passed away, and such a thing happened in the palace. We are still here. How embarrassing. Do you want us to kneel and acknowledge her? How is that possible? Our 5 major sects have already signed a contract with the court and cannot interfere in these matters. Now the situation is unclear. Who can really ascend cough cough? Anyway, we definitely can't kneel down. Hey, I thought that letting her get married could avoid such a thing. Who knew that? How? How could it be such a coincidence? Humph. Do you think it's a coincidence? It just happened to be this day. This is her last chance. If she really gets married..." "Hush. Don't discuss these things. No matter who finally gets to that position, we can't make arbitrary comments. As long as he governs the country well and treats the people well. That's it. Fairy, today's marriage is definitely a failure. The emperor has passed away, so it is definitely impossible to get married. And the eldest princess has become the new emperor now, and it is impossible for her to recruit a son-in-law." The people from other sects looked at the people of Lingshao's sect with some pity. Of course, what they think in their hearts, that's unknown. The elders of Lingshao's sect and several peak masters were embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Fairy Zixia had a calm face. She turned her head to look at her apprentice, and even teased leisurely, "Fei Yang, don't be sad. When the time comes, your master will find you a better one." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. The great elder Wu Yuzi looked at the bright red wedding gown on him, sighed, and said, "Fei Yang, take off your clothes and change into something else." In the morning, everyone in Lingshao's sect was happy and proud when they saw the wedding gown. Now, They were embarrassed and glared. Mo Jiufeng also felt embarrassed and said, "Take it off. Take it off." Luo Qingzhou came to his senses, took it off quickly, and threw it out directly. Just as the wedding gown was about to fall to the ground, a strong wind suddenly rolled up beside it, and took the wedding gown back, and fell into a white jade hand. Linghu Qingzhou took the wedding gown, and put it directly into his storage ring. Facing the puzzled eyes of everyone, he said coldly, "Even if my Lingxiao sect is rich and powerful, it can't be wasted like this. Wait until he gets married next time, and then continue to wear it." Everyone else sighed and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou took out the black robe of Lingxiao's sect from the storage ring, put it on, and looked at the ruins of the palace in front of him again, and fell into deep thought. The eldest princess's desire for power, and her cold-bloodedness and domineering on the battlefield were finally aroused. Or she had been forbearing. I don't know how she will treat him and the Qin family after she ascends the throne. If politics requires, will she directly sacrifice him and the Qin family to stop the world's gossip? However, no matter how she explained, she might not be able to avoid the bad reputation of fratricide and regicide. Also, it is not so easy for a woman to ascend the throne. I believe that the various forces in Diyin will not give up, especially those feudal lords who have the right of inheritance, military power and prestige. I don't know if she can pacify the world and sit on the throne steadily. At this time, the snow fell even harder. Just when everyone was anxious and angry, and was about to leave directly, a eunuch suddenly came quickly and said respectfully, "Dear guests, His Majesty asked you to go to Chongming Palace for a gathering." As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. Why go to Chongming Palace? Kneel down to the new emperor? Tao's son from Qingyan Temple immediately said, "Please tell the princess that it's getting late and we should go back." The old eunuch said respectfully, "Don't worry. His Majesty said that he just wants you to go and talk. You don't need to kneel down, and you don't need to change your name to His Majesty." After this, everyone looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go! Such a big thing happened suddenly in the palace. I guess the princess has something important to tell us. Let's go and take a look, the elder of Xianin Pavilion said. The others had different expressions and nodded. The old eunuch bent his body and prepared to lead the way. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly tugged at Fairy Zhixia's sleeve and whispered, "Master, I won't go," to avoid embarrassment. When Fairy Zhixia was hesitating, the old eunuch seemed to have ears on his back, turned his head and smiled. His Majesty said that the groom must go. Luo Qingzhou, let's go. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Fairy Zhixia said softly. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to lower his head and follow behind. The old eunuch took small steps, bent his waist, and led the way in front. All along the way, everyone was thinking about things in their hearts, and they were all silent. The group soon arrived at Chongming Palace. Inside and outside the palace, there were all armored imperial guards standing, looking cold and murderous. A red carpet was laid on the ground. The eunuchs and palace maids all lowered their heads, busy and silent in the corridor. The old eunuch led the group across the wide square and walked onto the arch bridge. A familiar voice immediately sounded at the entrance of the hall. The groom and the distinguished guests have arrived. Everyone. Luo Qingzhou's face froze. And when he looked up, it turned out to be the Prince Duan. Everyone followed the old eunuch up the steps and walked into the hall. Prince Duan also bowed his head and followed in. The hall was luxuriously decorated and magnificent. 2 golden-laid steps were separated by a golden dragon painting in the middle, extending straight to the high platform. On the dragon chair on the high platform, a figure wearing a crown, a fiery red dress, and a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the dress sat there coldly and majestically. Although this group of people were all masters of various factions, the first feeling they had when they entered the hall at this moment was an extremely strong sense of oppression and a powerful majesty that made people hold their breath unconsciously. In addition to the majesty that the eldest princess was born with and developed on the battlefield, there were also the unfathomable decorations and formations of this palace, which made people unconsciously feel a sense of fear. "Greetings, Your Highness." The people from the 5 major sects all bowed in unison, still tacitly addressing her as Your Highness. The new Emperor Nangong Huiyue on the high platform glanced at them majestically and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Such a big thing happened in the palace today. I believe you all have a lot of ideas in your mind. Can you tell me about it? For example, my royal brother suddenly passed away. Or I, a woman, suddenly ascended the throne as emperor. What do you think? I really want to hear your opinions. Master Son of Qingyun Temple put his palms together and bowed his head and said, Your Highness, we came here today just to attend the wedding banquet. Other things have nothing to do with us. Back then, our 5 major sects signed a contract with the court and never interfered in any matter in the palace and the court. And we dared not make any irresponsible comments. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Elder Fong of Jinshan Temple also put his palms together and said, Ba, if Your Highness wants to seek opinions, just ask the court officials and clan relatives. We are all outsiders. And we dare not make any irresponsible comments on government affairs. The people of Xianyan Pavilion and Huashan sect also bowed their heads and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue's face was covered by the pearl curtain of the crown, and her expression could not be seen clearly. She was silent for a moment, then looked at Fairy Zixia of Lingxiao sect, and said lightly, Does Sect Master Zixia have any opinions? I am all ears. Fairy Zixia bowed her head slightly and said softly, Your Highness, I am just a person practicing in the mountains and fields, and I dare not discuss state affairs. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, I am a woman. And now I ascend the throne as an emperor. I just want to know whether you 5 major sects can look up to women. Or do you think that women are never qualified to sit in this position like those people? No matter how capable she is. No matter whether she can make the great Yin country peaceful and prosperous. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. And no one answered. Nandong Huiyue waited for a while, then laughed at herself and said, I really thought too much. After that, her majestic eyes suddenly looked at the figure standing at the back of the people in Lingxiao sect, and said coldly, Chu Feiyang, where is your wedding gown? Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Luo Qingzhou froze, and said with a bow, Your Highness, since the wedding is over. So who told you that the wedding is over? Nandong Huiyue suddenly interrupted him coldly, and the fiery red dragon robe on her body suddenly moved without wind. The atmosphere in the whole hall suddenly froze. Everyone was shocked and looked puzzled. Fairy Zixia said, Your Highness, His Majesty passed away today. The funeral bells are ringing, and the marriage must be cancelled, and you are now in a different position. So you can no longer recruit a prince consort. Nandong Huiyue looked at her coldly and said, Master Zixia, there are funerals and weddings today. You should know that I did not force you to agree to your Lingxiao sect's marriage with me. It was decided after the Queen Mother, my brother, and you discussed it together. You forced me at the beginning. Why? Now that I have ascended the throne, you Lingxiao sect are afraid that other sects will talk about it. So you want to regret it? Fairy Zixia was silent for a while and said, Your Highness, you mean? You still want to? It's not that I want to. Nandong Huiyue looked at her majestically and said, It's this matter. You must give me an explanation. My lifelong event was decided by you, and I had no choice but to agree. Now, you say you want to regret it. Where do you put me? Fairy Zixia fell silent. In the hall, everyone looked at each other in silence, not knowing what the newly crowned empress meant. At this time, Prince Duan, who had been standing silently beside him with his head down, suddenly said, Master Zixia, this matter is your fault. Since the marriage has been decided, it can't be changed. How can you joke with your Majesty's reputation? Although there is a funeral today, and the wedding cannot be held. The bride and groom are both here. Why don't you let them simply worship heaven and earth first to determine their status, and then make up the wedding banquet etiquette after the funeral is over? What do you think, Fairy? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face showed a look of astonishment. Fairy Zixia frowned, looked at the majestic figure on the steps, and said, Your Highness, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to worship heaven and earth today. If Your Highness is still willing to let this marriage continue, then wait until the national mourning is over. And then, let's do it today. The majestic figure on the dragon throne suddenly spoke coldly, then looked at someone and ordered, Put on the wedding gown. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 758 Piamyuxian Zong. Queen. Qing Jianjia. In the hall, there was silence. Everyone looked at the young man in black robe, and they all felt strange and confused. The tone of the princess's voice when she spoke to him seemed particularly cold and indifferent. It even seemed to carry a trace of anger and hatred. It shouldn't be like this. Although the princess was forced into this marriage, it was said that the choice of the consort was decided by the princess herself. And on the day of the Taikong feast, the young man was very supportive of the princess. And now, the princess seems unwilling to cancel the engagement. If so, why is she so attitude? When everyone was puzzled, The red figure sitting on the dragon chair said again in a cold voice, Xu Feiyang. I am talking to you. Luo Qingzhou kept his head down from beginning to end, and remained silent after hearing the words. Wow! The scarlet flame mark was about to ignite between Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows. But suddenly, she remembered something and immediately hid it again. But the temperature of the entire hall still rose suddenly. She said in a cold tone, Do you want to regret it? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, I dare not. But today, I can't marry your highness. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, Why? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head again and said nothing. The atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became extremely tense. Prince Duan Nandong hurriedly said, Mr. Chu, what's the reason? Tell me quickly. Is it because today is the day of national mourning? Or, you suddenly feel unwell today? Or, there are other unspeakable reasons, and you can't celebrate today? As soon as these words came out, the cold expression on Nandong Huiyue's face was stunned for a moment. As if she suddenly remembered something. She slowly clenched her hands holding the dragon chair, and the look in her eyes suddenly became complicated. The young man in the audience still bowed his head and said nothing, like a wooden sculpture. At this moment, the hall was silent again. After a while, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, Okay, if we can't get married today, then we can do it another day. I will give you 3 days at most. After 3 days, you can come to get married or cancel the engagement. I will never force you. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. Then he said, Thank you, Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue stared at him quietly for a while. Then said, It's late. I have other things to do, so I won't keep you. When everyone saw that she had ordered the expulsion, they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, and hurriedly bowed and said, Your Highness, goodbye. After that, they hurriedly retreated. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and followed behind Fairy Zixia. Just as he was about to walk out of the palace gate, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said again, Xu Feiyang. Luo Qingzhou paused and did not dare to turn around. Nandong Huiyue stared at his back and said, 3 days later, I will wait for you in Yaohua Palace. Luo Qingzhou did not speak and left quickly. Yaohua Palace? That was where she once lived as the eldest princess, where she once saved his life, and where he signed a document. Of course, he also had a long conversation with her there in another identity. There was a study room and a place for cultivation. Coincidentally, he had been to both places. Is this called I will never force it? Feiyang, your relationship with the princess seems to be very unusual. Did you know each other before? Walking in the quiet square, the elder Wu Yuzi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, No. Wu Yuzi glanced at his face and seemed to have a lot more questions to ask. But he didn't ask them in the end. Jinshan Temple, Qingyun Temple, and Huashan Sect. Several elders came today, so it was not easy to ask more at this time. Luo Shang, the head of Xianin Pavilion, asked naturally, Zixia, is this marriage really going to continue? Fairy Zixia sighed and said, This is not something I can decide. At the beginning, our 5 major sects agreed to the request of the Queen Mother and the Emperor for the stability of Deyin, and promoted the marriage of the princess. It can be said to be forced. At that time, I said that we should not interfere in this matter. But unfortunately now, the princess's marriage has been announced to the world, and the princess has agreed. Now how can you let me? Lingxiao sect. Regret it? Luo Shang also sighed. Said, It is indeed difficult to regret. Not to mention that the eldest princess has ascended the throne, however. I am a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, the eldest princess should have taken the initiative to propose to cancel this marriage. Right? Why at this time? An elder of Huashan sect also said, It is indeed strange. Now that the eldest princess has ascended the throne, this marriage is indeed not suitable. Why would she? Fairy Zixia suddenly said, Could it be that my Feiyang is too outstanding? After this, everyone was stunned for a moment, turned their heads, looked at the young man behind her, and suddenly fell silent. Taoist son of Qingyun Temple sighed and said, Now that the eldest princess's identity has changed, and junior brother Chu is the only disciple of the sect master of your Lingxiao sect, according to the previous contract between our 5 major sects, this marriage should not continue. Otherwise, people will think that your Lingxiao sect has taken sides. As soon as these words came out, Mo Jiofeng, the peak master of the North Wang Peak of Lingxiao sect, immediately said angrily, Master son, this marriage was promoted by you, not by our Lingxiao sect. It was the eldest princess who chose our Fei-young. Not us who licked it. Now the whole Yin knows about this marriage. And the eldest princess has that attitude. How can you let us Lingxiao sect refuse it? The great elder of Lingxiao sect, Wu Yuzi, also said angrily. A man cannot stand without faith. Moreover, this matter is not just about our Lingxiao sect, but also about the reputation of your 4 major sects, and even about the reputation of the eldest princess and the royal family. We Lingxiao sect cannot do anything to break the contract. The other people in Lingxiao sect glared at him. Tao's son quickly apologized. Please calm down. I am just expressing my feelings. I have no intention of blaming or complaining. This marriage was indeed promoted by our 5 major sects. And of course we cannot blame you Lingxiao sect. Well, now that things have come to this, we can only see what the princess thinks. The elder of Huashan sect said, maybe the princess is just angry today. So she deliberately makes things difficult for us. In 3 days, she may agree to cancel the engagement. After all, her status is different now. And she still has a lot of things to deal with. When everyone heard this, they all felt that it made sense, and they were relieved. Only Luo Qinzhou was still frowning. The group left Chongming Palace, and unconsciously looked at the palace that had been burned to ruins not far away. The emperor suddenly passed away for no reason, and many people died there. I'm afraid this matter is not over yet. Luo Shang sighed softly. Fairy Zixia retracted her gaze from the distance and looked at her and said, Aunt Luo, I heard that the formation of Yongyan Palace was set up by those people themselves? Luo Shang's eyes flashed, nodded, and said, yes. A few days ago, when Zijin Temple was destroyed, they sent people to check the formation and probably met the emperor. I didn't expect it to happen suddenly now, that's why I said that this matter may not be over yet. Fairy Zixia frowned slightly. Aren't they not allowed to interfere in the affairs of my great Yen? Luo Shang sneered and said, of course not in public. As for secretly Humph, who doesn't want to control more cultivation resources and forces? I suspect that the emperor has already made peace with them, forget it. I won't say it. Anyway, it will be difficult for the eldest princess to hold that position if the other party is angered. Fairy Zixia was silent for a while, and said, I just hope that they don't use the people of my great Yin to fight for their power and interests. Hey, when will this world be truly peaceful? Luo Shan sighed and said nothing more. The group left the palace and said goodbye at the bridgehead. Luo Qinzhou did not leave with the Lingxiao sect team. He found a random reason and left the team. Fairy Zixia did not say much. Although Linghu Qinzhu wanted to speak, he only looked at him because there were so many people. Luo Qinzhou took advantage of the night and turned into a dark alley. Then he took out the jade rat, performed the earth walking technique, and went underground. He shuttled quickly underground. Soon, he came to the underground secret room of Nandong County Prince's mansion. When he walked into the stone room, Xia Chan was holding the little fire fox, gently stroking its head and talking to it softly. The little fire fox lay on her legs, squinting his eyes, looking very enjoyable and well-behaved. Luo Qinzhou was stunned when he saw this scene, and suddenly remembered something in his heart. He hurried over and looked into the eyes of the little fire fox. When the little fire fox saw him suddenly appear, it trembled and subconsciously bared its fangs, revealing a nervous and scared expression. Luo Qinzhou frowned, secretly disappointed in his heart. It's not Huagu, but this little thing is really double standard. So fierce to him, but so well-behaved to Sister Yu and Chan Chan. Can't it be a lecher? Thinking of this, he grabbed it, forced its thighs apart again, and looked at its lower body. That's right. It's indeed a female. The little fire fox immediately struggled violently, making a squeaking roar from its mouth, staring at him with eyes wide open. And the sharp claws of its forelimbs were also exposed, just short of spitting fire to burn people. But Luo Qinzhou is no longer afraid of fire now. Just when he was about to slap it to let it know who is the master, Xia Chan's little fist immediately hit his chest, and then quickly snatched the little fire fox away, protecting it in her arms, staring at him with dark eyes, and puffed up her pink cheeks angrily. Bad guy. The little fire fox in her arms also squeaked angrily, puffing up her cheeks like her, as if saying, bad guy. Luo Qinzhou reached out and touched the girl's head, saying, let's go. Your son-in-law will take you home. After a pause, he said, today is the anniversary of the death of the eldest brother. Let's go to the riverside to burn some paper for him, and call the second young lady. Xia Chan lowered her head slightly, was silent for a while, and said, Also, there is. Then call Xiao Bailing too. Also, there is. Then call Chior. Xiao Dai. And Jur too. You did it on purpose, Humph. Okay. Call the eldest young lady too. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he picked her up, and his figure flashed and went underground. The night sky was still snowing. The sky above the ruins of the imperial palace was covered with dark clouds. At this moment, above the clouds, a blue figure was standing there, looking down at the ruins below which were still smoking, with a grim expression on his face. You are so brave that you actually killed the person identified by our Piamu Xianzong the Queen? Humph. You didn't have this domineering attitude when you were in the sect. She should have helped you. Right? The formation here was arranged by me personally. The protective magic weapon on him was made by the sect. Junior sister. Junior sister. You finally couldn't help but take action? Very good. Very good. I believe the holy son of Penglai Xiandao is very willing to hear this news. Right? Chapter 759 Sister used murderous intent. Night fell. The riverside was covered with mist. The wind was cold, and snowflakes were falling slowly. There was no one on both sides of the river. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, did not return to the sect with the others, but stood alone by the river in a daze. A small boat was anchored in the middle of the river. On the boat, a graceful girl in a water-green dress was sitting at the bow, with a pair of white and slender jade feet bare, diddling with the cold river water out of boredom. Both of them seemed to know each other's existence, but they were both in a daze, thinking about their own things, and ignored each other. Not long after, two figures suddenly appeared in the wind and snow on the opposite bank. The two figures were one in front and one behind, and they were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were close. Lenghu Qingzhu just glanced at the two of them lightly, then turned and left. The graceful girl sitting at the bow stood up and waved happily. Young master! Young master! Luo Qingzhou picked up Xia Chan and boarded the boat. The two girls looked at each other, and Long Air took the initiative to smile and greeted. Chan Chan. Do you remember me? I took you to that house. My name is Long Air. Xia Chan didn't say anything, but curiously looked at the red dot between her eyebrows, and secretly looked at her bare white feet under her skirt, and the red rope bell on the ankle of one of her feet. When I saw her that day, she didn't have these. Long Air said. Young master, the people from Leishao sect just came back, and your uncle was standing on the opposite side for a long time. She left only after seeing you and Chan Chan come back. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked at the other side. Long Air said again, by the way, young master, your wife also came to the river today. She stood for a long time and seemed to cough. Luo Qingzhou immediately came back to his senses and said, Long Air, I have to go home first. Long Air nodded, a little reluctant, and said, young master, that night. Speaking of this, she suddenly stopped again, glanced at the girl next to him, smiled, and said, then Long Air will go back to practice. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, picked up Xia Chan and swept across the river, landing on the other side. When the two returned home, the house was dark and silent. In the study, there was a faint light on. Luo Qingzhou entered the small courtyard alone. When he was about to enter the house, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the corner of the wall next to him. Shoo! A sound of water was heard. A figure squatted there, looking at him with wide eyes, as if he was scared silly. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to see it and went straight into the house. In the room next door, Chior and Xiaodai were talking in low voices. In the study, there was silence. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes and pushed open the door of the study. Suddenly, a voice came from inside, and then with a pop, the weak figure sitting on the couch suddenly fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou hurried in, helped Miss Qin Air up from the ground, and said distressedly, silly girl, why are you panicking? Miss Qin Air threw herself into his arms, her delicate body trembling slightly, hugged him tightly, and her face was full of tears. Luo Qingzhou stroked her hair and comforted her softly. I'm fine. Haven't I come back safely? Chior and Xiaodai seemed to have heard the voice as well. They appeared at the door together. Seeing them hugging each other, they quickly retreated and closed the door for them. At this time, Jur came in from outside with a red face and lost soul. Chior saw that she looked wrong and asked hurriedly, Jur, what's wrong with you? Didn't you just go? At this point, she suddenly stopped, as if she suddenly thought of something. Jur was immediately ashamed and immediately covered her hot little face, and fled into her room. In the study, Luo Qingzhou hugged the girl in his arms, and went to the bed. After comforting her for a long time, she stopped crying. Although he felt it was cruel, he hesitated for a moment, and told her about his elder brother. Of course, he just briefly mentioned it. My elder brother was tortured. When Xiachan and I went there, he was almost dying. He said a few words to me, and asked me to take good care of you. I killed the emperor and buried him. The eldest princess ascended the throne. But the situation is not stable. Although she controls Kyoto, the feudal states, and the king of Thailand on the border may not give up. After all, she is a girl, and most people find it hard to accept. As for the marriage, I thought she would cancel the engagement immediately after ascending the throne. But she originally wanted me to marry her today. But I refused because today is my elder brother's death anniversary. She asked me to go to the palace 3 days later to marry her. Waymo. My elder brother died very bravely and at ease. He saw me kill the emperor, and he knew I could take good care of you. He died without regrets. Birth, aging, illness and death are the laws of nature. Everyone will reach that point. You don't need to be too sad. I can't tell my father-in-law and mother-in-law about this matter. You decide whether to tell them or not. We'll go to the riverside later to burn some paper money for my elder brother. Chan and I have already bought the paper money and put it outside. Waymo. I killed the emperor, and I don't know what the consequences will be. I must continue to practice hard to protect you. Also, the princess has been very kind to us. She has saved me many times, and saved our Qin family many times. So I must help her. Next, she will probably face a lot of things. If she needs me, I will help her without hesitation. As for the marriage, this is not my personal matter, but the Lingxiao sect and other sects, as well as the princess and the royal family. I can't refuse. Now that she has ascended the throne, she naturally wants to win over more forces to help her. I am the disciple of the leader of the Lingxiao sect. She should be attracted by this identity and my strength, even if the Lingxiao sect will not help her. As long as the Lingxiao sect does not stand with other forces, she will feel at ease. Waymo. You will always be my most beloved wife. And no one can take this position away, even the princess. Even the #1 empress in the world. The couple hugged each other and talked for a long time. Seeing that it was almost dawn, the two got off the bed. Luo Qingzhou helped her put on thick shoes and socks, and then helped her put on a thick fox fur coat and a hat, and then helped her out of the room. Qiu'er and Xiao Dai heard the sound and came out of the room. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two little girls and said in a deep voice, "Let's go out from the back door. Go to the riverside and burn paper for Big Brother." The two little girls understood what was going on and hurriedly put on thick clothes, took umbrellas and fire starters. Qiu'er went to the room and called Zhu'er. Although Zhu'er was shy, she hurriedly put on her clothes and came out when she heard that she was going to burn paper for the eldest master. When she saw someone, she immediately blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. Several people went out with umbrellas in the wind and snow. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the next door and found that Xiachan and Bailing were standing outside the door. Bailing held a flower umbrella in her hand. Under the umbrella, a beautiful figure wearing a snow-white fox fur stood there quietly, still cold and silent. Miss Qin held back tears and trembled. "Sister." Miss Qin did not speak and walked over in silence. The group stepped on the snow, went out from the back door, followed the winding path, came to the riverside, and faced the direction of Kyoto. Luo Qingzhou squatted on the ground, took out all the fire paper, and then took the fire starter handed over by Xiao Dai and lit the fire paper. A weak flame soon ignited by the river. Several people burned paper money one by one in silence. Miss Qin stood aside with an indifferent look, just looking at the dark night in the distance, and did not burn paper in front of the fire. Miss Qin looked at her and did not force her. Luo Qingzhou could not help but say, "Miss, since you are here, come and burn some paper too?" Miss Qin was still silent and stood there motionless. Bailing squatted down again and said, "Son-in-law, I will help Miss burn a few more. Miss is not feeling well and can't stand the smell of smoke." Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. After the paper money was burned and the flames on the ground were all extinguished, Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin up and prepared to go back. At this time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the dim night sky. A moon-white figure appeared in the clouds above, and in the distance, a blue figure suddenly approached and stopped in front of her. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly gathered, and Luo Qingzhou's vision was blocked. And he lost the figures of the two. Sister Yu? The other person is. Luo Qingzhou frowned. For some reason, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Wei Mo. Miss. It's cold by the river. Let's go back quickly. He hurriedly helped Miss Qin home. Miss. Let's go too. Bai Ling held an umbrella and reached out to help Miss Qin. Xia Chan stood on the other side, with a sword in hand. The group quickly went in through the back door and returned to their respective courtyards. After Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin into the room, he immediately said, Wei Mo. My soul has to go out for a while. You go to sleep first. Miss Qin saw that he looked serious and a little anxious. She knew that something must have happened. She didn't dare to ask more and nodded obediently. Luo Qingzhou went to lie down on the bed directly. His soul left his body and flew to the roof. He thought for a while, put on the mask, wrapped himself in the halo, then restrained his breath, carefully flew into the night sky, and flew towards a dark cloud. When he was hiding in the dark clouds, he suddenly heard voices coming from not far away. Junior sister. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, I will remember everything that happened in the palace today. The formation I set up personally was ignored by the murderer. And the magic weapon refined by the sect was also shattered in one blow. I really can't think of anyone in Kyoto who is so powerful and knows our Pyamyu Xianzong's formation and magic weapons so well. Who else except you? Junior sister. You broke your promise and betrayed the sect first. So just wait for the sect's punishment. You can leave or resist. But your family. I will tell the Holy Son of Pumlai Fairy Island about this. You rejected his marriage proposal and fell into depravity. He is probably waiting to see you laugh. Also, do you think that by helping the girl to get to that position, you can? The voice gradually became blurred and then disappeared. Luo Qingzhou looked up, and the front was dark and silent. The two figures also disappeared. While he was stunned, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind. A moon-white figure was standing silently behind him, looking at him quietly. Her whole body was bathed in the white moonlight, and the expression on her face could not be seen clearly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then came out of the dark cloud and said, Sister Yu, that person just now. It has nothing to do with you. Yu Bai said coldly, and then her figure flashed and floated towards the river below, landing on the small boat in the middle of the river, then looked at the night sky in the distance, motionless, and no one knew what she was thinking. Luo Qingzhou followed her and floated down, standing quietly behind her. Just like when she first met her, she stood lonely and cold on the eaves of the Yuannong building, and he stood respectfully and quietly behind her. She always stood alone like this, staring at the dark night in the distance, wondering what she was thinking. And he always stood behind her like this, quietly looking at her back, guessing what she was thinking. But tonight, he seemed to have known some of her thoughts. Silence for a long time. He whispered, Sister Yu, I killed the Emperor. If they want to investigate. The halo on Yu Bai's figure suddenly disappeared. She turned her head and looked at him calmly for a long time, then suddenly said, If they want to investigate, you can help me kill them all. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked at her seriously, and said, Of course. The tone of their voices was calm, as if they were talking about something very ordinary. The snow was still falling. The roar of wild animals came from the mountains not far away. The two stood at the bow, looking at each other, in silence. Chapter 760 Yongshen and Wuxin. Sister Yu cultivates the soul. I cultivate the body. At the bottom of the river, in the Dragon Palace, Luo Qingzhou sat cross-legged in the stone room, closed his eyes, and a transparent vortex appeared above his head. Above the vortex, traces of heaven and earth energy that were invisible to the naked eye were slowly gathering. He was cultivating his soul. He once secretly vowed to help Sister Yu regain her freedom, and to destroy the cold and ruthless sect that wanted to bind her for life. Now, that sect actually framed her for the murder of the Emperor and sent people to threaten her. How could he stand by and watch? How could he tolerate it? So, he had to continue to cultivate and make himself stronger. Then, what the H.L. is the Pyamyu Immortal Sect? What the H.L. is the Pumlai Immortal Island? He will help Sister Yu to destroy them all. Before becoming a Grandmaster, one is a warrior. After becoming a Grandmaster, one can become a true practitioner starting from sensing the vitality of heaven and earth. Practitioners are divided into body cultivation and soul cultivation. Cultivating the physical body, such as Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters, is body cultivation, cultivating the spirit and soul. such as the spirit realm and the spirit realm, is soul cultivation. Most practitioners cultivate their souls. The physical body decays, but the soul remains. When the soul is cultivated to a high level, everything can become the physical body. Soul cultivators also need to breathe in and out, absorb the vitality of heaven and earth, and transform the meridians, acupoints and 5 acupoints in the body. The 6 internal organs are constantly reborn until they are fully developed. After refining the spirit, there is the spirit division. After the spirit division, there is the spirit transformation. After the spirit transformation, there is the unity. After the unity, there is the thunder tribulation. And after 9 thunder tribulations, one can achieve the state of young God. As for the state of body refining, after the Grandmaster, there is the Great Grandmaster. After the Great Grandmaster, there is the King of Martial Arts. After the King of Martial Arts, there is the Heavenly Tribulation. And after 9 Heavenly Tribulations, there is the God of Martial Arts. The Grandmaster is for the Spirit Division. The Great Grandmaster is for the Spirit Transformation. And the King of Martial Arts is for the Unity. Compared to the soul cultivation, the art of body refining will be more difficult. So, at the same level, a body cultivator will be more powerful than a soul cultivator. The strong blood and chi of a body cultivator naturally restrains a soul cultivator. Even a soul cultivator who has cultivated to the level of thunder tribulation will be naturally restrained when facing a large number of troops. And his strength will be greatly reduced if the army is composed of warriors, and the number is more than 50,000. The blood and chi will be even stronger. The sea of blood and the blood storm gathered together will not be able to withstand even a 9-time thunder tribulation cultivator. Very few people can cultivate both the human body and soul, allowing the soul and the body to reach the level of transformation and Grandmaster at the same time. Most body and soul cultivators will start to give up one of them and focus on the other at the level of soul separation or the level of physical master. But you are different. You may be able to continue to cultivate both the body and soul. If you want to choose one, I suggest you choose body cultivation, because I cultivate the soul. Sister Yu's words on the boat have been echoing clearly in his ears, especially the last 2 sentences. You cultivate your body. I cultivate my soul. In this way, can they unite their bodies and souls and become invincible in the future? Hiss. Just as he was daydreaming, the vortex on his head suddenly absorbed some impurities, causing his head to suddenly ache like a needle. He immediately came to his senses, quickly concentrated, and continued to cultivate. The vitality of heaven and earth gathered again, and slowly entered his soul through the vortex above his head, and then sank into his soul heart, and began to refine. A night passed quietly. When it was almost dawn, he stopped practicing, and his whole soul felt warm and comfortable. Long Air waited outside the door. After seeing him finish practicing, she dared to come in, took out a stack of rice paper, and said, "Sir, this is another set of internal skills. You can take it back and try it out to see which one is more suitable than the previous one." Before Luo Qingzhou could speak, she immediately said, "This is also the dowry that Long Air's father left for Long Air." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, took the rice paper, and unfolded it to look at it. The pictures and fonts on it were the same as those in the last 2 stacks of rice paper. Still very simple and sloppy, and very ugly. He suddenly asked, "Why is Sister Yu's handwriting so ugly?" Longer smiled and said, "Longer thinks so too." Then she suddenly realized and said, "No, it wasn't written by my sister. It was left by my father. And Longer doesn't know who wrote it." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, put away the rice paper, stood up and said, "It's getting late. I should go home." Longer immediately hugged him and whispered, "Young master, Longer heard what you said to your sister on the boat. Young master, you must work hard to practice and help your sister fight the bad guys. Longa will also work hard to practice. After Longa turns into a dragon, he will fight those bad guys with you and your sister. So that, not good?" Luo Qingzhou stroked her hair and said, "Okay." Longa raised her little face happily, looked at him with watery eyes and said, "Sir, when Longer becomes a real dragon, I will be your mount and let you ride every day. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou. Real dragons are gods and cannot be ridden by people. Longer suddenly tiptoed and kissed him on the mouth, and said coquettishly, "Longer doesn't care. Anyway, Longer wants you to ride." Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said deliberately, "Okay. Then you work hard. And then Sister Yu and I will ride you together." Humph. Longer pouted and got angry. Luo Qingzhou smiled and rubbed her head, saying, "Okay, I should go back. By the way, sir, your mirror." Longer quickly took out the sun and moon mirror and handed it to him. Before Luo Qingzhou left this morning, he placed this sun and moon mirror with her and told her that if he didn't come back, she should give it to Sister Yu. Longer said, "Sister has seen this mirror. She asked you to drop a drop of blood on the mirror every once in a while." Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "Does Sister Yu know what treasure it is?" Longer shook her head and said, "That's all Sister said." Luo Qingzhou stroked the mirror with a complicated look. "Didn't she ever think of taking it for herself?" "She also asked you to tell me how to use it." Longer said softly, "Sir, Sister won't take advantage of you. She will only help you silently." Luo Qingzhou looked dazed for a moment, looked at her and said, "Just like every time I reach a critical moment in my cultivation. Those elixirs, flying swords, and your dowry will always appear at the most appropriate time. Right?" Longer bowed her head and said nothing. "Okay, I'm leaving." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, put away the sun and moon mirror, and left the Dragon Palace. At this moment, his heart became more determined. No matter who is in this world, don't think of bullying her again. The river surface was dark. The night outside had not faded yet. However, the snow finally stopped. He floated on the river, looking at the boat, and his mind once again recalled what she said last night. He raised his head again, looked at the dim sky, and the blue figure appeared in his mind. Piamu Xianzong. Back home, the soul returned to the body. Miss Jean Eyre was like a docile kitten, curled up in his arms, and had fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou held her and took out the communication treasure. The princess sent a lot of news. Chu Feiyang. Congratulations. You will be the man under the great yin from now on. I heard that you will come to marry her in 3 days. Luo Qingzhou. She asked me to tell you that the Qin family has been pardoned. You can return to the outer city to live, or you can live in the inner city. Also, she asked me to invite you to bring your wife and your family to the palace in 3 days to attend her wedding banquet with Lingxiao Sec Chu Feiyang. She also said that Mr. Luo is talented and has a lot of strategies, and wants to worship you as the emperor's teacher. Ha! You are really playing tricks. Your senior sister Dao Ling and her father have also been pardoned. Many people died in Kyoto, including some members of the royal family and ministers. I heard from my father that the 7 vassal states formed a coalition, issued a manifesto to fight against the enemy, and are rushing to Kyoto. The king of Thailand also followed closely with his troops. Your queen should be very anxious now. You should go to help her. Also, everyone who saw you and Xiaochan entering the city and the palace in the morning was killed. She was so good to you. If I were you, I would also choose her. During the day, she is high above you, and you kneel at her feet. At night, you are high above her, and she kneels at your feet. You must be looking forward to it. Right? Okay. I won't bother you anymore. Good night. Luo Qingzhou looked at these messages, digested them for a while, and then replied, "Good night." Suddenly, a photo was sent over. In the photo, 2 pairs of Snow White and beautiful girls' jade feet were placed side by side on the bed. Dazzlingly white and beautiful. On the nails of one pair of jade feet, pink nail polish was applied, and on the nails of the other pair of jade feet, shiny nail polish was applied. Below it was a line of text, "Who looks better, mine or Shui Yi's?" Luo Qingzhou looked carefully for a while and said, "Your name is Mei Jiao. Of course yours is the prettiest. Little Mei Jiao, am I on the left or the right?" Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth, stared carefully for a while, and said, "Princess, there are several underground passages and secret rooms under your Nangua County Prince's mansion. Do you know? Little Mei Jiao, have you been there?" Luo Qingzhou, "I have been there. I have healed my wounds there." Little Mei Jiao, "Why don't you come up to find me?" Luo Qingzhou, "I am afraid of getting you into trouble." Little Mei Jiao, "You came directly from the underground to my room. Who would know?" Luo Qingzhou, "Then I will find you next time I go." Okay. Little Mei Jiao, "Answer my first question first. Which pair is mine?" Luo Qingzhou was speechless. "You didn't let me take a closer look." Little Mei Jiao, "Do you blame me?" Luo Qingzhou, "No. I will take a good look next time and remember it in my mind." Xiao Mei Jiao, "Do you want to take a good look at Shui Yi's clothes?" Luo Qingzhou, "Can I?" Xiao Mei Jiao, "Wait." Luo Qingzhou smiled and chatted with her for a few more words before putting away the message. The haze in his heart was slightly relieved. It was already dawning outside the window. He lay down for a while before getting up quietly and leaving a note on the table. He was going to practice in Lingxiao sect. Sister Yu said that if he had to choose between body training and soul training, he would choose body training. Body training is more difficult than soul training. But if it is successful, it will be stronger than soul training. Body training practitioners have strong blood and qi, which can restrain soul training. In addition, he has lightning that can restrain the soul. So body training is the most suitable. Of course, if both can be practiced, it would be the best. After all, some magical skills can only be used by soul trainers. Puff! 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 The sound of Zhu'er stabbing a flying knife came from the courtyard. When Luo Qingzhou walked down the corridor, she was holding up the flying knife in her hand and muttering something. When she saw him, she was frightened and the flying knife in her hand trembled and slipped out of her hand. Before the flying knife fell to the ground, Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand, and the flying knife suddenly turned and flew into his palm. Zhu'er lowered her head, as if she remembered what happened last night, and her face flushed. Luo Qingzhou walked in front of her, returned the flying knife to her, and whispered, "The aim is impeccable, but the internal strength needs to be strengthened. Did she teach you the sword intent?" Zhu'er took the flying knife nervously, and shook her head. Luo Qingzhou suddenly bent down, looked into her eyes, and said, "Then the son-in-law will help you talk to her. Okay? Is it bailing?" Zhu'er was stunned for a moment, shook her head hurriedly, but kept her mouth tightly shut, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, reached out and rubbed her head, and said, "Little Mantu's mouth is tight. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the son-in-law will let you open it." After saying that, he rubbed her head again and left the courtyard. When he arrived at the foot of Lingxiao Sect Mountain, it was already dawn. He walked to the back mountain, thought about it, and took out the communication treasure, and sent a message to his uncle in advance. "Uncle, I will come to the mountain to practice today." The message came back quickly. "Oh, you come." When Luo Qingzhou was about to put away the communication treasure, he thought about it and sent another message. "Uncle, I really want to practice Zhu. I know. You burned paper by the river last night. I saw it." Luo Qingzhou, "What else did uncle see?" "Zhu, I saw your weak and gentle wife, and the most beautiful woman in the world, as you once said. When you told me and your master before, we didn't believe it. But now, I believe it, even though I only saw a blurry side and back view." Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. "Uncle, I need to explain. That person is actually just my sister-in-law." "Zhu, no need to explain. It will happen sooner or later." Luo Qingzhou quickly changed the subject. "When we burned paper by the river last night, did uncle see the spirit in the sky?" "Zhu, no." Luo Qingzhou, "Uncle, I have something to ask you later, about those secret sects. Zhu, your master and I were just about to tell you. After all, you are already a master." Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the communication treasure and quickened his pace. Of course, when he arrived at the sword peak, Linghu Qingzhu was standing on the cliff in green clothes, playing the flute. Luo Qingzhou came behind her and stood quietly without disturbing her. After she stopped, he said, "Uncle Master, your song is a bit too melancholy and sad. Music can affect mood. I think you can play some happy songs." Linghu Qingzhu held the jade flute, turned around and looked at him and said, "I'm in a bad mood. Why should I make you happy?" Luo Qingzhou, "Uncle Master, what's wrong with you?" Linghu Qingzhu glanced at him coldly, turned and walked towards the cave, and said lightly, "Pearls and jade are beside me." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood. "Pearls and jade are beside me. I feel ugly." He hurriedly followed and said, "Master, you don't have to be like this. She is really just my sister-in-law, not my wife. Even if she is, Master, there is no need to feel ashamed. Master, you are already very beautiful." And he glanced at her towering chest and said, "And Master, you have a good figure. Really good." Linghu Qingzhu suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at him and said, "I saw it. She is really good." Luo Qingzhou, "By the way, Master, have you heard of Piamu Xianzong or Pengwai Xiandao?" He immediately changed the subject. Linghu Qingzhu's expression froze when he heard that, and he looked at him and said, "Where did you hear that?" Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Master, do you know? Can you tell me about it?" Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a moment, opened the cave door, and said, "Come in and tell me. By the way, You are going to get married the day after tomorrow. Right? Remember to come the day after tomorrow night and put on that wedding gown. Master, what are you doing? Nothing. Just check the size. If it doesn't fit, I'll help you modify it. It fits. It fits very well. I wore it yesterday. It's up to you to decide whether to wear it or not. I just happen to know some information about the two places you mentioned.